This planet is enveloped by the ocean. Humanity resides in the air, and during the ceremony of youth, all children undergo a fishing test. Those with exceptional aptitude may become great anglers in these boundless seas. Every form of life is bestowed with a sacred mission. There are fish that soar and burrow, turtles enriched by the essence of heaven and earth, whales that devour the universe, and countless fishermen. Fishing is an art. An ancient adage circulates here. If you are not fishing, you are on your way to fish. Chapter 1. The boy dragged into the abyss. The vast, desolate sea stretches infinitely under a clear blue sky. Amidst the tumultuous waves, on a large fishing vessel, Han Fei shouts out against the howling wind, his excitement palpable. Pull it up. We'll strike it rich. Han Fei, a gold seeker of the sea, had stumbled upon an ancient treasure map 7 years prior while fishing. This map seemed to possess a magical allure that captivated him. His instincts whispered that the location marked on this fragment held a profound secret. Perhaps the treasure of a sunken ship from the Middle Ages. He could envision a life of luxury ahead if he were to retrieve it. Han Fei leaned over the railing, peering into the ocean. Since their arrival, countless fish had surrounded the boat, even hundreds of sharks swirling nearby. Otherwise, he would have dived in already. Thud. Suddenly, a sailor shouted, "Boss, something below is pulling us. We've caught something alive." Han Fei retorted, "Alive? Have you ever seen something that hasn't moved for centuries?" Crack. A tremendous force surged, and the ship's hull seemed to splinter. Han Fei was violently thrown against the railing. A sailor yelled, "Quick, cut the lines." Han Fei's eyes blazed with fury. "Get lost. Pull harder. We're all doomed anyway. Let me at least have a glimpse of that treasure." The moment the hull cracked, he realized there was no escape, and now, in a frenzy, he was determined to behold the treasure before his demise. Another sailor cursed, "What the hell? I came here to make money, not to lose my life." Caught unprepared, everyone was momentarily stunned. The sea churned violently, and the winds roared. Yet, Han Fei suddenly felt a sense of awe. He glimpsed a shadow beneath the water. What could it be? A round object, several meters in length, surfaced. Could it be an unusual gourd? He noticed vines dangling from the gourd's opening, beneath which loomed a massive shadow. A seasoned fisherman. The ocean was his backyard. He knew it couldn't possibly be a gourd. Anything submerged in seawater for countless years would have long since rotted away. Thus, he was convinced it was some form of wreckage, merely resembling a gourd. Buzzed at a colossal force surged again, and the ship tilted dramatically, causing Han Fei to plunge into the sea. But the next moment, an unexpected event transpired. A massive column of water shot skyward. The entire fishing vessel was propelled into the air. Han Fei was thrust upward by the water, his scalp tingling, eyes wide with terror. A colossal fish head emerged from the depths that he swore he had never seen such a gigantic fish. Its head was larger than a boat, and even the largest blue whale in existence couldn't compare in size. What the? In his daze, Han Fei felt as though he were being dragged beneath the waves by something. The thought of that monstrous creature filled him with both excitement and dread. As he neared unconsciousness, he could have sworn he saw a crab several meters in size rushing toward him. His last coherent thought was, "Hey, where's my fish? Why has it turned into a crab?" Splutter. Cough, cough. Faintly, he heard shouts. "Han Fei, wake up. Bro, wake up." After what felt like an eternity of spitting out water, Han Fei regained consciousness, his head throbbing. Countless unfamiliar images flooded his mind. Memories that did not belong to him seemed to surge within. When he opened his eyes and gazed up at the sky, he inhaled sharply. The stormy sea loomed before him, a crimson sun obscuring much of the sky, with swirling clouds resembling long, disheveled hair, fiercely billowing. Hiss! What the hell? Where am I? What is that in the sky? Han Fei was struck with horror. Just moments ago, he had encountered that colossal fish, and now there was an utterly nonsensical super sun. Was this some sort of joke? But that was not all. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed as a middle-aged man leapt from the water, stepping onto a several-meter-long crab, wielding a fishing rod. Han Fei stood dumbfounded. The giant crab floated on the surface as the man stood triumphantly upon it. With a stomp of his foot, ripples spread across the sea, and waves rushed toward him. Water surged like a spring, and in an instant, a large fish burst from the depths. This fish was at least 2 meters long, its pectoral fins resembling wings, its body adorned with greenish-yellow stones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the stones clinging to the fish shot toward the man. Crab King Claw. He bellowed, sinking slightly, and launched a powerful punch, sending forth a massive claw-shaped shadow. The fishing rod and flying stones exploded simultaneously, and the 2-meter-long fish was cleaved in half, with one portion landing right before Han Fei. He stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief. Gulp. Am I dreaming? What kind of fish is this? What kind of crab? Who is this person? Humph. The middle-aged man snorted, To think that you were dragged into the sea by a green-shelled turtle. With your level, you dare to attempt the trials? What a daydream. At that moment, Han Fei's mind was a whirlpool of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Beside him, a young boy quickly explained, Wang Jie the angler. There's a reason for this. A few days ago, Han Fei was injured by a knife fish, and his wound has yet to heal. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. No need for explanations. The fish in the sea won't heed your words. A mere second-level fisherman is no different from a waste. Han Fei was utterly bewildered, only now realizing he lay on a peculiar small boat, surrounded by several similar strange vessels. Many oddly dressed children stood at the bows of these boats. All the children wore tight-fitting attire resembling diving suits, but where were their oxygen tanks? And why were they looking at him with such disdain? In the next moment, however, upon observing his own hands, he felt a jolt of surprise. Hey, why are my hands so small? Have I crossed over? A nearby boy with a concerned expression remarked, as long as you're okay. Before Han Fei could inquire further, the middle-aged man stepped onto an empty boat, facing the crowd. Holding a small notebook, he began calling out, Zhang Qing, level 4 fisherman. This session's catch, 1 inferior quality yellow croaker, Lu Lingji, level 5 fisherman. This session's catch, 1 medium quality green-shelled turtle. Following everyone's gaze, Han Fei noticed a girl named Lu Lingji standing proudly at the bow of her boat, her demeanor haughty. Wang Jie continued, Hukuan, level 6 fisherman. This session's catch, 1 superior quality knife fish. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How dare he catch a knife fish at level 6? Hukuan must be incredibly bold. The knife fish has a blade on its back. It can sever anything except for the great meat turtle in ordinary fishing grounds. How could Hukuan be so reckless? A boy raised his chin, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs around him, and glared coldly at Han Fei. Wang Jie announced, Tanggu, level 7 fisherman. This session's catch, 1 superior quality tentacle shrimp. When this result was declared, the entire boat erupted in incredulous exclamations. What? He caught a tentacle shrimp? How could he dare? The tentacle shrimp is known as the death shrimp. In terms of lethality, it surpasses the knife fish. Its long antennae are like blades, and he managed to catch one. A youthful voice expressed envy. Last month, Tanggu was merely at level 6, and now he has ascended to level 7. He is no longer comparable. A young girl placed her small fist on her chest, exclaiming, Wow, Tanggu is so handsome. He truly deserves the title of genius at our school. It is almost a certainty that he will become a master angler in the future. Others mocked, a genius consorting with a worthless fool. He is truly bringing shame upon himself. An irate girl retorted, it is all Han Fei's fault. If it weren't for him, Tang Ji's achievements would be even greater. I witnessed Tanggu selflessly offer his spirit fish soup to Han Fei just the other day. The crowd buzzed with gossip, yet Han Fei merely regarded the young Tanggu beside him. Transcended? Han Fei inhaled deeply as a torrent of memories surged forth. Tanggu, his dear brother, had been saved by Han Fei's father 8 years prior, and ever since, they had forged a close bond. Tragically, 2 years later, his father met his demise in the enigmatic depths beyond the third-level fishing grounds. From that moment on, Tanggu had been the one looking after Han Fei. Han Fei took another deep breath, having traversed into the body of an inept individual who had drowned in the sea. Nevertheless, this world held a peculiar charm. At that moment, Wang Jie turned to Han Fei and declared, Han Fei, you are a level 2 fisherman. This time, you have produced no catch, and you are the only one in this examination who was dragged into the sea by a green-armored fish, resulting in a failing score. If you do not pass the fishing trial next month, you will be expelled. Laughter erupted among many who viewed Han Fei as a source of amusement. One girl pointedly accused, Han Fei, please do not squander Tang Ji's training resources. You are only hindering his progress. Tanggu, incensed, was about to retort when Han Fei grasped his arm firmly. With countless memories now intertwined, it felt rather unreasonable for Han Fei to continue feigning ignorance. Although this world was extraordinary, Han Fei was originally a person who had battled for survival at sea. Having encountered pirates and fought sharks, he had seen his fair share of tempests. That a smirk graced Han Fei's lips as he coldly responded, Am I feasting upon your family's yellow croaker? What business is it of yours? Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Tanggu, astonished, gazed at Han Fei. Since his uncle's departure, Han Fei had become exceedingly reclusive, rarely speaking and never resorting to harsh words. The girl was nearly hopping with anger, wishing to hurl her fishing hook into Han Fei's mouth and tear it apart. At that moment, Hukuan sarcastically remarked, Hey, Han Fei, now you can only rely on your tongue. In a month, as a lowly fisherman, you will lack even the qualification to look up to us. What is there to be proud of? Han Fei replied, Hukuan is it? You may look presentable, but your words are nothing but the filth of a rogue. Hukuan's expression darkened. Silence, lest I tear your mouth apart. Tengu scoffed. Go ahead and try. Dare to lay a hand on my brother, and I shall skin you alive. Hukuan shot back. Do you think I fear you, Tengu? Enough. Wang Jia interjected sharply. Tengu, take him back. With only a few months until the fishing trial, what are you still arguing about? Hurry back and train. Chapter 2. The Demon Refining Cauldron. This planet is enveloped by oceans, with humanity dwelling in suspended abodes atop floating mountains. Everyone survives by fishing, drawing upon the spiritual energy and mystical powers of fish to become masters of angling, thus ascending to the pinnacle of this world. In this realm, every individual dreams of becoming a master angler, a title believed to endow one with the strength to effortlessly lift massive stones and dive to depths of 100 meters. The middle-aged man, Wang Jia, was indeed a master angler, teaching at the school in Tianshui village while also serving as an overseer at the ordinary fishing grounds. The fishing ground beneath Han Fei's feet was the only ordinary fishing ground in Tianshui village. While it posed little danger, there were still daily fatalities. The ocean represents both opportunity and peril. Even in ordinary fishing grounds, countless marine creatures possess innate abilities and can engage in combat. The green-armored fish, clad in green stone, fights with its rocky exterior when threatened. The knife fish, born with blades on its back, can detach its weapon to attack foes. The tentacle shrimp, with its razor-sharp antennae, can sever metal. Legend has it that within level 1 fishing grounds, there are fish shaped like swords, known as swordfish, with countless lives lost beneath their blades. Naturally, there are also astonishing tales that lie in the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Colossal beasts purportedly measure tens of thousands of meters. In the abyssal sea, rare treasures of immense value reside, containing the essence of the universe. And there are the merfolk, who have dominated the seas for ages. Regrettably, Han Fei had yet to encounter any of these wonders, thus remaining oblivious to their veracity. Tengu assisted Han Fei aboard a vacant fishing boat. Tengu reassured, "It's all right. This was merely an accident. We still have time, and you will surely pass this trial." Han Fei was about to respond when he felt himself lifted into the air. No, more accurately, the boat was soaring. "What did?" Tengu inquired. "Huh? What did you say?" Han Fei quickly replied, "Nothing." As he pondered why the boat was flying, an answer immediately surfaced in his mind. This vessel is known as a fishing boat, specifically designed for angling, and their destination was the sky, an island suspended above Tianshui village. Tengu expressed concern. "Han Fei, are you all right? Were you scared by what happened underwater?" Han Fei assured him, "I am fine. It merely feels as if I am dreaming." Tengu, puzzled, remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you have suddenly changed." Han Fei smiled. "Tengu, amidst life and death, there exists great terror. I have just shattered the shadow within my heart. All is well now." Instantly, Tengu beamed with delight. "Really? Ha ha. Thank the fishing god. My brother has finally emerged from that dark barrier." Han Fei refrained from revealing the truth, that his brother had already perished, and he would now live in his stead. As Han Fei contemplated this, the fishing boat broke through the clouds, revealing a massive mountain suspended in the air. Countless fishing boats hung from the sheer cliffs, and at the summit, numerous vessels were seen entering and exiting. Han Fei stood speechless, astonished that such a sight truly existed. It resembled the mythical landscapes of a cinematic fantasy, surpassing even the most fantastical of myths. Though he had long known the answer from his memories, witnessing it firsthand caused his heart to tremble. Minutes later, the fishing boat arrived at the floating harbor. The floating harbor is the busiest place on any suspended island. Anyone venturing out to fish or returning from the sea must register here. After all, many return with their catches, and those who purchase seafood await their arrival. Thus, this location serves as the village's largest trading hub. Despite the omnipresent odor of fish, smiles adorned the faces of the villagers, for they were engaged in a profitable trade, ensuring they would not starve and could earn a living, which brings happiness. Upon witnessing this vibrant scene, with the clamor of vendors and shouts echoing, Han Fei couldn't help but marvel. Is this Tianshui village? He recalled that Tianshui village boasted a population of 600,000. This was merely a village. What are the towns? The cities? How many villages, how many towns, how many cities inhabit the skies? For Han Fei, everything felt overwhelmingly novel. Guided by Tengu, the two hurriedly registered their information with a female clerk at the floating harbor before rushing back to their residence. Han Fei's home was a dilapidated courtyard, barely over 20 square meters, with only a few square meters of land outside and a large vat. Behind the house lay a sheer cliff. The nearest neighbors were hundreds of meters away, as if the area were isolated. Upon stepping outside and glancing back, he beheld the vast expanse of mist. The enormous sun nearly obscured half the sky. At that moment, as the sun set, The horizon was painted with a dreamlike glow. Han Fei found it utterly incomprehensible that such a prime location was regarded by the locals as the most undesirable spot on the entire Humankind island, merely due to its distance from the village center. Tang Gu, well acquainted with the surroundings, deftly retrieved 5 or 6 large sea clams from a big jar by the entrance and pulled a bucket of fresh water from beneath Han Fei's bed. Han Fei, I've started cooking the clams for you. Just wait here. I'll be back shortly, Tang Gu said without any formalities, simply smiling and nodding in response. The large sea clams were a staple food for the residents of Humankind Island, each weighing between 1 to 3 pounds, with tender flesh that, despite its meager spiritual energy, was sufficient to satisfy hunger. Half an hour later, as Han Fei was about to ladle out the clam soup, he was momentarily taken aback upon lifting the pot lid, revealing a string of data before his eyes. Name: ordinary clam soup, level 1 quality ordinary, contains spiritual energy, 24 points consumption, effect barely able to sate hunger. Han Fei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly the manifestation of his extraordinary talent? Taking a deep breath, he realized that Tang Gu would return momentarily, so he decided to hold off on further contemplation for the time being. He noticed 2 pearls floating in the pot. A faint smile crossed his lips as he recognized them as inferior pearls, worth 20 sea coins each. And what could 20 sea coins procure? Perhaps 2 to 3 ordinary sea clams. Besides that, his home was devoid of any possessions, truly a place of utter desolation. Before long, Tang Gu entered, carrying a bowl of soup that filled the room with an enticing aroma. Han Fei grinned. Have you given me your swallowing spirit fish soup again? His eyes twitched at the sight of the soup in Tang Ji's hands. Name: swallowing spirit fish soup, level 8 quality ordinary, contains spiritual energy, 48 points consumption, effect increases cultivation efficiency by 20 for 3 hours. Post-consumption, Han Fei swallowed hard. Was his pot of soup truly inferior to that small bowl in Tang Ji's possession? The swallowing spirit fish was a common species in the first-level fishing grounds, holding a status akin to that of the ordinary sea clams. Although these fish were not inherently aggressive, they possessed a natural ability to absorb spiritual energy. Consuming them not only replenished losses, but also infused the consumer with a wealth of spiritual energy, making it an excellent medicinal broth for cultivation. Tang Gu nonchalantly remarked, "What's the big deal? I'm already confident I can pass the trial. My soul awakening will come in a month. I need to fret over a bowl of swallowing spirit fish soup." This was not the first time Han Fei had heard of the fishing trial, that he recalled that in this world, individuals underwent a trial at the age of 12, a perilous elimination process that determined their fate. Only those who survived and passed the assessment could awaken their souls and obtain their innate soul beasts, thus gaining entry into the first-level fishing grounds. Otherwise, they were destined to remain ordinary fishermen for life. With only a month remaining until the fishing trial, Han Fei recognized that his chances of survival were slim. Over recent years, Tang Gu, being the most talented genius, often shared the resources he acquired at school for Han Fei's cultivation. Unfortunately, Han Fei's body had not cooperated, and to this day, he barely qualified as a second-level fisherman, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet in this world, there were no truly ordinary individuals. Even the least skilled fishermen were at least second tier, with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of being so. "Drink up. Once you finish, you'll feel revitalized," urged Tang Gu. Under the eager gaze of his friend, Han Fei took several gulps of the fish soup, savoring its fresh flavor despite the slightly strong fishy taste. The steaming broth warmed him from within, causing wisps of white vapor to rise from his body. In just a moment, the weakness that had plagued him dissipated, replaced by a surge of vitality, and a faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from his skin. Han Fei marveled at the shimmering light appearing on his hand, feeling a sense of wonder. So this was the so-called spiritual energy, visible even to the naked eye. "I am glowing." Han Fei understood that everyone in this world practiced cultivation, yet this was his first experience of it, a truly novel sensation. Meanwhile, Tang Gu, happily munching on a sea clam, inquired, "How does it feel? Have you noticed any progress in your cultivation? When will you break through to the third-level fisherman?" Han Fei replied, "In the past few years, I was lost and unfocused, wasting a lot of time. Now that I have a clearer perspective, it should be coming soon." "Great!" exclaimed Tang Gu, his excitement palpable. Han Fei felt little enthusiasm in response, thinking to himself that he was merely comforting his friend. Otherwise, what would be the point of consuming the swallowing spirit fish soup? Nonetheless, he was grateful. Without Tang Gu, the original owner of this body would have likely perished long ago. Han Fei murmured, "Well, since I've inherited your body, I will do my best to live well." After finishing the swallowing spirit fish soup, he devoured 2 more large sea clams, Finally feeling satiated, I in front of Tang Gulay for empty clamshells as he let out a satisfied burp. All right, I need to head to school. We have results today, and I may have to focus on training. I'll come back in a few days, he said. Okay, pay attention in class, Han Fei replied. For sure. Once Tang Go hurriedly left, Han Fei quickly secured the door. He was eager to sit cross-legged on the bed and delve into cultivation. What thrilling and enjoyable experiences awaited him. With his eyes closed and palms facing upward, Han Fei began to meditate. If anyone were present, they would be astonished to see a gourd tattoo manifesting on his wrist, complete with leaves and vines extending from the gourd's mouth. Han Fei silently recited the only technique he possessed, titled Linghun Chou Jiao Shu, but as he began to practice, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. He quickly opened his eyes to find a green gourd tattoo glaring back at him. Wow, it's still haunting me. In the next instant, another string of data appeared before him, different from the previous one. Alchemy Gourd Owner, Han Fei Level 2, Beginner Fisherman, Spiritual Energy, 48. 48, Spiritual Vein, First Level Incomplete, Upgradable, Primary Technique. Linghun Chou Jiao Shu, Reparable. Han Fei was taken aback. An alchemy gourd? This gourd on his wrist, what was its origin? Beside this array of data, a glowing technique option beckoned. Curiously, Han Fei clicked on Technique. It displayed, Existing Technique Linghun Chou Jiao Shu, Incomplete. First Layer Immovable Technique, Incomplete. Remarks. The first universal technique from ancient times, long since fragmented through the endless passage of time. Completion requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy. In an instant, Han Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this the glow of a protagonist? Chapter 3. Strength is paramount. Joyful moments are often fleeting. Han Fei gazed silently at his meager 48 points of spiritual energy, feeling as though reaching 1,000 points was a distant dream, prompting a wry smile. His attention was soon captured by the words reparable at the end of the technique description, and he pondered the implications of a repair. With that thought, his spiritual energy plummeted to 0, and the grayish screen before him vanished entirely. Rumbling. He felt a gnawing hunger. The world spun around him, and he felt faint, as the once abundant spiritual energy evaporated in an instant. Staggering to the table, he seized the unfinished shellfish and began to gnaw at it. He continued until every last shell was consumed, and his spiritual energy finally rose to a meager 12 points. But he remained ravenous. Without hesitation, Han Fei dashed outside, retrieving every remaining shellfish from the tank without taking the time to cook them. He pried open the shells, preparing to consume them raw. Yet, upon examining the data of a single large shell, despair washed over him. Name, Ordinary Shellfish, Level 1, Quality, Ordinary, contains spiritual energy, 4 points, Nutritional Effect, barely satiates hunger, Absorbable, 4 points of spiritual energy, seemed woefully insufficient. What did absorbable even mean? As this thought crossed his mind, he perceived that the shellfish before him appeared to lack something. Glancing at his data, he was astonished to find his spiritual energy had risen to 16 points, and the information about the shellfish had completely changed. Name, Stale Shellfish, Level 1, Quality, Poor, contains spiritual energy, 0 points, Nutritional Effect, barely satiates hunger. Is this possible? Han Fei's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that I need not eat at all? Simply touching the shellfish suffices? He picked up another shellfish, holding it for a full minute before his spiritual energy finally reached 20 points. After experimenting with several more, he concluded that the rate of energy absorption was indeed related to freshness and vitality. All the shellfish he had absorbed were now lifeless, their flesh no longer tender. He refrained from immediately touching all the large shellfish, murmuring to himself, the Lian Yao who can directly absorb spiritual energy? Does this mean that as long as I have enough seafood, I can acquire boundless spiritual energy? If it is possible to absorb the energy from shellfish, could flowers, plants, and stones be viable as well? A few minutes later, Han Fei returned home disheartened, having exhausted every item in his vicinity without gaining any additional spiritual energy or data. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that this ability was already quite extraordinary. His gaze then turned to the spiritual vein. As a level 1 incomplete spiritual vein, could this be the limitation on his strength? Noticing that there were still some shellfish in the tank, Han Fei focused his thoughts, only to discover that upgrading also required 1,000 points of spiritual energy. He felt speechless once more. Where would he procure such a sum? Refocusing on the large shellfish, Han Fei soon finished examining them all, and his spiritual energy had climbed to 52 points. Wait a moment, can the energy within me exceed my body's capacity? A jolt of realization struck him. What did this imply? While others consumed their spiritual energy until depleted, if he could continue to accumulate it, would he not possess an inexhaustible supply? However, this thought only lingered for a few fleeting moments before he dismissed it. He would need ample seafood to absorb energy. After tidying up the shells scattered around him, Han Fei settled back onto his bed to meditate once more. This time, he fully grasped the significance of spiritual energy. Once depleted, it rendered the body weak and vulnerable, the most fundamental manifestation being hunger. Hunger arises from a lack of energy. Hence, spiritual energy is a form of elevated energy. As long as one possesses spiritual energy, it is possible to endure without food or drink. This time, Han Fei dared not attempt to repair any techniques hastily. He cast a cursory glance and noticed the addition of a progress bar, which had only advanced slightly, likely due to the consumption of his previous 48 points of energy. As he continued to observe, new information appeared before him. Existing technique: Ling Hun Tui Jiao Shu, incomplete. First layer: Budong Shu, incomplete. Note: the first universal technique from ancient times, having succumbed to the ravages of endless ages, is now incomplete. Restoration requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Projected technique: Su Kong Tui Jiao Shu, completion 481,000. Han Fei clicked his tongue in resignation. It seems I should focus on proper cultivation. On the bed, Han Fei once again assumed a cross-legged position. The familiar gourd at his wrist faintly materialized, though the sensation of pain was less intense than before. In a vague sense, Han Fei felt a coolness in the air seeping into his being. Time passed unmeasured as Han Fei, immersed in his practice, eventually tilted backward and fell deeply asleep. Bang! While Han Fei slept soundly, the door was kicked open, and a burly figure with a fierce expression pointed an accusatory finger at him. Well, look at you, lounging about as if you own the place. Hurry up. In half an hour, you're expected at the ordinary fishing grounds. Don't think you can take the day off just because you're unwell. If you fail to complete your task, you'll be spending the night at sea. Han Fei was bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be cultivating? How did he end up dozing off? He raised his eyes to meet the figure, who was Zhang Han, the overseer of this area, akin to a city manager. However, do not be mistaken, being a city manager here was no easy feat, just as it was exceedingly difficult to become a civil servant. So too was it challenging to attain a position like Zhang Han's. He had never managed to surpass the level of a fishing master. Yet his prowess and skills were among the highest among ordinary fishermen, allowing him to secure this managerial role through connections. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. With the Lian Yao Hu in hand, rising to prominence was merely a matter of time. There was no need to attract trouble now. Han Fei quickly rose and smiled. Zhang Guan, we set out today? Zhang Han replied curtly, of course. Who else would provide for you? Consider yourself fortunate. New regulations have come down from above stating that ordinary fishermen need only pay a fish tax of 300 jin per day. With a cold smirk, he continued. But if you fail to meet that quota, well, you know the consequences? Our Tianshui village does not support idlers. You might find yourself spending the night out at sea, so weigh your options carefully. Han Fei shivered, fully aware that fishermen who failed to pay their fish tax were abandoned at sea, where dangers lurked at night, often with fish attacking fishing vessels. To date, no one had managed to survive 5 consecutive nights at sea unscathed. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Zhang Guan, I still have classes to attend. After all, we only need to go out to sea twice every 5 days, and I've already gone twice. Shouldn't it be time for the next 5 days? Zhang Han scoffed. You think too highly of yourself. You didn't catch a single fish yesterday and even dragged a green turtle into the sea. Everyone knows about that incident at the empty port. Did you think you could avoid paying the fish tax for not catching anything yesterday? You need to set sail again. Han Fei clenched his fists, imagining the day he would strike Zhang Han in the face. However, he maintained a smile, saying, Zhang Guan, my fishing rod is broken, and my bait was scattered, so, Zhang Han sneered, not a problem. I'll lend you an ordinary fishing rod and a box of green bait. It's not expensive. Just 10 low-grade pearls. What do you think? Han Fei's fists tightened even more. Was he deliberately trying to bully him? An ordinary fishing rod could be bought for merely 3 low-grade pearls, and a box of green bait typically costs only 80 sea coins. Where did he conjure the figure of 10 low-grade pearls from? Even children would be extorted less than this. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei replied, Zhang Guan, I currently possess only 20 sea coins. How about you consider it a loan? Upon hearing that Han Fei had no money, Zhang Han's expression soured immediately. Why didn't you say so earlier? A grown man without even 10 low-grade pearls deserves to remain a commoner. If you perish at sea, I'd be at a loss too. While Zhang Han spoke those words, he turned and walked away, stating, I'll give you half an hour. Come find me at my shop in Li Konggong for the fishing rod and bait. I'll give them to you up front, But interest will rise, 1 inferior pearl per day. I am truly becoming soft-hearted. In the past, it would have been at least 2 pearls a day. Han Fei's face turned green at once. The audacity of this man. A normal person's hard labor for a day, after paying for the boat and the 300 gene fish tax, would only yield 2 or 3 inferior pearls at most. This scoundrel was actually charging me usury, though Han Fei felt displeased. It merely underscored the merciless nature of this world. Only strength reigns supreme. The saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too long. But we want tea need 10 years. Just wait until I achieve some success. I will surely make you pay. Am I Han Fei to be intimidated? Soon. Han Fei arrived at Likongong. On his second visit, he still felt a sense of wonder. The street stretched a full 10 miles, lined with various small shops and stalls. Unfortunately, time was pressing, leaving no opportunity for Han Fei to explore. This area was managed by Zhang Han and the members of the fishing enforcement team. Every fishing boat departing from Likongong required registration with the enforcement team. Zhang Han owned a small shop himself, but he seldom attended to it. When Han Fei arrived, he found Zhang Han munching on sea sunflower seeds, a type of tiny shellfish. Sea sunflower seeds were of little value. In the sea, one could simply toss a rope overboard and retrieve a whole string of them by the end of the day. Zhang Han rummaged through his dilapidated shop and produced a tattered fishing rod, casually tossing a box of green bait worms to Han Fei. If it weren't for the fact that you can still participate in the fishing trials, you'd be exiled by now. Hurry up, and remember, the interest rises by 1 inferior pearl every day. Grasping the shabby fishing rod, Han Fei turned to leave. Although he knew he had been swindled, having something was better than nothing. He couldn't just dive into the sea to catch fish, could he? That would be foolish. At the registration office of Likongong, Han Fei declared, I wish to set sail. The female registrar glanced at him coolly and remarked, be careful not to get yourself killed out there. Han Fei replied, thank you for your concern. The registrar paused, slightly nodding, but dismissed it as unimportant. On the cheapest fishing boat, 8 people sat, as this was the most economical arrangement. There were also boats for 6, 4, 2, and even single-person rentals. As long as one had the money, one could rent 10 boats without issue. Everyone sat in silence until a middle-aged man beside Han Fei reminded him, sit tight, we're departing. Despite having had one experience, Han Fei was still astounded. The beauty of this world was overwhelming. The great sun cast its reflection upon the sea, illuminating vast stretches of water in a breathtaking spectacle. Hey, you there, what's so special about the sun? Are you not going to bait your hook? Han Fei turned to find that everyone was silently preparing their fishing rods, threading the hooks with green bait worms. Green bait worms were the most commonly used bait by regular fishermen, resembling earthworms but thicker and shorter. Crucially, they were heavy and fleshy. Once threaded onto the hook, the green bait worm, despite being punctured, swelled instead of thinning, resembling a small meatball that pulsated with life. At that moment, a youth on the boat looked at Han Fei and asked, are you the one who got dragged underwater by the green-shelled turtle yesterday? Han Fei nodded slightly. That's me. The youth then sneered coldly, pathetic. Han Fei was speechless. Were the children here so brutally realistic? It seemed that without strength, one could hardly survive. Chapter 4. The first fishing expedition. A few minutes later, the fishing boat hit the water, splashing waves. In an instant, everyone raised their rods and cast their lines. It was hard to imagine that such a casual throw could send the hook flying hundreds of meters without a reel. Wouldn't the line get tangled? Sea fishing did not require bobbers, but how could one cast a line hundreds of meters without a reel? Han Fei glanced at the fishing rod in his hand. The line was only 2 or 3 meters long. How could it be thrown that far? As Han Fei pondered, he noticed everyone's eyes were closed, their hands emanating a faint glow, akin to the aura of cultivation. He observed that everyone was subtly reeling in their lines. And to his astonishment, the fishing lines could extend and retract at will. What kind of line was this? Han Fei's mind began to piece together the answer. This was the so-called control of lines with spirit energy? Yet, he recalled that such manipulation was quite taxing on one's spirit energy. Everyone, I have a great idea. Shouldn't we fish while moving the boat? That would be more enticing. Be quiet. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and reprimanded. This is just an ordinary fishing boat with limited spirit energy reserves. We need to conserve our energy for fishing. If we expend it all, we'll have to wait for someone to rescue us. Han Fei awkwardly chuckled. After all, this was not Earth, and many things were beyond his understanding. He couldn't rely solely on memory. Initially, he hoped to establish rapport with these individuals, but it seemed that was not to be. However, Han Fei was not concerned. His memories indicated that those 10-year-olds could catch 300 to 400 gene of fish daily, suggesting that the waters here were plentiful. Just that 2-meter-long green-shelled turtle was likely enough to cover the fish tax. Han Fei cast his hook, exerting all his strength. But it barely reached 20 meters. Previously, when fishing, one would use weights to aid the cast, but now it was merely a fishing line and a bait. He had to control the distance with spirit energy. This was a bit challenging. Han Fei quickly glanced back and saw that no one was paying attention. So he began to feign fishing with practiced ease. His technique was deft: pull, release, jiggle, swaying left and right. Han Fei silently murmured to himself. Yet he noticed the others were staring at him in disbelief. "Hey, are you stupid? Your bait is gone." Han Fei responded, "What? I'm using technique here. There hasn't been any obvious bite. How could my bait be gone?" The middle-aged man urged, "Reel it in. Green bait worms are the least mobile. So if they're moving, the fish won't touch your hook." Han Fei exclaimed, "Huh?" The youth who had mocked him earlier scoffed, "What s with the huh? Your worm must have been eaten by a small shrimp." Reeling in was an art. As everyone watched Han Fei's awkward attempts to reel in with half-hearted pulls and spirit energy, they were left speechless. Someone couldn't help but remark, "How have you survived this long? Use your spirit energy. What are you pulling for?" Han Fei protested, "I am using it. It just won't budge." The middle-aged man advised, "Feel the spirit energy as it flows along the fishing line. Tug on the line." Han Fei's face flushed as he followed the advice. When the spirit energy enveloped the fishing rod and line, he was taken aback by the subtle force that emerged. In a moment of clarity, Han Fei's spirit energy flickered, and with a swift motion, the hook burst through the water, continuing its trajectory until it landed on the backside of a youth of similar size on the other end of the boat. "Ah!" Han Fei's heart raced. While the others turned in alarm, their expressions tense. "What are you doing? Are you reeling in or hooking someone?" Han Fei exclaimed, "I didn't mean it. Don't move, let me pull it out." With a swift motion, the hook flew back from the youth's backside, and everyone quickly bowed their heads, including Han Fei, who buried his face in embarrassment. They saw a large tear in the youth's garment, with a trickle of blood seeping through. Han Fei stammered, "I'm sorry. I didn't control the force well." The youth growled, "I'm going to kill you." Tears nearly welled in his eyes. "I just wanted to fish in peace. What did I do to deserve this? Why did you throw the fishing hook at my backside instead of into the water?" The other individuals aboard the vessel regarded Han Fei with a wary expression. Could it be that this fellow's mind was unsettled after falling into the water yesterday? How could he be so inept at the fundamental art of fishing? As the young lad prepared to rush over, Han Fei hastily raised his fishing rod, causing the boy to halt in his tracks, filled with doubt that Han Fei might throw the hook at him again. A voice called out sternly, "Han Fei, focus on fishing. If you continue to cause trouble, we will summon the inspection team to take you away." Han Fei offered an awkward smile. Hey. This matter was temporarily put to rest. Although the boy was furious, he did not pursue the issue further. Meanwhile, Han Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his green bait had indeed vanished. He pondered, after so many years of fishing experience, was it of no use here? What on earth was happening? He couldn't even reel in a fish, not even a small one. Thus, Han Fei settled down, mimicking the others by casting his hook and remaining still. However, this method of fishing appeared utterly devoid of skill. Approximately half an hour passed when, just as Han Fei was growing impatient and contemplating whether to inquire about techniques, someone suddenly sprang to their feet, emitting a muffled grunt. Han Fei then beheld this person adopt a rather peculiar stance, energy swirling in their hands, as their fishing rod and line shimmered with a faint glow. "Give it to me." Han Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Was it truly that simple? Not only Han Fei, but he observed that others, too, appeared envious. The individual chuckled and declared, "Everyone, what luck! I managed to catch a large yellow croaker so quickly. Congratulations erupted." "Huh? Old Shun, your fishing skills have grown increasingly refined. This yellow croaker must weigh around 100 pounds, right?" Old Shun weighed it with his hands. Smiling slightly, "It should be about 120 pounds. The yellow croaker is a non-aggressive species, lacking the combative capabilities of creatures like the green armored turtle and knife fish. Hence its lower market value. It is among the most affordable foods on Humankind Island, akin to the daily staple of sea clams." The crowd began to reel in their lines, and Han Fei quickly followed suit, for the commotion caused by the catch would surely scare away any nearby fish. Unless one attained the level of a master angler, fishermen generally operated under the principle of catching one fish before moving to a new spot. After relocating, everyone cast their lines once more. In just a quarter of an hour, a commotion arose from the direction of a middle-aged man. Unlike Old Chun, who had caught a yellow croaker, the middle-aged man shouted in excitement. Someone quickly deduced, "It's a green armored turtle." Han Fei's eyes brightened. Another green armored turtle. He recalled how the angler Wang Jie had caught a giant crab yesterday, which had left him in awe. The middle-aged man's veins bulged as the line darted swiftly, and with both hands gripping the rod, he leveraged his shoulder's strength to haul in a massive fish extending several meters long. Whoosh! The fish flew through the air, prompting everyone to duck into the corners of their fishing spots, with only Han Fei daring to peek out. The middle-aged man, shining with sweat, clapped his hands repeatedly, creating ripples of air that ultimately propelled the fish closer before delivering a decisive smack to its body. Han Fei's first thought was that this fellow was indeed just a fisherman, far inferior to a master angler. Yesterday, Wang Jie had merely thrown a punch, conjuring a spectral claw of a crab, yet this man had only emitted light. With a resounding clap, a green-armored turtle measuring over a meter landed on the deck, its tail flailing as if dazed from the impact. Han Fei observed closely, noting that the green-armored turtle, apart from its head, sported greenish-yellow scales resembling stones along its back and body, reflecting a pale blue light under the sun. Name: Qing Jiayu. Level 5. Quality: ordinary spirit energy contained. 12 points. Consumption effect: long-term consumption can enhance human strength, absorption capability. Han Fei thought to himself. The spirit energy from 3 large sea clams is equivalent to that of a single green-armored turtle. Clearly, this hefty creature had little to commend it aside from its tough skin and coarse flesh. In an instant, everyone was exclaiming in astonishment. Wow, this must weigh around 200 pounds. Uncle Nyo, impressive. Old Nyo, have you reached the advanced level of a fisherman? The middle-aged man grinned sheepishly. I just broke through to the advanced level a few days ago. Congratulations poured in. Particularly, Old Chun, who grasped the middle-aged man's arm, inquired, I've been stuck at level 6 for ages. Do you have any insights? The middle-aged man replied, I was just as puzzled. I have a hearty appetite, and suddenly, a few days ago, I broke through. Upon hearing this, Old Chin sighed deeply, lamenting that at his age, achieving the advanced level of a fisherman seemed unlikely. Han Fei perked up his ears, realizing this was the advanced level of a fisherman. However, upon hearing that Old Chun had been stuck at level 6 for so long, he couldn't help but gasp. Was cultivation truly this arduous? Alas, as the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first refine their tools. Once I elevate my cultivation level and spirit vein rank, I will surely surpass you all. After the middle-aged man caught the large green armored turtle, everyone relocated once again. Gradually, as the day wore on, among the 8 individuals, only the boy of similar age to Han Fei had yet to complete his task, while the others had succeeded. As the sun began its descent, they even pulled out some sunflower seeds, casually chatting. Suddenly, the boy exclaimed, I've caught something. I've caught something. Han Fei glared at him, feeling a surge of resentment. Everyone else had completed their tasks, while he had spent the entire day sitting idly, having used up half a box of bait without even catching a palm-sized fish. Just as Han Fei was mocking himself, an old fisherman shouted that something was amiss. Old Chin's eyes widened. Quick, boy, let go. You cannot catch that. The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. That's not a fish. It's a captured tentacle shrimp. Han Fei's heart raced. Tentacle shrimp, the same one that Tengu had caught? Chapter 5. An unexpected breakthrough before the boy could react. He had already reeled in the line. The first thing that caught everyone's attention was a pair of long antennae, prompting several on the boat to swing their fishing rods in an attempt to strike it. The middle-aged man bellowed, cut it off. But it was too late. A shrimp tentacle swiftly ensnared one of the boy's arms, causing Han Fei's heart to race as he watched in horror. The boy's flesh was torn away, and he wailed as he lurched forward, half hanging off the side of the boat. Old Chun screamed repeatedly, gripping the boy's leg in an attempt to pull him back. But a shrimp tentacle, having appeared from who knows where, lunged towards Old Chun. In an instant, the middle-aged man struck Old Chun with his fishing rod, sending him stumbling back. The next moment, the boy was yanked off the boat, and Han Fei, stunned, leaned over to see an alarming sight. The boy's head had mysteriously vanished. All that remained of the tentacle shrimp were its 2 long antennae. What the hell? Can I even go back now? The expressions of everyone on the boat turned grave as they witnessed a boy dragged into the sea before their eyes, a fate from which he could not possibly survive. Although the tentacle shrimp had lost half a tentacle due to the middle-aged man's strike, how could that compare to a human life? Han Fei's face turned pale with fear. Just this morning, that boy had mocked him, and he had just been pricked in the backside by his hook. Now, he was gone, leaving Han Fei to reflect sadly, for he was merely a child. At this moment, Han Fei's heart raced. Yesterday, Wang Jie, the master angler, had mentioned that Tengu had caught a tentacle shrimp. How had he managed to reel in such a dangerous creature? Someone pondered for a moment. We should report this to the fishing ground inspection team. The fishing ground inspection team, led by a master angler, patrols the fishing grounds. The team leader of an ordinary fishing ground was none other than Wang Jie, who had saved Han Fei yesterday. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie arrived. He quickly scanned the crowd, but his gaze did not linger on Han Fei. Wang Jie's expression darkened. What happened? The crowd engaged in lively discussion, recounting the events that had transpired. Wang Jie, upon hearing their words, felt a flicker of anger. What a foolish individual. Does he not realize that the sensation of hooking a tentacle shrimp differs from that of fish? How dare he pull in his line? The middle-aged man interjected, Master Angler, perhaps he was simply too anxious. After all, the sun is setting. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's expression darkened further. How could he have such bad luck? As a renowned prospector of the sea, he had caught not only ordinary fish, but even sharks. Yet today, he sat idly for an entire day without so much as a single shrimp. A humiliation that felt as if he had lost face in front of his ancestors. Wang Jie's face grew serious. The fishing grounds have been tumultuous of late. Not only did you encounter trouble today, but another vessel faced an even graver fate. They encountered a snake band, and out of 8 crew members, 4 perished. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The snake band was far more terrifying than the tentacle shrimp. They were fortunate to have avoided such an encounter, or their fate would have mirrored that ill-fated ship. An image flashed in Han Fei's mind. A long, pale red fish resembling a snake. Its head almost entirely composed of teeth, swimming through the sea with remarkable speed. This creature thrived in warm waters and had an insatiable desire to penetrate human bodies. A truly horrifying prospect. Han Fei began to understand why people preferred the low-level fishing boats. There was strength in numbers, and when trouble arose, they could support one another. Otherwise, like himself, encountering a tentacle shrimp would likely lead to a grim fate. Wang Jie asked, have you all completed your tasks today? Yes, we have. Thank you for your concern. Master Angler. Wang Jie turned his cold gaze toward Han Fei. What about your catch? Han Fei, his face flushed, stammered, I caught nothing. Wang Jie was taken aback. It was his first time encountering a fisherman who had returned empty-handed, especially after having dragged a green-shelled turtle into the water the previous day. Surely, even with poor skills, he could have caught a few yellow croakers or small white fish, could he not? The middle-aged man quickly added, Master Angler. I heard he was dragged into the sea yesterday. He might have been frightened and is likely unstable today. Perhaps with a day's rest, he will be fine. Wang Jie snorted dismissively. A coward frightened by a little scare has no future. What do you expect him to accomplish? Han Fei remained silent. Perplexed, was it truly just his unsteady hand? Wang Jie declared, regardless of the reason, rules are rules. You shall not return tonight. You will spend the night on the sea. The others felt a pang of sympathy. Old Chin spoke up, Master Angler. He is still just a child, still growing. Leaving him alone on the boat poses a danger. Wang Jie asserted sternly, a fisherman faces dangers, who does not? This is a sea that devours lives. In primary fishing grounds, bloodshed and sacrifice are commonplace. This matter is urgent. Accompany me as I leave. Han Fei, you remain behind. Remember, if you cast your line tonight, do not exceed a depth of 3 meters. Otherwise, do not blame me for not warning you if you do not see the sun rise again. The other fishermen felt a pang of compassion. It was rare for even seasoned anglers to spend the night alone at sea, let alone a child not yet 12 years old. The middle-aged man sighed and handed Han Fei the remaining half-box of green bait, saying, remember what the master angler said. Do not exceed 3 meters in depth. Old Chun retrieved a piece of dried fish and half a jug of water from his pocket, offering it to Han Fei. Be careful. Others handed him a rough iron dagger, advising, use this for protection. Han Fei expressed his gratitude to each of them. Their generosity in a time of danger filled him with warmth. Wang Jie left the fishing boat in Han Fei's care and departed with the others. Han Fei understood that they did not intend to condemn him to death. Rather, they intended to use him as an example. Perhaps upon their return, they would speak of how he failed to catch even 300 pounds of fish, a disgrace in the fishing community that others should heed as a warning. As for the fishing boat, it was unlikely to be lost. In the vast expanse of ordinary fishing grounds, it was nearly impossible for a mere fisherman to lose it. Once everyone had left, Han Fei felt a wave of frustration. He took the dried fish that Old Chun had left behind, despite its pungent odor. He began to gnaw on it. Having not eaten all day, he was now ravenous, and in moments, the small piece of dried fish was devoured. The sun dipped low, and the sky darkened, a massive round moon rising, comparable in size to the sun. Accompanying the full moon were 2 smaller moons, creating a beautiful yet peculiar sight. Soon, darkness enveloped the night, and the sea was calm, reflecting the bright moonlight with no other colors to be seen. Unsteady hand. Han Fei recalled the middle-aged man's words, coinciding with the teachings of the soul fishing technique, particularly the chapter on stillness. Soul fishing technique is a cultivation method, and stillness is the most fundamental fishing principle within it. Han Fei had indeed studied it during the day when he failed to catch fish. He had read it several times. However, the content was overly simplistic. No movement of body, rod, or mind, like still water, devoid of ripples. But who could stand like a statue without moving? Han Fei cast his line once more, yet his efforts yielded no results. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a warmth radiating from his wrist. He quickly rolled up his sleeve, discovering the gourd-shaped mark glowing intermittently. He sensed a flow of spiritual energy descending upon his wrist and entering his body, akin to breath flowing within him, a sensation he could distinctly feel. Oh, is this an automatic absorption of spiritual energy? Han Fei promptly reeled in his fishing rod and began to sit cross-legged. He was unsure why the gourd had begun to absorb spiritual energy, but it was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. Was this not a means to aid his cultivation? As he activated his cultivation technique, profound secrets nestled within his chest and abdomen. Memories of the soul fishing technique began to surface. Seize the heavenly spiritual energy. Claim the divine creation, make your body the sea, and refine your soul with your spirit, thus forging the sea of souls. Han Fei began to cultivate. But as he did, he felt a sudden tremor from the gourd on his wrist, the influx of spiritual energy multiplying exponentially. If anyone were to witness Han Fei in this state of cultivation, they would surely deem him insane. Who would dare to directly absorb the essence of the sun and moon? A single misstep could lead to disaster. Yet Han Fei felt invigorated, wondering why he hadn't experienced this sensation the previous night. At that moment, he felt enveloped in a gentle radiance, so comfortable that he felt too lethargic to move. After a short while, he sensed something within him shatter, a sense of euphoria washing over him, his spirit invigorated. Was this what they referred to as a breakthrough? He glanced at the Lian Yaohu, and indeed, its data had changed. Lian Yaohu owner, Han Fei level 3, novice fisherman, spiritual energy, 60, spiritual pulse, level 1 defective, upgradable, main cultivation method, soul fishing technique, reparable. Han Fei was pleasantly surprised. This breakthrough felt remarkably effortless. Had it not been said that it could take years to advance a single level? How was it that he achieved this in less than half an hour of cultivation? At the moment of his breakthrough, he felt a revelation. If his hands had previously possessed a strength of dozens of pounds, now they surely exceeded 100. He felt an infusion of power coursing through his entire being. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, he heard a splashing sound from the surface of the sea. Numerous large fish were thrashing about near the fishing boat, circling for several minutes before reluctantly departing, as if questioning why the spiritual energy had suddenly ceased. Han Fei's spirit surged. This energy was akin to a stimulant. Could it be that even the fish sensed his cultivation? However, he wished they would leap onto his boat rather than merely frolicking in the water. As the fish began to dwindle, Han Fei hurriedly baited his hook with the green bait and cast it, thinking, if not now, then when? It is uncertain whether Han Fei's good fortune is attributed to his cheerful disposition, but as soon as the fishing hook was cast, a tremendous force surged through his hands. Han Fei let out a loud shout and hastily gripped the fishing rod, disregarding any fishing techniques, resorting instead to sheer brute strength. What immense power! Chapter 6. The rarity of spiritual energy. The tug on the fishing line was vigorous and urgent, leading Han Fei to conclude that it was not merely a crustacean. With newfound confidence, he began to pull, perhaps due to his low level. Several times, the fishing rod nearly slipped from his grasp, and after a tense few minutes, he finally hoisted a large yellow croaker out of the water. Though not as massive as the one caught by Lao Chun, this fish still weighed around 80 to 90 pounds, qualifying it as a significant catch. Data appeared before his eyes. Name, large yellow croaker. Level 3, quality, ordinary. Spiritual energy contained, 6 points. Consumption effect, long-term consumption can enhance human vitality. Collectible, Can fishing truly thwart me? A mere yellow croaker? Just wait as I reel in 10 or 8 more. Han Fei quickly baited the hook and cast it again. With the fish schooling densely, the bites were rapid. However, he lost 3 consecutive catches due to the ferocity of the fish, failing to land even a small shrimp. Recalling Lao Chen's technique of channeling spiritual energy through the fishing rod, which caused it to spin and ensnare the fish, Han Fei pondered if there were any underlying principles at play. He attempted to channel his energy, feeling as if the fishing rod had become an extension of himself, allowing him to sense the fish's movements beneath the surface. How wondrous! At that moment, Han Fei understood why Lao Chun had rotated the rod. This was a fishing technique designed to better hook the fish. Once he mastered the method, it wasn't long before he pulled in a second yellow croaker, albeit significantly smaller than the first. Yet Han Fei was unfazed. Even a smaller fish weighed around 50 to 60 pounds, and he needed 300 pounds daily. However, he was taken aback to find that the single act of channeling spiritual energy had depleted 5 of his points. This was excessive since the yellow croaker contained merely 5 points of energy. This is unacceptable. Am I fishing for free? Determined, Han Fei realized he still had to fish. Otherwise, he could not pay the fishing tax and would be unable to return to Shinkong Island. Within half an hour, another fish took the bait. Han Fei believed this to be a normal occurrence, as the previous activity was likely due to the congregation of fish drawn by the energy. This time, Han Fei was clever. Once a fish bit, he first gathered his spiritual energy before channeling it into the rod, then closed his eyes to feel the direction of the fish's struggles, ultimately executing a deft twist to reel it in. Yet, success was not guaranteed. Over 2 hours, he lost the hook more than 10 times, managing to land only 7 or 8 fish, including 2 small white fish. As another hour passed, the night deepened. The wind rose, and the temperature dropped. His box of green bait was nearly empty, with just 1 worm remaining, while his cabin held 8 or 9 large yellow croakers swimming. Thankfully, they were all yellow croakers. Otherwise, should a green-shelled turtle appear, he might have faced a real challenge. With only 1 worm left, it was time to conclude the fishing session. Suddenly, Han Fei recalled Wang Jie mentioning that the hook should not exceed 3 meters. Could going deeper result in catching something else? His mind whirled with possibilities, wondering if he could risk it slightly. After all, the difference between 3 meters above and below should be negligible, right? Intent on testing the waters for a green-shelled turtle, Han Fei deliberately let out more line, believing that anything below 3 meters would yield a green-shelled turtle. The moment he cast, the line twitched. Could it be that a fish struck so quickly below 3 meters? With excitement, Han Fei yanked the line, but as he pulled with all his might, the line suddenly slackened, and he stumbled back onto the boat. Curse Zhong Han, providing me with subpar equipment. Yet, in the moonlight, he glimpsed a glimmer of cold light flash through the air. A fish nearly half a meter long was hurtling towards him. To his astonishment, it was a knife fish. Had the line been severed by the knife fish? The knife fish is known for its razor-sharp back, a fact even children are aware of. That blade could be forged into a weapon and is quite valuable. The glimmer he saw was indeed a knife. My goodness. Han Fei quickly angled the fishing rod sideways. In an instant, the rod snapped, and the immense inertia sent him reeling backward, narrowly escaping as the blade whizzed past his face and embedded itself in the wood. His scalp tingled. Had he not fallen, he could have been cleaved in 2. Regret washed over him. He should have heeded the warning and not cast the hook beyond 3 meters. Seeing the knife fish barreling towards him, Han Fei rolled across the boat, seizing the fishing rod to strike back. The impact left his arm numb. The fish possessed incredible strength. He then noticed the knife still quivering in the wood, as if attempting to dislodge itself. What? A shot fired can be retrieved? Brother, just go. I no longer wish to catch you. Han Fei realized that this fish was far more ferocious than any shark. The worst part was that it seemed to possess a skill, leaving him feeling like a mere target. He could hardly believe his own body could withstand the knife's power. A single cut could lead to his demise, making him the fastest fallen traveler in history. Knowing he could not evade the impending danger, Han Fei suddenly had a revelation. If spiritual energy could be harnessed to empower the fishing rod, could it not also serve as a weapon? Without delay, he grasped the broken rod, channeling his energy through it and thrusting it towards the fish's head. Thud! Han Fei felt as though a boulder had slammed into his chest, propelling him back onto the boat, blood filling his mouth from the impact. Moments later, he felt the weight of a large fish pressing down on him, nearly suffocating him. Damn it! Why are the fish here so perilous? The rod had pierced the knife fish's mouth, and perhaps due to its immense strength, it had inadvertently caused its own demise, allowing Han Fei to escape danger. After a while, Han Fei finally regained his composure, feeling utterly drained, his body weak and his wrists numb and burning. It was no wonder most people avoided fishing for knife fish. It could truly be deadly. Name: knife fish. Level: Level 6. Quality: ordinary, deceased. Spiritual energy contained: 22 points. Consumption effect: long-term consumption can enhance human vitality. Collectible: inferior blade. Is this an inferior blade? What does a superior one entail? Han Fei panted heavily, somewhat exasperated. The energy consumption was tremendous, and his wrist throbbed painfully. Looking down, he noticed that the gourd on his wrist was glowing again. Faintly, He perceived a sliver of azure light flowing from the knife fish into the gourd, vanishing almost immediately. Did this gourd absorb the spiritual energy? At that moment, Han Fei felt ravenous. He quickly grabbed the dead knife fish, slicing off a piece of flesh to consume, only to find the energy-depleted meat quite unpalatable. Not only was it overwhelmingly fishy, but it also lacked texture. Fortunately, despite its unpleasant taste, it alleviated his hunger somewhat. Glancing at the refining pot, he noted the spiritual energy was merely at 2 points. Han Fei was left speechless. Did the energy absorbed by the gourd not count towards his reserves? With no other options, he reluctantly pulled out a large yellow croaker to absorb its energy. What a waste. It is truly unfortunate, weighing dozens of pounds. Han Fei, while absorbing the energy, grumbled and curiously gazed at the gourd on his wrist, which remained unresponsive for quite some time. Chapter 7. The fish occupied the boat. The fishing rod broke, leaving Han Fei once again destitute, lacking even a fishing rod. The only remaining possessions were a worn dagger gifted to him and a poor-quality fin knife embedded in wood. Disheartened, Han Fei retrieved a small white fish from the fish hold and began to prepare sashimi. To his surprise, the flavor was quite delightful. The flesh was firm and reminiscent of beef. Han Fei was astonished, as this meat was entirely suitable for sashimi, with a faint blood taste and a refreshing texture. He had thought that the small white fish was inferior to larger varieties like the big yellow croaker and knife fish, yet it proved unexpectedly satisfactory. Soon, half of the small white fish was consumed, and to Han Fei's astonishment, his spiritual energy increased from 20 to 23. He was taken aback. Was it not stated that a small white fish only provided 3 points of spiritual energy? He had only eaten half. Upon finishing the remaining half of the fish, his spiritual energy rose to 26 points, causing his lips to twitch in disbelief. Han Fei was unaware that the inhabitants of this realm, while eating, entered an extraordinarily relaxed state, enabling them to absorb not only the inherent energy of the seafood, but also to enhance their capacity to assimilate free-floating spiritual energy. At this moment, the sky began to lighten. Dawn was approaching, marking the end of a safe night. Han Fei sat cross-legged and resumed his cultivation. His wrist began to heat up once more, feeling as if an incessant stream of spiritual energy was entering his body, yet the quantity was noticeably diminished. Why has it decreased? Han Fei opened his eyes in surprise, discovering that the 3 moons had waned to mere remnants of light. The rate of spiritual energy absorption was indeed linked to these 3 moons. After more than half an hour, dawn broke, the crimson sun peeking over the horizon, casting a ray of morning light. In that fleeting moment, while still in meditation, Han Fei felt a jolt throughout his body as the spiritual energy from the void surged dramatically. If the previous influx was but a trickle, in this instant, it felt as though a mighty river of spiritual energy was flooding into him. Too much. Han Fei felt sweat bead on his forehead, and the gourd on his wrist suddenly manifested. After just a couple of breaths, he felt as though he might combust from the intensity. Ouch, it hurts. He abruptly halted his cultivation, eyes wide open, only to see smoke rising from his wrist, illuminated by a purple glow. Before he could rise, a flame unexpectedly ignited on his wrist. Hot, hot, hot. Han Fei quickly scrambled up, thrusting his hand into the water of the fish hold. He glanced at the refining pot, astonished to see his spiritual energy had skyrocketed from 26 to 108. Was it due to that purple light? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly stumbled as the surface of the sea boiled, and the waters around him surged, revealing rolling waves in the distance. However, these were not mere waves. Han Fei saw countless fish fins approaching his small boat. With a cacophony, a multitude of fish began to leap joyously, several small white fish colliding with Han Fei's face. Not only that, but a large yellow croaker slammed into his abdomen, bending him like a shrimp. Before he could react, a tentacle shrimp soared through the air. What the hell? Without a moment's hesitation, Han Fei dove into a fish hold and swiftly closed the lid. His heart raced furiously. It felt as though he had unwittingly instigated a riot on the sea. Shortly after sealing the fish hold, he heard a series of thuds and splashes as numerous fish crashed onto the deck, accompanied by the scuttling sounds of tentacle shrimp peering through the gaps in the deck. Han Fei saw the tentacle shrimp's antennae sweeping back and forth, just as he intended to peek through the narrow openings for a better view. A blade suddenly grazed the lid, embedding itself partially within. Then came the sound of something whipping through the air, alongside the thuds of stones striking the hull, filling Han Fei's ears with noise. Goodness, this is perilous. Tentacle shrimp, knife fish, and green-shelled turtles have all arrived? After several minutes, with a crack, a shrimp leg pierced through the lid. Dear shrimp, please retreat. Han Fei held his breath, fearing that if a tentacle shrimp burst in, he would be sliced into pieces. Wait, could he absorb it? Han Fei immediately grasped the shrimp leg, resolute in his grip. Absorb. Refining pot, drain it dry. With a bang, the fishhold lid nearly flew off. Initially, the tentacle shrimp resisted fiercely, its antennae thrashing across the deck, nearly overturning the lid multiple times. Yet, its struggles gradually weakened, and its legs lost strength. Han Fei felt a surge of joy. It seemed the refining pot was indeed effective. After nearly 5 minutes, he sensed that the shrimp leg had ceased to struggle, likely having drained its internal spiritual energy. You thought you could flaunt your prowess outside and then invade my fishhold. Who is truly out of their depth here? Han Fei muttered with indignation. After waiting another 4 or 5 minutes, the sounds on the deck began to fade. Many fish seemed to have bounced back into the sea. Only then did Han Fei dare to cautiously crack open the lid. A large yellow croaker, startled, collided headfirst into Han Fei's forehead, nearly bringing him to tears from the pain. Confirming there were no dangerous creatures aboard, Han Fei jumped out of the fishhold, only to find the deck in disarray, with numerous large yellow croakers and small white fish cut into countless pieces. Even a knife fish lay severed in two. Additionally, the deck was littered with stones, thrown by the green-shelled turtles, and at least 3 green-shelled turtles lay dead on the deck. Some were slashed, some were bisected. This scene left Han Fei astounded. How formidable was that tentacle shrimp to slice through even the green-shelled turtles? Turning his gaze, Han Fei beheld the 3-meter-long tentacle shrimp, resembling a boiled lobster. Distinguished by its disproportionately large head, short body, and long antennae, its eyes resembling 2 pieces of withered wood, now limp on the deck. However, Han Fei soon erupted in joy. His spiritual energy had soared to 156, meaning this tentacle shrimp had provided him with 48 points of spiritual energy, surpassing even a bowl of spiritual fish soup. Moreover, this was an 8-person fishing boat, equipped with 8 fish holds. And apart from the deck and the one he had hidden in, nearly all fish holds brimmed with fish. Han Fei vowed he had never experienced such ecstasy. He had spent an entire day and night catching merely a dozen fish, yet in these 5 minutes, he had gathered more than that. Those fish that leapt into the boat were his rightful bounty. He suddenly felt like a newly affluent individual. Ha ha! Han Fei laughed heartily, squinting with dark circles under his eyes while counting on his fingers, muttering to himself. There are quite a few small white fish. The gourd could easily swallow 40 or 50. There are also a fair number of large yellow croakers. It could consume 20 or 30. But why is the water in this fish hold red? Just as Han Fei prepared to peer into that fish hold, he spotted a long object swiftly passing through. Oh no! Instinctively, Han Fei kicked the lid shut, hastily sealing it. If he guessed correctly, it must be a snake mackerel. Yesterday, this type of snake-like fish could wipe out half a boat's crew. Should it escape, he would be in grave danger, potentially pierced through. Han Fei resolved that once they returned to the harbor, he would let the experienced individuals handle that hold. As Han Fei cradled a large yellow fish in his right arm and held a green turtle with his left, he discarded the lifeless bodies overboard after absorbing their essence. Although he was aware that he could sell the fish even after extracting the spiritual energy, he deemed the secrets he held far more significant. Moments later, he glanced at the Lian Yaohu. Lian Yaohu owner. Han Fei level 3, novice fisherman, spiritual energy, 814, 60, spiritual veins. Level 1 incomplete, upgradable, main cultivation technique. Soul fishing technique volume 1 immovable technique. Han Fei was astonished to see the figure of 814 points of spiritual energy. Realizing that he had absorbed energy from over 100 fish, amounting to nearly 700 points. His breath quickened as he comprehended the limitless potential of the spiritual energy accumulation within the Lian Yaohu. Lying on the deck, basking in the sun, he felt a surge of delight, having initially thought that amassing 1,000 points of energy would take a long time. Little did he expect to achieve it in a single night. Perhaps he should return for another session the following evening? Unbeknownst to Han Fei, if he were to share this information, others would deem him insane for daring to cultivate under the morning sun, as such an act could incinerate an ordinary person in an instant. After tidying up the fishing boat and intentionally leaving some traces behind, he severed the tentacles of the shrimp and tossed the entire creature into the water. With the sun now risen, fishing boats began to descend from the sky in succession, one of which headed directly towards Han Fei's vessel. Chapter 8. A rush to purchase. Wang Jie arrived with 2 members of the inspection team. To his surprise, the first thing he noticed was not Han Fei's well-being or the dark circles under his eyes, but the chaotic scene aboard Han Fei's fishing boat, leaving him utterly astonished. What happened here? Wang Jie inquired. Han Fei replied innocently. Well, teacher, just before dawn, I was sleeping soundly when suddenly the water stirred. and numerous fish leapt onto the boat. I then hid inside the fish hold, and when I emerged, this was the result. It must have been caused by the tentacled shrimp. His innocence was evident, as highlighted by the dark circles around his eyes. He pointed to them and explained, "This is from the impact of the large yellow fish." Wang Jie furrowed his brow. Could it have been a small fish surge? That seems unlikely. He scrutinized Han Fei, pondering how he could survive a small fish surge by hiding in the hold. Wang Jie had no immediate answers, but mentally noted the recent unrest in the fishing grounds and resolved to alert everyone to exercise caution. After surveying the situation, Wang Jie remarked, "There's even a knife fish here, but why are there so few fish in the hold?" Han Fei explained, "Master fisherman. Several fish holds were originally sealed, so the number of fish that jumped in is somewhat limited." One of Wang Jie's companions commented enviously, "That's still quite a haul, with dozens of fish, including knife fish and green turtles. That should cover your fish tax for 2 months. Han Fei chuckled, "Master fisherman. I suspect there's a snake belt in there, so I sealed it up and didn't dare to look." "A snake belt?" Wang Jie's companions gasped, realizing the value of such a find. How lucky could this boy be to encounter a small fish surge and have a snake belt leap onto his boat? Wang Jie's eyes widened as he urged, "Everyone, step back." Han Fei quickly hid behind them, fearing that if it escaped, it would harm them first. Wang Jie approached the fish hold, lifting the lid with a swift motion. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out, and with a fierce shout, Wang Jie unleashed a faint glow from his hand, seizing the creature with lightning speed. The snake belt altered its trajectory mid-air, lunging at Wang Jie's chest. Its mouth wide open, revealing rows of menacing teeth that sent shivers down Han Fei's spine. A barrier appeared before Wang Jie, halting the onslaught of the snake belt. With a swift motion, he struck down, slamming the creature onto the deck. Yet, it still struggled to escape, prompting Wang Jie to draw his fishing rod and hook it back with expert precision. With one final blow, the snake belt was finally subdued. Han Fei stared in awe, astonished at the ferocity of a mere fish that could pose such a challenge even to a master fisherman. Wang Jie examined the creature and said, "Indeed, Han Fei, this snake belt is very dangerous. If you have no use for it, would you consider selling it to me?" Upon hearing this, Han Fei's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Since it's your request, feel free to take it as a small gift from me." Wang Jie, maintaining his stern demeanor, replied, "Let us be clear. This is a medium-grade pearl, worth at least 1 snake belt." Han Fei gazed at the pearl, feeling a twinge of desire. A medium-grade pearl equated to 100 low-grade pearls, valued at 10,000 sea coins. However, would he dare to keep it? He feared that it might be stolen from him within days. Thus, Han Fei waved his hands dismissively. "Teacher, the snake belt jumped onto the boat of its own accord, and I lack the ability to catch it. It's only fitting that I give it to you without expecting a medium-grade pearl in return. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, my fishing rod was destroyed last night. Perhaps you could grant me a new one?" The inspection team members exchanged incredulous glances. "What? P.S. just giving up a medium-grade pearl?" Wang Jie himself was taken aback. Here was a 12-year-old boy, who he knew to be quite poor. Yet he seemed able to resist the temptation of a medium-grade pearl. If only his talent were a bit better in truth, even if Han Fei had not suggested it. Wang Jie would have recommended this course of action. Trading for a fishing rod and self-defense weapon was far more beneficial than possessing a medium-grade pearl. After all, a man without guilt may still suffer misfortune from possessing something valuable. Wang Jie nodded. "This is acceptable, although it's not your own achievement. You have completed your fish tax for this time. You may return now. Remember, this is a lesson for you. In the future, you must strive to cultivate and refine your fishing techniques." "Yes, teacher," Han Fei replied. Wang Jie infused the fishing boat with a touch of spiritual energy and instructed one of his companions, "Song Fei, please take him back." This was a gesture of kindness, as had Han Fei accepted the medium-grade pearl, such assistance would not have been offered. Should he encounter trouble on his way back to the harbor, it would no longer be Wang Jie's concern. As the fishing boat ascended, Han Fei glanced at the inspection team member beside him, who was studying the severed knife fish. Han Fei quickly seized the opportunity. "Excuse me, sir, what is your name?" The inspection member replied coldly, "Song Fei." "Brother Song." Han Fei continued, "This knife fish was severed by the tentacled shrimp. I couldn't deal with it, and since you seem to have an interest, how about I gift it to you?" Song Fei was taken aback, realizing he could profit from his brief trip with a knife fish. While not exceedingly rare, the knife fish was still a valuable catch, particularly the sharp spine along its back, which could be fashioned into a dagger capable of slicing through most creatures in the sea. "Are you giving it to me?" Song Fei asked. "If Brother Song likes it, then it's yours. After all, it jumped onto the boat by itself, and I couldn't catch it," Han Fei replied. Song Fei felt tempted, reasoning that he shouldn't be ungrateful for a free knife fish. You're quite clever for a young one. Very well, I will accept the knife fish. Once we reach the harbor, I guarantee no one will dare take advantage of you. Thank you, Brother Song, Han Fei exclaimed, and then he began to tidy up, diving into the fish hold where the snake belt had been contained. What are you doing? Song Fei asked, bemused. Han Fei grinned. Brother Song, this fishing boat is a complete mess, especially this fish hold. Since the snake belt was here, it's filled with bits of fish. I'm just cleaning it up. Song Fei shook his head in disbelief. The meat is in such disarray. Who would want it? Just drain the blood from the side. And someone will clean it up once we reach the harbor. Though Han Fei agreed with his words, he knew that those fragments were still spiritual energy, and he wasn't about to let them go to waste. However, Song Fei remained oblivious to the fact that the spiritual energy within the murky water of the fish hold was rapidly dissipating. After several dozen minutes, Han Fei tidied the surface of the fishing boat once more. Song Fei remarked, You are quite diligent, but your cultivation is too low. Once you sell these fish, purchase a vial of fish head refining liquid. Otherwise, passing the fishing trial will be exceedingly difficult. Han Fei responded absent-mindedly, feeling somewhat dejected as he noted that the fragments were hardly valuable, accumulating nearly 142 points of spiritual energy from so many fish scraps. When the female registrar saw Han Fei return, her eyelids did not flutter as she coldly inquired, You actually survived. That is commendable. Oh, so many fish? Song Fei replied. Xiao Qin, this lad was fortunate enough to encounter a small fish tide. It's lucky he was hiding in the fish hold, or he might have faced trouble. Look, it's a bountiful harvest. The female registrar smiled slightly. All right, I will collect a fish tax of 300 pounds. The remainder, you may handle yourself. Han Fei felt a pang of anguish. 300 pounds of large yellow croaker was a substantial sum. Song Fei reassured him, Do not lament. You should consider how much you still have left, at least over 2,000 pounds, plus a knife. Be content. This already matches the labor of others over half a month. Han Fei protested, Brother Song, I am not lamenting. I fear that Sister Qin will blame me for dirtying the fishing boat. Upon hearing this, both the female registrar and Song Fei were rendered speechless, astonished that such shameless words could escape his lips. Speaking shamelessly is one thing, but the aim of flattery is to ensure the other party understands your intentions without inciting anger. While not seeking to earn goodwill, the goal is to avoid provoking dislike. As soon as the fishing boat came to a complete stop, individuals rushed over. Most greeted Song Fei before asking, Kid, wow, you have so many large yellow croakers. I'll take them all at a fair price, 20 sea coins each. One person immediately interrupted, Kid, don't listen to this scrawny fellow. Give them to me for 30 sea coins each, and I guarantee you profit. Another pulled at the green-shelled turtle, saying, Kid, I want the green-shelled turtle, 10 inferior pearls each. Someone pointed at the white fish, declaring, I'll buy all the white fish for 12 sea coins each. Someone else, spotting the knife fish skeleton, quickly exclaimed, Kid, I'll take that knife for 30 inferior pearls. Chapter 9. Robbed. Han Fei could not help but smirk internally. Wang Jia offered a medium-grade spiritual pearl. While they were only providing a few inferior pearls, it would be foolish to sell to them. Han Fei turned to Song Fei, who coldly snorted, Everyone quiet down. Let us proceed according to the rules. Large yellow croaker is 8 sea coins per pound. White fish is 4 sea coins per pound. Green-shelled turtle is 20 sea coins per pound. That knife is not for sale. Those who want it, step aside. Song Fei scoffed. They even want my knife. What audacity. The crowd was taken aback. Song Fei was actually supporting this lad. What was his background? Those familiar with Han Fei were flabbergasted. Wasn't he the impoverished Han Fei? What power did he possess to command the backing of the inspection team? Many who sought to bargain quickly dispersed upon hearing the standard prices. However, a larger merchant declared, Whatever Song team says goes. Kid, I'll weigh your fish. Before long, apart from retaining a single large yellow croaker for himself, all the fish had been weighed, yielding a total of 1480 sea coins, equivalent to 148 inferior pearls, or just under 1.5 medium-grade pearls. The primary value stemmed from the green-shelled turtle, which was quite expensive. Nevertheless, 148 inferior pearls were enough to make many around the nearby docks envious, as they covertly glanced this way. Han Fei, having received the money, felt a sense of urgency. He needed to spend it quickly, or by the next day, he would likely be swindled. Song Fei, aware of this, led Han Fei to Wang Jia's shop. As a fishing master, Wang Jia was qualified to run a shop and had a prestigious location at the center of this area. Inside, Song Fei greeted, Old Guan, I've brought you business. An unremarkable yet keen-eyed old man smiled. Song Xiaogu, Weren't you supposed to be working for my master today? What brings you here? After a brief exchange, the old man chuckled. It's commendable that you survived the small fish tide. Since my master promised you a fishing rod, I cannot neglect his honor. The rods here are all priced. You can take any that's below 1 medium-grade spiritual pearl. Han Fei, unsure of the quality, glanced around and found most rods priced at 18 or 28 inferior pearls. Higher-end ones were priced at 58 or 68 inferior pearls, while the most premium rods, of which there were only a few, were priced at 128, 168, and 188 inferior pearls. Han Fei's eyes glimmered as he asked, Old Guan, can I take that one priced at 128 inferior pearls? Oh, I can add more money. Song Fei and Old Guan exchanged knowing glances. Who wouldn't he want a good fishing rod? They even expected Han Fei to opt for the 188 pearl rod, given his wealth. Han Fei calculated that he had 120 inferior pearls remaining, which was still too much. Han Fei then asked, Old Guan, do you have fish head refining liquid? Old Guan replied, surprised, we do, but a bottle costs 1 medium-grade spiritual pearl. Are you certain you want to purchase it? Han Fei affirmed, I'll buy it. Song Fei added, Old Guan, this lad is decent, but his strength is lacking. If he carries so much money, he might not last the day. Old Guan nodded, understanding. Someone as weak as Han Fei could be easily dealt with by a couple of small ruffians. Although the floating island forbade robbery, there were countless ways to bully someone. Old Guan cautiously retrieved a small bottle of light green liquid from a box, stating, this is a treasure. Even in our shop, we only have a few bottles. Remember, after drinking it, you must begin cultivating immediately. The effect lasts for no more than 3 hours. Han Fei carefully tucked it away, thanking Old Guan. Upon exiting, he held a durable iron fishing rod valued at 128 inferior pearls and a black iron dagger acquired for 8 inferior pearls. It was not that Han Fei did not desire the knife fish dagger, but presenting his remaining knife would be somewhat awkward. Song Fei remarked, all right, you're out of money now, go prepare some rations. I'll be heading back. With that, Song Fei departed, and Han Fei swiftly made his way to the fish market not far from the floating island, heading straight to Zhang Han's small shop. Zhang Han was chatting and cracking sunflower seeds when he saw Han Fei and exclaimed, wow, you're alive? Han Fei grinned, I nearly didn't make it back. Thanks to your help, I returned safely. I'm here to repay you right away. Upon seeing Han Fei produce 12 inferior pearls, Zhang Han was taken aback. This lad was impressive. He spent a night at sea and returned with money? Wait, something was amiss. He was holding a fine iron fishing rod. That was a good rod. Zhang Han inhaled sharply. You were the one who survived the small fish tide? Han Fei sheepishly replied, just luck, just luck. Zhang Han, at a loss for words, muttered, you truly struck it rich. How did you survive? There has been quite a stir by the floating harbor. They say you've come into fortune? A fine iron fishing rod. Zhang Han was envious and wished he could snatch Han Fei right then and there. But since these were not inferior pearls, he could not swindle him. If Han Fei reported him to the inspection team, he would be in trouble. Zhang Han remarked, all right then, you still have some spare change. Why not buy 2 packs of green lure worms? They're only 1 inferior pearl per box. Han Fei smirked, thinking he was foolish. In other places, they were only 80 sea coins. However, he still smiled broadly and said, Manager Zhang, I still have 8 inferior pearls left. So I certainly want to buy some bait and also wish to purchase some sea clams. I wonder if you could procure some for me? Zhang Han's eyes brightened. Wow, you're quite sensible. What kind of person do you think your brother Zhang is? I will definitely give you a good price. As Han Fei returned home, he carried dozens of large clams and 2 boxes of green bait worms. Clearly, he had been cheated out of 2 low-grade pearls once again. However, this was trivial. In comparison to today's haul, a few low-grade pearls were hardly significant. Just as Han Fei was nearing home, a group of thugs appeared. As he had anticipated, the moment he left the port, he had been targeted and followed all the way to this point. A sinister-looking fat man cracked his knuckles and sneered, Kid, I've heard you've been quite lucky lately. Sold over 100 low-grade pearls today, right? Isn't it time to pay this month as protection fee? Han Fei's expression darkened. He had never heard of such a thing as a protection fee. With a forced grin, he replied, Brothers, I did make quite a bit of money, but I spent it all. Right now, I don't even have a single sea coin on me. The fat man fumed. Liar. You sold 148 low-grade pearls and spent it all in just 1 hour? Who do you think you're fooling? Is this how you show respect to the Tiger Head Gang? Han Fei was taken aback. How did they know the exact number of pearls he had sold? Holding up his fishing rod and clams, he explained, Brother, I really did spend it all. As you know, I managed to avoid the small fish tide today by sheer luck, and I just happened to encounter a snake bait, which I offered to Master Wang Jia. That's why Master allowed Brother Song Fei to take me back, and I ended up spending in his shop. Look, it's all gone. The thug stood there, dumbfounded. What? Master Wang Jie sent you to spend? It was evident that cheating required skill. Not only had Master Wang Jie swindled the snake bait, but he had also directed this kid to his own shop for spending. In this back and forth, the money had ended up in his own pocket. Such scheming was truly commendable. Yet the fat man grew more furious. And you claim you have not a single C coin left? Han Fei replied. I just returned 12 low-grade pearls to Manager Zhang, and I bought 2 boxes of green bait worms and dozens of large clams. I'm left with only 20 low-grade pearls. The fat man was speechless. Are you stupid? You just went from the tiger's mouth into the wolf's den. Does Zhang Hengxi really seem like a good person to you? 20 low-grade pearls traded for such little? Han Fei, rummaging through his pockets, added, Brother, see? I truly don't have even 1 C coin. If you want, take whatever you find at my home. Or I promise to be the first to contribute to you next month when I have money. The fat man slapped Han Fei on the shoulder with a huff. Kid, keep your eyes open next time. In 7 days, I don't care how you do it, but you owe me 10 low-grade pearls as a protection fee. If you come up short, let us see if you can handle the consequences. Han Fei's face turned pale. Hey, I will definitely make it happen, brother. Safe travels. The fat man grunted and motioned for his gang to leave. Brothers, we'll be back in 7 days. Once the thugs departed, Han Fei let out a cold laugh. 7 days? Huh. In 7 days, I will show you why corals are so red. Chapter 10. The Art of Void Fishing. Upon returning home, Han Fei did not rush to consume the fish head refining liquid. It was merely a strengthening potion intended to enhance his physical body and increase his chances of survival at sea. He cut the large yellow fish into several pieces, intending to prepare a dish, but found that aside from salt, there were no other seasonings in the house. Thus, steaming it would have to suffice. An hour later, having eaten his fill, Han Fei glanced at the refining demon pot. Refining demon pot owner, Han Fei level 3, beginner fisherman, spiritual energy, 996, 60, spirit vein, level 1 defective, upgradable, primary cultivation method, soul fishing technique, first volume, immovable technique. Han Fei opened the cultivation options. It displayed existing techniques, soul fishing technique, defective. First layer, immovable technique, defective. Note, the first ancient universal technique, long since incomplete after endless years. To complete, it requires the consumption of 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Deduced technique, void fishing technique completion, 481000. Han Fei grinned. The void fishing technique. Let me see how formidable you truly are. Han Fei commanded, upgrade. Suddenly, a golden radiance erupted before him, followed by a torrent of intricate characters appearing in his mind. The opening lines proclaimed, the spirit sea is boundless, absorbing the essence of countless beings, mastering the soul sea, intercepting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the body, seizing the creations of the universe to solidify the soul. At that moment, as the technique was completed, thunder rumbled across the clear sky, and torrential rain fell across a vast expanse. Simultaneously, in a floating colossal city miles away, someone stood proudly in the void, calculating with their fingers. An anomaly in the heavens, originating from my jurisdiction's village? With a single step, the figure moved forward, pointing at the void, inscribing with their hand, from this day forth, all villages shall double their resource supply. All academies shall closely monitor those of exceptional talent. Any great abilities must be reported immediately. At that very moment in Tianshui village, nearly everyone was rushing home, waiting for the rain. Freshwater resources on the floating island were scarce. Most drinking water came from rain. Only a select few at the level of fishermen could cultivate the water-gathering technique to extract water from the void. According to Han Fei's usual nature, whenever it rained, he would immediately bring every container at home outside to collect water. However, in this instance, Han Fei's face turned pale. He had no concern for whether it was raining or not. The moment those profound words appeared in his mind, he felt like a deflated balloon, acutely aware that his realm had fallen to the second-level fisherman. Han Fei was on the verge of tears. I just upgraded my technique. Shouldn't my strength soar, leading me to a triumphant resurgence and the pinnacle of life? Why did my power diminish so suddenly? But the situation was not over. Lingering in the second-level fisherman realm for just a moment, Han Fei's strength continued to plummet to the first-level fisherman realm, reducing him to a state akin to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. For a fleeting moment, Han Fei truly felt like crying out in despair. Wait, why is it that while my realm has diminished, my sense of power feels stronger? The sky continued to rumble with thunder, and Han Fei looked again at the refining demon pot. Refining demon pot owner, Han Fei level 1, beginner fisherman, spiritual energy, 104, 60, spirit vein. Level 1 defective, upgradable, primary cultivation method. Void fishing technique, first volume, hook kissing technique. Common grade divine product. Upon seeing this spiritual energy value, Han Fei couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He remembered that at level 3, he had a base spiritual energy of 60 points. Why was it still 60 points at level 1? Han Fei skeptically opened the cultivation options. It read, existing techniques, void fishing technique, common grade divine product. First layer, hook kissing technique. Note, the first ancient universal technique, authored collaboratively by the 9 ancient king-level powerhouses. The day it was completed, the heavens wept, and angry waves surged, making it the respect of all laws. Seeing this evaluation, Han Fei smiled. Just the phrase respect of all laws was enough to illustrate its superiority. It was clearly on an entirely different level from soul fishing technique. However, Han Fei was unaware of what this common grade divine product truly entailed. Since it was labeled divine, it must be impressive. He could inquire about it later. Han Fei quickly settled down and began to cultivate. Amidst the torrential rain, no one noticed the sudden gathering of spiritual energy in the farthest corner of the floating island. Han Fei felt every pore in his body opening, as an immense surge of spiritual energy rushed into him. Is this the cultivation method of ancient beings? It is indeed 1,000 times more powerful than the rudimentary soul fishing technique. Han Fei struggled to suppress his inner excitement and joy, striving to maintain his composure. At that moment, he felt an endless stream of spiritual energy pouring into his body. In less than half an hour, he heard a crack and broke through. In just half an hour, Han Fei exhaled a cloud of turbid air, and his entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation as he ascended back to the third-level fisher realm. Within the span of a mere hour, he had plummeted from the third to the first level, only to rise once more to the third level. To the untrained eye, it seemed as if nothing had changed, yet the true gains were known solely to Han Fei. Undeterred, he continued his cultivation. After another 2 hours, his meridians began to heat up, a consequence of the spiritual energy coursing through him. Han Fei understood that with every slight enhancement in strength, his body would undergo a transformation through the infusion of the natural spiritual energy, rendering him incrementally stronger. Now, with his meridians reinforced, his physical form solidified, and his mind clear, he sensed an impending breakthrough. Yet, was it truly wise to push for consecutive breakthroughs? Just as this thought emerged, an obscure notion seemed to arise from the depths of the void. Some attained 10 realms in a single day, while others traversed the void with a single step. In a daze, Han Fei felt that breaking through seemed a rather simple endeavor, devoid of any need for concern. Without hesitation, he consumed the vial of body-refining liquid. A refreshing stream instantly circulated throughout his body. The previously heated meridians cooled down within mere minutes. Before long, a cracking sound resonated from within, and in that instant, Han Fei shattered the barriers of the lower-grade fisher realm, effortlessly stepping into the 4th level, thus marking his first foray into the ranks of the middle-grade fisher. He exhaled another breath of turbid air and ceased his cultivation. It was not that he wished to stop, but rather that he could no longer continue. Upon entering the middle-grade fisher realm, he felt a significant expulsion of substances from his body, a tingling sensation enveloping him. Han Fei mused that one must take things one step at a time. Achieving 2 breakthroughs in 2 days was already quite formidable. He glanced at the Lian Yaohu. And indeed, the data had undergone a significant transformation. Lian Yaohu owner, Han Fei level, 4th level, middle grade fisher, spiritual energy, 119, 119, spiritual pulse, 1st grade upper, upgradable, primary cultivation method, Shu Kong, Shui Jiao Shu. 1st volume Go Wen Shu, ordinary, grade divine item. Han Fei could not help but inhale sharply, having just entered the middle grade. The reservoir of his spiritual energy reached an astonishing 119 points, nearly 50 points more than that of an average individual. Was he truly on the path to the pinnacle of his life? To his astonishment, his spiritual pulse had transformed into a 1st grade upper. Han Fei was taken aback. Could an enhancement in his cultivation method also benefit his spiritual pulse? Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately met with the foul stench that filled the room. A glance at his own body revealed a sticky layer of various impurities and blemishes. Was this what they referred to as the cleansing of essence and marrow? Without delay, Han Fei rushed outside. It was still raining, albeit lightly, providing him with the perfect opportunity to wash himself. Fortuitously, no one witnessed him, as he would have appeared as a young boy running naked and leaping about on the precipice of a cliff. Han Fei felt a distinct change. His body had become light, and his strength had increased significantly. A single punch could unleash hundreds of pounds of force, an astonishing feat for a child. After tidying up, Han Fei prepared 2 sea clams to consume before donning the hideous attire as he made his way to school. He found himself questioning whether this garment was crafted from fish skin, resembling a body-hugging suit. While it suited men just fine, it accentuated a woman's figure, showcasing her curves. Han Fei struggled to comprehend the existence of a school in this otherworldly realm. Shouldn't those who cultivate face challenges head-on, seize treasures when encountered, and defy the heavens to claim their fate? Why must one attend classes wherever they go? Before reaching the school, while traversing a secluded path, Han Fei encountered Hukuin. Upon seeing Han Fei, Hukuin was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly darkening. This fellow had become infamous for surviving the small fish tide, reportedly returning with a boatload of fish and earning a considerable sum. Hukuin sneered. Oh, isn't this the second-level fisher dragged down to the depths by the Qingjia fish? Chapter 11. Extortion. Han Fei dismissed him, recognizing that this 12-year-old brat was merely attempting to provoke him with his sarcastic remarks. It was unlikely he would amount to anything substantial in the future. Hukuin, feeling belittled, retorted angrily. Han Fei, don't forget your current status. Han Fei turned. What status? I am a student at the school, and I rank higher than you. Hukuin. Enraged, Hukuin thought, am I comparing heights with you? Hukuin, being tall is impressive? Why don't you focus on your strength? Han Fei, being tall is indeed impressive. Not only am I tall, but I am also more handsome than you. Hukuin. Had it not been for the ban on dueling on Xingkong Island, he would have lunged at Han Fei right then and there, declaring, I'll show you who's more handsome. Han Fei reveled in the newfound confidence that came with strength. It empowered his words. Children could hardly tolerate such disdain, and Hukuin was soon seething with rage. Hukuin, Han Fei, stop right there. Don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for Tango, you would have been ruined long ago. How can you still have the audacity to be proud? Han Fei halted. What does that have to do with you? Am I feasting on your family's large yellow croaker? Hukuin scowled. You actually did eat it. Back when we were both second-level fishers at 8 years old, you devoured my large yellow croaker. Have you forgotten? Yet, bringing this up now felt somewhat humiliating. Hukuin clenched his fists, but he dared not act out. After all, should he injure Han Fei, who was currently so weak, it would surely lead to a report against him. Observing Hukuin's anxious demeanor, Han Fei felt a surge of disdain. What a coward. With that, he turned to leave. However, just after taking a few steps, Hukuin yanked Han Fei back. You better clarify your words. Who is the coward? Smack. Han Fei swiftly delivered a slap to Hukuin's face. Hukuin was left dumbfounded. Why do I feel something is amiss? You, a second-level fisher, slapped me. A sixth-level fisher? Hukuin, you dare lay a hand on me. Without warning, Hukuin seized Han Fei by the collar, threatening to retaliate. Yet, Han Fei suddenly lifted his feet off the ground, lying down on the floor, and cried out, Ah? Hukuin struck me. He has harmed a classmate. I can't go on. My internal organs are shaking. I have sustained internal injuries. Hukuin had never encountered such a situation before. This world had no concept of feigning injury. He watched in astonishment as Han Fei sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered. I haven't even touched you. Turning abruptly, Hukuin noticed a young girl standing not far away, observing the scene. This girl was none other than their classmate, Lu Lingji, a fifth-level fisher. Hukuin quickly released Han Fei and explained to Lu Lingji. I didn't hit him. He fell to the ground on his own. He struck me first. Lu Lingji rolled her eyes. You expect me to believe that a second-level fisher can strike a sixth-level fisher? Do you think I'm foolish? Seemingly realizing the inadequacy of his defense, Hukuin decided not to pursue the matter further. I truly didn't hit him. He just fell to the ground. Han Fei clutched his chest, indignantly declaring, Hukuin, I never imagined you were so malicious at such a young age. Although I have sustained internal injuries, I will still expose you. Lu Lingji turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving Han Fei and Hukuin in a state of contrasting expressions, one smiling, the other utterly bewildered. Hukuin erupted in fury. You set me up? Han Fei smirked coldly. Do you not know who is truly setting him up? Before the small examination, did you think I was unaware that it was you who caused my injuries? Hukuin's face paled, stepping back in fear. If this matter reached the school, it would not merely be a matter of private conflict. Yet, upon reflection, Hukuin retorted, who can prove it? Han Fei replied, you can assault me without reason. You can also frame me without cause. Don't you think the teacher will have thoughts on this matter? Hukuin's face turned crimson. When did I ever assault you? Han Fei replied languidly. Lu Lingji witnessed everything. I had initially intended to settle this privately, but seeing you so furious, I feel compelled to inform the teacher. Hukuin was on the verge of madness. wondering how he had encountered such a shameless individual. Previously, Han Fei had appeared quite arrogant, but what had caused this transformation? Nevertheless, Hukuin promptly inquired, "Do you wish to settle this privately? How do you propose we do that?" Han Fei replied, "You high-ranking students are fortunate. You even have the luxury of swallowing Lingyu's soup. TSK. I've been feeling close to a breakthrough lately. How about you let me have your Lingyu's soup? Oh, and while you're at it, return the knife-fish dagger you owe me, and we can consider this matter settled." Hukuin's eyes widened in disbelief. When did I ever owe you a knife-fish dagger? Although he felt a pang for the bowl of Lingyu's soup, it was not a significant issue. Reaching level 6 fisherman was a far greater challenge that a mere bowl of soup could not resolve. Otherwise, Han Fei would not have been content with receiving bowl after bowl from Tango. But when had he ever owed Han Fei a knife-fish dagger? Han Fei squinted. "Ah, my insides are churning. I must seek the teacher." Hukuin responded with confusion. "Are your insides churning or trembling?" Han Fei turned as if to leave, saying, "You refuse to comply? Very well, I have Lu Lingji as a witness." "Wait." Hukuin's expression darkened. All right. Consider this my defeat. I shall compensate you." Hukuin would have relished the idea of stuffing Han Fei into the belly of a knife fish. It wasn't that he feared the act of violence, but the repercussions of his previous scheme against Han Fei spreading would bring trouble from Tango and possibly raise suspicions from the teacher. Han Fei remarked, "That's more like it. Those who understand the times are wise. A bowl of Lingyu soup and a knife-fish dagger are hardly significant matters." Han Fei leisurely made his way to school, not bothering to accompany Hukuin. He was not worried about Hukuin going back on his word. After all, how intelligent could a 12-year-old child be? The school on the floating island turned out to be quite different from what he had imagined. Although it had buildings, they were in a state of disrepair, with 2 large sculptures of tentacled shrimp adorning the entrance. The crumbling stone walls were embedded with various fish bones, each more peculiar than the last. The view from outside allowed one to see rows of houses and a large playground, where many students were currently gathered. All students assemble. Before Han Fei could even enter the school gate, a little girl abruptly grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "Hey, who are you?" he asked. The girl glanced back and replied, "Hurry up. Our class is just waiting on you." Han Fei was taken aback before recalling that this girl was He Xiaoyu, the class monitor, whose father was also a teacher at the school and a mid-tier fisherman. She often urged him to practice, though it had yielded little result. Thus, she naively believed that his lack of progress was solely due to his own lack of effort. "What is happening, He Xiaoyu? Why the sudden assembly so early in the morning? Don't speak. Someone from above is coming." He Xiaoyu exclaimed. "From above? Who is it?" "It's said to be an angel from the city." "An angel? I thought I was a devil. Don't pull me." "Shut up. You must not show disrespect to the angel." "What devil?" Han Fei chuckled. "It's nothing. Where's Tango? He's out with my dad and the other mentors for special training. They say they went to the level 1 fishing grounds." "What? Level 1 fishing grounds? Isn't that only for fishermen?" "My dad and the others are there too. It's mainly to broaden their horizons." "Now, stop talking. The angel is coming." He Xiaoyu tugged Han Fei into the line, prompting numerous complaints from the others. However, soon everyone fell silent, thousands of students standing in the school, gazing up at the sky. The village chief and all the school's fishermen stood at the forefront. With a loud voice, the village chief proclaimed, "We welcome the arrival of the angel." Hundreds of fishermen echoed, "We welcome the arrival of the angel." Then, all the students shouted in unison, "We welcome the arrival of the angel." Han Fei remained silent, merely gazing upward. Amid the gentle rain, a figure descended, adorned with a pair of snow-white wings, holding a radiant sword and shouldering a pitch-black fishing rod, stepping down from the heavens. Han Fei was utterly bewildered. There truly was an angel? Wasn't he that a bit ostentatious? He then heard someone nearby exclaim in envy, "Is this the legendary unparalleled powerhouse? To walk upon the air. How impressive!" He Xiaoyu, beside him, looked on in admiration and seized the opportunity to educate Han Fei. "Look, this is the so-called deep fisher. It is said that our Tian Shui village once produced one." "What kind of fisher?" Chapter 12. Cultivating combat skills, He Xiaoyu instinctively explained. "It's normal if you haven't heard of them. Only the village chief is a great fisherman here. It is said he has met a deep fisher. My dad hadn't met one until he accompanied the village chief to town and had the fortune to encounter one." Many curious heads leaned in, seemingly unaware of this secret, eager to hear He Xiaoyu's elucidation. He Xiaoyu continued, "It is said that above great fishermen, there are anglers, suspended fishers, and deep fishers. Only upon reaching the level of a deep fisher do they manifest these snow-white wings." The crowd appeared perplexed. "We've never heard of that." He Xiaoyu snapped back to reality. "Stand straight. Your levels are far from reaching that. Even the village chief cannot connect with it, let alone you. The village chief is the strongest in Tian Shui village, a great fisherman said to possess the strength to traverse level 2 fishing grounds. However, Han Fei knew that the father in his memories was stronger than the village chief. He had perished in the unknown realms beyond the level 3 fishing grounds. At that time, he was too young to remember much. In the sky, the angelic figure, more accurately a messenger from above, stood in the void and surveyed the crowd below, then spoke in a cold, detached tone. Does your school have any prodigies? The village chief promptly responded. Reporting to the angel, some prodigies from our school have entered the level 1 fishing grounds for training and are now hurrying back. The angel glanced into the distance. His expression unchanged. My name is Feng Zhe. I have come in search of the most exceptional prodigies. From today until 3 days hence, all children aged 8 to 12 must undergo a spiritual vein test. Meanwhile, the school's resource supply will be doubled. I will remain here until the soul awakening is complete. Having finished speaking, he cast a glance at the students below and casually remarked, You all must strive diligently. With just these words, Han Fei sensed that everyone had gone mad. The village chief was profusely thanking the angel, while He Xiaoyu beside him clapped her hands in excitement. Wow, the angel is taking in disciples. This is the first time in over a decade. Han Fei muttered, You're only 12 years old. How do you know about events from over a decade ago? He Xiaoyu shot him a glare. If you don't put in the effort, you definitely want to be chosen as a disciple this time. I wonder who will become the angel's disciple. Someone in the crowd lamented, It definitely won't be us. The geniuses have all been taken to the level 1 fishing grounds. We, the mediocre, are unlikely to be noticed. Among the crowd, Hu Kuin's eye sparkled. The angel taking in disciples was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He thought to himself that he must find a way to break through to the pinnacle of fishing mastery, or he would never be noticed, especially since Han Fei, a mere level 2 fisherman, had dared to look down on him. Hu Kuin clenched his fists in frustration, determined to seize this opportunity. In contrast, Han Fei remained indifferent. With the gourd in hand, he felt he possessed the world. Anyone who descended from above was merely referred to as an angel. He found it even more contemptible. What was crucial was that the messenger had never explicitly stated he was taking in disciples. He merely mentioned searching for individuals. Could one infer that every village and town had dispatched angels? How many angels would that amount to? Once the crowd dispersed, Han Fei followed He Xiaoyu and others back to their classroom. Suddenly, a teacher turned to Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei, have you broken through? The teacher was not entirely certain. It was simply because Han Fei's aura felt significantly stronger, prompting the question. He Xiaoyu and a group of students looked at Han Fei in astonishment. This student, who had not blossomed for 4 years, had actually achieved a breakthrough? Han Fei smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, teacher. After nearly meeting my demise in the belly of a fish twice, I have come to terms with things. My heart is now unencumbered, allowing me to break through. Wow, Han Fei, you have finally made a breakthrough. Have you reached level 3? Keep striving. And perhaps before the fishing trial, you might even attain level 4. He Xiaoyu was quite delighted. After all, they were classmates, and there was no sense of superiority or inferiority between them. However, nearby, someone scoffed. After 4 years at school, only now achieving a breakthrough? Such talent is truly remarkable. Indeed, seeing him so smug was rather amusing. Han Fei ignored the criticisms, merely smiling faintly as he stated, I am now at level 4. What? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Just a few days ago during the quiz, you were only at level 2. Another questioned, is that true? In just these few days, you have become a level 4 fisherman? The teacher furrowed his brow. What is going on? Han Fei explained, Teacher, I believe I was simply too deeply entrenched at level 2. After staying there for too long, once I broke through to level 3, I quickly ascended to level 4. I have a feeling I might even break through further before the fishing trial. Is that so? The middle-aged teacher's eyes brightened instantly. Try hitting me once. Han Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Was he to be tested now? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. With a shout, he threw a punch, using merely 50% of his strength. It indeed confirmed he had reached the level 4 fisherman realm, and his strength was even slightly greater than that of an ordinary level 4. In that case, you will no longer need to consume Tang Ji's spirit fish soup. You can collect a bowl for yourself every 5 days. Thank you, teacher. The other classmates showed little interest, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be surpassed by someone they deemed a waste. This fellow was even boasting of further breakthroughs. Did he think breaking through was as simple as quenching one's thirst? The teacher, however, remained unperturbed. After all, level 4 fishermen were quite common in the school. In the entire Tian Shui village, level 4 fishermen were abundant by the age of 12, and beyond that age, few remained below level 5. The most challenging threshold to cross was the pinnacle of level 6, where nearly half of the populace found themselves stuck. Some might take decades to break through, while others might do so in mere days, and those who could achieve a breakthrough in days were hailed as geniuses. Clearly, Han Fei was far from being considered a genius. Among everyone, only He Xiaoyu was genuinely happy. She twirled her little braid, darting glances at Han Fei, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Han Fei exclaimed, "All right, what is so fascinating about being a level 4 fisherman?" He Xiaoyu replied, "If you had listened to me earlier, you might have already broken through." Han Fei retorted, "Why are you following me instead of practicing?" She replied, "I am already at the pinnacle of level 6. My father said that one cannot rush these matters. It took him 3 years to reach level 7. Han Fei sighed, "Fine, then I must continue my training." He Xiaoyu offered, "I can teach you. I have nothing to do right now. If your grades in the quiz were poor, failing this fishing trial would demote you to an ordinary fisherman. Then, you would miss out on fishing skills, combat techniques, and training resources. Shouldn't you bribe me?" Han Fei paused at the mention of combat techniques. "Combat techniques?" He Xiaoyu confirmed, "Yes. My father said I have already mastered the basics of the 10 directions staff, which is a top-tier mundane staff technique. Quite impressive. I can teach you." Han Fei halted, pondering that combat techniques could only be learned after reaching the intermediate level. He had just entered the intermediate tier and desperately needed a combat technique. This little girl was quite enthusiastic. However, Han Fei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "He Xiaoyu, is a top-tier mundane combat technique easily obtainable?" She replied, "Not exactly. It is necessary to enhance our survival skills at sea, so some powerful combat techniques must be made public." Han Fei inquired, "What level is our soul fishing technique?" He Xiaoyu explained, "The soul fishing technique is merely a top-tier mundane technique. As for those above it, they are considered exceptional, but it seems our village lacks such techniques. Only the town possesses them." Han Fei pressed, "And what lies beyond that?" He Xiaoyu stated, "There is nothing beyond exceptional. That is already quite powerful. Beyond that, I have heard there are profound level combat techniques, but you currently cannot even execute a combat technique, so do not ponder too much. Ordinary people may never encounter profound level techniques in their lifetime." Han Fei secretly kept this information in mind, wondering what level his top-tier divine cultivation method was. Han Fei proclaimed, "All right then, let me tell you, I am quite the genius now. You may not necessarily be able to defeat me." He Xiaoyu confidently replied, "Huh? Tang Ge couldn't even defeat me before. You surely cannot either." Han Fei was astonished. Tang Ge had previously been unable to overcome this little girl? Indeed. Half an hour later, Han Fei found himself sitting on the ground, nursing his bruises. His arms, calves, thighs, abdomen, and backside bore the marks of countless strikes. "How can you, a girl, be so violent? Don't you know to hold back?" he asked. He Xiaoyu replied, "My father taught me that practicing combat techniques requires one to be prepared for punishment. Previously, it was my father who trained me, and that truly hurt. I would spend entire nights unable to sleep. You have barely experienced anything." He Xiaoyu chuckled internally, realizing how exhilarating it was to hit someone. No wonder her father used to hit her often. Han Fei sighed, "All right, I concede that I cannot defeat you. Will you not give me a chance to practice?" Han Fei thought about how this little girl wielded the staff with such vigor. Initially, he had only used 50% of his strength, later escalating to 80%. Yet he was still at her mercy. He Xiaoyu proudly stated, "Listen closely. The 10 directions staff emphasizes the 3 elements of chopping, sweeping, and thrusting. When chopping, one must maintain a firm stance and leverage the strength of one's legs. When sweeping, all power must be concentrated in the waist, with the staff moving in unison. It must be fierce, requiring at least 8/10 of one's strength. Thrusting involves more intricate techniques, requiring familiarity with the staff before one can master the thrusting method." Chapter 13. Ruthless Staff Technique. After half a day at the training ground, Han Fei was sore all over, walking while cradling his waist. He Xiaoyu followed beside him, holding her staff, feeling slightly apologetic. "Did I hit too hard? My father said this is called toughening the muscles." Han Fei replied, "It's fine. This 10 direction staff is quite impressive and suits me. By the way, where did you get this bamboo staff? It's quite sturdy." He Xiaoyu proudly raised her staff. "This is a bamboo staff, harvested from the depths of the sea. My father collected it from the first-level fishing grounds." Han Fei was astonished. "Aren't you not supposed to go into the water? It's so dangerous down there." He Xiaoyu confirmed, "Yes. That time, the village chief took everyone down. But my father said 3 fishermen perished." Han Fei glanced at his iron fishing rod, then back at the bamboo staff, pondering which was superior. He Xiaoyu asserted, "Of course, the bamboo staff is better. It's just that I'm currently at a lower level. Otherwise, that iron fishing rod would be of no consequence." Han Fei muttered to himself, So, all the treasures in this world are in the sea? Even the bamboo from the sea is harder than iron? Should I find a way to dive down for treasures in the future? He Xiaoyu asked, what did you say? Han Fei replied, oh, nothing. You should head back to class. I have something to do. I'll be there shortly. Can I borrow your bamboo staff for a while? Upon hearing that he wanted to borrow the staff, He Xiaoyu immediately wrapped her arms around it protectively. Han Fei chuckled, I just want to experience it. Wait for me in the cafeteria, and I'll return it. He Xiaoyu, still skeptical, said, you mustn't deceive me, or my father will surely punish me. Han Fei assured her, I promise not to deceive you. As he took the bamboo staff, Han Fei's expression changed. The staff was significantly heavier than the iron fishing rod, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds. Immediately, Han Fei realized that He Xiaoyu had been holding back earlier. Otherwise, being struck by this staff would have left him severely injured after just half a day of practice. Han Fei sought Hu Kuan to obtain the spirit fish soup. Hu Kuan was not in the same class as Han Fei. At this moment, their entire class was engaged in free body training, striving to become disciples of Feng Zhe. They were all ardently training. Han Fei arrived at the training ground, holding the bamboo staff. Instantly, many individuals who were honing their physiques noticed Han Fei. Han Fei is quite a celebrity at school, not due to any impressive skills, but rather because of his notorious incompetence. It is nearly impossible for anyone not to recognize him. As he walks down the corridor, people frequently remark, look, that's Han Fei. And he remains a second-tier student even after 4 years. A young boy cast a disdainful glance his way and exclaimed, Han Fei, who permitted your presence here? This is the training ground for mid-tier fishermen. Be gone. Han Fei was taken aback. Has the youth of today become so brazen? When Hu Kuan spotted Han Fei, his expression darkened. Lu Lingji, upon seeing Han Fei, was slightly taken aback, then glanced at Hu Kuan. She sensed that Han Fei appeared somewhat different from before. Han Fei ignored the boy's taunt and called out to Hu Kuan, come out for a moment. Before Hu Kuan could respond, the boy barked again. Did you not hear me telling you to leave? Han Fei then chuckled. If I were to say you are a fool, it would merely be a compliment. What business is it of yours whom I choose to associate with? Am I here to feast on your family's prized fish? The atmosphere fell silent. As many young ladies gaped in astonishment. Was this usually taciturn Han Fei actually hurling insults? Hu Kuan smirked, thinking, you're in for it now? This is a training ground where challenges can be issued. Does he really think that being a mid-tier practitioner is a joke? The boy, Zhang Ning, was stunned that Han Fei dared to retort. Onlookers began to cheer. Wow, Zhang Ning, he is looking down on you. If it were me, I would have already toppled him. Zhang Ning, you can't let this slide. A second-tier fisherman has already risen above you. Zhang Ning sneered. You think you're tough? You want to spar with a stick, do you? I'll show you the difference in our abilities. Han Fei replied, what tier are you? Zhang Ning boasted, are you scared? Don't worry. Even though I'm a 4th tier, I 1T bully you. I'll fight you using only half my strength. Lu Lingji admonished, Zhang Ning. That is excessive. Turning to Han Fei, she urged, you should leave quickly. Your realms are different. 4th tier practitioners have begun to cultivate their bodies. You cannot possibly win. Han Fei grinned. That is fine. I just practiced a set of staff techniques that I'm not yet familiar with. Let us have a spar. Han Fei was no ordinary person. Those who venture into the sea, especially those who do so independently, are all formidable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ning immediately interjected, Lu Lingji. Don't interfere. He agreed to this. I want to use weapons, so you can't say I'm bullying him. Zhang Ning then approached Han Fei directly. However, before Zhang Ning could even stop, he saw Han Fei leap up, wielding a bamboo stick, and strike down with force. Zhang Ning exclaimed, you're ambushing me. The impact was thunderous, and he cried out in agony, my neck is broken. He knelt on the ground, his head tilted in pain. Han Fei had struck him swiftly, leaving him no time to react. Han Fei, you shameless coward. Zhang Ning yelled. Do you even understand what sparring means? Han Fei, observing Zhang Ning's outcry, retorted to the crowd, he is the one who wanted to fight. Why all this fuss? If we're going to brawl, why the unnecessary chatter? And why should I be blamed for not using weapons? The crowd fell silent, realizing they had underestimated Han Fei's strength. Suddenly, someone remarked, wait. His strength and speed are not those of a second-tier fisherman. He is at least 4th tier. Hu Kuan and Lu Lingji exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Han Fei had reached 4th tier? Han Fei added, I never claimed to be 2nd tier. He turned to Hu Kuan. Is that settled then? You come here. You think you can just leave after attacking someone? Do you think our class is a place you can enter and exit at will? Han Fei shrugged. What of it? Just then, a tall boy emerged, brandishing a stick that was far inferior to Han Fei's bamboo rod, not even qualifying as an iron rod. The boy pointed at Han Fei. What you did was an ambush. I don't know where you got your confidence, But just because you rose to 4th tier doesn't mean you can act arrogantly. With that, the boy raised his stick and assumed a stance. Han Fei chuckled and leaped forward, striking down with his bamboo stick. He had spent the entire morning being pounded by He Xiaoyu. Fully aware of the power behind such a blow, the boy attempted to lift his stick in defense. As the boy staggered back, he felt a tingling in his hands. How could this kid be so strong for someone just entering 4th tier? Nearby, Lu Lingji's eyes flickered while Hu Kuan's widened in disbelief. Was this boy truly that formidable after his breakthrough? Han Fei, sensing his advantage, refused to relent, delivering a barrage of strikes with his bamboo stick, relying on sheer force rather than technique. With successive blows, the boy's iron stick bent under the pressure. Finally, Han Fei struck him down to the ground. So, you're here to cause trouble, are you? Shortly after, another boy stepped forward, stick in hand. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. This one was a 5th-tier fisherman who had mocked him on more than one occasion. Yet, Han Fei was unafraid. As the boy swung down, Han Fei met him with equal force. A deafening crash echoed, causing the crowd to cover their ears. However, Han Fei's face lit up with joy. This opponent had considerable strength. He continued to strike, unabated, even as iron rods occasionally struck him. But as a 4th-tier fisherman, he possessed adequate physical strength. What could an iron rod do to him? He had just endured a lengthy beating from He Xiaoyu. Onlookers stood in astonishment, questioning if Han Fei was some kind of monster, marveling at his incredible strength. Lu Lingji turned to Hu Kuan. Earlier, did you provoke him because you thought he had broken through? Hu Kuan scowled. I didn't strike him. I had no idea he had advanced. Lu Lingji appeared skeptical. Many had tried to bully Han Fei in the past, and Hu Kuan was among the most eager. Yet, she too was astonished. Could Han Fei really be capable of battling a 5th-tier fisherman just days before the exam? In the midst of the chaos, Han Fei realized that striking alone was ineffective. He switched to sweeping motions, allowing the boy a stick to hit him on the back. He then swung his bamboo stick with all his might. A sharp crack echoed, and the boy cried out, "My arm is broken." Had He Xiaoyu been present, she would have found it both amusing and disheartening. Her own staff techniques were being reinterpreted into a brutal display by Han Fei. Unable to land a proper blow, Han Fei continued his relentless assault, and soon the boy lay on the ground, howling in pain. Han Fei grimaced in pain himself and shouted, "Hu Kuan, if you don't come out now, I will seek a teacher." Chapter 14, Spiritual Pulse Test in the School Cafeteria. Han Fei drank a bowl of spirit-swallowing fish soup under Hu Kuan's murderous gaze, feeling invigorated. Hu Kuan gritted his teeth. Han Fei, don't get too cocky. During the fishing trial, it won't be a matter of brute strength. If you fail, you'll be demoted to an ordinary fisherman. Han Fei smiled as he brushed past Hu Kuan, playfully patting his shoulder. To others, it seemed as if Han Fei were offering comfort. Some students wondered when Han Fei and Hu Kuan had grown so close. By the way, where's my knife fish dagger? Han Fei asked. Hu Kuan replied. You really dare to take it? Han Fei retorted. Of course, it's mine. I merely left it with you temporarily. Hu Kuan felt incredulous at Han Fei's audacity. He had worked hard to catch it, yet somehow it belonged to Han Fei. Reluctantly, Hu Kuan handed over the knife fish dagger, then threatened, "Fine, we're even now. The next time we meet, you'll regret it." Han Fei responded cheerfully, Sure. He Xiaoyu, I'm over here." Seeing that Han Fei had entirely ignored him, Hu Kuan raised the dagger and waved at He Xiaoyu. When He Xiaoyu arrived, she quickly reclaimed her bamboo stick and exclaimed, "Oh my, did you go to class 1 to fight? I heard you injured 2 4th tier and 1 5th tier. Is that true?" Han Fei was taken aback. News travels that fast in school. He Xiaoyu explained, "Many people rushed over to watch. I went too, but when I heard you had left, I came to the cafeteria." Han Fei replied, "Let us eat first. There are still aspects of my 10 direction staff that I don't quite understand." After finishing his conversation, Han Fei requested another bowl of tunneling fish soup, completely consuming his share. After devouring 2 bowls of fish soup, his spiritual energy surged to 196, far exceeding the limits his body was meant to endure. Just as he was about to take a few bites of his meal, he noticed Tang Ge hurriedly approaching him. Upon seeing Han Fei unharmed, Tang Ge let out a sigh of relief and promptly brought over the fish soup and sea clam, exclaiming, "Did you break through?" Han Fei replied, "Yes, I just broke through, and it feels quite good." Tang Ge inquired, "Did you directly advance to the 4th level?" Han Fei responded, "Yes. Perhaps the time I spent accumulating energy was a bit long, but the progress feels rapid." "Haha, that's great. I knew my brother's talent would not be lacking," Tang Ge said excitedly. "However, since you've just broken through, you must avoid excessive combat. It could easily harm your foundation. As for those from class 1, it's no concern if you fought them." Tang Ge was genuinely thrilled for Han Fei. Han Fei asked, "What about you? How did it feel at the 1st level fishing grounds?" Tang Ji's eyes sparkled with longing as he declared, "In this lifetime, I must become a fishing master." Some individuals have obtained the power of spiritual shrimp, accelerating their cultivation speed by 30%. Another person even acquired the power of ball fish, enhancing their defense by 50%. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu were left in astonishment as Tang Gu rambled on. Han Fei asked, "Wait, people can obtain the powers of fish?" Tang Gu replied, "The teacher said it is no longer just fish. They are now demons, demon fish." He Xiaoyu interjected, "That's not right. My father said that one cannot absorb the power of demon fish before acquiring a gifted soul beast." Tang Gu admitted, "Some people simply could not resist. I was tempted too. I almost absorbed the power of an iron-headed fish." Han Fei felt that this world was becoming increasingly unfathomable, as humans could acquire the powers of fish. Nevertheless, he warned, "Tang Gu, it's best to heed the teacher's advice. If what you say is truly that beneficial, wouldn't everyone have absorbed various fish powers by now? The fact that they haven't indicates that there must be drawbacks. We are merely 12 years old. We have plenty of time to become potential fishers." He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Han Fei's boastful words, thinking he presumed becoming a potential fisher was as easy as picking cabbage. She retorted, "Right, we cannot be reckless. If it were possible, my father would have let me absorb it long ago, not waiting until now. We should focus more on the spiritual vein testing." Tang Gu asked, "What is a potential fisher?" He Xiaoyu, the enthusiastic girl, rambled on about it. The concept of potential fishers felt distant, but the discussion of spiritual veins piqued Han Fei and Tang Ji's interest. Spiritual veins determine the height of cultivation. For instance, He Xiaoyu's father possesses a second-level upper-grade spiritual vein, while the village chief has a third-level upper-grade spiritual vein. Most of the older teachers at the school have first-level spiritual veins. Naturally, higher-grade spiritual veins exist, but those exceeding the third level have gone to the town, leaving only those with lower spiritual vein levels in the village. Han Fei understood this, realizing why his previous cultivation was ineffective. He had a first-level broken spiritual vein, which could barely be considered a level at all. It was a miracle he could cultivate it all. Tang Gu couldn't stay long, as he hastily finished his meal and was summoned for the spiritual vein testing. He Xiaoyu explained, "All those who have reached the 7th-level fisherman realm by age 12 have been gathered. They say over 100 individuals are being summoned. Only those who break through to the 7th level by 12 will be granted spiritual medicine." Han Fei asked, "What is spiritual medicine?" He Xiaoyu replied, "I also don't understand much about it. It's said to be a pill refined from a certain spiritual entity from the sea. While it doesn't enhance spiritual veins, it can enrich the aura of the spiritual veins." Han Fei waited for a long time in class, but did not see Tang Gu return. He wasn't familiar with the other students, especially when they learned that a so-called waste had already broken through to the 4th level. Many regarded him with unfriendly glances, feeling humiliated to be outdone by someone they deemed inferior. At that moment, Wang Jie entered the room. Wang Jie scanned the room and declared, "Everyone, gather. We will conduct the spiritual vein testing on the playground." He Xiaoyu exclaimed, "So soon?" Many were excited and filled with anticipation. One person exclaimed, "What if I test as having a high-grade spiritual vein?" Immediately, another person shot back, "If you had a high-grade spiritual vein, would you still be a mere 4th-level fisherman? You would have already reached the 7th level." Others expressed their concerns. "What if my aptitude is too poor? Wouldn't I be stuck like this for life?" Some remained calm, stating, "At the very least, I should have a 1st-level vein. Even the worst can cultivate to a 6th-level fisherman, which isn't particularly bad." He Xiaoyu approached Han Fei and asked, "Han Fei, what level do you think my spiritual vein is?" Han Fei casually replied, "You're so exceptional. It must be at least 5 or 6. He Xiaoyu shook her head, "Impossible. The village chief has a 3rd-level vein, and my father has a 2nd level." Han Fei said, "Why overthink it? You'll find out in the test soon enough." He Xiaoyu pondered, realizing she shouldn't underestimate herself. However, she glanced at Han Fei and added, "But I should be higher than you. It took you a while to reach the 4th level." Han Fei couldn't help but chuckle at her naivety, thinking, "Just yesterday, I had a 1st-level broken spiritual vein, and now it's at least a 1st-level upper grade. Can you truly compare with me?" On the playground, a crowd had gathered. At least 30 fishing masters stood in a row at the front, each with a table before them, on which lay a fist-sized stone. The village chief presided over the event, stating, "Everyone, listen closely. The spiritual vein testing is of utmost importance. Starting today, anyone with a 1st-level upper-grade spiritual vein will receive a bowl of tunneling fish soup every 5 days. Those with 2nd-level middle and lower-grade spiritual veins will receive 2 bowls every 5 days. Individuals with 2nd-level upper-grade or 3rd-level spiritual veins will have the opportunity to study and cultivate at the town school. If anyone surpasses a 3rd-level spiritual vein, Tianshui village will take pride in you. The village chief was visibly excited, his voice booming. Han Fei, however, was scanning the area. He Xiaoyu asked, "What are you looking for?" Han Fei replied, "I'm searching for potential fishers." He Xiaoyu corrected him, "You should call them adults." Han Fei shrugged, "Well, they can't hear me anyway." At that moment, Han Fei spotted Tang Gu and others returning, standing at the front. Tang Gu had initially intended to find Han Fei, but was quickly surrounded by teachers eager to conduct the testing. He Xiaoyu commented, "There must be someone among them with a third-level spiritual vein." Han Fei asked, "How do you know?" He Xiaoyu replied, "My father said there is always someone in each cohort. In 1 year, someone even tested as having a 5th-grade spiritual vein, and was taken away by people from the city." The testing commenced, with the teachers announcing results. Han Fei observed someone placing their hand on the stone, which erupted with blinding yellow light. Chao Jia, 7th-level fisherman, 2nd-level upper-grade spiritual vein. The first result being a 2nd-level upper-grade sent shockwaves through the playground, indicating a chance to study in the town and ascend to greater heights. Wow, a 2nd-level upper-grade. This could mean a potential to become a great fishing master. Starting with a 2nd-level upper-grade, these prodigies truly are impressive. Next, another individual tested, yielding the same yellow light, albeit dimmer. A teacher announced, Li Rushui, 2nd-level lower-grade spiritual vein. Zhou Haiba, 2nd-level middle-grade spiritual vein. After announcing over 50 results, 21 of which were 2nd-level, the remainder were all 1st-level upper grades. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Class 3, Wu Lei, 3rd-level middle-grade spiritual vein." The crowd erupted in cheers. Even the village chief stepped forward a few paces. A 3rd-level middle-grade vein. If he does not falter, he could undoubtedly become a great fishing master. Wu Lei, the boy in question, exclaimed triumphantly, "I'm a 3rd-level middle grade? Haha, I'm a 3rd-level middle grade." Others looked on enviously, unaware that on a distant rooftop, Feng Zhe was lazily observing this scene. Indeed, in a small village, someone with a mere 3rd-level middle grade would start to become overly pleased with themselves. Such individuals would find it difficult to enter the city in their lifetime. The announcements continued, revealing dozens of results. A girl named Zhao Qingqing tested as a 3rd-level lower grade, astonishing many. Suddenly, Feng Zhe's expression shifted drastically, and he stood up abruptly. In that moment, everyone present gazed in disbelief at the violet radiance that erupted before them. Chapter 15, The Standard of Spiritual Energy. Tang Gu, possessing a 7th-grade spiritual vein. It was not that the teacher was reluctant to announce the subsequent ranks, but rather that in his lifetime, he had never encountered a prodigious individual with a 7th-grade spiritual vein. Suddenly, such a person appeared before him, leaving him utterly dazed. Not only was the teacher bewildered, but the entire playground, all the instructors, including the village chief, were equally stunned. At the edge, Hu Kuan, who had just tested as a shining 3rd grade, was also taken aback. He had intended to declare his own 3rd grade upper-tier qualification, yet the emergence of Tang Ji's 7th grade left him perplexed about how to proceed. Even Tang Gu himself was astonished. 7th grade? What did this even signify? Since the establishment of Tianshui village, never had there been a prodigy with a 7th grade spiritual vein. And now he was that very person. Tang Gu wished to turn around and seek affirmation and support from Han Fei, but in the throng of people, he could not find him. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was Feng Zhe, who placed his hand on Tang Ji's shoulder and laughed heartily, his voice resonating and causing a ripple among the teachers and students. "You are Tang Gu?" Tang Gu, still in a daze, nodded. Feng Zhe's face broke into a broad smile, his joy evident as he patted Tang Ji's shoulder emphatically and declared, "For this period, stay by my side." Feng Zhe had never imagined that such a small village could produce a 7th grade spiritual vein. Even in the main city, a 7th grade was synonymous with prodigious talent. Yet here was Tang Gu, a delightful surprise. After speaking, Feng Zhe turned to the village chief and remarked, "Tianshui village has contributed to the cultivation of talent, and for that, a reward is in order. From this day forth, all resource allocations will be doubled. The village chief shall receive a 3rd grade ascending spiritual pill, a Qishui coral rod, and a Haihong fruit." Feng Zhe was genuinely elated, tossing out items that others had never even heard of, leaving the village chief in a state of shock. A voice in the crowd exclaimed, "Haihong fruit, my goodness. My father says that is a rare treasure that can assist one in breaking through realms." He Xiaoyu's mouth fell agape, her mind swirling. 7th grade spiritual vein, wow. How powerful. Han Fei, too, was momentarily stunned before slowly smiling. "Damn it, you truly live up to your reputation as my brother. Remarkable." Yet within, Han Fei felt a twinge of jealousy. It seemed unjust that others emerged with a 7th grade spiritual vein, while he himself could barely admit to being at the 1st grade level. "Han Fei, You just swore, He Xiaoyu chided. I was merely expressing joy for my brother, Han Fei retorted. He Xiaoyu tilted her head, suddenly realizing, wow. Doesn't this mean Tang Ge will have to return to Tianshui village often? Why? Han Fei queried. Because you are in Tianshui village. He Xiaoyu replied confidently. I might not be there, Han Fei murmured. Where else could you possibly be if not in Tianshui village? Your spiritual vein is not as formidable as mine. I am already poised to enter the 7th grade, while you are still at the 4th, she asserted. Just as Han Fei and He Xiaoyu exchanged banter. The scene before them shifted, and Tang Ge was taken away. The village chief, regaining his composure after a prolonged moment of excitement, finally shouted, let the tests continue. Hukuan, 3rd grade upper tier spiritual vein. In Tianshui village, this talent is not to be underestimated, but now, with the emergence of a 7th grade. The other students had yet to recover from their astonishment, and suddenly, a 3rd grade seemed weak in comparison. Mu Sun, 1st grade middle tier spiritual vein. Lu Dali, 1st grade lower tier spiritual vein. Once the tests for these so-called prodigious students concluded, the standards were immediately diminished. Particularly those with 1st grade lower tier veins turned pale, as this indicated they would only ever cultivate to the level of a 6th grade fisherman. Only upon reaching a 1st grade upper tier spiritual vein can one aspire to become a fishing master. Now it is our turn. Han Fei observed the radiant yellow light emitted by He Xiaoyu and felt a sense of certainty. Anyone who produced yellow light would not exceed 4th grade. Indeed. The teacher announced, He Xiaoyu, 3rd grade upper tier spiritual vein. He Xiaoyu's father was overjoyed. Among the myriad students, his daughter was undoubtedly among the top 5, and in an instant, his face glowed with pride, almost bursting into laughter. He Xiaoyu was elated, with many gazing at her with envy. For ordinary people, a 7th grade spiritual vein was legendary, while a 3rd grade upper tier was the height of their aspirations. Han Fei quietly stepped forward. Wang Jie glanced at him and instructed, place your hand on the testing stone and channel your spiritual energy. The process was straightforward. Han Fei saw the stone glow, albeit faintly. Wang Jie exclaimed, then called out, Han Fei, 1st grade upper tier spiritual vein. This spiritual vein rank was exceedingly common, garnering little attention. Wang Jie's moment of surprise stemmed from assuming Han Fei would at most possess a 1st grade lower tier vein. Otherwise, his slow cultivation would be inexplicable. Yet no one noticed the faint black hue on the stone, nearly indistinguishable from its original color. Wang Jie did not see it, but Han Fei did. Han Fei hastily withdrew his hand. Teacher, what color signifies a 4th grade spiritual vein? Wang Jie casually replied, blue. Next. Returning, Han Fei wore a bewildered expression. Below 4th grade was yellow, from 4th to 6th grade was blue, while above 7th grade was purple. What, then, did black represent? Han Fei, fret not. A 1st grade upper tier spiritual vein still holds promise. Though it cannot compare to mine, it is certainly better than those of 1st grade middle or lower tiers, He Xiaoyu reassured him. Should I practice Shifang stick? Han Fei asked. He Xiaoyu responded in surprise, practice again? Didn't you just train this morning? You should be sore all over by now. I consumed 2 bowls of tumbling fish soup. I'm perfectly fine, Han Fei replied. At the training ground, He Xiaoyu instructed, be nimble and agile. Your strikes are too barbaric. For now, we are only discussing technique. If you infuse spiritual energy, after 5 or 6 strikes, your energy will be depleted. Han Fei paused. Infusing spiritual energy in combat? Of course. However, during regular training, we typically refrain from using spiritual energy, as it is precious. But in the fishing grounds, we often face life and death crises. Thus, infusing energy becomes essential, and every bit must be conserved. Otherwise, recovering it takes considerable time, He Xiaoyu explained. Han Fei was taken aback. Every bit? Do you even know how much spiritual energy you possess? He Xiaoyu regarded him as somewhat naive. Of course. When I first entered the 6th grade, I had 120 points. Now I have 142. Theoretically, once I surpass 140 points, I can become a 7th grade fisherman. Some people train at the peak of the 6th grade, and it is said the strongest in the village can reach 159 points. My father mentioned a genius in the town who once trained to 179 points. Han Fei felt his heart racing. Are you certain you had 120 points when you first entered the 6th grade? Yes. The standard for 6th grade is 120 points. He Xiaoyu confirmed. Han Fei thought to himself, what does having 119 points mean? Suddenly, he glanced at the Lian Yao Hu, and his expression changed. Master, Han Fei level 4, middle tier fisherman, spiritual energy, 208, 121, spiritual vein, 1st grade upper tier, upgradable, main cultivation method, Shu Gong Chui, Jiao Shu 1st volume Go, When Shu, common grade divine item. Han Fei's expression turned peculiar. When had he gained an additional 2-point limit? A sense of urgency gripped him. Could it be due to consuming 2 bowls of tumbling fish soup? Or perhaps the training of Shifang's stick had contributed to the fortification of his body. Moreover, if the 6th grade standard was 120 points, what did having 121 points signify for him? He Xiaoyu, how much spiritual energy can a 4th grade fisherman cultivate? Han Fei inquired. He Xiaoyu tilted her head. You? Theoretically only 80 points, at most 99. A 4th grade fisherman's training primarily enhances their physique and strength. But it is quite challenging to elevate the limit of spiritual energy. Only upon reaching the 6th grade, or the peak of the 6th grade, does the training of spiritual energy become relevant. Han Fei's eyes twinkled with intrigue. He Xiaoyu, do you still have that tumbling fish soup? He Xiaoyu regarded him with suspicion. You've already had 2 bowls. 2 bowls of fish soup is hardly sufficient. Who are we to each other? Besides, my brother possesses a 7th level spiritual vein, and I cannot even begin to count how many wish to curry favor with me now. He Xiaoyu remarked. I have no intention of flattering you. My only role is to spur you on. Han Fei responded. That is not the way to put it. If you do not think of yourself, you must consider your father. Reflect on it. Your father has raised you thus far. You must show filial piety. Do you not agree? If I strengthen my relationship with you, once Tang Ge becomes formidable, I could easily procure a Hai Hongguo for your father, and he would surely become a master angler. He Xiaoyu, clearly lacking in intellect, was momentarily taken aback and retorted, Can Tang Ge really obtain a Hai Hongguo? Han Fei assured her, of course. Did you not see Fang Zhe casually toss the Hai Hongguo to the village chief? It indicates that, in their eyes, it is hardly valuable. If you give me a bowl of tumbling fish soup now, it could be exchanged for a Hai Hongguo later. What a bargain. He Xiaoyu exclaimed, really? Han Fei affirmed, absolutely. Han Fei exhibited no awareness of being like a cunning wolf deceiving a naive lamb. Moments later, he consumed another bowl of tumbling fish soup, and indeed, his spiritual energy fluctuated. Owner, Han Fei level 4, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy, 256, 122, spiritual vein, first class. Superior, upgradable, major skill, void fishing technique, first volume, hook kiss technique, common grade divine quality. Han Fei laughed heartily. How absurd. 1 bowl of soup equals 1 point of spiritual potential. Just imagine if I had 100 bowls. Suddenly, he grinned widely and said, He Xiaoyu, may I borrow your bamboo stick? He Xiaoyu replied, Are you planning to fight again? I won't lend it to you. Han Fei insisted, Be obedient. If I borrow it just once, I shall pay you a bowl of tumbling fish soup. What do you say? He Xiaoyu was tempted, just moments ago. She was fretting over having lost a bowl of tumbling fish soup, and now Han Fei was offering her a bowl for a mere stick. She thought to herself, Is Han Fei foolish? He owes me a Hai Hongguo for nothing, and I still have my tumbling fish soup intact. How clever I am. Han Fei, meanwhile, swaggered away with the stick. After all, 1 bowl of tumbling fish soup equated to a point of spiritual energy. Was there a faster route to advancement? In an instant, Han Fei felt he had reached the pinnacle of life. He Xiaoyu sensed something was amiss with Han Fei and followed him closely, completely unaware that, in his eyes, everyone he passed appeared as tumbling fish soup. Bang! The training ground door was kicked open by Han Fei. Upon his entrance, the entire class glared at him with envy. You just came this morning, and now you're back again. Do you truly believe we are too afraid to confront you? Hu Kuan challenged Han Fei. What do you want now? Han Fei replied, I seek nothing. Today, I shall break through, and in my joy, I come to challenge. Lu Lingji interjected, Han Fei. A formal challenge requires the use of spiritual energy, and you have only just reached level 4. Han Fei declared, Whoever defeats me shall claim this bamboo stick, which was harvested from the depths of a first-class fishing ground. Surely, it is worth several mid-grade pearls. What do you all say? He Xiaoyu panicked and hurriedly pulled Han Fei aside, exclaiming, That belongs to me. If you lose it, my father will be furious. Han Fei reassured her, Fear not. If I lose it, I shall have my brother compensate you with 10 or 8 more. He Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly. No. What if you lose? Han Fei confidently declared, Lose? It is impossible. I am confident in my abilities. Then, pointing the stick at the crowd, he challenged, Who dares to come forth? Do not tell me you lack courage. Immediately, someone stepped forward. Bring it on. A mere level 4 waste dares to act so arrogantly. Han Fei, that bamboo stick shall belong to me. In the entirety of Tianshui village, there were few who possessed a bamboo stick, most held by anglers. He Xiaoyu's father had spoiled her by providing her one. While theft was out of the question, if one could win it through combat, it would indeed be theirs. Buzz. Both participants began to emanate a glow, indicating the surge of spiritual energy. Now, let the battle commence. However, Han Fei remarked, at this moment, there can be no turning back. He asserted, I shall not retract my statement, But if I lose, what shall you offer? The young man replied, I shall give you my iron rod. Han Fei countered, what would I do with so many sticks? Instead, should I win, you must provide me with a bowl of tumbling fish soup. The young man pondered, what is the harm? A bowl of tumbling fish soup every 5 days is hardly a precious item. It pales in comparison to the value of the bamboo stick. Very well. That is your promise. The young man opposite Han Fei was excited, believing the bamboo stick was already his. With a powerful swing, he charged forth. However, Han Fei also swung his bamboo stick with ferocity, even sporting a sly smile. Bang! The impact was so forceful that the two sticks collided, sending a shock wave through the air. The opposing young man was sent flying, the stick shattering into 2 pieces, his hands trembling, blood seeping from his mouth, his face pale. Impossible. How could your strength be so great? Hu Kuan, Lu Lingji, and He Xiaoyu were all stunned. A peer had been felled by a single blow? Han Fei sneered. Did you truly believe I was merely a level 4? If I were an ordinary level 4, would I dare challenge you? However, the blow had drained 8 points of spiritual energy, an entire large yellow fish gone. But reflecting on it, winning a bowl of tumbling fish soup and gaining a slight increase in my spiritual energy reserve seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Han Fei called out next. At this moment, some began to feel anxious, yet the allure of the bamboo stick was too great. Another young man stepped forward. You simply rely on weapons and combat skills. My Xuanwu rod is not inferior to your 10 directions rod. Han Fei replied, less chatter, let's fight. Han Fei leaped into action, swinging his bamboo stick, radiating with spiritual light. His opponent twirled a pale blue rod in defense. When they collided, it sounded like thunder, both their faces drained of color. Without hesitation, Han Fei executed a sweeping strike, unleashing his full strength. The opposing young man was sent flying, crashing into a wall, blood spurting from his mouth, unable to rise again. Han Fei was secretly astonished. Those who practiced combat skills were indeed formidable. This encounter had drained 24 points of spiritual energy, 3 times the previous amount. Han Fei muttered, for large yellow fish down. Next, He Xiaoyu watched, dumbfounded. How could he be so powerful? He had only learned the 10 directions rod in the morning. Yet now, he was so fierce. Was he truly a waste? Hu Kuan's expression darkened, and he was equally astonished. When had Han Fei become so strong? He had hoped to catch the attention of the great angel, but alas, Tang Gu had stolen the spotlight. Now, could it be that even a waste was about to rise? Hu Kuan immediately signaled to someone. Han Fei, since you have come to challenge, it must be without regard to ranks. I, Wang Ming, am a level 5 fisherman, and I also practice the 10 directions rod. Do you dare to fight? Han Fei replied, let us fight. However, for an overlevel challenge, you must provide 2 bowls of tumbling fish soup. This time, Han Fei was serious. He believed he would not fail. At least in terms of spiritual energy reserves, he was far ahead. The key point was that a level 4 fisherman was essentially a weakling. How strong could a level 5 be? Fine, 2 bowls it is. Prepare to be defeated. The battle commenced swiftly, and Han Fei showed no fear, relying on the fundamental techniques of cleaving, sweeping, and thrusting. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei began with 3 powerful cleaves, leaving his opponent's scalp tingling. This fellow, did he have no spiritual energy limit? A level 4 fisherman typically had only 80 points of spiritual energy, especially for someone like Han Fei, who cleaved with such force. Each strike consumed at least 10 points. How many strikes had he delivered? 4 or 5. With each clash, the spectators were astonished. How could this fellow still be fighting? Bang! A figure flew through the air, and Han Fei, panting, called out, next. Who is next? After a series of 7 relentless strikes, he had not given his opponent a moment to retaliate, once again toppling him. At this point, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Han Fei had actually defeated a level 5 fisherman? In the next moment, a throng of individuals surged forth. Han Fei, I challenge you. Han Fei, I am quite dissatisfied. Han Fei, I have long desired to fight you. He Xiaoyu hurriedly tugged at Han Fei, urging, wait, you cannot continue fighting. If you do, you will surely lose. Han Fei chuckled and called out, where's my fish soup? Why hasn't my 4 bowls of fish soup arrived yet? Someone queried, you want to drink it now? Han Fei retorted, is that even a question? This challenge doesn't come without cost. Are you implying I receive no respite? At this moment, some discerned that Han Fei was nearing his limit, yet the process of absorbing the spiritual fish soup was lengthy. How much spiritual energy could Han Fei truly gain from drinking it now? Suddenly, someone declared, stand firm and do not move. We will fetch it right away. Minutes later, the fish soup arrived, but the crowd's expressions soured as they realized 4 bowls of fish soup had been squandered. Their anger was palpable. Han Fei handed 1 bowl to He Xiaoyu, saying, We are even now. He Xiaoyu replied. Where's my stick? Han Fei responded, I can still fight. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Everyone knew how much spiritual energy a level 4 fisher possessed. Did he think they were unaware that he had already overdrawn his energy? Gulping down the soup, Han Fei remained unfazed, downing 3 bowls in quick succession. He Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Drinking it like that is futile. The effects won't manifest so quickly. Han Fei cast a glance at the Lien Yaohu. The Master S details read, Han Fei, level 4, mid-tier fisher. Spiritual energy, 300, 125. Spiritual vein, first tier upper grade, upgradable. Primary cultivation method, void fishing technique. First volume hook kiss technique, common grade divine item. Han Fei took a deep breath, realizing the immense benefit. Initially possessing 256 points of spiritual energy, after several bouts, not only had he not depleted it, but he had also increased it. This was far superior to fishing in the ocean. A large yellow croaker yielded only a few points of spiritual energy, whereas a bowl of spiritual fish soup was worth 7 or 8 large yellow croakers. Han Fei bellowed. I feel as though I could defeat a giant meat turtle. Who else dares? Some expressed skepticism. He.S. just putting on a show. Let us take him down. With that, Han Fei charged forward, wielding a stick and leaping to strike. The astonished individual protested. When did I agree to fight you? With a resounding thud, Han Fei's strike shattered the iron rod in the man's grasp, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Despicable. When did I ever challenge you? Han Fei retorted. He was about to attack me, which is tantamount to declaring war. Who could have known he was this weak? Enough. Hu Kuan stepped forward, demanding. Han Fei, what is your intent? Han Fei had already prepared his response. With a grin, he declared, from today onward, I will seek out anyone who has bullied me in the past, one by one. Of course, if they voluntarily offer me a bowl of spiritual fish soup, then we shall consider the matter settled. Chapter 17. The aftermath of drinking. Han Fei initially aimed to provoke Hu Kuan into challenging him, though he harbored doubts. For Hu Kuan was indeed a legitimate level 6. His strength should not be inferior to He Xiaoyu's, and at present, he could not yet contend with her. Although Hu Kuan was eager to fight, he understood that stepping into the ring would be excessive, so he restrained himself. Han Fei turned to leave, scoffing, pathetically weak. Not a single worthy opponent. At that moment, He Xiaoyu was bewildered. The Han Fei she encountered today was an entirely different individual from the one she had known for 4 years. She had heard tales of Han Fei's childhood and could surmise why Tang Ge had always protected him. Was it truly as Han Fei claimed, that he had achieved enlightenment? But how could the enlightened Han Fei be so violent? In truth, Han Fei was not violent. He merely sought an excuse to obtain the spiritual fish soup. Now that a bowl of soup could enhance his spiritual energy limits, if he could amass 100 bowls, would he not be invincible among the fishers? In the training ground of Class 2, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Everyone, shall we strike a deal? This bamboo stick in my hand is worth a fortune. Whoever can defeat me will claim it. Of course, if you lose, simply provide me with a bowl of spiritual fish soup. Isn't that the useless Han Fei? Has he lost his mind? Such a fortunate opportunity. That bamboo stick is worth quite a sum. Nobody touch it. That bamboo stick belongs to me. It was rumored that he had defeated 3 individuals from Class 1 earlier. However, that was without the use of spiritual energy. This fellow relied solely on brute force. In a true combat situation infused with spiritual energy, he would be woefully inadequate. 10 minutes later, the ground was littered with fallen figures, while 5 or 6 bowls of spiritual fish soup sat before Han Fei. He glanced at He Xiaoyu, who stood dumbfounded. Shall I pour you another bowl? Truly, the rental fee for a bowl of spiritual fish soup is rather meager. In a mere half-day, Han Fei's name spread like wildfire. A once deemed waste had defeated all challengers of the same realm across every class, even triumphing against those of higher tiers. This incident sent ripples throughout the entire school. The teachers were in a meeting, deliberating the prospects of level 3 spiritual vein talents when a trainee teacher entered. Excuse me, Wang Jia, would you mind assisting us with a matter? Wang Jia blinked. What is it? The trainee teacher replied. That Han Fei from your class has been fighting in school. Wang Jia laughed dismissively. Him? Who could he possibly be fighting? Zheng Laoshe. It's normal for students to spar occasionally, otherwise, they will be like flowers in a greenhouse. The trainee teacher sighed. Is that really sparring? No, Wang Laoshe. He has fought an entire grade. At this point, no one of his level dares to challenge him. He has even begun to seek battles beyond his current tier. A collective gasp echoed among the fishing instructors. What? He fought an entire grade? And he is challenging those above his level? Wang Jia was taken aback. Wait. Are you certain you're referring to the Han Fei from our class? The trainee teacher affirmed. There is no other Han Fei in this school aside from your class. When the teachers arrived, they found Han Fei taunting another class. Are you all capable? This bamboo stick in my hand could potentially fetch 10 mid-grade pearls. And all you need to provide is a measly bowl of spiritual fish soup. The opposing group of elite peers shook their heads vigorously. Han Fei scoffed, truly cowardly. Those who have bullied me may avoid fighting, but within 3 days, you'd best deliver my spiritual fish soup. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. One individual, his face darkening, declared, I will fight you. Han Fei replied, that won't do. You are a level 6 fisher, and I am merely level 4. The challenger, nearly exploding with frustration, retorted, I do not want your bamboo stick. If you win, I will give you 4 bowls of spiritual fish soup. Deal. Han Fei was eager to gauge the gulf between himself and the level 6 fisher, and now an opportunity presented itself. He Xiaoyu cautioned, Han Fei, you are insane. That is a level 6. Do not jeopardize your foundation for a few bowls of spiritual fish soup. Han Fei replied earnestly. Am I doing this solely for the fish soup? No, I am honing myself. Only with a robust physique can one thrive in the ocean. He Xiaoyu blinked, feeling as though he was trying to deceive her. You are clearly in it for the soup. One of the instructors remarked, oh, that is our classmate Qin Guang. He just tested at the 2nd tier upper grade for spiritual veins. Han Fei intends to fight him? Wang Jia was similarly bewildered. Was Han Fei not a level 2 fisher? When had he become capable of challenging a level 6 fisher? A teacher from Wang Jia's class suddenly recalled, right, I remember now. This morning, I sensed something was different about Han Fei. When I inquired, I discovered he had broken through to become a level 4 fisher. Wang Jia exclaimed, Su Laosher. Is that true? Su Laosher confirmed, indeed. This lad claimed he had faced life and death and had come to an understanding, thus breaking through. As the fishing instructors continued to converse, Han Fei and Qin Guang suddenly sprang into action. Their spiritual energies surged, and a tremendous force erupted between the bamboo stick and the steel rod. Han Fei unleashed a barrage of strikes, each blow radiating with spiritual energy. After a prolonged exchange, unable to break through, he transitioned to sweeping attacks, executing several in succession before resuming his strikes. However, Qin Guang, despite his considerable skills, was utterly incapable of withstanding Han Fei's relentless release of spiritual energy. It is important to note that the spiritual energy possessed by a fisherman is finite. With his own limit being a mere 136 points, he found himself utilizing all of it merely to fend off Han Fei's bamboo staff, leaving him unable to engage in combat. By the 16th strike, Qin Guang's staff was finally knocked from his grasp, sending him hurtling away. His face turned pale as he struggled to comprehend why he was being so thoroughly defeated by a mere 4th-level fisherman. The crux of the matter was whether this fellow had no upper limit to his spiritual energy. Not only was Qin Guang dumbfounded, but all the anglers present were equally astonished. Could a 4th-level fisherman truly unleash such an abundance of spiritual energy? Were they jesting? Han Fei had struck 16 times. Even if each blow only released 8 points of energy, that would total 128 points. Such a spiritual energy reserve was typically the domain of a 6th-level fisherman. Yet, Han Fei casually lifted a bowl of spirit-devouring fish soup and gulped it down, his stomach round and full. Instantly, the pallor on his face improved significantly. The disparity between a 6th-level fisherman and a 4th-level one was indeed palpable. The opponent's physical strength surpassed his own, albeit by a small margin, which posed a significant challenge in battle. Had Qin Guang chosen to endure a few strikes instead of engaging in a life-or-death struggle, the outcome might have remained uncertain. Han Fei turned to He Xiaoyu and said, help me drink some. I can no longer manage. He Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, I can't drink anymore either. I've already had 13 bowls. Among the group of anglers, a middle-aged fisherman wore a peculiar expression, wondering how his daughter had become involved in this. Moreover, Han Fei's bamboo staff appeared to be his daughter's as well. The other fishermen were left speechless. It was a rare sight to see someone drink so much spirit-devouring fish soup that they vomited. How many bowls had he consumed? In reality, the soup had lost its efficacy for Han Fei. Upon realizing that his current spiritual energy limit was capped at 139 points, he understood the situation. However, this did not deter him from continuing his challenges. Although his energy threshold could not be altered, the soup was still brimming with spiritual energy. One bowl of spirit-devouring fish soup was equivalent to the essence of 7 or 8 large yellow croakers. Now that even his companion, He Xiaoyu, had drunk so much that she felt ill, one could only imagine the state Han Fei was in. In the crowd, a student remarked in disbelief, Han Fei, have you really consumed over 30 bowls of spirit-devouring fish soup without relieving yourself? Yet, Han Fei retorted with a burp. I can hold it a bit longer. Who else is there? As he boasted, he noticed that the others displayed various expressions of disbelief, leaving him perplexed. Why were they all so dispirited? Han Fei, without turning around, he replied, one at a time, this class is not over yet, so there's no need to rush. How many more classes do you intend to conduct? Came the authoritative voice. Han Fei recognized it as familiar, and upon glancing back, he saw Wang Jie glaring at him. Accompanied by a group of teachers, Han Fei quickly thought on his feet and said, Teacher, I just remembered I need to relieve myself. I'll be right back. You can hold it a bit longer, you're not going anywhere. He Xiaoyu hurriedly added, Han Fei, the bamboo staff. Realizing he could no longer continue, Han Fei tossed the staff to He Xiaoyu. He then heard her father say, You little brat, come home with me. Once Han Fei left, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Finally, he was gone. Had a 6th-level powerhouse really been bested by him? Was it possible that only a 7th-level powerhouse could contend with him? How had this seemingly useless individual suddenly become so formidable? Even though everyone knew Tang Gu possessed a 7th-level spiritual vein, Han Fei only had a 1st-level one. Even if Tang Gu sought assistance from angels, how could he possibly grow so rapidly? On the playground, Wang Jie squinted and remarked, I can understand your promotion, but what else with your spiritual energy? Han Fei replied, Teacher, my energy is ever replenishing. A slap landed on Han Fei's head instantly, leaving Wang Jie speechless. Ever replenishing, you say? Even Feng Zhe, the angel from the city, would be hard-pressed to maintain such a claim. What makes you think you can? Wang Jie admonished, speak properly. Han Fei explained, Teacher, I've consumed a bellyful of spirit-devouring fish soup, and it hasn't been fully digested yet, which is why the energy keeps coming. Wang Jie countered, nonsense. You unleashed 16 strikes in mere breaths. How could your energy possibly convert that quickly? Han Fei feigned ignorance, saying, it converts just fine. Once the soup is in my stomach, the energy returns. This time, Wang Jie was taken aback. You can convert it? Han Fei affirmed, indeed. Once the soup enters my stomach, my energy is restored. Hitting them is merely a matter of 1 bowl of soup, or perhaps 2 if necessary. Wang Jie was skeptical of Han Fei's ability to absorb and convert energy so swiftly. He had never encountered anyone capable of such rapid conversion. Could it be a natural gift? If so, why had it only manifested today? Why don't you try attacking me? Wang Jie suggested. Han Fei felt a pang of regret. Teacher, surely we don't need to waste energy among ourselves? Wang Jie retorted. Isn't your energy ever replenishing? What is there to waste? Han Fei protested. Please, teacher. I've only just filled my stomach with spirit-devouring fish soup. I can't let it go to waste. Wang Jie insisted. If I tell you to strike, then strike. No more chatter. Han Fei lamented. But, teacher, I don't have a staff. I borrowed that from He Xiaoyu. Wang Jie pondered for a moment and said, wait here. A few minutes later, Wang Jie returned, casually tossing a sturdy iron staff to Han Fei. Give it a try. Han Fei internally scoffed at the iron staff, wondering how Wang Jie could even think to compare it to He Xiaoyu's bamboo staff, which was worth 10 iron staffs. However, knowing he could not evade the challenge, he resigned himself to expend a bit of energy. With a sudden movement, Han Fei struck down with the iron staff, cleaving through the air and generating a whooshing sound. Wang Jie merely used his fishing rod to block the strikes effortlessly. No matter whether Han Fei swung, slashed, or even thrust, he failed to rattle Wang Jie in the slightest. Instantly, Han Fei was astonished. Was the realm of fishermen truly this formidable? How much stronger would a grand fisherman be? And what of Feng Zhe, who was reputed to be a master angler? Wang Jie remarked, your strength is considerable. Did you have some fortuitous encounter at sea that night? Han Fei quickly shook his head. No, just a minor fish tide. Wang Jie pondered, your strength is impressive, achieving the physical prowess of a 6th-level fisherman. Could it be a combination of innate strength and a unique constitution? Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought. Han Fei was merely a 1st-level spiritual vein. And even if he possessed those extraordinary traits, what difference would it make? Moreover, they could not ascertain whether this was Han Fei's inherent talent. They would have to wait and see. Given your current situation, avoid troubling your classmates. Since your combat prowess is so strong, consider honing your skills at a regular fishing ground. Try dropping your hooks below 5 meters, but remember, never exceed 8 meters. Han Fei replied, Teacher, shouldn't I be learning combat techniques right now? Wang Jie chuckled, combat techniques? You haven't even mastered the 10 direction staff, yet you wish to learn something else. Let us discuss combat techniques once your soul awakens or you break through to the 7th-level fisherman. Seeing Han Fei's sheepish expression, Wang Jie added, don't reach too far. Haven't you noticed that all students below the 7th level are using either staff techniques or fist techniques? That's because lower-level fishermen cannot grasp the essence of other combat techniques, while staff and fist techniques are versatile and practical. Han Fei expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. He temporarily shelved his aspirations of learning combat techniques. After challenging himself for a while, he had indeed recognized that everyone utilized staff techniques. Moreover, staff techniques were, after all, a form of combat technique, and they were exceedingly brutal in application, which Han Fei did not mind at all. Tengu has not returned since being taken away by Feng Zhe, leaving no trace of information behind. Han Fei, after consuming nearly 40 bowls of tumbling fish soup throughout the afternoon, felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, though it was largely illusory. Within the Lin Yaohu, the data surged dramatically. Owner, Han Fei level 4, mid-tier fisherman, spiritual energy, 1488, 139, spirit vein. First tier superior, upgradable, main cultivation technique, Su Kong Chui, Jiao Shu volume, 1 Go 1 Shu, common grade divine item. Gazing at his current spiritual energy reserves, Han Fei felt a surge of excitement, yearning to devise a formidable technique. Alas, he had yet to reach the rank of a fishing master, leaving him unable to practice combat techniques, let alone cultivate advanced methods. After a night of cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine his body, he found that despite the process being several times faster than Ling Hunshui Jiaoshu, it paled in comparison to the previous night. Was it perhaps due to the absence of the moon? During this time, Han Fei longed to upgrade his spirit vein but refrained, knowing he must retain a reserve of spiritual energy as a safeguard. At dawn, Han Fei set out with his fishing rod towards the departure port. The departure port was always bustling with activity. On its periphery, 3 main thoroughfares were teeming with people, and such vibrant scenes were mirrored in 5 other locations within Tianshui town. The Huangyu meatballs, only 2 C coins each. Green attracting worms on discount. Just 75 C coins per box, today only. Freshly cooked hai guizi, 5 C coins per pound. Hurry to buy? Wenxiang Luo is for sale. Limited to 10 today, priced at 12 inferior pearls each. Act quickly if you wish to purchase. Upon hearing about Wenxiang Luo, throngs of people rushed over. Boss, how about 10 inferior pearls for the Wenxiang Luo? The proprietor replied, not for sale, not for sale. I've broken countless fishing lines for these 10 Wenxiang Luo. Boss, give me one. Boss, I want to. Han Fei was taken aback by the abundance of wealthy patrons. Just 12 inferior pearls for a single item. Yet it was being snatched up fervently. Wenxiang Luo resided in the depths of the sea, often preyed upon by deep-sea fish, and most fishermen acquired them through fishing. Of course, there were daring fishermen who, upon reaching the pinnacle of their craft, would dive into the depths to excavate them. However, such occurrences were rare due to the dangers of the ocean floor, where even ordinary fishing grounds harbored peril. Encounters with snake-like creatures or venomous sea snakes posed significant threats. Nevertheless, where there were profits to be made, individuals would always venture forth. For instance, someone was seen sprinting while carrying a piece of underwater coral, shouting, "Does anyone want this underwater coral branch? 1 medium pearl per pound." Instantly, a crowd gathered. "Big brother, I'll buy half a pound. Brother, I want half a pound." Such scenes unfolded almost daily, and Han Fei, observing the myriad of seafood available, ranging from 1 C coin to a medium pearl, was captivated. Today, Han Fei felt no urgency and lingered a little longer. He noticed that most of the street food was steamed or boiled, lacking any seasoning. If he were to open a barbecue stall, wouldn't he reap immense profits? Before he could ponder further, a commotion erupted in the distance along the main thoroughfare. A crowd of dozens was converging towards Han Fei, encircling a middle-aged man who was shouldering a large meat turtle. As they drew closer, Han Fei caught sight of the creature, and a flurry of data appeared. Name: large meat turtle, level 9, quality, ordinary, contains spiritual energy, 188 points, consumption effect, increases vitality, expands meridians, collectible, inferior turtle shell, absorbable. Han Fei was astonished. This was the highest level sea beast he had encountered thus far, brimming with an impressive amount of spiritual energy. A collective gasp escaped many in the crowd. Heavens, how did this large meat turtle get caught? People surrounded the middle-aged man. Brother, 5 medium pearls is quite a sum. Just sell it. The man stubbornly shook his head. This large meat turtle is for my son's cultivation. I will not sell. Those around him, evidently merchants, urged him persistently. Brother, what level is your son now? Does he lack weapons? Lacking combat techniques? We can make an exchange. The man continued to refuse. Understanding the rarity of a large meat turtle, many fishermen would never catch one in their lifetime. It was purely a matter of luck. This creature was one of the most valuable catches in an ordinary fishing ground. A merchant chimed in, "Let us be straightforward, brother, 6 medium pearls is our final offer." The middle-aged man hesitated. 6 medium pearls represented a fortune, enough for an ordinary person's earnings for nearly a year. However, after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely replied, "Not for sale." Just then, the crowd parted to reveal a young man clad in white, accompanied by a retinue of servants. Upon seeing him, someone exclaimed, "The Wang family of Tianshui, with 5 fishing masters." Another whispered, "I heard the head of the Wang family might break through to great fishing master soon." It was evident that the large meat turtle would soon belong to the Wang family. The young man approached the middle-aged man with a smile. "Uncle, why not sell me this large meat turtle? I will offer you 8 medium pearls and a vial of fish head refinement liquid." The middle-aged man was taken aback by such an offer, momentarily speechless. "Think carefully before you decide. Good things are easily coveted by others." Yet, before he could respond, another crowd approached with great momentum. Merchants near Han Fei quickly moved aside, one calling out, "It's Li Hu, the young master of the East City Tiger Head Gang. Clear the way." The East City Tiger Head Gang was notorious in Tianshui village. Rumor had it that their leader, possessing a rare soul beast, the tiger head fish hatchling, roamed freely in the first-tier fishing grounds. Even great fishing masters had to yield to him on the sea. Li Hu cast a disdainful glance at the Wang family youth. "Wang Baiyu, when did the Wang family gain the audacity to intrude upon my Tiger Head Gang's territory?" Wang Baiyu, unfazed, smiled lightly in response. "Has the Tiger Head Gang begun to restrict trade at the departure port? Or does the Tiger Head Gang believe that no one in Tianshui village can restrain you any longer?" Li Hu shot back, then asked him if he dares to sell. The middle-aged man, just beginning to entertain the thought of selling, immediately recoiled. He could not afford to offend the Tiger Head Gang. Wang Baiyu retorted, "Then buy it. Once you purchase it, I will conveniently take it from you, saving myself quite a sum." Han Fei observed the Wang family youth, whose demeanor remained remarkably calm. Yet his words were laced with an undeniable arrogance. Li Hu grinned, "Then come and try to snatch it." The middle-aged man was caught in a dilemma, fully capable of overpowering these two youths, yet daunted by their family backgrounds. Why not just split it? As tensions escalated between the two sides, a voice unexpectedly broke through. Chapter 19. A fright in the sea. In an instant, all eyes turned to seek the source of the voice. Han Fei, merely speaking his mind, thought, "Isn't this just a turtle? The uncle worked hard to bring it back, and yet you all are squabbling over it. Can't you see he is trembling?" A cold glint flashed in Li Hu's eyes, and before he could speak, one of his subordinates barked, "Kid, who allowed you to speak here?" Han Fei, feeling exasperated, thought, "Am I not even allowed to talk?" Wang Baiyu, however, chuckled, "The Tiger Head Gang boasts an impressive reputation, forbidding others from speaking. Whoever you are, if you dare to touch him, I will have your hands chopped off." Li Hu sneered, "What you said isn't entirely false. I want the turtle shell, and you can have the turtle meat." Wang Baiyu, maintaining his composure, replied with a hint of disdain, "What do you even want a turtle shell for? In the entire Tianshui village, besides my Wang family having a weapons master, can you find another?" Li Hu appeared disinclined to engage in debate, merely emitting a dismissive grunt. "What belongs to the Hutu gang is inherently ours." Behind him, 2 individuals suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura, their bodies suffused with spiritual energy, as if enveloped in a faint luminescence. This level of power could only be possessed by cultivators of at least the 7th rank. Like arrows released from a bow, the 2 surged forward, but halfway through their sprint, a resonant hum echoed as 2 swords, similarly shrouded in spiritual light, descended from the heavens. Han Fei quickly retreated, feeling an immense force that seemed capable of tearing him apart at any moment. With a swift motion, 2 blades flashed by and embedded themselves into the ground, revealing 2 severed arms, unbeknownst to him. Armored warriors? Li Hu's eyes widened in horror as he abruptly scanned the crowd, spotting a burly middle-aged man striding towards him with a massive box slung over his back. "Third young master." The man approached Wang Baiyu with a respectful greeting, then stood to the side. Li Hu exclaimed, "Is the Wang family declaring war on my Hutu gang?" This time, it was unnecessary for Wang Baiyu to respond. The middle-aged man indifferently retorted, "Declaring war on the Hutu gang? You might as well ask your father, Li Ju, to say that." The farcical confrontation commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Wang Baiyu smiled lightly, turning to leave, and added, "By the way, Li Hu, the turtle meat will be delivered to your residence shortly." The onlookers fell silent, paralyzed in shock. The middle-aged man, carrying the heavy turtle, dared not utter a word as someone approached him, lifting the turtle and providing the due payment. Li Hu grunted and turned to leave, his gaze growing colder. Han Fei remained rooted in place, utterly stunned by the earlier spectacle. Two streaks of dark light had flashed by, resulting in two severed arms on the ground. What if that light had been aimed at his head? Han Fei gazed at the middle-aged man with the box, his mind racing. Armored warriors? What in the world are they? This was entirely unknown to him, even in his memories. Han Fei speculated that perhaps when he attained the realm of a fisherman, all these answers would become clear, and he felt no urgency. The streets, now free of conflict, were once again filled with the cacophony of vendors' cries. Yet Han Fei felt no desire to linger. This world harbored too many mysterious secrets awaiting his exploration, and the fundamental prerequisite for uncovering these mysteries was to become a fisherman. At the harbor, the same female registrar was present. Han Fei said, "Sister Qin, I wish to set sail." She replied, "Let me register you." "Wait, have you broken through?" Han Fei responded, "Yes, I was fortunate enough to break through." Qin nodded. "However, you are still too weak. Go wait for the fishing boat over there." Han Fei's eyes flickered. "Sister Qin, may I rent an 8-person fishing boat by myself?" Qin was taken aback. "Renting alone? Can you afford the fish tax?" While she questioned Han Fei's ability to pay, she had already begun to record his request. Han Fei anticipated further inquiries, but she simply stated, "Everyone must pay the price for their choices. It's just a matter of whether one can bear the cost." Few would rent a fishing boat alone, so Han Fei's boat arrived rather swiftly. He opted for an 8-person vessel due to its 8 fish compartments, anticipating that should a small fish tide occur, it would yield substantial profits. Han Fei boarded the boat and directed it to fly towards a location slightly beyond the ordinary fishing grounds. The ordinary fishing area was reputed to span 1,000 miles, yet very few ventured 500 miles out. Due to insufficient spiritual energy to control the vessel, even peak fishermen could only reach 600 to 700 miles. Han Fei, however, had no intention of traveling so far. He planned to go 100 or 200 miles at most, as venturing too far would risk his return. Yet, within mere minutes, Han Fei was struck by an astonishing realization. The boat had malfunctioned and was uncontrollably flying away. "What the hell? Are you kidding me?" Meanwhile, at the Hutu gang headquarters in Tianshui village, Li Hu was informed, "Young master, ensure that the kid has no way back." Li Hu replied, "Understood." To him, this was a trivial matter. He hardly remembered Han Fei's appearance, only that someone had interjected during his confrontation with Wang Baiyu, which he found quite distasteful. Han Fei remained oblivious to the plot against him, at least for now. With a loud bang, Han Fei discovered that the control device had exploded, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out of their sockets. What on earth? Not only could he not control the spiritual energy, but the control device also blew up? Han Fei's expression darkened. He had no idea how far he had fallen, but the sea was devoid of any ships. Furthermore, with the control device destroyed, the boat had lost all power, and even hovering became an issue, as it began to plummet rapidly. "I'm going to die." From hundreds of meters above, the fishing boat descended. Han Fei thought it was over. How could this boat withstand such a fall into the sea? It would surely be reduced to splinters. With the wind howling, Han Fei gripped the side of the boat tightly. Just before hitting the water, he leaped off and plunged into the sea. At that moment of immersion, Han Fei was intensely anxious. The fish in these waters could be terrifying. If a few knife fish or serpentine creatures appeared, he could be finished in an instant. Fortunately, despite the abrupt entry, there were no fish nearby, and those that might have been startled quickly darted away in fright. The first thing Han Fei did underwater was open his eyes, attempting to swim back to the surface. The descent was not rapid. If the boat had a decent quality, it should not be irreparably damaged. However, misfortune struck. In the distance, he spotted a massive green turtle seemingly drawn by the commotion, swimming towards him. Its head was easily twice the size of an ordinary green turtle. Just as Han Fei thought he was in for a treat, the turtle suddenly turned, seemingly losing interest in him. He let out a sigh of relief and began to swim upward, but then he noticed several glinting knives. Panic surged through him. Those were knife fish, and there were several of them. Han Fei dared not move, thinking to himself, "You wouldn't eat me, would you? I'm not that large. Besides, I'm not a greenbait worm." Indeed, the knife fish circled around him a few times before swimming away. Notably, one swam right past Han Fei's face, glancing at him several times with its large fish eyes, seemingly pondering what this strange creature was. Han Fei grasped his knife fish dagger, unsure if the knife fish would foolishly approach and slice him a few times. Seeing that the knife fish remained indifferent, he gently kicked his legs, preparing to float to the surface. At that moment when Han Fei attempted to swim, he was astonished to discover how clear his vision was underwater. After a quick shake, he realized he could move freely in the sea. Could it be that people in this world possess innate swimming skills? However, before he could swim to the surface, he noticed a serpentine creature twisting its way towards him at great speed. Crap, a sea snake. Han Fei felt his luck had plummeted to the depths. While the green turtle and knife fish were manageable, the sea snake was different. This creature thrived on warmth, and at this moment, what could be warmer than himself? It seemed intent on burrowing into his body. With this thought, Han Fei quickly submerged a little further. If he were to surface without visibility, he would undoubtedly end up as a perforated casualty. With the dagger in hand, Han Fei faced the sea snake warily. The snake circled around him, its dense array of sharp teeth snapping open and shut, as if it had begun to take an interest in Han Fei. Chapter 20. The real underwater world. Han Fei's heart raced wildly. He struggled to calm himself while brandishing the knife fish dagger, mirroring the snake's movements in a circular dance. The human reaction is naturally no match for the swift movements of the serpent fish, which glides effortlessly through the ocean. Fortunately, Han Fei is not an ordinary human. He is a practitioner of the sea, endowed with enhanced agility. Suddenly, he perceives a shadow approaching from his lower left. Without hesitation, he dashes towards it, brandishing his dagger while tensing every muscle in his body, unleashing his spiritual energy like an unstoppable torrent that envelopes him entirely. Had he not refrained from using his spiritual energy to upgrade his meridian, he might have found himself lacking in energy at this critical moment. For most, it would be unthinkable to encase oneself in spiritual energy, a feat only achievable by high-level practitioners, at least above the 7th rank, due to its immense energy consumption. If one were to channel spiritual energy into a weapon, it might cost 7 or 8 points. Thus, enveloping oneself entirely would require a foundation of at least 30 or 40 points. Yet, the moment the energy enveloped him, Han Fei's movements became as agile as a swimming fish, seemingly impervious to the currents, with his vision and reflexes instantly aligned. With a swift motion, Han Fei struck. But his speed still could not match that of the serpent fish. He watched as it opened its jaws and turned sharply to lunge at his chest. Without a moment's delay, Han Fei sidestepped, swinging his dagger with his right hand while delivering a punch with his left. Though he managed to strike the serpent fish, his strength was not significant enough to cause serious harm. It merely propelled the creature half a meter away before it swiftly regained distance. As Han Fei quickly turned, he saw the serpent fish charging at him once more, moving like a streak of light through the water. Lamenting his lack of underwater combat skills, he cursed himself for not having his iron staff at hand. If he had a staff, the outcome would surely be different. With only a dagger in hand, he begrudgingly adapted it as a makeshift weapon. The sound of the blade cutting through the water was peculiar. Han Fei infused his dagger with spiritual energy, creating a chaotic flurry of strikes. Though his attacks were wild, they instilled a modicum of intimidation in the serpent fish. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The serpent fish, unable to reach him head-on, had seized the opportunity to bite down on his wrist. Unbeknownst to Han Fei, fish possess a certain level of intelligence. Sensing the threat of the spiritually charged dagger, the fish aimed to force him to relinquish it, just as Han Fei braced for the imminent loss of flesh. And the serpent fish anticipated success. A glimmering gourd appeared in Han Fei's hand, radiating light. The serpent fish, seemingly startled, turned to flee. But Han Fei could not allow it to escape. After expending so much energy, he would not let it slip away easily. He seized the serpent fish by its tail, and anticipating its slippery nature, he plunged his dagger into its tail. Instantly, the water echoed with a screech, and the serpent fish thrashed wildly, dragging Han Fei downwards. Taken by surprise, he found himself pulled to the ocean's depths, and by the time he considered letting go, he had already descended several dozen meters. Feeling the pressure of the water around him, cursing his impulsiveness, he lamented the predicament he had landed himself in. With multiple serpent fish swimming nearby, along with blue-armored turtles and even a gigantic meat turtle in the distance, he realized that releasing his grip would mean instant demise. Han Fei, paralyzed by fear, clung tightly as the pressure continued to mount. Strangely, despite having battled underwater for an extended period and being dragged here, he felt no signs of suffocation. His bodily functions remained normal, and he could hold his breath comfortably for another 10 to 20 minutes. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not remain submerged indefinitely. As he approached the ocean floor, Han Fei grasped the dagger tightly and pressed it against the serpent fish's wound, pulling it back with a forceful tug. In an instant, the serpent fish was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Han Fei, disregarding the creature's fate, swiftly swam towards the other side. Within moments, an array of fish appeared from nowhere, attacking the severed serpent fish, reducing it to mere bones before Han Fei's eyes. Spotting a coral reef, he swam towards it, overwhelmed by the terrifying prospect of being swarmed by numerous fish. However, as Han Fei beheld the underwater scene, he was taken aback. The ocean floor was a vivid tapestry of colors, with crimson corals stretching for miles and a diverse array of shells littering the seabed. Giant clams opened and closed. Massive flower clams expelled water, and half-meter-long blue crabs regarded Han Fei warily, while anemones swayed gracefully in the water. In a moment of awe, Han Fei was bombarded with a flurry of information. Name, bloody anemone, level, 10 quality, common, spiritual energy, 1888 points, consumption effect, inedible. Medicinal properties, collectible, dissolves toxins, absorbable. Name, iron ruler coral, level, 10 quality, common, spiritual energy, 100 points, consumption effect, inedible. Usable for forging, collectible, coral core, absorbable. The overwhelming data left Han Fei bewildered. There were simply too many organisms to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, a large, colorful fish was ensnared by an anemone, its tendrils piercing through the fish's body, reducing it to mere bones. Instinctively, Han Fei distanced himself from the anemone. As he turned to explore further, he spotted a starfish the size of a basin spinning like a top before burrowing into the seabed. He also caught sight of a massive clam, several meters long, its mouth agape, and cradling a dazzling pearl. Han Fei surmised that this was no ordinary pearl. As it radiated light, could it be a superior pearl? Han Fei focused intently. Name, Ghostblade Clam, level, 10 quality, common, spiritual energy, 192 points, consumption effect, delicious. Enhances physical constitution, collectible, ghost pearl, consumption nourishes meridians, absorbable. What a treasure. Han Fei knew that items capable of nourishing meridians were worth a fortune, often costing dozens of mid-grade pearls, unattainable for the average person even after a lifetime of savings. Scanning the seabed, Han Fei noted that it was not particularly perilous. Although fish of half a meter swam about, none regarded him as an enemy, and many small fish even swirled around him. Inspired, he prepared to retrieve the pearl. Yet in the next moment, a large black fish surged forward, seemingly intent on claiming the pearl for itself. Initially incensed, Han Fei was soon rendered speechless as he observed the clam's edge revealing countless sharp teeth, which snapped shut in an instant, severing the black fish in twain before his horrified gaze. Cold sweat trickled down Han Fei's spine. Though he could not physically sweat, he felt a chill of dread. Was he being deceived? Clams with teeth? He had never heard of such a thing. With that, Han Fei abandoned any thoughts of the scattered small clams around him, turning his gaze back to the formidable giant clam. No wonder it is called the ghost clam. Indeed, such a large marine bivalve must be extraordinary. The undersea species here are exceedingly bizarre. In the distance, he saw objects bouncing and springing towards him, which upon closer inspection resembled conical spikes. However, Han Fei recognized that these creatures were called dingluo. When threatened, they would stab with their spikes, and an ordinary fisherman would need to be cautious around them, for a single puncture could pierce through flesh. Han Fei swam through the coral reefs, unperturbed by these spikes, as they resembled stones and posed no threat. Moreover, in times of danger, he could use the coral to shield himself. However, he had to be wary of hidden dangers. The coral reefs concealed countless unknown creatures, the count of which only the heavens knew. Han Fei's mind was set on finding a stick or an object suitable for use as one. His initial thought was to cut a piece of coral, but it proved impossible to do so, even with the infusion of spiritual energy into his dagger. He could barely damage it. So hard. Han Fei's eyes lit up as he began to use his dagger to cut a long piece of coral. If fashioned into a stick, it would likely be far superior to an iron rod, though it was regrettably not made of bamboo or wood. After a while, Han Fei held a segment of coral in hand and swam amidst the coral reefs, pondering how he might return to the surface. As he felt his oxygen supply was dwindling, suddenly, Han Fei froze. He spotted a small tree entirely crimson, resembling coral. This coral, technically known as coral polyps, is formed from layers of accumulated bodies. However, that red tree not only appeared smooth on the surface, but Han Fei also seemed to see a fruit upon it. Chapter 21. The efficacy of the hooking technique. Can corals bear fruit? This thought flashed through Han Fei's mind, only to be immediately dismissed. As he swam closer, he quickly realized something was amiss. There were bones scattered everywhere. Indeed, the ground was littered with fish bones, turtle shells, and, disturbingly, human bones. Most alarmingly, there was more than one human skeleton. As he gazed at the fruit on the crimson tree, Han Fei's expression changed as data appeared before him. Name, purple bamboo tree. Level 10, quality, superior, contains spiritual energy. Consumption effect, Can be collected, purple bamboo fruit. Can be absorbed, purple bamboo fruit. Han Fei immediately recalled the moment Feng Zhe threw a sea-red fruit to the village chief. He hadn't seen it clearly, but he distinctly remembered how delighted the village chief had been. Such a marvelous item had crossed his path. It was indeed a superior object, though he wondered how it compared to the sea-red fruit. Wait a moment. Han Fei quickly calmed himself. The area was filled with corpses, indicating a great danger ahead. Otherwise, why would these people and creatures have perished? Han Fei retreated a few meters, spotting a dagger embedded in the coral. This must have belonged to the deceased. Besides the dagger, upon closer examination, he discerned a fishing rod and an iron rod. Upon seeing the iron rod, Han Fei promptly drew his own iron fishing rod from his back. The coral stick was for self-defense, but in a real fight, such a rough object would certainly be unwieldy. The iron rod, regardless of its quality, was still an iron rod, was it not? With a swift motion, Han Fei cast the fishing hook, which snagged the iron rod and wound around it. This illustrated the stark difference between the divine hooking technique and ordinary fishing techniques. The latter targets fish and requires skill to prevent them from escaping, whereas the hooking technique integrates the hook, line, and rod into a cohesive combat method. However, Han Fei was still only a novice at this technique, having practiced it for a short while. One of his goals for venturing out to sea was to refine his hooking technique, and this initial application had already left him in awe. With a tug, he grasped the iron rod, employing the same technique to retrieve the dagger lodged in the coral. As for the other items, he spotted human bones, but weapons were scarce. There were a few fishing rods, but the best among them was merely an iron rod, which he could not wield at present and would be a burden instead. Ah, a turtle shell? The Wang family and the Hutu gang were competing for turtle shells. It must be a valuable item. He cast the hook. Upon pulling, Han Fei's expression changed. It was heavy, over 100 pounds. How could he carry this? For a moment, it felt like his heart was bleeding. It was not that he did not want it, but the turtle shell was too heavy for him to rise to the surface. What a loss. To enter a treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed was too great a pity. Nonetheless, Han Fei did not linger on it. He shifted his focus back to the purple bamboo tree. The allure of the purple bamboo tree was undeniable. It was the ideal material for crafting a stick. Han Fei struggled with the decision of whether to cast the hook. What if he managed to snag it? But what if he did not? What unforeseen troubles might arise? Ultimately, he could not resist. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must continually strive to grow stronger. Life and death are predetermined. This world is one of the strong preying upon the weak. Only with strength can one have a voice. For Han Fei, risking his life was a common occurrence. With a determined heart, he took the gamble. Though he was taking a risk, Han Fei was still afraid of death, so he retreated several dozen meters, wedging himself among the coral, with plenty of footholds beneath him. Should an accident occur, he could swiftly propel himself away, even if he could not escape. The coral reefs would offer him some cover. With resolve, Han Fei cast his hook swiftly towards the purple bamboo fruit. In that moment, his heartbeat quickened. He was getting closer, closer. The hook latched onto the fruit, but just as it made contact, Han Fei felt the coral thicket tremble, and suddenly, a large head emerged from a coral crevice. Name, Sea Serpent Dragon. Level, 18. Quality, rare. Contains spiritual energy. Consumption effect. Can be collected. Can be absorbed. What the hell? A Sea Serpent Dragon? An 18-level rare monster? He was in trouble now. The Sea Serpent Dragon was not a true dragon, but rather a type of sea python, or more accurately, a sea snake. It was merely one of the more formidable varieties among sea snakes. How could such a creature appear here? Han Fei wagered he was no match for it. He immediately attempted to reel in and escape, but upon pulling, the fruit did not budge. The line remained taut. Realizing he could not seize it, Han Fei decisively abandoned the effort. After all, even if he could snatch the treasure, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. He deftly shook the fishing rod, transmitting power through the rod to the line and then to the hook. In an instant, the hook released, and Han Fei cast again. This time not towards the purple bamboo fruit, but rather towards a section of coral several dozen meters behind him. Before he knew it, the sea python darted out, its eyes crimson as it fixated on Han Fei, as if to say, "You think a little thing like you can take my treasure?" As the sea python's massive head charged forward, Han Fei yanked the fishing hook, sending it flying towards another coral reef. In the coral thicket, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Han Fei repeatedly cast the hook. Wherever the hook landed, he swiftly followed. Each time he propelled himself forward, the coral behind him was smashed by the serpent's head. The entire experience felt akin to Spider-Man swinging through buildings using webbing. "Brother, I am not here to steal your treasure. Can we not discuss this amicably?" Alas, he was trapped with no escape. The coral thicket was gone, and he had returned to the very spot from which he had descended. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei made a swift decision to swim towards the sea anemone patch. Unfortunately, his speed was slightly slower, while the sea python's speed was formidable, and he could see it was about to bite him. Han Fei gritted his teeth and launched a fishing hook towards the gaping maw of the ghostly knife clam. The sound of teeth clashing behind him resonated clearly in his ears, a stark reminder of the perilous situation he found himself in. The clam's enormous mouth seemed poised to devour him, as if waiting for him to approach. Just as he was about to get closer, he abruptly tilted his body upward and executed a somersault, evading the clam's grasp. In the next moment, a large head collided with the clam. If the ghostly clam had any consciousness, it would surely be bewildered by the sudden intrusion of such a massive head. There was no way it could bite down. Its sharp teeth emerged, eager to take a bite, only to become lodged firmly in the flesh of the sea python. With a furious roar, the sea python charged straight into a rock. The sound of impact echoed like metal striking stone, causing the ghostly clam to tumble off the python's head. Had Han Fei turned back to look, he would have noticed that a significant portion of the clam's teeth had been lost, and its shell bore a substantial hole, rendering it nearly lifeless. A green crab raised its claws to observe this spectacle, but Han Fei paid it no mind. He launched his fishing hook, ensnaring a crab leg and tossing it to the sea python. In an instant, the half-meter-sized crab was crushed into fragments, one of its claws still hanging from the python's mouth, dripping with blood and flesh. Han Fei exclaimed in shock, "What now? Are you not going to let me go?" Panic surged within him at the thought of being relentlessly pursued. He felt utterly incapable of defending himself. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the swaying tentacles of the sea anemone, and he steeled himself, deciding to take a gamble. He cast his fishing hook onto the anemone's tentacles, and in the next instant, a multitude of tentacles surged upward. In front, a tiger, behind, a wolf. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei shot toward the anemone. Surrounded by countless tentacles, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the iron rod in his hand, and he infused it with all the energy he could muster. With a powerful swing, he struck, sending waves rippling through the water as the tentacles veered away. Yet, Han Fei still fell into the grasp of the anemone's tentacles. Unbeknownst to him, just as he was about to plunge into the anemone's embrace, a massive, gaping mouth loomed over him. It was over. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt himself being swallowed. The good news was that his coral rod had lodged itself in the python's mouth, while the iron rod slipped from his grasp, falling outside its body. How tight! Han Fei felt utterly immobilized as the python's muscles constricted, thrashing wildly. He had not yet been fully consumed, but who could tell what would happen in the next moment? Desperately, he gripped his knife-fish dagger, attempting to slash in the confined space. With a series of thuds, the python writhed violently, and in an instant, it was riddled with thousands of tiny holes. Han Fei was not faring any better, as some tentacles had already penetrated the python's surface and delved deep within. Devour the demon. Han Fei thought he was nearing his end, but whether by the effect of the demon-slaying jar or not, the python's constricting muscles relaxed slightly. With fierce determination, he thrashed about, feeling as if his very muscles were being corroded to bone. The thought drove him into a frenzy as he swung the dagger wildly, nearly causing chunks of flesh to fall into his mouth. Ugh, so bitter. A thought flashed through Han Fei's mind. Snake gall? The python's struggles weakened, unable to escape the dual assault of the anemone's tentacles and the jar. Suddenly, its body stiffened, losing mobility. With a hissing sound, a glowing figure leaped swiftly from the snake's skin. Bloodied and battered, Han Fei dared not let his guard down. The moment he emerged, he hurled the iron fishing rod. In an instant, he was propelled forward, just as the tentacles filled the space he had vacated. His heart raced, even with spiritual energy protecting him. He had sustained numerous puncture wounds. In the depths of the sea, bleeding was a grave threat. You chase me, you think you're so tough, you bite me. A torrent of blood spewed forth, and Han Fei noticed a swarm of fish closing in around him. He bolted, while the sea python was engulfed by the tentacles and the approaching fish. Chapter 22. The transformation of the demon-slaying jar. Fortune favors the bold. Han Fei swiftly made his way to the ghostly knife clam, snatching the ghost pearl before departing. Upon reaching the purple bamboo tree, exhilaration surged within him. He prepared to uproot the tree, which resembled a straight rod more than anything else. To his surprise, it was not as difficult as he had imagined. Channeling his spiritual energy into both hands, he exerted all his strength and ultimately succeeded in uprooting the small tree. As soon as he did, the purple bamboo fruit fell to the ground. In that moment, Han Fei felt a dizzying rush. The fruit exuded a rich aroma that, even without his sense of smell, penetrated his skin infused his blood, and filled his mouth with flavor. However, at that moment, anxiety gripped Han Fei. The overwhelming scent was nearly unbearable for him, let alone the fish of the deep. Covered in blood, he noticed dozens of large green crabs scrambling up the coral reef. In a hurry, Han Fei stuffed the fruit into his mouth and attempted to flee. Yet, as the purple fruit entered his body, a wave of heat surged within him, rendering him immobile. He felt as if he were being cooked, his skin turning crimson, overwhelmed by an intense warmth. An extraordinary energy coursed through him, causing the gourd on his wrist to glow brightly, as vast amounts of energy flowed into him. Han Fei was unable to move. Yet he saw hundreds of large green crabs fixating on him, all raising their claws. Just then, a crisp sound rang out, and he felt a breakthrough. His body suddenly improved. The crabs were swarming around him, and Han Fei trembled as energy continued to surge chaotically within him, some entering his wrist, some circulating through his body, seemingly absorbed by his freshly strengthened form. Though Han Fei's situation was dire, he could at least move again. He no longer cared about anything else. In addition to the green crabs, several large black fish were lurking just meters above him, their hooks poised to strike. When Han Fei cast his hook, the black fish, feeling pain, attempted to flee, dragging Han Fei upwards. After swimming just a few dozen meters, the black fish, realizing escape was futile, turned and charged at Han Fei. What the hell? With a tremendous impact, Han Fei was sent reeling, expelling a gasp of air. Having lost his breath, he was at his limit and desperately needed to breathe. Han Fei clung to the black fish, gripping its scales, his hands cut and bleeding. Up we go. He plunged his dagger into the fish's head. The black fish writhed in pain, attempting to escape, but with its head under Han Fei's control, it could only swim upwards. Han Fei glanced back and saw a mass of fish pursuing him, nearly scaring him out of his wits. The black fish swam swiftly, breaking the surface of the water in mere moments. Han Fei gasped for air and was astonished to see that the fishing boat several hundred meters away was still intact. How remarkably sturdy. Drive fish. With the dagger embedded in the black fish's head, Han Fei had the upper hand, guiding it in the desired direction. Faster, faster. Time was of the essence. And just moments ago, a large mouth had clamped down on his calf. Ack! Han Fei screamed in agony, not daring to dislodge the fish biting his leg. Instead focusing on controlling the black fish beneath him. As Han Fei approached the fishing boat, a mere 100 meters away, he swung his fishing rod with great precision, securing it firmly onto the vessel. With a surge of spiritual energy, he finally boarded the boat, while behind him, the large black fish had already been devoured. The sound of thumping echoed as he relentlessly struck the fish with his rod, ultimately killing it, yet it stubbornly refused to release its grip. Han Fei exerted force to pry its jaws open. Despite the blood flowing from his calves, he sprawled on the boat, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. In those brief minutes, he had repeatedly felt on the brink of death, and surviving was nothing short of a miracle. Moments later, Han Fei sat up, exhilarated, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body, a pure muscle power, an explosive force that made his fists crackle. He glanced at his wrist, noticing the green gourd still shimmering, yet it showed no signs of change after a while, prompting him to check his status. Owner, Han Fei level 5, intermediate fisherman, spiritual energy, 682, 159, spiritual pulse, grade 1 superior, upgradable, main technique, void fishing technique volume 1 hook kissing technique, common grade divine quality. Han Fei was taken aback, inhaling sharply. Had he truly lost over 800 points of spiritual energy? If it were anyone else, they would have perished countless times already. Running out of spiritual energy meant certain doom. Moreover, he had consumed a Zizhu Gua, which presumably contained a wealth of spiritual energy. Yet now he found himself with less than 700 points. He weighed the purple bamboo in his hand, chuckling foolishly, uncertain how it compared to a bamboo stick. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand and quickly opened it, staring in disbelief. Emerging from within his body was a small green gourd, exquisitely crafted, slightly smaller than an apple, with a fresh leaf atop it. Is this real? Han Fei's eyes widened. How could the gourd actually grow from him? He flicked it with his finger, finding it immovable. To his astonishment, it seemed as though the gourd had adhered to his hand, impossible to shake off. Curiously, he held the gourd up to inspect, and in that instant, a flash of light enveloped him, plunging him into a void of darkness. Surrounding him were countless intricate characters floating in the air. Before him stood two prominent phrases. Han Fei could not comprehend the script. Yet he recognized the two terms, refining tools, refining heaven and earth. Among them, the phrase refining tools shone brightly, while refining heaven and earth appeared dim in comparison. Additionally, he sensed the presence of other words swirling around him, but they were too scattered and intricate to decipher. Refining tools? A spark of understanding ignited in his mind. Activating this function required 2,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei exhaled in relief. 2,000 was a sum he could strive for. He then considered the term refining heaven and earth. If refining tools involved crafting weapons, what did refining heaven and earth entail? 10,000 points of spiritual energy? Was this some kind of joke? Han Fei thought. Where could he possibly acquire such an amount? Even consuming bowls of spiritual fish soup would require over 200 servings. He felt exasperated, having been so excited, believing the gourd could absorb the energy from the Zhigua for a significant transformation, only to find it still demanded spiritual energy. With his current lack of energy, Han Fei dismissed the thought. Upon opening his eyes, he found the gourd had vanished. With a mere thought, it reappeared. Intrigued, he mused that this must be a divine artifact, a secret worth safeguarding. At this moment, he glanced at the large black fish. Name: Juvenile Ironhead Fish. Level: 8. Quality: Ordinary. Contains spiritual energy. 42 points. Consumption effect: long-term consumption increases strength. Can harvest. Ironhead Fish Brain. Promotes strength absorption. Enhances physical quality. Can absorb. Ironhead fish? Had he wandered into a level 1 fishing ground? Typically, this species dwells in such areas, known for its danger, often charging at people and boats. However, this particular ironhead fish appeared significantly smaller than those he had encountered before. Under normal circumstances, a solid hit from one of these could shatter bones. Han Fei recalled the jolt he had experienced in the sea, a memory that left him feeling sore. Suddenly, he struck the fish's head with the purple bamboo. After another powerful blow, he noticed the fish's head denting, and he sighed in relief. Indeed, it was quite sturdy. Had it been an adult ironhead fish, he would likely have met his end. Fortunately, he was still in an ordinary fishing ground. Otherwise, he would have been too intimidated to even cast his line. Han Fei had sustained considerable injuries, primarily from the corrosive gastric acid of a sea python, followed by a collision with the juvenile ironhead fish, leaving his calves bitten and bleeding. Wait, is the wound healing? When Han Fei examined his leg, he noticed that the wound had significantly shrunk. After a moment, it had reduced even further, with the corroded flesh regenerating. Was it the effect of the snake gall or the Zhigua? Several minutes later, as Han Fei calmed himself, he felt a clarity in his senses, as if warm water flowed through him, a soothing sensation. After about an hour, he stood up to stretch and was surprised to find that his injuries had healed considerably. At this rate, he would likely return to peak condition in another hour. However, his expression quickly soured as he realized the coral staff was gone. The fine iron rod was missing, the turtle shell was lost, and he had failed to acquire the sea python skin. Yet, the ghostly pearl he had found in the ghost knife clam seemed to possess the ability to nourish meridians. Should he consume it? Never mind. He decided to keep it for now. Such a precious item should be reserved until he fully recovered. Han Fei's imagination wandered, contemplating the treasures of the seabed, where clams were abundant and giant crabs emerged in droves. He thought, once he broke through to a higher quality, he would gather a few thousand points of spiritual energy and venture down again. If others were to hear Han Fei's thoughts, they would likely deem him insane. Not even high-quality fishermen accumulated thousands of points of spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, the skeletons he had seen on the seabed were all the remains of fishing masters. The reason for their demise was simple. They had perished due to insufficient spiritual energy against the lurking sea dragons. In such depths, lacking spiritual energy meant one could not hope to battle, as even a single snake could dispatch a fishing master. Having recovered somewhat, Han Fei surveyed his surroundings. Finding no boats in sight, only large birds soaring in the sky, he sighed, vowing to confront the port authorities upon his return for assigning him a faulty vessel. Yet, surviving such a calamity surely brought forth blessings. Not only had he broken through in strength, but he also acquired a purple bamboo, a supreme spiritual tree. After a brief rest, Han Fei resolved to begin fishing again, or rather, to practice the hook-kissing technique. This method was remarkable, akin to a life-saving skill, reminiscent of a Spider-Man of the sea. Chapter 23. The battle with the tentacled shrimp. The hook-kissing technique surpassed the immobility technique by leaps and bounds. Han Fei had studied it thoroughly. Typically, the immobility technique allowed practitioners to remain absolutely silent and steady as a rock, and mastering this step was essential for channeling spiritual energy. This energy could then be transferred through the fishing rod to the line and hook, attracting schools of fish while simultaneously diminishing the threat posed by the line and hook. However, The immobility technique had a significant drawback. It required considerable time, and a moment's carelessness could result in losing the hook. The art of hooking fish is indeed more domineering. As long as one knows the location of the fish, one can immediately infuse the fishing line and hook with spiritual energy, wrapping around the target with a speed akin to a serpent gliding through the water. With a splash, a large yellow croaker was casually tossed into the fish hole by Han Fei. He murmured to himself, "Something feels amiss. I can vaguely sense the fluctuations in the underwater space when the hook is cast. If I were to hook directly, I might conserve a bit of spiritual energy." With another splash, Han Fei had already thrown several yellow croakers into the hold. Indeed, he noticed a slight reduction in spiritual energy expenditure, exclaiming, "Ha! I am a genius." Although the consumption decreased by only 1 point, having lesser energy expenditure than others means a greater reserve for oneself. Accumulating savings is the essence of the matter. After half a day, he had used a box of green bait, filling one fishing hole to the brim with yellow croakers. Han Fei had caught nearly 50, draining the energy from over 30 of them, yet there were still nearly 20 left in the hold. Observing his spiritual energy restored to 842 points, he decided not to absorb any more, for he needed enough to pay the fish tax. It would not do to continue fishing for yellow croakers. As he had only one box of green bait remaining, the sky was darkening. It was time to consider lowering the hook to a depth of 3 meters. Surely, he could catch a knife fish now. On his first attempt, a green-shelled turtle surfaced. Stones flew as Han Fei swept with his pole, the rocks clattering down onto the boat. Perhaps due to his lack of skill, he was struck several times, leaving his complexion pale. Yet, should anyone have been watching, they would have been astounded. Is he really fishing for a green-shelled turtle without using spiritual energy? Is he merely relying on his physical strength? After stunning the turtle, Han Fei muttered, "What a loss. Utilizing the hooking technique cost me 6 points of spiritual energy, and to completely block the stones would require 7 or 8 points, which adds up to over 10 points. Meanwhile, the alchemical cauldron consumes merely a similar amount of energy for one turtle. What a poor return." He resolved to attempt catching knife fish instead. Han Fei lowered the hook once more, this time to a depth of 5 meters. At such depths, it was difficult to discern what he might catch. Anything but a tentacle shrimp would suffice. Although the speed of the serpent's glide was swift, a moment's infusion of spiritual energy could ensure victory through combat skills, expending 70 to 80 points of energy. However, the tentacle shrimp possessed tremendous destructive power, and it was best not to encounter one. Catching knife fish was considerably more challenging than catching green-shelled turtles. Otherwise, the knife fish would not be so precious. The hooking rate for knife fish is merely 1/5 that of green-shelled turtles, and the probability of actually obtaining a knife is even lower. Once the knife fish breaks the surface, there is only one chance to strike. If one fails to defeat it with that blow, it is certain to perish, making that strike extraordinarily potent. Previously, Han Fei had nearly been cleaved by one. Had the knife not veered off course, he would have perished. This was already his 7th attempt. Han Fei sensed the hook vibrating and felt as though a blade had sliced through the surrounding space. However, he knew not to haphazardly hook, for the knife fish could easily sever the line. Suddenly, Han Fei's hand trembled, with a burst of spiritual energy. The fishing line whipped like a lash. "Come on." Han Fei yanked with all his might, and a dark shadow burst forth from the water. With a whoosh, a blade of cold light shot towards him. Han Fei was prepared. A faint glow emanated from the purple bamboo in his hand as he leaped toward the knife. The knife pierced through the deck, entering the fish hold, while Han Fei swung the purple bamboo, striking the knife fish on the head. A knifeless knife fish was far less resilient than a green-shelled turtle bereft of stones. One blow was sufficient to dispatch it, though it felt like a loss. For fishing had consumed 6 points of energy, while the strike cost 10, a knife fish without its blade was worth less than 20 points of energy. Nevertheless, the knife itself was quite valuable, capable of being exchanged for 50 low-grade pearls, which was certainly commendable. As night fell, Han Fei had caught 3 knife fish and 3 green-shelled turtles, with half of his box of green bait remaining. Just as he prepared to continue fishing, a creaking sound emanated from the bottom of the boat, akin to something crawling. Han Fei's hair stood on end. There was no need to deliberate. Clearly, it was that infernal tentacle shrimp. Without hesitation, he dove into one of the fish holds. This large shrimp was not particularly strong, but its tentacles were perilous. When a green-shelled turtle shot out, he could withstand a couple of stone strikes with his current physique. The knife fish, with its singular blade, would become mere flesh on a cutting board after a single strike. However, the tentacle shrimp's long antennae offered continuous assault. Those tentacles struck like whips, swift as drawn swords. and Han Fei was certain that capturing one would drain considerable energy, making it utterly unworthy. He initially thought the tentacle shrimp would depart, but this time was different. He could hear it crawling beneath the boat, eventually making its way to the side. What? It intends to board the vessel? Han Fei was dumbfounded. How audacious. He had not even sought it out, yet it dared to ascend onto his boat? Sure enough, Han Fei soon discovered the tentacle shrimp had indeed crawled aboard. Traversing the deck. How brazen. He was the hunter, yet here he was hiding in the fish hold while it lounged atop the deck. Before long, the tentacle shrimp crawled overhead, emitting strange munching sounds. Wait, is it eating something? Han Fei waited for a while, only to hear splashes from the neighboring fish hold. The sound of fish being drawn from the water. His expression shifted dramatically. That rascal is stealing my fish. Han Fei's face darkened. The adjacent hold contained the green-shelled turtles and knife fish he had not dared to eat himself, and now it was devouring one. It even dared to continue its thievery? You scoundrel! You dare to consume my spiritual energy? You are courting death. With that, Han Fei flung open the fish hold, seizing the purple bamboo and leaping out in a swift motion, unable to restrain himself. That was nearly 20 points of spiritual energy. It simply could not be allowed to consume what he had painstakingly caught. The tentacle shrimp, startled, scuttled 2 or 3 meters away. This massive shrimp measured over 2 meters in length, with 2 long antennae even longer than its body. Crucially, the 2 long antennae were accompanied by 2 shorter ones. When Han Fei focused, he realized there was, in fact, another tentacle shrimp perched atop the first, albeit the upper one was evidently half the size of the larger one. 2 of them? A glance revealed the information flashing before him. Name, tentacle shrimp. Level 8. Quality, ordinary. Spiritual energy contained, 52 points. Culinary effect, shrimp meat is delectable. Prolonged consumption can nurture mental strength. Collectible, long antennae. 100 long antennae can form a whip. Absorbable. Han Fei's eyelids flickered. He quickly cloaked himself in a layer of spiritual energy, the purple bamboo in his hand pulsating with energy. Get down from there, you. Release the spiritual energy. No. Put down my fish. Han Fei's expression soured. The smaller tentacle shrimp was clenching a half-meter-long knife fish, having already gnawed several chunks of flesh from it. Sensing Han Fei's threat, the larger tentacle shrimp immediately grew furious, swinging its 2 antennae toward him. With a crack, the shrimp's antennae lashed against the boat, producing a sharp sound. Han Fei leaped aside as the purple bamboo swept toward the other antenna. You scoundrel! How audacious! Han Fei felt the purple bamboo being entangled by the shrimp's antenna, while the smaller shrimp attempted to strike him. With a surge of energy, Han Fei broke free from the antenna, producing a knife fish dagger. As the smaller tentacle shrimp's antenna lashed out, Han Fei swung the bamboo, deflecting the larger shrimp's strike and slicing at the smaller shrimp's antenna with the dagger. With a cry, half of the antenna severed, and Han Fei seized the opportunity to leap onto the back of the smaller shrimp. Without allowing it a chance to retaliate, he struck 3 times, crushing the smaller tentacle shrimp's head. In a swift and sudden motion, Han Fei tumbled off the deck, a shrimp's antenna striking him fiercely. A sharp pain seared across his back, a gash running from his shoulder blade down to his waist, nearly rendering him unconscious. With determination, he brandished the purple bamboo, aiming directly at the shrimp's antenna and head. The sound of a violent impact echoed as one of the shrimp's eyes burst, a segment of the antenna snapping off. The injured appendage began thrashing wildly, yet this presented Han Fei with an opportunity. He swiftly maneuvered behind the creature and leapt, delivering a powerful blow that reverberated through the vessel. You dare consume my fish, bringing your offspring along to steal? Do you think my fish are so easily taken? Chapter 24. Another wave of small fish. Han Fei felt an odd itch at his back, and upon inspection, he was astonished to find the wound was remarkably fine and already beginning to scab. How could this be? He had just been struck. As he continued to probe, he realized the wound had vanished entirely. His first thought was of the purple bamboo fruit, followed by the snake gallbladder. Surely one of these had lingering effects. Could it be that this healing ability was continuous? After the encounter with the shrimp, Han Fei ceased his fishing. He absorbed the majority of the knife fish and then consumed the pulverized small shrimp. To his surprise, even the small shrimp provided an impressive 36 points of spiritual energy, nearly rivaling that of a substantial bowl of spirit fish soup. Indeed, higher-tier creatures contained more spiritual essence. However, upon reflection, Han Fei realized he had incurred a loss. The shrimp were far more challenging than the knife fish, requiring spiritual energy to combat, a significant drain that did not account for the energy expended during the fight. With a scowl, he lamented the plight of a mid-tier fisherman on the sea, wishing he could remain in the academy, particularly if the academy allowed daily brawls. Unfortunately, he was uncertain if he could return, so he resolved to focus on his training. As March unfolded, the nocturnal beauty of the sea remained enchanting. Yet the tranquility of the water felt oddly unsettling. The shrimp meat Han Fei had harvested hung from the ship, serving as sustenance, while he sat cross-legged on the deck, commencing his cultivation. As he activated his technique, he felt a surge of spiritual energy entering his body, the gourd absorbing the majority, yet even so, the intensity surpassed that of his time at home by several folds. A revelation struck him. Practicing under the moonlight seemed to yield extraordinary results. He sensed he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. While on the floating island, the effects of cultivating the Shukong Shuidio Shu were already exponentially superior to the Linghun Shuidio Shu, but the difference felt minimal. Yet here on the sea, under the moon's glow, the results were magnified several times. Previously, as a second-tier fisherman, he had not fully grasped the disparity. Now, waves of spiritual energy flooded his being, cleansing him repeatedly. Although he could not retain much, the enhancement surpassed the Linghun Shuidio Shu by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Undoubtedly, this was the fabled first universal technique. The intensity of cultivation meant that a single day's training equated to months for others. As before, once Han Fei began his practice on the water's surface, the waves began to ripple, small white fish leaping into the air, occasionally joined by larger yellow fish. Perhaps the spiritual energy he summoned was powerful, yet not sufficient to incite a full-scale frenzy among the nearby fish, leading to only minor disturbances. Suddenly, a small white fish leapt onto the ship, flapping on the deck before him. Another large yellow fish landed beside him with a splash. Then, several small white fish landed on his face, not just one, but two in succession. Han Fei halted his cultivation in frustration, exclaiming, "Why can't you stay in the water? Must you leap out to slap my face? Is my face so easy to hit?" He kicked the 5 or 6 fish aboard back into the hold. But as soon as he paused, dozens of fish began to jump. Peering over the side of the ship, he noticed a green-shelled turtle stirring, while not far off. A glint flashed across the surface, hinting at the knife fish. After a few breaths, the water seemed to churn with intention. Alarmed, Han Fei quickly resumed his meditative posture, recommencing his cultivation. Indeed, as he focused, the commotion gradually subsided. It dawned on him that while he feasted on flesh, the fish were indulging in the spiritual essence. Yet, as time passed, he became increasingly anxious. Was he cultivating, or were they? Was he teetering on the brink of death while doing so? The number of fish surrounding him escalated. Any pause would incite a frenzy on the surface, leaving him no choice but to persist. Finally, as the moon descended, a pale light illuminated the distant horizon, heralding the first rays of dawn. As before, Han Fei felt a jolt run through him, an excruciating pain in his wrist, as the gourd radiated brilliantly, seemingly on the verge of combustion. In mere seconds, flames erupted from his hand, compelling him to act swiftly, leaping into the fish hold and sealing the lid. The next moment, the sea erupted in a spectacular display. Hundreds of fish of various types splashed upon the surface, leaping and flailing. Knife fish, green-shelled turtles, shrimp, snake fish, and large yellow fish, even a substantial meat turtle, though the latter could not leap aboard. The sea turned crimson with blood, as numerous large fish thrashed wildly, the deck resounding with cacophonous noise. The force of a green-shelled turtle crashed against the ship, causing it to sway, and the hull creaked ominously, leading Han Fei to question whether the vessel might splinter apart. He wagered that stepping outside at that moment would result in being overwhelmed by the surging fish. Sounds of splintering wood and crashing impacts filled the air, alongside the unsettling sounds of writhing creatures. After several minutes, the tumult gradually subsided. Cautiously, Han Fei peeked out of the hold, surveying the deck littered with fish remains, piled high like a small mountain. A few live fish struggled amidst the carnage, while some knife fish lay gasping for breath. Han Fei mused, the sea is indeed preferable. How much spiritual energy could this bounty yield? With delight, he surveyed the ship filled with fish, indifferent to whether they were whole or merely fragments. To him, they all represented spiritual essence. The refining options of the Lianyao, who required 2,000 points of spiritual energy, and refining the heavens demanded 10,000 points. Spending half a month at sea could easily secure that amount. While contemplating, Han Fei carefully examined each fish hold, finding no snake fish, but unexpectedly discovering a black orb. The orb rolled about within one of the holds. Name: Qiu, level 10, quality common, contains spiritual energy, 290 points, consumption effect. The heart of Qiu is sweet and honeyed. Regular consumption can enhance the body's recovery abilities. Harvestable, fish spines, usable as concealed weapons. Absorbable goodness, 290 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei recalled that Qiuyu was a unique fish type from a first-tier fishing ground, known for its clumsiness and ease of capture, yet notoriously difficult to hold due to its ability to spray spines. On the spherical body of the Qiuyu, 108 black spines lay concealed beneath its skin. When threatened, it could unleash a barrage akin to a torrential rain of needles. Should the Qiuyu manage to escape, within a few days, new spines would sprout once more, rendering it seldom offended by other creatures. Even humans hesitate to capture it, for the risk of being pricked like a hedgehog is quite high. The most critical aspect is that this creature possesses little flesh. However, its heart is rich in spiritual essence and boasts remarkable regenerative capabilities. Han Fei inhaled deeply, pondering whether he had arrived at a first-level fishing ground. After some contemplation, he decided to refrain from pursuing the Qiuyu due to the considerable difficulty it presented. He closed the fish hold and began to fervently absorb the remnants of severed limbs. Half an hour later, aside from the holds for the large yellow fish and the Qiuyu, all other compartments were emptied. The base was meticulously cleaned by Han Fei, and his spiritual energy surged to an impressive 2,584 points, a significant bounty indeed. After deliberation, he resolved to eliminate the Qiuyu, which would provide an excellent opportunity to test his refining skills. He now possessed 5 blades and a Zuzuzu, truly a display of wealth and resources. Han Fei forcefully kicked open the hatch, retreating a few steps as 3 black spines shot skyward. Astonished, he muttered to himself, "How fierce!" Extending his fishing rod, he stirred the water and was met with a continuous series of whooshing sounds as several black spines launched from the fish hold into the air. Han Fei, with a mischievous grin, thought, lacking intelligence indeed. This is akin to catching turtles in a jar. What can you do to me? After a while, no more piercing sounds could be heard, and feeling emboldened, he took up the Zuzuzu to stir again. After 5 minutes, a few more spines emerged. Was that all? A few minutes later, Han Fei retrieved a glossy black sphere. The Qiuyu's eyes were clouded, and the entire fish felt soft and slippery. Without hesitation, he plunged a knife into the Qiuyu's body, akin to deflating a balloon, and moments later, he was left with a large piece of skin. This could make a fine pouch. Han Fei excised the Qiuyu's heart, which was white and somewhat firm. Was this heart truly worth 290 points of spiritual energy? Upon holding it, he felt a coolness, as though spiritual energy was emanating from it. Naturally, he did not waste it and promptly consumed it, reasoning that such a small object was best enjoyed personally rather than letting it be absorbed by the refining pot. Indeed, upon finishing, Han Fei sensed a notable increase in his spiritual energy, which now stood at 2,856 points. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he was still astonished by the significant boost. Shouldn't the effect be doubled? Why did it only yield 290 points of energy? Could it be that the absence of spines affected the outcome? Surely, that must be it. Unbeknownst to Han Fei, a Qiuyu's heart could fetch as much as 3 mid-quality pearls in the market. Had he known this, he would likely lament his decision to consume it. Furthermore, it is rare for anyone to consume a heart directly. Typically, the heart of a Qiuyu is used in alchemy, where its effects could multiply exponentially. After clearing the final fish hold, Han Fei's spiritual energy reserves finally surpassed 3,000, reaching an impressive 3,241 points, sufficient for him to explore the depths of the sea thrice more. Of course, not every encounter would be so fortunate. Both the sea serpent and the treacherous ghost knife clam, along with the tentacled sea anemone, posed significant threats. At the bow of the ship, Han Fei leaned against the broken controller, examining the refining pot. Gazing at the apple-sized green gourd in his palm, he focused his thoughts. Activate. As his will surged, 2,000 points of spiritual energy vanished, and a torrent of energy flooded into the gourd. Han Fei felt a veil of mist envelop his mind, and when the fog cleared, an unprecedented comprehension dawned upon him. In the void, a blazing furnace appeared, and Han Fei was astonished, sensing that he could seemingly draw anything into the gourd for some wondrous synthesis. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. The furnace of heaven and earth. Using the cosmos as the forge and spiritual energy as the flame, all things can be transformed into weapons. As this phrase surfaced in his consciousness, he swallowed hard, marveling at such audacity. However, recalling the introduction of the fishing technique in the void, he felt reassured. After all, he had traversed dimensions. What could he not accept? Han Fei glanced at the Zuzuzu, the knife fish dagger, the fine iron fishing rod, and even the tattered clothing he wore. He mused that he had 5 knife fish daggers, so he promptly placed one into the furnace of heaven and earth. The moment the dagger vanished, he perceived a hazy space within the gourd, where a knife floated serenely. Refining. The flames surged, and in less than a breath, a palm-sized small knife emerged. Han Fei opened his eyes to behold the small knife hovering before him, landing in his hand. Wow, he gasped, taken aback by its diminutive size. I have a knife half a meter long. How did it transform into a small flying knife? Curiously, he picked up the small knife, sensing an inexplicable affinity towards it. Yet, his immediate concern was to test the prowess of this diminutive blade. He struck the small knife against another blade, and his eyes widened in disbelief as a chip was instantly gouged out. Incredible. Han Fei glanced at the Zuzuzu nearby, wondering if a light scratch would be permissible. A gentle tap produced a clear sound, and upon inspection, the Zuzuzu remained unscathed, without even a scratch. Relieved, Han Fei concluded that the quality of the Zuzuzu was indeed high. However, when he turned his gaze back to the refining pot, he was taken aback. What? Only 1053 points left? A consumption of 188 points? Han Fei hesitated. While the results were promising, the energy expenditure was equally substantial. This was merely the refinement of one knife. What if it were the Zuzuzu? Resolutely, he placed the Zuzuzu into the furnace of heaven and earth and, with a firm resolve, tossed in the remaining daggers as well. After all, he needed a weapon, and the bamboo staff wielded by the little fish was particularly enticing. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei reminded himself that he still had a large yellow fish in one fish hold and the Chiyoyu hold yet to be absorbed. If his energy fell short, he could still harvest a few hundred points. With a determined thought, he initiated the refining process, curious about what marvels might emerge, pondering if he could forge a Rui Jingu Bang. After 2 breaths, a dazzling golden light emanated from the gourd, and a purple-red rod emerged. Han Fei's initial sensation was one of weakness, but unexpectedly, it did not compel him to absorb spiritual energy, which brought him a sense of relief. Upon closer inspection of the purple-red rod, Han Fei was once again astounded. Was this not the Rui Jingu Bang? The only distinction was that the ends of the golden rod were gilded, while the center was forged from black iron. In contrast, this rod had silver-white ends and a purple-red center. Han Fei gasped, realizing that the nature of the item produced was based on his imagination. Thus, the ends should be comprised of the materials from the dagger, while the center was crafted from the Zuzuzu. Zuzuzu, common grade mid-quality. Note: crafted from 280 years of common grade Zuzuzu. Infused with the essence of the knife fish's metal, it can emit a sharp aura. Common grade mid-quality? Weapons are classified by grade. Indeed, if cultivation is graded, it follows that weapons should be as well. But why had the Zuzuzu, a precious treasure, been reduced to a common grade? Han Fei examined it closely, weighing it in his hand. It was astonishingly heavy, weighing at least 180 pounds. If this were to strike someone, it would be quite formidable. As Han Fei grasped the staff, he felt as though it was the weapon he had wielded for many years. He swung it lightly. Although somewhat heavy, it proved to be exceedingly well suited to his grip. Elated by the thrill of the hunt, Han Fei immediately performed a set of movements with the Shifang gun. With each strike and sweep, a whirling wind followed. And as his spiritual energy surged, he was able to conjure shimmering lights. The Shifang gun, emphasizing slashes, sweeps, and thrusts, felt as if it had become an extension of Han Fei's own body, allowing him to respond to its position with remarkable agility. After practicing for half an hour, Han Fei found the staff increasingly accommodating, and he comprehended the profound essence of the Shifang gun. If Xiaoyu had been there, his mouth would undoubtedly have been agape. For at that moment, Han Fei had achieved a minor mastery of the Shifang gun. Upon halting, Han Fei uttered a single word before collapsing to the ground, feeling as if the world was spinning and bile rising in his stomach. He glanced at the Lian Yaohu and could not help but chuckle bitterly. An entire sequence of staff techniques had exhausted his spiritual energy. Master, Han Fei level 5, mid-tier fisherman, spiritual energy 0, 159, spiritual vein, grade 1. Superior weapon, Zizhu gun primary skill, Shukong Chue, Jiao Shu, volume 1, Go Wen Shu, common grade divine quality. Upon seeing the numeral 0, Han Fei hurriedly rolled into the fish hold filled with large yellow fish, clutching a hefty specimen tightly. Moments later, he had emptied an entire fish hold, and his spiritual energy finally returned to 144 points. Indeed, a whole hold of large yellow fish provided merely 144 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei felt a mix of laughter and tears, realizing that the energy he had painstakingly gathered was quickly consumed, totaling less than 3,000 points across 2 life-threatening experiences. In just 2 minutes, it was all gone, leaving him with nothing. He envisioned a vast pit, realizing that the mere act of refining equipment could deplete his spiritual energy entirely. What then of the 10,000 points required to activate the heavenly refining process? In the depths of his mind, Han Fei sensed a premonition that he would be plagued by the pursuit of spiritual energy daily. Others expended spiritual energy primarily through fishing, spending modest amounts, or occasionally through combat, but he, a mere fisherman, was burning through thousands in a single go, questioning if he could still enjoy his craft. Sighing, Han Fei struck the staff against a corner in an attempt to vent his frustration. However, inadvertently, the Zizhu gun struck the control panel of the fishing boat, equivalent to the engine, shattering a wooden cover. Panic set in as he contemplated the possibility of incurring damages to the already dilapidated vessel. Just then, while embroiled in thoughts of financial loss, he noticed a piece of iron on the controller that appeared to be damaged. It bore the marks of a blade, not inflicted by his staff. Han Fei knelt down to examine it closely, his expression darkening. Was this intentional? Who sought to take my life? The first name that came to mind was Hukuin, but he quickly shook his head. Such a petty child could not possess such capability. Furthermore, he had no knowledge of Han Fei's departure from the island. Even if he did, how could he sabotage the fishing boat? But if it was not Hukuin, then who could it be? Had he wronged anyone? Chapter 26. Rescue. After drifting for another day, Han Fei exhausted the remaining half-box of green bait worms, catching 9 large yellow fish, 3 green turtles, and 1 knife fish. Such a rate of success would be deemed unbelievable outside. A box contained only 40 worms, and it would be normal for an average person to catch 5 fish with that. A more skilled individual might manage 7 or 8, indicating a higher level. Yet, Han Fei had caught 13 fish, including a knife fish, which was simply incredible. In reality, he had only wasted bait 4 times on the knife fish and 2 or 3 times on the green turtles. When fishing for large yellow fish, he landed them with flawless precision. There was no chance of escape. Another night passed. Without bait, Han Fei could not fish and turned to cultivation. As before, fish swarmed around him, some even leaping onto the boat during his practice. At dawn, he absorbed a potent surge of spiritual energy, leading to an explosive reaction. The next morning, he found his boat laden with fish, though this time no special species appeared. After deducting the fish tax, Han Fei's spiritual energy rose again to 1,200 points. This time, he was cautious not to squander it. Although he possessed 3 additional knives, he refrained from attempting further equipment fusion, fearing he might end up destitute once more. On the 3rd day adrift at sea, Han Fei found himself utterly alone, the vastness around him devoid of any sign of life. On the 4th day, after enduring the prior small fish tides, his boat had deteriorated significantly. 3 to 4 planks on the deck were damaged, and 1 fish hold was even breached by a large green turtle. 2 sizable holes now marred the side of the boat. At that moment, Han Fei was bailing water, aware that the boat could not withstand a 5th small fish tide. Another would likely spell its end. Even now, the vessel began to sway perilously, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Han Fei practiced his staff techniques aboard the boat. After several days, his proficiency had become remarkable, and he was on the cusp of achieving great mastery. Meanwhile, Han Fei discovered that advancing his staff techniques required the expenditure of spiritual energy. However, with over 2,000 points at his disposal, he felt little concern. At that moment, while enjoying sashimi, he suddenly noticed distant shapes on the horizon, several ships. Instantly abandoning his meal, he seized his staff and shouted, "Hey, help, brothers, sisters, and uncles." Waving his staff and calling out loudly, he yearned to produce a dolphin-like cry. "Third young master, it seems there are people over there," Wang Baiyu remarked. "Indeed. I see them. How interesting that someone would venture out to fish alone 800 miles away. Let's go take a look." As Han Fei saw them approaching, he was filled with exhilaration. Finally, he had encountered another person amidst the vastness of the sea, where it was truly rare to meet anyone within a 1,000-mile radius of a common fishing ground. When the ships drew near, Han Fei and Wang Baiyu exchanged glances. "It's you? Is it you?" Wang Baiyu blinked, recognizing the young man he had encountered days prior by the roadside, who had spoken when no one else dared. Han Fei was equally astonished. The 3rd young master of the Wang family from Tianshui village? Even while fishing, he had 5 boats accompanying him for protection. Such was the distinction of a prominent family. Even accompanying the prince to study required such a retinue. Wang Baiyu squinted, catching sight of Han Fei's battered fishing boat. Was this truly a fishing vessel? It resembled a ghost ship, so dilapidated yet still afloat. "Brother, you have quite the adventurous spirit. You dare to fish alone 800 miles away." Han Fei responded, "Did I really fly this far?" Wang Baiyu, slightly astonished, inquired, "You didn't know?" Han Fei smiled wryly. I am ashamed. My fishing boat malfunctioned and automatically drifted to this place. I have been adrift at sea for 5 days. 5 days. Wang Baiyu's subordinates were taken aback, and even Wang Baiyu himself was astonished. How could someone survive drifting at sea for 5 days? There was a saying in Tianshui village that no one had ever survived on the ocean for a full 7 days, and very few managed even 5, with only 1 or 2 such occurrences in a year. However, Wang Baiyu immediately sensed something was amiss. You said your fishing boat malfunctioned? This is improbable. The propulsion of the fishing boat relies on the natural levitating stone. As long as the stone remains intact, the fishing boat will not malfunction. Before he could finish his words, Wang Baiyu noticed Han Fei lifting a stone. Han Fei inquired, is this it? Wang Baiyu's eyes widened, indeed. But has your levitating stone been damaged? Ah, it has been cleaved perfectly in two, disrupting the transfer of power. Someone has orchestrated this. Wang Baiyu spoke with unwavering conviction, not needing to ponder the matter. Observing Han Fei's understanding expression, Wang Baiyu added, those capable of damaging the levitating stone are at least peak fishermen, and they would require a mundane-grade weapon to do so. Of course, if it were a fishing master, it would be even easier. However, fishing masters generally do not engage in such trivial pursuits. Han Fei's heart sank at these words. Peak fisherman? When had he offended such formidable adversaries? Could it be that his arrogance at school had provoked the ire of a higher level, leading to retaliation? Suddenly, Han Fei had a thought. Could it be the Tiger Head Gang? That day, Li Hu had given him a fierce glare as he departed. Brother Wang, I'm grateful you arrived. Otherwise, I fear I would have met my end in the sea. Wang Baiyu, intrigued by Han Fei, smiled warmly. How did you manage to survive 5 consecutive days at sea? As he spoke, Wang Baiyu glanced at Han Fei's fishing boat, made of decayed timber, which miraculously managed to endure. Han Fei sighed deeply. It's a long story. The sea is indeed terrifying. Over 5 days, I encountered a minor fish surge that nearly shattered my boat. Thankfully, I hid in the fish hold. Otherwise, I would have perished. A minor fish surge? Several individuals behind Wang Baiyu stiffened at the mention. Recently, there had been reports of a minor fish surge, and now it had reappeared. Could it be that ordinary fishing grounds were facing a fish surge crisis? Han Fei, of course, would not divulge that it was all orchestrated by him. However, Wang Baiyu scrutinized Han Fei, contemplating that someone possessing a knife fish dagger and a refined iron fishing rod could not possibly be weak. Furthermore, the stick in Han Fei's hand was unfamiliar to him, suggesting it was no ordinary item. Wang brother, that stick you have is rather peculiar. Han Fei replied, oh this? It was a gift from my brother, merely a bit stronger than a refined iron rod, hardly worthy of your attention, Wang brother. Wang Baiyu naturally did not believe Han Fei's words. However, he deemed the act of theft and murder beneath his dignity. Instead, he curiously glanced at Han Fei's fishing boat. Ah, brother Han, you have an entire boat full of fish? Han Fei, maintaining his composure, said, all of them leaped aboard during the minor fish surge. However, with my fishing boat in such disrepair, they may only suffice to cover the losses. Wang Baiyu shook his head. Your fishing boat has been damaged, naturally. There will be an investigation. You may not even have to pay the fish tax. But do you have any rare fish species? Han Fei replied. Are you looking for rare fish species, Wang brother? Wang Baiyu candidly stated, to be frank, I ventured out to sea to seek rare or mysterious fish species in ordinary fishing grounds. Han Fei responded, that may not be the case. There was a puffer fish during the minor fish surge, but unfortunately, it was covered in spikes, and I couldn't catch it. In the end, it leaped back into the sea. Wang Baiyu visibly expressed disappointment. A puffer fish was not considered rare, and his family could acquire as many as they desired. However, Han Fei then suggested, Wang brother, would you be interested in buying the fish? My boat is unable to move, so perhaps I could sell them to you at a bargain. Wang Baiyu smiled calmly. What do you have? Han Fei enumerated. I have 7 knives, 6 green-shelled turtles, 1 small octopus, 1 jellyfish, and 3 sea snails. Some of these had leaped aboard. The small octopus had crawled up, the jellyfish was accidentally caught, and the sea snails were discovered within the fish's stomach. Altogether, they were worth a fair amount. Wang Baiyu was astonished. You managed to keep 7 knives after a minor fish surge? Han Fei replied, indeed, I initially had 2 shrimp with tentacles, but they escaped. By the way, I also have a few shrimp whiskers left over from the battle between the tentacle shrimp and the knife fish. Wang Baiyu, although a scion of a prominent family and accustomed to mid-grade pearls, recognized that the items Han Fei offered were worth at least 8 mid-grade pearls. Though it seemed little, it was substantial, and not even all members of noble families possessed such wealth, especially given the need to equip subordinates. Wang Baiyu nodded earnestly. Very well. I will take them. However, I have no need for large yellowfish. If Brother Han requires assistance, I can help you transport them back. It is but a trivial matter. Han Fei expressed his gratitude. I truly appreciate it. Wang Baiyu, having no personal connection to Han Fei, merely offered a favor. He even arranged for a separate boat to ensure Han Fei's safe return. As Han Fei departed, one of the others remarked, "Third young master, why are you so concerned about such a minor character? Moreover, we had no need to purchase these items." Wang Baiyu, displaying wisdom beyond his years, replied, "A mid-grade fisherman with enemies at the peak fisherman level, perhaps even of fishing master caliber. Do you not find that suspicious? The level of one's adversaries reflects their own standing. Moreover, do you truly believe one could hide from a minor fish surge simply by sheltering in the hold?" Wang Baiyu had sent Han Fei away to keep his true purpose of this journey undisclosed. Han Fei, for his part, was unconcerned. As being rescued was a tremendous fortune in itself. The only downside was incurring a debt of gratitude. At Likong port, when Han Fei reappeared, the female registrar was astonished. "Miss Qin, it has been 5 days and nights. How have you managed to survive?" Han Fei replied, "My fishing boat was maliciously damaged." He proceeded to recount the entire incident, causing her to frown, her expression devoid of emotion. "This matter will be investigated. If the situation proves true, the supervisory department will provide you with an explanation." Indeed, as Wang Baiyu had mentioned, Likong port did not collect fish taxes, as Han Fei's case required verification. If it were false, Han Fei would face consequences beyond mere fish taxes. However, if true, Likong port would not simply let the matter rest. As someone had deliberately sabotaged a fishing boat, were they seeking death? As Han Fei departed Likong port, he possessed a total of 7 mid-grade pearls, 6 of which were from Wang Baiyu. His return garnered no attention. He did not head home or to school immediately. Upon hearing that peak fishermen were targeting him, Han Fei resolved to enhance his strength. Initially, he had not felt such urgency, but a 5th-level fisherman, no matter how formidable, could not hope to contend with multiple minor realms and peak fishermen, especially if one of them was a fishing master. After walking for half an hour, Han Fei arrived at the commercial area west of Likong port, where he hesitantly sought out a blacksmith shop. A burly man with bare arms greeted him with a hearty smile. "What can I do for you, young man?" Han Fei replied. "Could you coat this stick with a layer of refined iron for me?" Han Fei was not the son of a fishing master. He could not casually wield a bamboo stick without concern. Although Tang Ge had achieved great success, Han Fei felt that meeting him again would not be easy since Tang Ge had been taken by Feng Zhe. Upon seeing Han Fei's purple bamboo stick, the blacksmith's expression shifted, and he eagerly grasped it, exclaiming, "Where did you acquire such a stick? My goodness, the craftsmanship is extraordinary. It would be an understatement to call it exquisite." Han Fei, wary, replied, "It was given to me by my elder, but I feel it is too ostentatious. Can you coat it? If not, I will seek another shop." The blacksmith assured him, "Of course I can. However, what a shame. Such a fine stick must be at least of mundane grade quality. Is your elder a fishing master?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes, even higher. The blacksmith, astonished, inquired, "A peak fishing master?" Han Fei responded, "Sir, is your imagination limited to the level of fishing masters?" The blacksmith, taken aback, exclaimed, "The village chief? That cannot be. The village chief would not have a relative like you." Han Fei, "Uncle, do you truly believe that our Tianshui village harbors only a single grand fisher?" The blacksmith's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, whispers often suggested that the Wang family's ancestor had long achieved the status of a grand fisher. Furthermore, there was that fellow from the Hota gang, rumored to be striving for the same title. Yet, this matter has no connection to that young man, does it? Could it be that Tianshui village conceals other hidden masters? Han Fei, "Uncle, sometimes knowing too much can be detrimental, understand?" Observing Han Fei's composed demeanor, even displaying a hint of arrogance, the blacksmith nodded slightly, acknowledging that Han Fei's aura was indeed extraordinary. Blacksmith, "Very well, this will be ready shortly, just a moment." After a quarter of an hour, Han Fei, satisfied with the pitch-black staff he had acquired, paid no heed to the blacksmith's peculiar gaze and swiftly vanished into the throng. Unbeknownst to Han Fei, as soon as he departed, the blacksmith hurriedly locked the door and ventured out. Among the crowd, Han Fei meandered through various storefronts, circling countless times before finally exiting the West Market near the airport, only to return to the East Market after a lengthy detour. Upon reaching the familiar East Market, Han Fei cursed under his breath, lamenting the exorbitant prices. Merely a layer of refined iron cost him 18 inferior pearls. What a ripoff. In Wang Jia's shop, the elderly shopkeeper Guan was busy calculating accounts when he spotted the familiar figure of Han Fei. "Guan, it's you, lad. Have you come into some money again? What do you wish to purchase this time?" Han Fei, in a hushed tone, inquired Old Guan. Do you have anything better than the fish head refinement liquid? Guan, taken aback, replied. Anything superior to the fish head refinement liquid? Are you seeking a spirit replenishing elixir? Do you possess the funds for such a purchase? Han Fei, intrigued. So there is something better? How much for the spirit replenishing elixir? Guan, the spirit replenishing elixir swiftly restores 300 points of spiritual energy. Primarily sold to those at the peak of fisher status for survival. What would you need it for? It costs 2 medium pearls per piece. Can you afford that? Han Fei, realizing the steep price, questioned, just how quickly does the elixir replenish spiritual energy to warrant such a cost? Guan chuckled, with just 10 breaths. Your spiritual energy can be fully restored. 2 medium pearls is quite reasonable. Han Fei, with a sheepish grin, pressed on. Then, Old Guan, do you have anything even better? Perhaps something for body refinement, nourishing meridians, or enhancing spiritual energy? Guan, you dare to dream. If such items were in the shop, they would naturally be reserved for the master. However, I do have a bottle of iron fish body refinement liquid, which the master no longer requires. I can sell it. But the price is steep, at least 6 medium pearls, and that is considering your relationship with the master. Han Fei's eyes gleamed. That is the one. Old Guan. I'll take it. Han Fei produced 6 gleaming medium pearls from his pocket, shimmering brightly. Guan, astonished. Where did you, a student, acquire such wealth? Han Fei. Without hesitation, my brother gifted them to me. He has a 7th grade spiritual vein and has taken on a heavenly envoy as a disciple, casually handing me 7 or 8 medium pearls. Guan, surprised. Tanggu is your brother? Han Fei, you know my brother? Guan, naturally. Who in Tianshui village does not know Tanggu? A prodigy with a 7th grade spiritual vein. Even the town cannot accommodate his exceptional talents. Wait. If you are indeed his brother, why not simply ask him for pearls instead of coming to the shop? Han Fei feigned a pained smile. If I could see him, I wouldn't be here buying. He is too busy with the heavenly envoy. But since the fishing trial is approaching, I can't just wait idly. Guan nodded. That is a valid point. Since you are Tanggu's brother, I can offer you a 10% discount on the iron fish body refinement liquid. Han Fei, thank you, Old Guan. Guan, with a serious gaze, advised, I know you are eager to cultivate, but one must never rush in such matters. The iron fish body refinement liquid is quite potent, primarily intended for those at the peak of fisher status. For you, just a small amount will suffice each time. If you have extra funds, it would be wise to purchase 2 more bottles of fish head refinement liquid for transition. And only attempt the iron fish body refinement liquid once you reach level 6. Remember, it is a tonic for cultivation, not for breakthroughs. Han Fei, understood. Thank you for your concern, Old Guan. I will purchase 2 more bottles of fish head refinement liquid. Upon exiting the shop, Han Fei felt a pang of regret. Cultivating truly costs a fortune. Just moments ago, he believed himself wealthy, yet now he found himself with only 42 inferior pearls, not enough even for a knife. With his funds dwindling, Han Fei decided to splurge a bit, purchasing 2 large conchs, 10 giant clams, and several condiments known as fish sauces, leaving him with a mere 6 inferior pearls. Along the way, Han Fei muttered to himself, if it weren't for celebrating Tang Ji's recent great fortune, I wouldn't have bought such expensive conchs. 2 cost me 24 inferior pearls. It felt like my heart was bleeding. They're just conchs. I could easily gather hundreds of them in the future, yet they're so cheap at the bottom of the sea. As he continued home, he spotted several figures standing at his doorstep. Chapter 28. As he approached, Han Fei recognized a group of ruffians lounging in his small courtyard, feasting on clams. And his expression darkened. Hey, brother gang, that brat is back. With a loud crash, the plump one hurled a clam shell to the ground. You little brat. You actually remembered to return? Do you know your brother gang came by yesterday? Whereas the protection fee. Fuming, Han Fei trembled with anger. He had barely escaped death and returned only to find them consuming his family's food. How outrageous. Han Fei, smirking coldly. Each clam costs 5 inferior pearls. Hand them over. And I'll let you leave. Otherwise, I'll make you regurgitate. The plump one and his cohorts were taken aback, bursting into laughter. Brother gang. He is actually asking us for money? He has become quite brazen after just a few days. The plump one, grinning maliciously. Little brat, is your brother gang still asleep? Or did your head get knocked by an iron-headed fish? How dare you extort your brother gang? With newfound confidence, Han Fei stood his ground, even against a 7th grade fisher. He was unafraid. Having battled sea pythons, he felt no fear. Han Fei thrust his purple bamboo staff into the ground. Do you know why coral is so red? As Brother Gang and his cronies prepared to mock Han Fei further, they suddenly saw a spiritual energy swirling around him, causing the purple bamboo staff to glow. Brother Gang's expression shifted. You little fish brat. You dare to make a move? You've really asked for it. Brothers, get him. I'll strike you down. Han Fei leaped, delivering a powerful strike with the staff. Did they think he couldn't wield it? Before Brother Gang could react, one of his 5th-grade fisher lackeys fell to his knees, clutching his shoulder, wailing. My arm is broken. Brother Gang, I'm done for. Brother Gang. Furious, you're seeking death. With that, his gang members brandished their clubs, believing their numbers would ensure victory against a mere child. Clang. Han Fei, now immensely powerful with 159 points of base spiritual energy, rivaling a peak 7th-grade fisher, felt no fear. I'll take down this fat one. Bam. One of the ruffians, filled with spiritual energy, attempted to withstand Han Fei's strike. However, with a crack, he collapsed to the ground, blood pooling from his mouth. In an instant, Brother Gang's expression turned serious. This brat is at the peak of level 6. Let me handle him. The plump one charged forward with his iron club. And to Han Fei's surprise, he felt his arm tingle upon impact. His expression shifted. Was this a 7th-grade fisher? Gang Gu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, what tremendous strength. However, you have no comprehension of the might possessed by a level 7 warrior. Suddenly, Han Fei noticed what appeared to be a serpent coiling around the stout figure. And in the next moment, the fat man's combat prowess surged dramatically, his speed in wielding the staff more than doubled. Han Fei was astonished. How could a corpulent individual possess such swiftness? With a series of clangs and a resounding crash, Han Fei, who had been dominating the fight, began to retreat, despite feeling that his strength was not inferior to that of the stout man. Yet, he found himself unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of 6 strikes from the hefty adversary. Coughing, his arm tingling, he tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. Gang Gu sneered. A level 7 warrior can harness the power of the demon fish. Do you truly think I, Gang Gu, have idled away my time? He continued, boy, kneel before me and offer your entire fortune as an apology. Since you have little to offer, this small courtyard shall be handed over to me, and I shall spare you. Han Fei inhaled deeply. His recovery ability remained intact, albeit significantly diminished. He smiled broadly and retorted, is that all a level 7 warrior can do? How weak you must be. In an instant, Han Fei erupted with an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, illuminating both himself and the staff as he leapt and struck downward once more. Gang Gu shouted, you are courting death. Spiritual energy is exceedingly precious. As a mere level 6 fisherman, consuming 1/3 of your energy merely to manifest this aura, how many strikes can you unleash? 3 or 5? Han Fei replied. You talk too much. The clash of weapons resounded like thunder as Han Fei unleashed 6 furious strikes in rapid succession. Though he did receive a blow that left his chest aching, yet the stout man was equally winded, despite delivering 6 strikes. He had only inflicted minor damage on Han Fei. Now, this lunatic was launching another 5 or 6 strikes. How much spiritual energy did he possess? This was beyond his own capabilities. However, Han Fei was far from finished. With a sweeping strike, spiritual energy surged forth, rippling and vanishing into the air. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed like thunder, and suddenly, Gang Gu spat out a mouthful of blood, his iron staff flying from his grasp. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this boy be so formidable? How many strikes had he unleashed? 10? 20? The critical factor was that this fellow was brimming with spiritual energy, 200 points at least. With a decisive blow, Han Fei dissipated his aura and struck the stout man once more, leaving the remaining thugs in shock. Had Gang Gu been defeated? Han Fei squatted before Gang Gu, grinning. Still collecting protection fees? Gang Gu, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, a misunderstanding, my friend. This is entirely a misunderstanding. With 3 successive strikes, Han Fei sent Gang Gu sprawling on the ground. Is it truly a misunderstanding? Are you certain? Gang Gu grimaced in pain, but dared not retaliate. Brother, I will compensate you. I promise not to cause you any trouble in the future. Han Fei pressed. Who are you calling brother? Gang Gu replied meekly. Just call me Xiao Gang. Han Fei continued. Xiao Gang? What about Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong? Gang Gu trembled. Why are you still hitting me? If you keep this up, I'll be ruined. Gang Gu pleaded. Please, spare me. I cannot part with Xiao Hong. We've been together for 7 years. Han Fei scowled. Leave all your money and the iron staff behind, and get lost. Gang Gu was distraught. What kind of situation was this? Why did you pretend to be a weakling a few days ago? Gang Gu added. I only have 1 iron staff. Please don't intimidate me. Han Fei retorted. Who are you calling brother? From now on, address me as Fei Gu. You've wasted so much of my spiritual energy. Your single iron staff is hardly enough compensation. Now be quick and leave. Gang Gu complied. Yes, yes. What are you all standing around for? Let us go. As Han Fei observed the nimble stout man scurry away, he was inwardly astonished. Was this the power of the demon fish that Tango had mentioned? If the stout man had the ability to store spiritual energy like himself, the outcome of their encounter could have been entirely different. That peculiar surge of strength had elevated his capabilities immensely. If not for his own ample reserve of energy, he might have been overwhelmed. He realized he had underestimated the prowess of high-level fishermen. Being termed high-level was not without merit. The stout man had been defeated due to a lack of sufficient spiritual energy within him. But what if he faced an 8th-level fisherman? This marked the second time Han Fei felt his own growth was insufficient. Even a mere thug could reach level 7. In this world, where cultivation was ubiquitous, how many such minor characters existed? Meanwhile, he was still a mere minor figure himself, far from a position of invulnerability. Upon arriving home, Han Fei found a note on the table, presumably left by Tang Ge. It read, "I may not be able to return soon. There are items at the usual place. Let us meet for the fishing trial." Han Fei silently crossed out the message, pushed open the door, and proceeded to the back of his house. Behind the house lay a cliff with barely half a meter of standing space, and there was an opening where a chain hung. Han Fei cautiously grasped the chain and descended into the void. After dropping about 7 or 8 meters, he discovered a discreet cave concealed by the vegetation at the cliff's edge, making it quite secretive. This cave had been there since the house was built. Tengu always hid valuable items here instead of keeping them at home to avoid attracting unwanted attention. The cave measured no more than 4 meters deep and 3 meters wide, containing only a small bed and a stone jar housing dozens of large sea clams. On the bed, Han Fei noticed a small package. Upon opening it, he gasped as 2 medium-grade pearls rolled out. The money was scant, likely all of Tang Ji's possessions. In addition to the pearls, there were 2 books, an iron box, and a vial of pills. Han Fei inhaled sharply. The 2 books were titled Water Swimming Technique and Mystical Body Technique. Just a glance revealed to Han Fei the significance of these texts. Most practitioners in Tian Shui village, including fishermen, focused on staff techniques. Even if there were books in the school, they were likely limited in number. And these 2 volumes could not possibly be inferior to the universally applicable staff technique. Ah, a recovery pill? Han Fei picked up the vial, smiling slightly, and thought to himself, what a good brother. Chapter 29, The 108 Remnants of Body Tempering. How precious were recovery pills? In Wang Jie's shop, a single pill was sold for 2 medium-grade pearls, yet here lay an entire vial containing over 10 pills. Although Han Fei believed that 1 recovery pill equaled 50 large yellow fish for him, he would have to toil at sea for 4 or 5 days to accumulate 3,000 points of spiritual energy. Yet this mere 10 pills could easily suffice. It was simply too effortless. Opening the iron box, the cave was suddenly filled with a tantalizing aroma, and Han Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a Haihongua? He could not confirm it was indeed Haihongua, but he was certain it was not a Zi Ryu Gua. Nonetheless, both types shared a characteristic. Their fragrance permeated the skin and entered the body. Han Fei's heart raced. Could it be another fruit of the same caliber as the Zi Ryu Gua? He scrutinized it closely, but unfortunately, no data was displayed. Could it be that such treasures did not have numerical representations? Regardless, Han Fei's heart continued to race. How powerful was the effect of the Zi Ryu Gua? The Lian Yao who had undergone some transformations due to it, and even a small portion could absorb over 1,000 points of spiritual energy. What a treasure! He never expected Tengu would leave such a gift for him. Han Fei quickly covered the iron box. This item should not be consumed casually. When he had eaten it at the bottom of the sea, he had the time to fully appreciate it. But the sensation of a single fruit coursing through him with overwhelming spiritual energy had left his entire meridian system ablaze, a feeling he did not wish to replicate. Suppressing the urge to devour the spiritual fruit, he instead began to examine the 2 books. Water Swimming Technique. Han Fei continued reading, feeling a sense of peculiarity. This was merely a book imparting the secrets of swimming, not a martial art, as it solely taught how to swim swiftly and freely. After flipping through the book, Han Fei's expression turned strange. The text claimed that an ordinary person could only hold their breath underwater for a mere 100 breaths. And even a fishing master could manage only 500 breaths, with only a great fishing master capable of holding their breath for 1,000 breaths at the seabed. What did this make him? Had he not stayed underwater for half an hour? That must equate to 1,000 breaths, right? Could it be that the concept of a breath in this world was lengthy? Han Fei did not ponder this question deeply. After all, Yu Shui Ju was a water technique, and its utility was considerable. Had he possessed this technique earlier, he would not have been as helpless in the ocean. Upon a thorough reading, Han Fei suddenly experienced an unusual sensation. How could his memory of it be so vivid? He quickly glanced at the options for the technique in the Lian Yaohu. Existing martial arts. Yu Shui Ju, common grade upper. Note, a universal swimming technique. Formed from the amalgamation of various swimming styles, with modest quality. To deduce an ultimate martial art requires the expenditure of 1,000 spiritual energy points. Deducing technique, Yulong Ju. Completion, 1,000. Upon seeing this, Han Fei's face lit up with joy. Martial arts could also be deduced? Though common grade upper was already commendable, could the deduced items from Lian Yaohu be inferior? Although 1,000 points of spiritual energy was substantial. This was a life-saving technique in the ocean and must be learned. Han Fei commanded, deduce. After a surge of spiritual energy, Yu Shui Ju transformed. Existing technique, Yulong Ju, common grade divine. Note, simulates the marvelous techniques of fish and dragons with spiritual energy, entering the water like a fish or dragon. Elusive and hard to detect. Indeed, Han Fei's expression turned peculiar. It seemed that any technique, any martial art, could be deduced to a higher realm. Moreover, the deduction resulted in a divine grade. But what exactly is a divine grade? He Xiaoyu stated that above upper grade was the supreme grade. And beyond the supreme grade, there was nothing more. This was evidently erroneous. It could only be said that He Xiaoyu or his father were acquainted with a realm where the supreme grade was the limit, unaware that there existed grades beyond supreme. Never mind, he would wait until the next time he set out to sea, or perhaps until he broke through to the 6th level peak to practice this martial art. Yulong Ju could not be immediately utilized. So Han Fei's gaze naturally shifted to another book, Xian Ti Shu. At first glance, it was evidently a body refinement technique, perhaps of great use. After a thorough examination, Han Fei did not continue reading, but instead conjured the upgrading standards of Xian Ti Shu in his mind. Existing technique, Xian Ti Shu, common grade upper. Note, a technique for body tempering, using potent medicinal properties or abundant spiritual energy to temper the major acupoints of the body, hardening them and sealing the leakage of spiritual energy, achieving an enigmatic body. Drawback, hardening the acupoints may damage the foundation. Deducing technique, 108 Dao Chui Ti Kan Pian. Completion, 2,200. Han Fei gasped in astonishment, shocked that deducing this technique required 200 points of spiritual energy. However, upon seeing the system's explanation of the drawback, he broke into a cold sweat. Damaging the foundation? That would surely hinder his future. Tengu would not harm himself. But perhaps he was unaware that if he practiced this martial art, it could lead to dire consequences. He must remind him during their next encounter. Han Fei felt a deep sense of loss, as if he were at a loss. 200 points of spiritual energy? This was akin to robbery. Was it truly superior to Su Kong Chui Diaoshu? Well, with such a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the deduced outcome would surely be remarkable. Han Fei commanded, deduce. After another surge of spiritual energy, the interface transformed. Existing technique, 108 Dao Chui Ti Kan Pian, incomplete, common grade divine. Note, the human body resembles a funnel, with 108 vital acupoints and 36 deadly points, each lethal. One must train the acupoints with profound skills to seal these fatal gates, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Drawback, subsequent techniques require finding corresponding body refinement techniques for further deduction. Han Fei's expression brightened. He had profited greatly. He had not realized the extent of lethal acupoints in the human body, which was astonishingly perilous. If he could repair and perfect these deadly areas, he would undoubtedly surpass ordinary individuals in strength, at least no longer suffering the risk of being easily defeated or devoured by the monstrous fishes of the sea. Han Fei did not know who had created 108 Dao Chui Ti Kan Pian, but the audacity of the concept was remarkable. It aimed to seal all the body's vital and deadly acupoints. With his spiritual energy dwindling to a mere 142 points, Han Fei felt disheartened. It was excessively taxing. Merely deducing an upgrade for a martial art consumed thousands of points of spiritual energy. How would he manage if he sought to deduce 10 or 8 more? Nevertheless, Han Fei shook his head. He had already gained significantly and should not be overly demanding. He was in urgent need of strengthening and body refinement. And Tang Ji's gift was timely. Han Fei promptly began studying 108 Dao Chui Ti Kan Pian, which purportedly comprised 108 postures for body techniques. He immediately positioned himself in the cave, assuming a peculiar stance. Upon executing the first posture, Han Fei's complexion changed. He felt his meridians being painfully stretched, and his muscles tensed intensely, and this was merely the first posture. The second, the third. By the time he reached the 8th posture, he was panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Was body refinement truly this arduous? Han Fei collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Just then, he heard voices from above. "Big brother, it's right here. That brat is living here." Han Fei's expression hardened. This was the voice of the rotund Gang Ge. Bang! The door was kicked open. Then a cold voice inquired. "Where is he?" Gang Ge replied, "That brat was just here a moment ago. Where could he have run off to in such a short time?" The cold voice responded, "Gang Zi, are you certain that lad truly defeated you with his 6th level peak strength?" Gang Ge insisted, "Dong Ge, it's true. That brat is quite peculiar, as if he possesses endless spiritual energy. At the 6th level peak, one can only muster 140 points of spiritual energy at most. Yet he managed to wield the 10-direction stick for dozens of strikes without breaking a sweat." The man referred to as Dong Ge fell silent for a moment before stating, "Interesting, Gang Zi, leave someone here to keep a close watch. This youth must possess something unusual, either treasures or opportunities. Whether or not we can seize this chance depends on you." Moments later, silence fell above. But Han Fei's expression darkened. Was it his soft-heartedness? This rotund fellow, it seemed, had not learned his lesson. Han Fei was not foolish and would not recklessly confront the individuals above. Not only would it waste spiritual energy, but that man named Dong Ge was at least an 8th-level fisherman. Otherwise, Gang Ge would not be so sycophantic. "Rotund fool, you are memorable." Han Fei suppressed his anger. The other party still did not know he was a 5th-level fisherman. Otherwise, they would not have merely sent a few individuals. A 5th-level fisherman defeating a 7th-level fisherman was exceedingly terrifying, especially since that rotund fellow had absorbed the power of demonic fish. Gritting his teeth, Han Fei produced a vial of fish head refinement liquid and drank it down. He needed to accelerate the progress of 108 Dao Chui Ti Kinpian. Immediately, Han Fei felt an influx of strength coursing through his body as the effects of the fish head refinement liquid began to manifest. The next 3 hours were crucial. Han Fei resumed his practice for the second time. This time, although his muscles and meridians were still painfully stretched, the inexhaustible strength within him allowed Han Fei to grit his teeth and persevere. When he completed 36 movements, he was drenched in sweat. Upon completing 72 movements, he felt as though he had been pulled from water. As Han Fei completed the 108 movements, a surge of energy coursed through him, causing his muscles to convulse painfully, and he collapsed to the ground. The sensation was excruciating, akin to a full-body cramp. What manner of body refinement technique is this? Han Fei contemplated losing consciousness. Yet after consuming the fish head essence, his spirit remained remarkably alert, preventing him from succumbing to darkness. After a full 10 minutes, the spasms gradually subsided. Lying on the ground, he gasped deeply. This body refining method was truly terrifying. However, when he glanced at the Lian Yaohu, he was utterly astonished. Master, Han Fei level 5, medium grade fisherman, spirit energy, 398, 167, spirit vein, level 1. Upper grade, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff primary technique. Shukong Chue, Jiao Shu Chapter 1 Go Wen Shu, ordinary grade divine item, incredible. Merely practicing once had increased his spirit energy capacity by 8 points. Such an extraordinary effect was indeed astonishing. Han Fei remained in a daze for quite some time, realizing that he had only gained a point from consuming a bowl of spirit fish soup. Yet after just one session of the 108 Dao Chui Ti Kinpian, he had achieved an 8-point increase, filling him with uncontainable joy. Chapter 30. Breakthrough. During the day, Han Fei practiced the 108 Dao Chui Ti Kinpian. By night, he engaged in the Shukong Chue Jiao Shu, drawing the spirit energy from heaven and earth into his body. Within just one day, Han Fei sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to level 6. He felt as if there was a barrier he could easily leap over. However, he refrained from doing so. He Xiaoyu had mentioned that each stage could be deeply cultivated. Some exceptionally gifted individuals could fight above their level due to their solid foundation. Although the Shukong Chue Jiao Shu suggested that breaking through 10 realms in a day was feasible, his single-level spirit vein would surely hinder his future development without a solid foundation. The next day, Han Fei finished the fish head essence and took a sip of the iron fish essence, which immediately flushed his face. This essence was far more potent than the fish head essence. No wonder a single bottle equated to 6 of the former. Han Fei felt as if his insides were about to explode. He promptly practiced the 108 postures. Once, twice, 3 times. Only after the 3rd repetition did the flush on his face begin to fade. Checking the Lian Yaohu, he noted, Master, Han Fei level 5, medium grade fisherman, spirit energy, 506, 189, spirit vein, level 1. Upper grade weapon. Purple bamboo staff primary technique. Shukong Chue, Jiao Shu Chapter 1 Go When Shu, ordinary grade divine item. 189? Han Fei grinned. Indeed. The body refinement technique, costing 2,200 points of spirit energy, was remarkable, achieving in 3 days what would typically take others 3 months. A smile crept across his lips as he felt a premonition that he could easily fell the hefty Gang Gu with just 3 strikes now. After 3 days of training, Han Fei not only increased his spirit energy capacity, but also felt his body grow stronger with each completion of the 108 style cycle, even expelling some impurities. He sensed that with continued practice, he might even stimulate the growth of his spirit vein, potentially saving the 1,000 points required for an upgrade. Of course, had he still possessed spirit energy, he would have certainly leveled up, while the expulsion of impurities was not as effective as the previous cleansing experience. It nonetheless resulted in some elimination. Han Fei's 12-year-old body, having undergone multiple purges, had not become emaciated but rather more robust. After another round of practicing the 108 Dao Chui Ti Kan Pian, he realized he could no longer increase his spirit energy limit. Suddenly, Han Fei's expression shifted. This is bad. I can't contain it. He felt an overwhelming thirst for spirit energy, akin to a parched desert yearning for rain. Han Fei immediately sat down, placing spirit replenishing pills before him, while activating the Shukong Chui Jiaoshu. As night fell, not far from Han Fei's residence, a rotund man approached. Gang Gu, you have arrived? Gang Gu held a bag of sea sunflower seeds. What's the matter? That kid hasn't returned yet? A junior shook his head. No. It's as if he has vanished. By the way, a level 6 fisherman girl came by, but after knocking and finding no one, she left. Smack. Gang Gu slapped the junior's head. Are you foolish? Why didn't you capture that girl? If she came looking for him, they must be acquainted. The junior protested. Gang Gu, it's not that we didn't want to catch her. We simply couldn't. That girl was carrying a bamboo stick. Later, Ergo attempted to tease her on her way back, and ended up knocked to the ground by 3 strikes. Clearly, she is no ordinary girl. A bamboo stick? 3 strikes took down Ergo? Gang Ge's expression changed. So small yet so formidable, and armed with a bamboo stick. Could her family be a fishing master? Suddenly, Gang pondered, hey, don't you feel that the spirit energy here seems more abundant? The junior replied, wasn't it always like this? Smack. Gang struck the junior's head again. You really are foolish. Not only are you dim-witted, but you are also weak. However, the fluctuations in spirit energy aren't that significant. It is likely because the night is approaching and the spirit energy in the world begins to surge, becoming particularly dense tonight. While Gang Gu and his companions continued their idle chatter, Han Fei was savoring sugar beans. His expression suddenly changed. The over 500 points of spirit energy accumulated naturally over these days could not withstand the consumption required for a breakthrough. Just like that, external spirit energy continuously flowed into his body, while he held a spirit replenishing pill in his mouth. To his dismay, after merely a few breaths, his spirit energy was completely depleted. What is happening? Does breaking through to level 6 require this much energy? Was it not said that breaking through to level 7 was the real threshold? Overcoming the obstacle to level 6 was surprisingly simple. Han Fei hardly sensed the barrier. But the sheer amount of spirit energy required for a slight breakthrough was overwhelming. After consuming 3 spirit replenishing pills, Han Fei realized they were of little help and that using them for a breakthrough was wasteful. They were a life-saving remedy for critical moments. What would he do now after exhausting them? His gaze drifted towards the iron box. Should he really consume it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Fei decided. At this rate of consumption, even 10 spirit replenishing pills would not suffice. As soon as the spirit fruit was revealed, its aroma wafted through the air, and Han Fei quickly swallowed it. Instantly, his body trembled as the fruit transformed into spirit energy, flowing through his limbs and invigorating his meridians. With the spirit energy supply restored, Han Fei ascended to level 6 in almost no time, his gourd on his wrist appearing and disappearing as if in rhythm with his breath. Indeed, just like the first time, within mere breaths, Han Fei felt an intense heat throughout his body, his veins blazing as his temperature soared alarmingly. This time, as he was not submerged in water, he was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the Lian Yao who absorbed the spirit energy from the spirit fruit, otherwise he might have been overwhelmed. Nevertheless, Han Fei could feel his strength surging. He even sensed a tingling in his bones, as if his marrow was flowing. Every inch of his body itched. He surmised that the fruit was likely enhancing his physical foundation, but regrettably, this delightful sensation was fleeting, seemingly due to the fruit's limitations. This process lasted about 5 minutes. and a spirit fruit that others might never encounter in their lifetime was fully digested by him. Han Fei felt no regret, murmuring to himself that he had reached level 6, and it seemed he was among the higher echelons of that level. He immediately turned his gaze towards the Lien Yaohu. Master, Han Fei level 6, medium-grade fisherman, spiritual energy, 2308-219, spiritual vein, secondary lower grade, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff, main cultivation method, void fishing technique, first volume hook kiss technique, common grade divine quality. Han Fei immediately gasped in astonishment. What does this even mean? His spiritual energy cap had suddenly surged by 30 points. After all, he was only at level 6. Did others at level 8 possess such a quantity of spiritual energy? Or did those at level 9? Han Fei was filled with doubt. It seemed that his own spiritual energy capacity had reached an incomprehensible level. The most crucial aspect was that his originally first-grade upper spiritual vein had directly transformed into a second-grade lower one. This was not merely a minor leap, but a transcendence across levels. Just 2 spiritual fruits had enabled his spiritual vein to advance a level. Although it was only a small grade, it was exceedingly formidable. Han Fei even believed that if he could acquire enough of these spiritual fruits, he could continue to enhance his spiritual vein. However, when he checked the requirements for upgrading his spiritual vein, he was astounded to find that the original requirement of 1,000 points had skyrocketed to 10,000 points. What on earth? How could it be 10,000? Han Fei was speechless, but quickly reasoned that previously it was from first to second grade. So did that mean now it was from second to third? Han Fei stood up, his joints cracking. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his small frame, as if he possessed a strength of at least 1,000 pounds. He thought that if he encountered Brother Gang again, he would only need a single strike to bring him down. Wow, if level 6 was this formidable, what could level 7 possibly entail? A casual slap from a level 7 would surely be enough to defeat someone like Brother Gang, wouldn't it? Han Fei pondered. Was Brother Gang truly that strong? Certainly not. A level 7 fisherman, especially one who had absorbed the power of demonic fish, could not possibly be weak. Just 3 days prior, Han Fei had barely managed to defeat him using his stored spiritual energy. Han Fei tidied himself up. The spiritual fruits were gone, but he still had 7 recovery pills, which he needed to carry with him. The 2 techniques seemed to have lost their significance, yet they were still valuable as common-grade combat skills. So he decided to keep them for now. Regrettably, the alchemy cauldron had not undergone any significant changes. However, the function of the alchemy realm had seen a remarkable shift in its spiritual energy consumption, dropping from 10,000 points to 5,000 points. This was a monumental breakthrough. Han Fei concluded that such a fruit could contain nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy, which was indeed terrifying. Not far from Han Fei's doorstep, Brother Gang peeked his head around, asking, "Do you smell something? It seems a bit fragrant." "Little brother, huh?" "No, Brother Gang." Slap. "Brother Gang, you have no discernment at all. All you do is sabotage me. Stay here and keep watch." In the shadows, Han Fei stood there, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 31. The turmoil caused by a sudden strike. Brother Gang was munching on sunflower seeds as he headed home, preparing to sleep. He mumbled to himself, "Little fish brat, if I see you again, I will definitely kill you." "Who are you planning to kill?" Han Fei emerged, his face covered by a black cloth. He felt that his training had finally borne fruit. He was no longer a waste, but had risen to the status of a genius. Brother Gang was startled and quickly turned around, staring at Han Fei as if he had seen a ghost. "Why you? Where did you come from?" Brother Gang's hand trembled as he hastily shot a firework-like signal into the sky, nervously gripping his iron staff. "Kid, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, my men will be here soon. Once an 8th grade powerhouse arrives, you won't have anywhere to escape." "Han Fei, it's so dark, how can you recognize me?" Brother Gang wanted to roll his eyes. "Do you think I'm blind? You're just a small child, and you appear right here. If I didn't know who you were, that would be the real problem." Brother Gang took a deep breath. "Engaging with me is unwise." Just as he spoke, he saw Han Fei leap into the air, the purple bamboo staff coming down heavily. There was hardly any time for him to react. Brother Gang quickly raised his iron staff to block. A tremendous crash echoed as Brother Gang's rotund figure was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. His hands instantly fractured, and his iron staff bent from the impact. "Ah, spare me." Brother Gang was terrified. This kid was far too formidable. Just days ago, he had nearly been defeated by him. Yet today, he could not even unleash the power of the demonic fish. He was knocked down with just 1 strike. In that instant, it felt as if a full-grown iron-headed fish had collided with him. His arms had lost all sensation, and his internal organs trembled. He felt as if he were on the brink of death. One more strike, and he would surely perish. In such a life-and-death moment, there was no time to consider anything else. Brother Gang hastily begged for mercy, knowing that private duels were forbidden on the floating island, and killing was strictly prohibited. Han Fei harbored no murderous intent. Instead, he pointed the purple bamboo staff at Brother Gang. Hand over all your money. Brother Gang was bewildered. Even at such a moment, this guy still had the mind to rob. Brother Gang. Ugh, my hand is broken. Han Fei, I'll do it myself. Han Fei approached and began to rummage around, eventually discovering a money pouch containing a dozen lower-grade pearls. He also found a bag of sunflower seeds, which were worthless, only worth a few sea coins per pound. Han Fei scowled fiercely, truly poor. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will strike you. Having said this, Han Fei took off running, having noticed people approaching from a distance. After several breaths, someone rushed over, with Brother Gang's little brother being the closest. Little brother, Brother Gang. What happened to you? Are you alright? Brother Gang cursed. My hand is broken. Don't touch it. Quickly notify Brother Dong. Brother Gang, still shaken, vowed never to return to this cursed place. It was simply deadly. A 12-year-old brat knocked him down with a single strike? Could it be that he was level 7? Yet, even if he were level 7, he would only be on par with him. There was no reason for him to be this strong. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man in black arrived. Upon seeing the man, Brother Gang burst into tears. Brother Dong, help. I think my hand is broken, and I have serious internal injuries. Li Dong, who had been disturbed from his sleep, was already in a foul mood, but upon seeing Brother Gang's condition, he frowned. What happened? Brother Gang, with tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, Brother Dong, it was that kid you told us to keep an eye on. He is too sinister. I don't know where he came from, but with just one strike, he knocked me down. You have to stand up for me. Li Dong was somewhat moved. Although he looked down on Li Gang, this guy was still a level 7 fisherman. Yet, given the current situation, if a single strike could bend an iron staff, his combat power must be at least that of an 8th grade fisherman, and not just any 8th grade fisherman. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a single strike to have such an effect on this plump man. If that kid was truly that strong, even he might not be able to deal with him easily. Li Dong, are you certain it was that kid? Brother Gang, absolutely. It was definitely him. Although he had his face covered, I can still recognize a 12-year-old boy. Li Dong's brow furrowed. A 12-year-old 8th grade fisherman? Was there such a figure in Tianshui village? If there was, wouldn't that boy be a genius? Li Dong immediately beckoned one of his subordinates. Go summon the area's head, Zhang Han. Moments later, Zhang Han arrived, his clothes still disheveled. Zhang Han was irked. He had been sleeping soundly and was called out. Had it not been for the fact that they were from the Tiger Head Gang, he would have tossed them off the floating island in an instant. When Zhang Han saw Li Dong, he respectfully exclaimed, Brother Dong, why did you wake me up at this hour? What is the matter? Then he turned to Brother Gang. Surprised, oh, it's you? Gangzi, how did you get knocked down? Brother Gang had always roamed this territory, relying on the Tiger Head Gang for support, and had never given Zhang Han much respect. Now, Zhang Han's words were clearly mocking him, and he was displeased, too annoyed to respond. Li Dong inquired about the occupants of that household, curious to know if it was indeed a 12-year-old child. What sort of strength and background could they possibly possess? Zhang Han, understanding that Li Dong was referring to Han Fei's family, chuckled dismissively. Brother Dong, just look at that dilapidated house. What kind of background could it have? It's merely inhabited by a waste of space named Han Fei, who possesses the strength of a mere 2nd or 3rd-tier fisherman. Zhang Han silently smirked, aware that while the boy might be useless, his brother was formidable. After all, his brother had already been taken as a disciple by an angel, making even Zhang Han hesitate to confront him. Moreover, there were whispers that Han Fei had perished at sea long ago, further diminishing the likelihood of his return. Noticing Zhang Han's nonchalance, Li Dong could not help but snort derisively. Zhang Han, has the reputation of the Hutu gang become so worthless? Do you think you can deceive me? Zhang Han clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. No, not at all. I have always held the Hutu gang in high regard. However, it would be wise for you not to provoke that family. The entire Hutu gang cannot afford to cross them. Although Han Fei may be a failure, his brother is a disciple of an angel. Do you comprehend the implications? An angel? Li Dong's expression shifted dramatically. The term angel carried immense weight. A figure from the city whose mere presence could obliterate the Hutu gang with a single hand. Zhang Han reveled in Li Dong's discomfort, yet maintained a jovial demeanor. Brother Dong, that Han Fei poses no threat to Gang Zi, but Tengu. Oh dear, a 7th-tier fisherman at just 12 years of age. Possibly even an 8th tier now. Gang Zi is fortunate to be alive. If Tengu were to strike, Gang Zi would be dead in an instant. Would anyone dare to provoke an angel after that? Zhang Han prided himself on his cunning, certain that only Tang Gu possessed the ability to incapacitate Gang Zi with a single blow. Li Dong inhaled deeply, realizing the gravity of the predicament. He appeared to have stirred a significant trouble. The name Tang Gu had become widely known throughout Tian Shui village, and offending him meant offending the angel, an act tantamount to courting death. Gang Zi was equally taken aback. Tang Gu? He resides in this wretched place? Panic flooded him, and he trembled uncontrollably, fearing that the masked figure was not the same boy he remembered, but rather his brother. However, that did not align with his past encounters. In a single night, the entire Hutu gang mobilized, with Gang Zi being hung at the entrance of their headquarters as a gesture of apology. Gang leader Li Ju desperately sought forgiveness from the angel, even approaching the village head. Yet, the village head rebuffed him without a moment's hesitation, asserting, "You offended an angel. What does that have to do with me?" During this turmoil, the Wang family reveled in the misfortune, with many believing the Hutu gang was finished. Even Li Ju shared this sentiment, sending skilled subordinates to protect Li, who as he sought refuge at sea. He, however, could not flee, if he did. And the angel truly sought retribution. The Hutu gang would undoubtedly be annihilated. In truth, the angel, Feng Zhe, was blissfully unaware of the situation, as was Tang Gu. Meanwhile, the protagonists indulged in shrimp dumplings at a roadside stall near the school gate, with Tang Gu grumbling about their unpleasant taste. As morning dawned, the vicinity of the school grew bustling, with more vendors setting up and students arriving for class. "Ah, Han Fei," a voice rang out, filled with joy. Han Fei looked up, recognizing He Xiaoyu. "Hey, He Xiaoyu, these shrimp dumplings are particularly dreadful. Would you like to try one? If you do, I'll let you have it. Why would you offer me something so terrible?" He Xiaoyu laughed, approaching and playfully tugging at Han Fei's ear. "How can you still be eating? Where have you been? I thought you had perished." The teachers were quite anxious, fearing if you died, Tang Gu would go mad upon returning, and our school would suffer. Hey, little girl, calm down. Otherwise, you won't find a husband," Han Fei retorted. "Who said I was dead? I merely took a stroll at sea. Is that what you call a stroll? Do you have any idea how many fishing boats were sent out in search of you? Even my father has been worried sick." Han Fei mused that the school's concern stemmed solely from the fear of Tang Ji's wrath. Otherwise, would they exhibit such kindness? "Let go of me. Do I not have any dignity?" Han Fei exclaimed. "My fishing boat broke down, and I drifted for 5 days and nights. How would I know anyone was sent to find me?" "Forget it. If you don't want any, let's just head to school," He Xiaoyu insisted. "How could a fishing boat possibly break down? Come with me to find the teacher." With the last shrimp dumpling still in hand, Han Fei was pulled along by He Xiaoyu into the school. Along the way, some students recoiled as if from a venomous snake, while others exclaimed, "Wasn't Han Fei dead at sea? What? Han Fei is alive." Confusion spread among the crowd, as rumors were proven false. Han Fei's sudden reappearance after several days sparked speculation of a secret romance with He Xiaoyu. "Stop." He Xiaoyu blushed and brandished a bamboo stick, scolding. "What are you saying? If you continue, I swear I will hit you." If one were to question He Xiaoyu's propensity for violence, it would be evident. Otherwise, she would not be seen brandishing a bamboo stick so freely. However, she was somewhat naive, typically only exhibiting aggression when angered. In contrast, Han Fei's inclination towards violence appeared to be far greater. "Hey, He Xiaoyu, shouldn't we be heading to class?" "What class?" "We are about to graduate. First, we must find the teacher to inform them of your return." As they walked, He Xiaoyu rambled on about the upcoming triennial fishing trial, during which all the teachers were preoccupied with guiding students on how to survive and succeed in the competition. Wang Jie was preparing to instruct a group of students on survival techniques, when he suddenly spotted He Xiaoyu leading Han Fei toward him. Wang Jie, taken aback, exclaimed, "Han Fei, you're alive?" "Teacher, I have returned safely," Han Fei replied. With a swift motion, Wang Jie slapped Han Fei on the head. "You troublemaker. Everyone thought you had perished at sea. Do you have any idea how many fishing boats were dispatched to search for you?" Han Fei rubbed his head in bewilderment. "Teacher, someone attempted to harm me by sabotaging my boat. I drifted for 5 days and nights, far beyond the ordinary fishing grounds. I was just as distressed." Wang Jie paused, his expression turning serious. What happened? Although he had previously underestimated Han Fei, the boy's recent breakthrough had earned him a measure of respect. However, the notion that someone would actively seek to harm a student was unacceptable. While it was permissible for students to perish at sea during fishing, it was entirely another matter to be secretly targeted. Once Han Fei recounted the events, Wang Jie furrowed his brow. "You say that individuals above 9th-tier fishermen or even fishing masters sought to harm you. Teacher, The authorities from the airport have already intervened in the investigation. He Xiaoyu listened, wide-eyed. The thought of a fishing master targeting him was absurd. One blow could easily end his life. Suddenly, Wang Jie took a step back, scrutinizing Han Fei from head to toe. In the puzzled gaze of Han Fei and He Xiaoyu, Wang Jie slapped a hand on Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei immediately understood the implication. His strength had been seen through, a test of sorts. Ouch! Teacher, why are you hitting me? Wang Jie paid him no mind. Instead, regarding Han Fei with a strange expression. When did you become a 6th-tier fisherman? Wang Jie struggled to comprehend the situation. A monthly increase in rank was understandable. Even for a genius, a half-month leap could be rationalized with effort. However, Han Fei had spent 4 years as a turtle, and now, miraculously, he had ascended from 2nd to 6th tier in merely half a month. Did Tang Gu possess such talent? Suddenly, Wang Jie wondered if he should subject Han Fei to another spiritual vein test. He could not believe that a mere child with a primary spiritual vein could exhibit such extraordinary aptitude. It seems that Han Fei could sense Wang Jie's thoughts and quickly interjected, Teacher, there's no need for such surprise. I consumed a lingua, a gift from my brother, and I instantly ascended from level 4 to level 6. Upon hearing this, both Wang Jie and He Xiaoyu sighed in relief. I was wondering how you leveled up so rapidly, Wang Jie remarked. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of fury as he glared at Han Fei. Lingua? You actually consumed a lingua and only managed to level up 2 tiers? Your aptitude is truly abysmal, akin to that of a complete waste. That was a lingua. Wang Jie was at a loss for words, feeling envious that he had never even tasted a lingua. Yet Han Fei had already consumed one. Regrettably, Han Fei's poor aptitude rendered him incapable of harnessing the lingua's power. Wang Jie, filled with jealousy, no longer wished to converse with Han Fei, his eyes tinged with red. However, He Xiaoyu, with a look of envy, tugged at Han Fei and inquired, Han Fei, was the lingua delicious? What was it like after consuming it? Did you really level up so abruptly? Han Fei cast a sympathetic glance at He Xiaoyu, pondering how, despite having a fishing master in her family, she was still unable to procure a lingua. With a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, honestly, it was nothing special. As soon as it touched my lips, it vanished, and then my entire body felt heated, my meridians expanded, and spiritual energy began to overflow from within me. If one cultivates diligently during this period, they can actually hear the sounds of their levels breaking apart. Wang Jie slapped Han Fei on the head, exclaiming, I told you to stop with the sound effects. You're making me drool over here. Wang Jie then coldly ordered, all of you, disperse and attend class. This is the fishing trial, and no absences are permitted. He Xiaoyu promptly pulled Han Fei away, clearly sensing that if they lingered any longer, they might find themselves on the receiving end of Wang Jie's wrath, especially since his eyes were already bloodshot. Once they had walked a short distance, He Xiaoyu whispered, Han Fei, are we going to fight today? Han Fei turned to her, surprised, isn't that a bit inappropriate? We just got back, and you want to stir up trouble. What if I get expelled? He Xiaoyu replied, what is there to fear? You know, I'm just one step away from breaking through to level 7. I believe that with just a few bowls of ling fish soup and a bottle of fish head refining liquid, I could achieve it. I can lend you my bamboo stick. Observing the sparkle in He Xiaoyu's eyes, Han Fei realized that despite her previous bout of vomiting from drinking too much, she had still gained considerable benefits. Otherwise, she wouldn't be encouraging him now. However, Han Fei himself felt quite tempted. Although the ling fish soup had little effect on him now, drinking a few dozen bowls would still grant him a significant amount of spiritual energy. Resolute to take action, the two agreed to challenge each other after class. This was Han Fei's first day of class, and no one was willing to sit beside him, except for his temporary ally, He Xiaoyu, who staunchly supported him by taking a seat next to him. However, as soon as Wang Jie entered the room, he scowled and commanded, everyone, sit apart. You're all too young to be thinking about early romance. Instantly, the entire class turned their gaze towards Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, and she protested, I'm not in an early romance. Han Fei, raising his hands in surrender, replied, neither am I. Our relationship is purely platonic. The moment the term platonic was uttered, the other students regarded Han Fei with skepticism, as if questioning when he had become so brazen. The class commenced. Wang Jie stated, the fishing trial is not unfamiliar to everyone. I want to reiterate the specifics. I will emphasize one point. Act according to your abilities and avoid seeking instant success. While the fishing trial assesses both the quality and quantity of the fish caught, you should all be aware that many students have perished during these trials, with a 10% fatality rate and a 50% injury rate. This was the first time Han Fei had heard such information, and he listened intently, captivated. It turned out that the so-called fishing trial was merely a means of selecting talented individuals through fishing. Only those who passed the trial would undergo the awakening of their innate spirit beasts, which supposedly allowed them to awaken their divine soul beasts. As everyone around him gazed longingly, He Xiaoyu discreetly whispered to Han Fei, "Spirit beasts are incredibly powerful, so the higher your ranking in the trials, the better. The closer you are to the top, the more energy you can consume during awakening, resulting in a stronger spirit beast." After class, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu each carried a stick and murmured as they made their way to Class 1. He Xiaoyu curiously observed Han Fei's stick, saying, "This iron rod of yours is rather peculiar. My father always says that flashy weapons are useless." Han Fei thought to himself that her father was quite ignorant. But he merely nodded in agreement and changed the subject. Han Fei asked, "Why is it that only 1,000 individuals can undergo the innate awakening? Our East District School, combined with several other districts, has tens of thousands of students, right?" He Xiaoyu replied, "However, the innate awakening seems to require the use of awakening liquid, which has historically only been sufficient for 1,000 individuals. This time is no different." Han Fei was astonished. "What about the others? Are they all destined to become ordinary fishermen?" He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei incredulously. "Are you foolish? If they have the chance to cultivate to level 10 and can naturally break through, they too can awaken their innate spirit beasts." Han Fei chuckled awkwardly, recalling that natural awakenings were rare among the youth in Xiaoyu village. Most who naturally awakened were typically around 20 years of age. By that time, they had often surpassed their prime for cultivation, so even if they awakened a spirit beast, their accomplishments would likely be limited. Han Fei harbored a desire. Since the innate awakening is determined by ranking, he must strive for a top position. With that thought, Han Fei felt invigorated and quickly urged He Xiaoyu, "Hurry. What is most important for cultivators? It is time." He Xiaoyu was speechless, recalling that he had dawdled for 4 years, and now, at the last moment, he was suddenly in a rush. Furthermore, he was already at level 6, making it highly likely that he could pass the fishing trial. Bang! The door to Class 1 was kicked open. Everyone was stunned, watching as Han Fei planted his stick firmly on the ground. "I'm back. Are your supplies of ling fish soup ready?" Han Fei held his head high, feeling He Xiaoyu tugging at him impatiently. "Don't be afraid. I'm already level 6. I can take on the entire grade." "You intend to take on the whole grade?" A voice, authoritative in tone, made Han Fei freeze in place. He turned to see the teacher of Class 1, a fishing instructor, glaring at him. Han Fei was momentarily at a loss. Hello, teacher. I'm here to issue a challenge. I've heard that the students in Class 1 are formidable, each a master in their own right. Today, having reached level 6, I come to challenge you. If I lose, He Xiaoyu's bamboo stick will belong to you. If I win, we will only require a bowl of ling fish soup." Suddenly, Han Fei was sent flying. The fishing instructor pointed at him, cursing, "Get lost, you shameless brat." Since the last incident, Han Fei was no longer regarded as a waste in the eyes of others. When it came to combat, he was ruthless, especially when the ling fish soup was involved, as it provided him with boundless spiritual energy. How could anyone compete with that? If he exhausted his energy, his fellow students would surely be at a disadvantage. Han Fei was bewildered. How could this teacher be so reckless? He had merely made a suggestion. The level 7 expert from Class 1 glanced at Han Fei and said, "Young Laosher, he can only rely on the absorption of ling fish soup to show off. As long as he doesn't use the soup, we can challenge him." Yang Laosher frowned slightly upon hearing this. Even without the ling fish soup, Han Fei's current level 6 strength would not be easily underestimated. In the 4 schools of the village, there were no level 8 students, and the level 7s totaled over 200. Although level 6 students were more numerous, they only amounted to around 1,000. Even if Han Fei was at the bottom of level 6, he was still considered level 6. Yang Laosher pondered. Allowing the class to witness this shameless level 6 might not be a bad idea after all. Yang Laosher declared, "You may challenge, but only to opponents of the same level." Han Fei initially considered leaving, but upon hearing this, he immediately thumped his chest and proclaimed, "No problem. 2 bowls of ling fish soup." Yang Laosher's expression darkened. "Only 1 bowl, and you are not permitted to drink it during the battle." Han Fei protested, "Teacher, that is unfair. Then I can only challenge 1 person." Yang Laosher was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Otherwise, how many do you wish to challenge?" "The entire grade?" Han Fei chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "All right then, let us proceed with the fight. A win is a win, no matter how small." The entire class rolled their eyes, as if to say he was certain of victory. After all, he had not yet ingested the Lingyu fish soup. Who among the peers could he possibly best? Lu Lingji had only just broken through to level 6 and intended to test her newfound abilities. believing that a novice against another novice would yield the most significant results. However, Hukuin stepped up first, declaring, "Let me handle this. No one else should interfere." Although Han Fei's rapid improvement in strength was somewhat alarming, such growth was unreasonable, and it was evident that Tang Ge was aiding him. No one in the entire school understood Han Fei's capabilities better than Hukuin. Moreover, Tang Ge had assisted Han Fei abundantly, with him being taken by the angels. It was clear that Han Fei must have gained numerous advantages, or else he could not have reached level 6 so swiftly. Han Fei grinned, turning to Hukuin and said, "Hold on, one at a time. Bring me the fish soup first." Hukuin replied, "There's plenty of fish soup. As long as you can win." As Hukuin approached with his iron staff, the opportunity to teach him a lesson had finally arrived. And no one anticipated this moment more than Han Fei. He extended his hand, and Xiaoyu quickly handed him the purple bamboo staff. Han Fei declared, "Let me gauge your strength." Everyone fell silent, as the situation felt like an assessment. Hukuin wielded a pair of swift dual staffs, renowned for their speed. Han Fei laughed. "Speed is of little consequence. Watch me sweep through the ranks." The advantage of the Shifang staff lay in its wide range and formidable power. Han Fei gripped the staff, infusing it with spiritual energy, and as he swept it through the air, a half-arc of energy burst forth, showcasing unparalleled might. Faced with this, Hukuin had the options to either clash head-on, block, or retreat. Yet, having just begun, retreating would mean he could never hold his head high again. Blocking was futile, as the Shifang staff's nature was one of boldness and aggression. To grant Han Fei such an opportunity would only invite more severe blows. Thus, Hukuin chose to withstand the attack, believing that with one foot already in level 7, he could not be shaken by someone who had merely relied on external assistance. As the harsh clang of metal rang through the air, Hukuin's expression changed dramatically. His face turned crimson, and the iron staff he held bent under the pressure. His arms went numb, as if they were broken, and then he felt nothing at all. With a thud, he was sent flying, and Hukuin, a peak level 6 fisherman, could not withstand even a single strike from Han Fei, falling unconscious without a single groan. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, and Lu Lingji, who had been eager to join, immediately froze in place, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Han Fei's rapid advancement was utterly astonishing. Teacher Yang was equally taken aback. Could Han Fei's innate strength truly possess such potential for growth? To defeat Hukuin in one blow at the same level was nothing short of terrifying. Xiaoyu was also bewildered. The Shifang staff was something she had given to Han Fei, yet the moment he wielded it, his proficiency seemed to have reached her level. She believed that if she faced Hukuin, it would be a fair match, yet Han Fei had dispatched him with a single strike. A question loomed in everyone's minds. How could this be the same Han Fei who had been deemed a waste for 4 years? Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "I told you not to rush, yet you insisted on charging in." With an air of arrogance, he continued, "It appears I am invincible at level 6. Any level 7 fisherman from your class, step forward and let us compare." Yang Qing's expression darkened. He knew precisely how formidable Hukuin was. The fact that Han Fei could defeat Hukuin in one blow indicated that he was indeed strong. He had underestimated him. However, he nodded at the crowd, thinking it might be beneficial if Han Fei could suppress his classmates' arrogance. At that moment, a young man stepped forward from the crowd, wielding a staff that shimmered with a bluish hue. Xiaoyu introduced, "This is Xing Qiu. He is quite formidable. The staff he wields is harvested from the depths of the ocean, comparable to the bamboo staff, and ranks among the top 20 level 7 students in our school. His worth is 4 bowls of Lingyu fish soup." Upon hearing this, Han Fei's eyes widened with envy. 4 bowls of fish soup for a level 7 student? That was an extraordinary benefit. The crowd had initially followed the conversation smoothly, but now the tone had shifted unexpectedly. Han Fei casually nodded and challenged, "Well then, since you're level 7 and I'm level 6, if you lose, you'll owe me 4 bowls of Lingyu fish soup." Xing Qiu sneered, "I have no shortage of fish soup. Last time I was absent. Now that I am here, do you dare to face me? Do you really think our class is devoid of strength?" Han Fei was undeterred, but Xiaoyu suddenly grasped his staff, exclaiming, "I need my staff back." Han Fei tilted his head at her. "You can't be serious? Even if the opponent is a level 7 fisherman, I will not lose." He insisted, "Let go, it's just a staff." Xiaoyu replied, "I won't let go. If you lose, it's your own loss." Han Fei retorted, "If you don't let go, will you forfeit the Lingyu fish soup?" Xiaoyu declared, "I will drink it. When you can't finish it, I will help you." The crowd was left speechless. What did she mean by helping him drink it when he couldn't finish it? Did she truly expect him to conquer an entire grade? Did she know how many level 7 experts there were in a grade? Xing Qiu's face turned red with anger. "Hey, Are we fighting or not? Are you embarrassed to part with your staff? Han Fei felt somewhat humiliated. At this critical moment, He Xiaoyu, the miser, was making it difficult for him. With no other choice, he reluctantly released his grip, saying, "Fine, it seems I must use my own weapon." The crowd's expressions darkened. How could he have the audacity? It was merely an iron staff. Xing Qiu mocked. Who would covet your shabby staff? Han Fei slammed the staff into the ground, proclaiming, "You know nothing. This was a gift from my brother. It is a super iron staff, the best of the best." The crowd wore skeptical expressions. "Are you trying to fool us? It's just an iron staff." Han Fei challenged. "Are you afraid to test it? You think you can claim to be level 7 while I stand here? My word is my bond. Even if I can't back it up, my brother is right there. Are you worried I lack funds?" Xing Qiu replied, "That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Come on. You won't have time to back out now." Chapter 34. My organs are churning. Everyone was watching the two intently. Logically, a level 7 should easily defeat a level 6. However, Han Fei was an anomaly. Having received numerous benefits, he was growing at an alarming rate. He had dispatched Hukuin with a single blow. Perhaps he truly had the confidence to face a level 7. With anticipation building among the spectators, the two began to fight. Han Fei leaped up and swung his staff. He had no other techniques, only the jump strike, sweeping motions, and thrusts. Xing Qiu scoffed, releasing a burst of spiritual energy, ready to deliver a powerful blow to knock Han Fei down. However, Han Fei had a different approach. He knew he must not be too ostentatious. A level 7 fisherman was at the pinnacle of their school. If he were to take Xing Qiu down in one strike, like he did with Gang Go, it would attract unwanted attention. As Han Fei's face shifted dramatically, he pretended to retreat a few steps, exclaiming, "Incredible. Is this the power of a level 7? Truly impressive." Xing Qiu wore a proud expression, thinking, "Now you understand my strength, do you?" Yet, he himself realized that Han Fei was genuinely formidable. Was his strength truly that great? His hands were beginning to feel numb. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei exclaimed, "Wow, level 7 is indeed fierce." He remarked to He Xiaoyu, "This time, I may not win." He asked, "Hey, don't your hands feel numb? You're bleeding." After delivering 5 strikes, Han Fei continued to chatter, his expression changing multiple times. The onlookers initially thought Han Fei was genuinely feeling the intensity of a level 7. However, looking back, how did Xing Qiu compare to Han Fei? His hands were split open, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion paling, and even his hand holding the staff began to tremble. As Xing Qiu Fei was propelled outward, the stick remained unbent, his arms suffered minor fractures, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Han Fei exclaimed, "Hiss. Truly formidable. A 7th-level powerhouse is not to be trifled with. My hands are trembling." As he spoke, Han Fei shook his hands. The onlookers were speechless. Was that truly trembling? He was merely swaying. Yang Qing's expression darkened. Astonished at how Han Fei had become so powerful, he had challenged someone beyond his level, not only emerging victorious, but seemingly unscathed. Silence enveloped the arena. An eerie stillness settled in. Someone slapped their forehead, questioning whether they were dreaming. Was this truly Han Fei? He Xiaoyu's mouth fell agape, eyes wide with disbelief. How had she not known Han Fei possessed such strength over the past 4 years? It was astonishing beyond measure. Han Fei quickly gestured to He Xiaoyu. She looked confused. Han Fei feigned a stumble as he approached her, then dramatically fell against her. "Whoa. Although I won, it seems I have sustained some injuries." Suddenly, Han Fei felt something amiss, as if he had bumped into something. "Oh, it felt soft?" Slap. He Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger. "You shameless." Han Fei, bewildered, protested. "I was injured. Why are you hitting me? My insides are churning. I need to drink spirit fish soup." A group of people rolled their eyes, wondering if he could be any more theatrical. At such a critical moment, he was pretending to be hurt just to take advantage of a girl. Yang Qing struggled to suppress his anger, reminding himself not to stoop to the level of a child. He took a deep breath and declared, "All right, this challenge ends here. Han Fei, come with me." Han Fei replied, "Teacher, I need to drink fish soup, otherwise my insides are in turmoil." Bang! Han Fei was kicked away, flying several meters before springing back up and attempting to flee. "Stand where you are. You can retrieve your fish soup later from the cafeteria. Come with me." Along with He Xiaoyu and the other students, take Hukuin and Xing Qiu to receive treatment. Wang Jie was examining a bottle of expensive body-refining liquid, contemplating whether he could further enhance his strength. When he casually glanced up, he noticed his colleague, Teacher Yang Qing, approaching with a dark expression, leading his students. "Teacher Yang, what has happened?" Yang Qing replied, "Wang, your student is quite the hidden talent. Han Fei knocked out a 6th-level peak fighter with a single strike and swept away several 7th-level experts with just a few blows. Were you aware of this? Wang Jie was instantly dumbfounded. What did you say? He knocked out a 6th-level peak fighter with one strike and swept away 7th-level experts with a few more? Han Fei quickly interjected, Teacher Wang, I'm also in turmoil here. Yang Qing shot back, shut up. You're not in turmoil. You didn't even tremble. Do you think I can't see through your act? Wang Jie scrutinized Han Fei, then shifted his gaze to He Xiaoyu. What kind of mischief are you two up to? He Xiaoyu's face turned crimson, speechless for a moment. Finally, Yang Qing chuckled. Your student has become addicted to deceiving for fish soup, and this time I caught him red-handed. Well, you can handle it with your class. By the way, aside from Tangu, there are few who can match him. Let him go elsewhere to show off. Han Fei murmured, what do you mean by showing off? I also put in effort, alright. Who knew 7th-level fighters were so fragile? Brother Gang could still exchange blows with me. Once Yang Qing departed, Wang Jie looked at Han Fei with a peculiar expression. What kind of benefits did Tangu give you? Your cultivation has progressed at an astonishing pace. Far away, at the edge of a 2nd-level fishing ground, on a luxurious white fishing boat, Tangu sneezed, furrowing his brow. Could it be that my brother is being bullied? It has indeed been a while since I left, but this person beside me refuses to let me depart. What to do? Never mind. I must find a way to return in a few days. Han Fei must not be bullied. Nearby, Fang Zhe held a fishing rod with a 3-headed serpent dangling from it. He smiled at Tangu. This is the 3-headed sea serpent. Even if its heads are severed, it won't die, they will regrow after a while. Its attack power is formidable. Of course, their gallbladder contains the essence of the heavens, a rare tonic. Here, have some. Once you consume it, you'll reach level 9. In the school, based on Wang Jie's understanding, all of this could only be attributed to Tang Ji's assistance. Han Fei had merely a 1st-level spirit vein. How could he possibly challenge a 7th-level fisherman after only half a month of cultivation? If he truly possessed such talent, he would be a standout even in the town, making it unnecessary for him to be taught. Wang Jie remarked meaningfully, rushing to elevate one's cultivation can be exhilarating initially. But as time goes on, it becomes increasingly challenging to progress. Even if spiritual fruits have great benefits, they are still considered medicine and should not be consumed recklessly. You must be cautious not to elevate your cultivation too quickly, or you risk damaging your foundation. Han Fei replied, Understood, teacher, I will heed your advice. Wang Jie, feeling somewhat uncomfortable seeing a once inept student transform into a peerless expert, waved him off. Go. Don't challenge anyone anymore. From now on, you may only take 2 bowls of spirit fish soup, as your classmates also need to cultivate. Han Fei quickly agreed, then suddenly asked, Teacher, I heard there are many experts at the North and South campuses, and the West campus has even stronger ones. Wang Jie's eyelids twitched. There aren't any particularly strong ones, at most, just 7th level. Don't act recklessly. Han Fei nodded. Got it, teacher. I will not act recklessly. After speaking, Han Fei intended to leave, and He Xiaoyu was ready to follow. Wang Jie called out, Wait. Han Fei turned back. Teacher, is there something else? Wang Jie warned. You better be careful, you're only 12. No early romance. Or if teacher he punishes you, I won't intervene. He Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly, thinking, who is in a romantic relationship? I'm merely following behind to drink soup. Han Fei protested, Teacher, that is not true. My relationship with He Xiaoyu is as pure as the flesh of a little white fish, spotless and immaculate, a testament to heaven. Wang Jie retorted, Get lost. Han Fei quickly made his exit, realizing he could no longer linger in his own school. The teacher showed him no respect. He Xiaoyu, let us hurry to the cafeteria for fish soup. After that, we'll head to the South Campus and trick them out of 50 bowls of spirit fish soup. We should also buy a large gourd. We can't waste any, and we should carry it with us to drink slowly later. But first, you must lend me your bamboo stick. I can't use my superfine iron stick indiscriminately. Han Fei rambled for quite a while, only to turn around and find He Xiaoyu walking beside him, fuming and not sparing him a glance. What is wrong with you? It's nothing. We are innocent. As pure as the clouds in the sky. He Xiaoyu whirled around. What is wrong with my appearance? Plenty of people pursue me. I'm not interested in you. Han Fei rubbed his head, baffled. Were they even discussing the same topic? How could I like a 12-year-old girl? I'm nearly 30. Chapter 35. East District School. The tale of Han Fei's overwhelming defeat of Xing Qiufei spread through the school like wildfire. Initially, few believed it. But when some in Class 1 revealed the truth, the students filled with disdain for Han Fei, yet were also envious. When Hu Kuan regained consciousness, he felt as if his worldview had shattered. He had been defeated in a single blow. Gritting his teeth, Hu Kuan muttered, Damn it, it's all Tang Ji's fault. Han Fei, don't celebrate too soon. In the school, someone spotted Han Fei from afar and muttered, he didn't achieve this on his own, without Tango. He might still be struggling to break through level 3. Others discussed, look, that S Han Fei, he got lucky. We can't bully him anymore. A girl, unafraid, walked past Han Fei. Relying on others is no skill. Without ability, you remain without ability. Han Fei, scowling, thought. They should take a good look at their own standing. A bunch of useless individuals looking down on me. In the cafeteria, 7 bowls of spirit fish soup were set before Han Fei, while only 2 were in front of Xiaoyu. Drink up, we'll set off after you finish. Gulp, gulp, gulp. With only 2 bowls of fish soup, Xiaoyu felt a sense of unfairness as she watched Han Fei already devour 3 large bowls. She drank her own reserves, not something obtained through deceit. Han Fei glanced at her and pushed another bowl towards her, saying, have some more. It will give you strength for the fight. Xiaoyu replied, drinking so much is of no use. I can't absorb it that quickly. Han Fei retorted, why are you worrying so much? Drinking it can't harm you. Just drink first and see. After some contemplation, Xiaoyu found some truth in his words. Since she had last indulged heartily, she had spent 3 days cultivating at home, nearly breaking through the 7th level barrier. Perhaps Han Fei was right. If one were to partake of good things in abundance, who knows what effects it might yield? The cafeteria was bustling with students. Yet there was a conspicuous absence of peers around Han Fei and Xiaoyu. The surrounding classmates looked at the two, mouths agape, incredulous that they were consuming Lingyu fish soup as if it were mere water. Even if it were water, it was precious. Yet here they were, each indulging in several bowls as if in a drinking contest. Suddenly, Han Fei sprang to his feet, and Xiaoyu followed suit. They exchanged a glance and exited the cafeteria together. With their Lingxi values surpassing 1,000, Han Fei felt a surge of confidence. At the entrance of the South Campus in Tianshui Village, Han Fei and Xiaoyu stood with sticks planted in the ground. Xiaoyu had a large gourd hanging from her waist, while Han Fei sported a sign that read, Dong Campus's champion Han Fei challenges all South Campus students. Any challenger who triumphs shall receive a bamboo stick. Note, the defeated must provide 2 bowls of Lingyu fish soup. Those at the 7th level must provide 4 bowls. Those below the 6th level need not disturb. Instantly, the South Campus erupted in uproar. Numerous students gathered to observe, their tempers flaring at the audacity of these two to challenge the entire South Campus. Someone shouted angrily, you call yourself Han Fei? What strength do you possess to spout such nonsense? Another brandished an iron rod, declaring, come, let me show you why corals are so red. A voice from the crowd cursed, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were Tango. If you were Tango, it would be one thing. But who is Han Fei? Never heard of him. Today, I will make you crawl back. Then a 6th level student stepped forward. Wielding an iron rod, Li Fonglai from South Campus here, a 6th level fisherman. Do you dare to fight? A murmur rippled through the crowd. It's Li Fonglai. Just a few days ago, he was discovered to possess a 2nd grade spiritual vein. He is a prodigy in our village. Surely he won't lose. Yes. The opponent also seems to be at the 6th level. Even with high talent, it is merely a match of equals. Huh. Li Fonglai, take him down with 3 strikes. Do not tarnish our South Campus's reputation. Li Fonglai raised his iron rod, shouting, I'll smash you. Han Fei quickly interjected, wait a moment. Li Fonglai hesitated. What are you doing? Are you afraid? It won't matter, unless you kneel and apologize. Han Fei rolled his eyes. But you haven't brought the Lingyu fish soup yet. If you lose and then run off, how will that be settled? Li Fonglai's face flushed with anger. It's just 2 bowls of Lingyu fish soup. Would I default? Han Fei replied, you never know. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows if you have it or not? Li Fonglai trembled with rage. How dare this fellow underestimate him? More importantly, did he truly believe he could win? Without hesitation, Li Fonglai struck out, incensed by Han Fei's taunts. As Han Fei easily blocked the strike, he shouted, what are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch the fish soup. You wouldn't want your South Campus students to lose and then sneak away, would you? The crowd erupted in outrage. Who the hell cares about 2 bowls of fish soup? You think you can win? Their bravado filled the air, with one remarking, if I were in the contest, I'd beat you to a pulp. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, while Han Fei pretended to be out of breath. However, Li Fonglai was shocked to discover the immense strength of his opponent. Despite unleashing all his power, he couldn't budge Han Fei. Frustrated, he thought, if only he could reach the pinnacle of the 6th level, he would surely knock him down with a single blow. Xiaoyu watched from the side, gazing at the sky, sensing that Han Fei's behavior was a form of deception, though he appeared to be putting on a convincing act. In reality, his spiritual energy consumption likely hadn't even reached 30 points. Then, with a sudden strike, Han Fei sent Li Fanglai crashing to the ground. Li Fanglai's face turned red with irritation. He had exhausted his spiritual energy, yet this fellow seemed unaffected. The crowd fell silent, many squinting. The opponent's strength was formidable, likely surpassing Li Fanglai's, but Li Fanglai had consumed a fair amount of energy as well. One more 6th-level challenger, and he would surely kneel. At that moment, someone stepped forward. Jia Tong from South Campus Class 7 is here. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Take a moment to rest. Han Fei was speechless. What difference did that make? A fisherman aiming to quickly replenish energy could only cultivate, which took half a day. Han Fei waved his hand dismissively. Wait, it's not that I want to delay, but what about the Lingyu fish soup? If it's not delivered, I want to fight you. I fear you may play tricks. Who would play tricks? Jia Tong was furious, repeatedly doubted. It was more offensive than direct provocation. Who will fetch the Lingyu fish soup? Han Fei replied, no need to run. I have a better idea. I can challenge you at the entrance of your cafeteria. It's more convenient. Many felt like they would vomit blood. Did he truly believe he could take on several people? Challenging at the cafeteria entrance? He must be blinded by the Lingyu fish soup. He Xiaoyu took a step back, thinking, I merely came to enjoy the fish soup. No, I came to help him drink the fish soup. He can't finish it, so he invited me to assist, but I'm not well acquainted with this fellow. Han Fei added fuel to the fire. What's wrong? Are you afraid? I heard the South Campus had many experts, yet today's encounter shows otherwise. He Xiaoyu. Let us head to the North Campus. Jia Tong retorted, you're being reckless. If it's at the cafeteria entrance, then let it be there. I fear you won't dare come. Han Fei declared, dare I not come? I'll arrive at your doorstep. Han Fei brandished the bamboo stick and strode forward. Amidst the fiery glares of countless onlookers, He Xiaoyu took a deep breath, hoping she wouldn't be beaten up. She had no part in the fighting. Surely they wouldn't assault her. After all, she was just a girl. In front of the cafeteria, Han Fei finally spotted the 2 bowls of fish soup that Li Fanglai had lost, immediately calling out, He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. He Xiaoyu's face flushed. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt akin to stealing from children. Yet this was Lingyu fish soup. It took her 5 days to receive 2 bowls, and now, after such a short time, she had already obtained 2 bowls. Jia Tong asked, now are you ready to fight? Han Fei responded, well said, well said. The South Campus truly values camaraderie. Come, let us battle for 300 rounds. As Han Fei nodded, Jia Tong struck first, launching an assault as if possessed. The spiritual energy surging from his rod. Han Fei exclaimed, that's the spirit. Truly worthy of the South Campus's genius. Fantastic, take another hit from me. After a flurry of strikes, Jia Tong's face turned crimson. How much spiritual energy did this fellow possess? Why did he keep attacking? Han Fei feigned exhaustion. Yet in reality, he was skillfully managing his energy output. He felt robust. With each strike from Jia Tong, he could easily counter with a fraction of his energy, believing he could continue this for 7 or 8 rounds. Suddenly, Jia Tong, caught off guard, was swept aside by Han Fei's strike, flying 3 meters away, trembling. At that moment, the crowd ceased their taunts. Those bold enough to confront the school were indeed extraordinary, managing to defeat 2 6th-level experts. Han Fei bellowed, He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. Chapter 36, Spiritual Energy Explosion. Han Fei surveyed the surroundings. Next, who will step forward? Some in the crowd were eager to join. A peak 5th-level student believed Han Fei was nearing his limit, thinking he could deliver the final blow and claim the bamboo stick. However, as soon as he stood up, Han Fei disdainfully remarked, you are too weak, send someone else. The student retorted, it's just 2 bowls of Lingyu fish soup. I have some too. But I want to challenge you. As Han Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement, he proclaimed, as long as there is fish soup, I will concede. Come forth. And I shall take a step back, deeming you victorious. The 5th-level student's eyes widened in astonishment. These are your words. With that, he let out a fierce shout, charging forth with all his might, brandishing a refined iron rod. Han Fei quickly discerned that this individual was channeling a considerable amount of spiritual energy into the iron rod. In a swift motion, Han Fei bent backward, nearly stumbling. Yet as expected of a 6th-level practitioner, he countered with a single strike, sending the 5th-level student sprawling on the ground. Did I not warn you to stay away? He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. However, some overly clever students observed that Han Fei had nearly retreated, prompting them to rush forward, each claiming, I am here. Minutes later, the 5th-level fishermen found themselves without challengers, their frustration mounting. Despite Han Fei's apparent retreat, he had managed to block the attack at the last moment and dispatched the 5th-level fisherman with a single blow. He Xiaoyu, meanwhile, continued to pour the fish soup into her gourd, mentally repeating, I am merely here to assist in drinking soup. Before long, the crowd grew larger, with news spreading like wildfire, drawing many to the cafeteria. Han Fei, holding the gourd filled by He Xiaoyu, casually took a sip and called out, "Who else dares challenge me? I welcome all." Yet, no one responded. He called again, "Is there not a single capable fighter in the South Campus? Where are your 6th level experts? Your 7th level masters? Step aside, let me through." Moments later, the crowd parted to reveal 7 or 8 youths striding confidently forward. Some breathed a sigh of relief. They have finally arrived. Others felt a surge of confidence. If they did not come, our South Campus would lose face. A voice echoed. This time, Han Fei is doomed. He may withstand 1 or 2, but can he fend off 8 or 10? As long as he is denied a moment's respite. Whether he can endure against 2 is questionable, considering how long he has already fought. Who dares stir trouble in our South Campus? The speaker glared at Han Fei with ill intent. Han Fei declared, "I am Han Fei from the East Campus, self-proclaimed as invincible among 6th level practitioners. I have never tasted defeat and have come here today seeking a challenge." He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. He had never faced defeat. Yet he had previously been a mere 2nd level fisherman, with no one willing to fight him for fear of accidentally harming him. How else could he have survived to this day? Meanwhile, Han Fei stood tall, undeterred by any self-awareness, proudly raising his head. "You? Have you never faced defeat? Are you stronger than Tango?" Unfazed, Han Fei replied, "Tango and I are good brothers. We have never fought. Today, I simply seek a defeat." Someone in the crowd mocked, "I heard you have fought many battles. Your spiritual energy should be depleted. Are you certain you wish to engage?" Han Fei retorted, "I absorb energy swiftly. My reserves are limitless." At this, everyone rolled their eyes. They had witnessed shamelessness before, but this was on another level, limitless spiritual energy. Did he think himself a sea god? One individual, wielding the iron rod, stepped forward. "Since you wish to fight, I will oblige. Have the courage not to concede." Han Fei declared, "Who concedes is a coward." This statement ignited the crowd's fervor. "Crush him. Disable him. Smash him to the ground." They roared, fully convinced that he could not possibly leave unharmed today. Han Fei, holding a bamboo stick, lazily proclaimed, "If you are unconvinced, come forth and fight me." Some could not restrain themselves, eager to gauge Han Fei's strength. This time, he leaped, striking down 3 times in rapid succession, sending his opponent flying, even bending the iron rod in the process. Goodness, is this fellow made of iron? How can he be so powerful? Han Fei grinned and called, "Next." Just then, a middle-aged man appeared, leading 2 students. Teacher Zhou. Zhou Ding's face darkened. He had just heard reports of someone blocking the school gate to challenge him. And now he believed it. The young girl feigning to sip from the fish soup gourd had a large stack of bowls beside her, and the gourd was heavy with an unknown quantity of soup. Zhou Ding assessed Han Fei, confirming he was indeed at the 6th level. If he were at the 7th level, Zhou would have noticed. He casually pointed to one student, "Chen Kai, you go." The boy, named Chen Kai, also wielded a bamboo stick, seemingly stronger than other 6th level practitioners. "South Campus, Chen Kai, I challenge you." Han Fei squinted slightly, becoming serious. With a hum, spiritual energy erupted from the bamboo stick, and Han Fei ceased to breathe heavily, his complexion steady, his body firm. As he observed the descending strike, he raised his stick to meet it. Boom! A shock wave surged forth, causing many students below the 5th level to retreat. Han Fei was momentarily stunned. This opponent possessed considerable strength, and the technique he employed was unfamiliar, yet it seemed to carry a secondary force, nearly forcing him back a step. Remarkable. Han Fei's eyes gleamed, while Chen Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Even with a substantial portion of his strength, he had failed to budge Han Fei an inch. Zhou Ding was equally astonished. Chen Kai possessed a 3rd-tier superior spiritual vein and was among the strongest 6th level practitioners of the South Campus. Yet, in their initial clash, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Overwhelmed the enemy. With a resounding crash, Chen Kai's face paled as he slid across the ground for several dozen meters, his hands trembling. This was extraordinarily powerful. How could a single strike possess such force? Was this strength beyond 1,000 pounds? Staff strikes Huashan. The crowd was taken aback. What was this technique? What mountain was Huashan? Yet, Chen Kai appeared anxious, his feet pushing off the ground as spiritual energy radiated from his bamboo stick. The energy surged forth. In that instant, Han Fei hastily retreated, a tremendous force crashing against him. Fortunately, he had swung his stick, managing to block the onslaught. Otherwise, he might have faced defeat. He Xiaoyu exclaimed, "That is a spiritual energy explosion, incredibly powerful. Even a 7th tier must evade." Han Fei shook his arm and nodded, "Impressive. How did you manage that?" Spiritual energy converges, but how does it explode? How could it be? He actually endured the spiritual energy explosion head-on. Oh heavens! Was he made of iron? How could he be so resilient? Zhou Ding was astonished. This youth was extraordinary. Having withstood the impact of a spiritual energy explosion without a scratch, an embodiment of physical refinement taken to the extreme. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Han Fei's stick tip shimmered with increasingly brilliant energy. Spiritual energy explosion. Zhou Ding made his move, reaching out to shatter Han Fei's energy explosion, but at that moment, the tremendous force surged against his palm, forcing him to withdraw his hand. Shattered. The energy burst apart, sending a wave that knocked Han Fei back several steps. Han Fei's eyes sparkled with admiration. How impressive, how powerful. I would not have known how to trigger an explosion without your intervention, teacher. Zhou Ding felt his pride wounded. He had nearly failed to shatter a 6th-level student's spiritual energy explosion. How embarrassing. He narrowed his eyes. You possess combat strength akin to an 8th-level fisherman. And yet you dare come here to deceive my students for fish soup? Leave at once. Gasps erupted among the students. 8th-level fisherman combat strength? Is he truly a student? This is outrageous. Some speculated, could he be Tango? Aside from Tango, who else in the East Campus possesses such strength? Scoundrel. An 8th-level powerhouse masquerading as a 6th level, cheating us out of fish soup. Indeed, shameless Han Fei, compensate for the soup. Han Fei retorted, what are you all fussing about? I am 6th level, clearly 6th level. Must I declare my innate strength to you? I refrain from boasting because I am humble. Turning to Zhou Ding, he offered an awkward smile. Teacher Zhou, I came here seeking a breakthrough. I just experienced the formidable power of the spiritual energy explosion and have gained valuable insights. Well, I shall take my leave now. Zhou Ding seized Han Fei's arm. Where do you think you are going? Han Fei protested. Teacher, I truly am 6th level. If you do not believe me, feel free to check. Zhou Ding paid no heed to Han Fei and simply dragged him away. Han Fei, still suspended in midair, called out, He Xiaoyu, come on. Keep up. Consequently, a group of students was left in disarray at the entrance of the cafeteria in Tianshui Village's South Campus. Some murmured, 8th level? A 6th level comparable to the 8th level's prowess. Could this truly be the epitome of genius? Chapter 37. Deceiving the young lady, Zhou Ding brought Han Fei to an isolated training ground before inquiring, what is the nature of your spiritual energy? Why does it seem inexhaustible? Han Fei quickly replied, Teacher, I absorb it rapidly. Just one sip of fish soup replenishes my spiritual energy. Zhou Ding retorted, nonsense. I have never encountered such a constitution. Han Fei then cleverly suggested, Teacher Zhou, it's true. My instructor Wang Jie has heard of it. If you don't believe me, you may ask He Xiaoyu. Her father is a teacher at our East Campus. Zhou Ding glanced at He Xiaoyu and noticed the bamboo stick in her hand, his brow slightly furrowing. Is your father He Mingtang? He Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, hoping this teacher would not disclose today's events to her father. Zhou Ding pressed on. What is the actual grade of your spiritual vein? Han Fei answered, I have a 2nd grade inferior vein. Zhou Ding exclaimed, nonsense. He Xiaoyu, you tell me. He Xiaoyu was somewhat perplexed. She distinctly remembered Han Fei having a 1st grade superior vein. So how had he regressed to a 2nd grade? Could it be that Tango had given Han Fei some miraculous potion? It was said that the quality of spiritual veins was fixed from birth. She had never heard of them being upgraded. It must be the effect of a top-tier spiritual fruit that allowed Han Fei to rise slightly. He Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, but was also consumed with jealousy, wishing she too could possess a spiritual fruit. Zhou Ding's frown deepened. Even if your constitution is extraordinary, spiritual veins have their limitations. After offending so many people today, how do you expect to find peace in the future? Moreover, relying too heavily on a unique constitution is unwise. What if one day your constitution falters? When you no longer possess that inexhaustible spiritual energy and are unable to unleash an exaggerated spiritual explosion, what will you do? Han Fei repeatedly nodded. Teacher Zhou is right. We should leave. Get lost. Watching Han Fei and He Xiaoyu scurry away, Zhou Ding inhaled deeply. It was indeed astonishing that such a constitution existed in this world. However, fate often plays a cruel hand. It bestowed upon Han Fei a supreme constitution while simultaneously constraining his future achievements. With a 2nd grade inferior vein, even with exceptional luck, he would only reach the pinnacle of a great fisherman through relentless cultivation. As Han Fei and He Xiaoyu exited the school gate, they immediately dashed away. Are we still heading to the North or West Campus? Han Fei inquired. He Xiaoyu shook her head while running. Not going, not going. This time was pure luck. We were merely dragged out. Next time, we might not be so fortunate. Han Fei considered this. They were indeed in someone else's territory. And he realized he had been excessively arrogant. However, upon recalling the large gourd of spiritual fish soup, he quickly asked, "How much fish soup do we have?" He Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. "A total of 29 bowls." Han Fei exclaimed, "What? Only 29 bowls? I feel like I had several." He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, thinking, "What do you mean by had several? You tricked your way into most of them." The actual confrontation was only during that last battle, and he astonishingly managed to learn the spiritual explosion technique. Yet, He Xiaoyu was not inclined to share this with Han Fei, as her father had advised her against considering such combat techniques below the 7th level. In a secluded corner, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu each carried a gourd. Han Fei received 20 bowls, as he had done the fighting. Ultimately, Zhou Ding seemed to have let them off lightly, likely out of consideration for He Xiaoyu's father. So Han Fei allocated her a bit more. Halfway through drinking, Han Fei found himself unable to continue and initiated a conversation. He Xiaoyu, what exactly is the spiritual explosion technique? I felt a bit out of control earlier. Thankfully, that teacher Zhou intervened. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. He Xiaoyu asked, "How much spiritual energy did you gather just now?" Han Fei replied, "Around 70 to 80 points. Uft." He Xiaoyu spewed out her fish soup, staring at Han Fei in disbelief. "How much?" Han Fei, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. "Was that too much?" He Xiaoyu looked at him as if he were insane. "You're at the 6th level. How many points of spiritual energy do you possess in total? You just channeled over half of your spiritual energy to fight. That's madness." He Xiaoyu continued, "Do you know how much spiritual energy that Chen Kai used?" Han Fei asked, "How much?" He Xiaoyu replied, "No more than 25 points." Han Fei was astonished. "That cannot be. 25 points can be that formidable? Then wouldn't 80 points obliterate someone instantly?" He Xiaoyu explained, "Although it seems you've grasped the spiritual explosion technique, you lack control. Even if you were to unleash it, it would merely be a display of pressure against your opponent, lacking true control." Intrigued, Han Fei asked, "How do I control it? Teach me." "I gave you 9 bowls of fish soup." He Xiaoyu replied, "Why not wait until you reach the 7th level to learn it? Learning the spiritual explosion at the 6th level is not very useful. My father says that the spiritual energy at this level is not only insufficient but also impure, and it depletes easily. However, the 7th level is different. After reaching that stage, a fisherman can exert some control over their spiritual energy. At that point, a single spiritual explosion might surpass what a typical 6th level fisherman could achieve with 2 points of energy. That's when the skill becomes practical." Han Fei mused. Is it really that impressive? Recollecting Chen Kai's performance, which had nearly overwhelmed him, he felt a tremor of fear. Suddenly, Han Fei declared, "Wait a minute. I fought against someone at the 7th level, remember? That guy from class 1 didn't he use the explosion?" He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "Can you use the spiritual explosion against your classmates? If a 7th level expert were to unleash it and lost control, your life could be in jeopardy." Han Fei's eyes twinkled. "He Xiaoyu, I suspect someone is trying to harm me." He Xiaoyu replied. Han Fei elaborated, "I have a suspicion that someone is plotting against me. I was at sea for 5 days, and my fishing boat was sabotaged." After explaining his concerns, he fixed a determined gaze on He Xiaoyu. "Will you teach me the spiritual explosion technique in exchange for the remaining spiritual fish soup?" Han Fei's pained expression made He Xiaoyu speechless. He was attempting to barter the fish soup he received for free for the technique. He Xiaoyu replied, "I can't. My father hasn't allowed me to learn it." Han Fei countered, "Why does your father prohibit you from learning everything? This and that. Are you even his biological child?" He Xiaoyu promptly grabbed her bamboo stick and began poking Han Fei. "Of course I am. Why would you think my father doesn't trust me?" Han Fei exclaimed, Hey, stop." Irritated by the girl's meek demeanor, he suddenly admonished her, startling He Xiaoyu. Han Fei continued, "Just because your father forbids you from practicing doesn't mean you can't. Do you not have the resolve to become strong? We practitioners must understand the need to defy the heavens. If you have a way, I can trade you a treasure." Han Fei expected He Xiaoyu to be curious about what treasure he had. Instead, she pouted, "You're scolding me? You actually scolded me." Han Fei was taken aback. So, it seemed that women were indeed a peculiar breed. Size did not matter. If they felt wronged, and if the source of their grievance was a man, a simple "you scolded me" could encapsulate their entire sentiment at that moment. Han Fei remained silent, gulping down the spiritual fish soup, realizing that resolving this matter would take some time. He Xiaoyu muttered, "You scolded me. You expect me to steal things, and you don't trust my father's words. Most importantly, you scolded me." Unable to continue drinking due to her incessant complaints, Han Fei finally produced a small vial. "I will trade this with you." He Xiaoyu's expression of grievance immediately transformed, her eyes widening. "Is that iron fish body refining liquid?" He Xiaoyu gasped, realizing that iron fish body refining liquid was concocted from ironhead fish brains. It was said that it took dozens of adult ironhead fish to extract this tiny vial of liquid. Han Fei unexpectedly possessed such a valuable item. He Xiaoyu reached out, eager to seize it. Han Fei swiftly withdrew his hand, saying, "Well, regarding the spiritual energy explosion." He Xiaoyu snorted, shot Han Fei a glare, and replied, "I truly cannot do it, but it is not entirely beyond control. In fact, what matters in a spiritual energy explosion is the mastery over one's own spiritual energy. As long as one has sufficient control over their own energy, the explosion becomes quite simple." Han Fei eagerly inquired, "How does one control it?" He Xiaoyu replied, "I don't quite understand it either. It involves the extensive application of spiritual energy. For instance, during our fishing process, casting the line, reeling it in, and pulling the hook all require a form of control. If you desire insights on utilizing the spiritual energy explosion, a bottle of iron fish body refining liquid is far from sufficient, and besides, you only have half a bottle." Han Fei felt an increasing itch in his heart. Although the iron fish body refining liquid was indeed a treasure, it paled in comparison to the spiritual energy explosion. That technique was a life-saving skill for him, and he absolutely had to obtain it. Han Fei coaxed, "He Xiaoyu, we have a good relationship, don't we?" He Xiaoyu replied warily, "Not really." Han Fei retorted, "If it's not, why did you come to stir trouble for me? If your father finds out about this, TSK. He Xiaoyu defended herself. "I was just passing by, all right? What do you want to do?" Han Fei said slyly, "Well, how about you copy a portion of your insights on controlling spiritual energy for me? In the future, if I come across good things, I will surely share them with you first." "No way." Han Fei persisted. "He Xiaoyu, the fishing trial is coming up soon, and during the trial, it won't matter who your father is. How about this? I will give you a spirit recovery pill." "You have spirit recovery pills?" He Xiaoyu exclaimed. Han Fei asked, "So what do you think?" He Xiaoyu hesitated, but Han Fei interjected, "All right, no need to say more, 2 pills. He Xiaoyu protested, "No, my father." Han Fei countered, 3 pills, no more than that. 1 spirit recovery pill requires 2 mid-grade pearls. In Chapter 38, the confinement room was blasted open. Eventually, He Xiaoyu agreed. And Han Fei increasingly realized that this girl was rather money-minded, a result of her father's excessively strict upbringing, particularly in her training. Her father was relentless in attempting to cultivate He Xiaoyu into a great fisher, leading to her immense desire for valuable items. At that moment, He Mingtang was teaching at the school, and the two secretly made their way to He Xiaoyu's home. Half an hour later, He Xiaoyu hurriedly emerged from her house. With a guilty conscience, she covered a small booklet and said, "Here, this is all I could find. Hurry, if my mother discovers this, it will be disastrous." Han Fei wore an ambiguous smile. "Well done. In the future, if there's any spiritual fish soup, I will share more with you." At the school gate, both wore smiles. He Xiaoyu obtained 3 spirit recovery pills, while Han Fei acquired the method of utilizing spiritual energy, both feeling they had gained significant advantages. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed from behind the school gate. "Ah, father." He Mingtang glared at his seemingly incompetent daughter, almost with flames in his eyes, while casting a malicious glance at Han Fei. Han Fei, however, was not in a better position. His smile froze as he spotted Wang Jie, whose expression was far from friendly, and then noticed the teacher from the southern school beside him. His face changed dramatically as he shouted to He Xiaoyu, "Run." Wang Jie chuckled in anger. "Now you remember to run? Where were you earlier?" With that, he swiftly cast his hook towards Han Fei, feeling the malice approaching from behind. Han Fei instinctively twisted his body into an awkward position, narrowly avoiding the hook. "Oh!" The 3 fishers, including He Mingtang, gasped in surprise. How could a mere 6th-level fisher evade Wang Jie's hook? It was well known that Wang Jie had exceptional strength, having become an enforcer at a common fishing ground at just over 30, and was on the verge of becoming a great fisher before 40. How could his hook be dodged? Wang Jie felt a bit humiliated, and with a flicker of spiritual energy along the line, the hook turned sharply, speeding towards Han Fei once more. Han Fei, in a cold sweat, thought, "I only went to get a few bowls of fish soup. Is this necessary?" Yet his body performed another risky roll, once again evading the hook. Wang Jie's face flushed with embarrassment, astonished by Han Fei's agility. "Oh," Zhou Ding exclaimed, "Old Wang. This student is quite interesting. With this kind of strength, he might even break into the top 100 in the upcoming fishing trial." Wang Jie scoffed. "Him? Top 100? As long as he doesn't come in last, that's good enough." This time, Wang Jie did not hold back. The hook's speed increased dramatically. Although Han Fei managed to evade one hook with an odd posture, the result was that the hook swiftly turned and ensnared his other leg. As the line was reeled back in, Han Fei was dragged through the school gate, attracting considerable attention. Wang Jie remarked. Do you think you have grown wings and can act recklessly? He Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of fear, relieved that she hadn't run away. Otherwise, it would have been immensely embarrassing for a girl to be dragged away like that. Han Fei shouted, Teacher, I'm innocent. I merely went to the southern school to exchange insights with my classmates. Wang Jie smiled at Zhou Ding, saying, Teacher Zhou, I would appreciate your help with this. I will definitely deal with this kid properly. Zhou Ding chuckled, That's not necessary. He is just young and reckless. I actually think this child is quite good. Why not have him come to my southern school for some exchange? Wang Jie replied, That is not required. The fishing trial is approaching, and our school is preparing for concentrated training, so we don't have the time to visit the southern school. Zhou Ding smiled. Very well, I shall take my leave. Wang Jie responded, Teacher Qin, take care. Once Zhou Ding departed, Wang Jie's expression turned serious as he grabbed Han Fei, sneering, You think you're capable now? Blocking the entrance to the southern school and showcasing your abilities? Are you seeking death? Do you think your mere 8th level fisher strength allows you to act with impunity? Do you believe no one can restrain you? Han Fei protested, Teacher, I didn't mean it. Who knew the southern school was so weak? Wang Jie sneered, Weak? Do you think you were strong before? If not for what Tango left you, would you possess such strength now? You must understand that when you reveal such power, many will set their sights on you. Han Fei was taken aback. Who would pay attention to a mere 6th level fisher? Without needing Wang Jie to elaborate, He Mingtang interjected. Everyone knows that your rapid advancement is because Tanggu has gained the favor of the angels, providing you with many treasures. They may not dare to offend Tanggu, but secretly eliminating you to uncover your secrets would be a trivial matter. He Mingtang resolved firmly that he could never allow his daughter to associate with this boy, for who knew what kind of trouble it might bring. Seeing Han Fei somewhat dazed, Wang Jie asked, Do you understand now? No one dares to touch Tanggu, and no one dares to touch you either? I'm sentencing you to 3 days of confinement for reflection. Han Fei smiled wryly. He had indeed forgotten this aspect. He had been using Tanggu's name as a cover to rapidly enhance his strength. But his recent performance had become so outstanding that people could not help but suspect whether Tanggu had left him any opportunities. Han Fei said, Teacher, I was wrong. I will definitely refrain from fighting in the future. This confinement, Wang Jie coldly interrupted. 3 days, not a moment less. Han Fei was dragged away by Wang Jie, while He Mingtang glared fiercely at He Xiaoyu, saying, Go home, and don't leave the house for 5 days. He Xiaoyu pouted, feeling wronged. Father, I didn't fight. He Mingtang insisted, Return home. You are not permitted to have any contact with him until he becomes a true fisher. He Xiaoyu sulked, feeling aggrieved. The school's confinement room was singular, primarily meant for punishing particularly troublesome students, but usually, the duration was merely a day. Cases like Han Fei, who faced 3 days of confinement, were exceedingly rare. The confinement room was constructed from hard shin stone. While it posed little obstacle for fishers, it was a definite prison for students at the fisher level. 3 days prior, Han Fei had been dragged to the confinement room by Wang Jie like a dead dog, yet this incident had become the hottest topic of discussion in recent days. Some individuals expressed their indignation. When the small-minded achieve success, they become arrogant. I heard that Han Fei dared to block the entrance of Nanshao. It's sheer folly. Others jested. It is said that if it weren't for the teachers at Nanshao letting him go, he would never have returned. Many passers-by peered into the confinement room. But alas, it was too dark to see anything. However, Han Fei could continuously hear mocking laughter and various jeers from outside the door. A group of Hukuan's cronies, led by Zhou Xiao, was currently leaning against the gap in the confinement room, teasingly saying, Hey, Han Fei, are you on the verge of a mental breakdown? Someone nearby quipped, Not to that extent, but will he still dare to act so arrogantly afterward? A person relying on external forces truly believes they are destined for greatness. Inside the confinement room, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged, drenched in sweat. His internal spiritual energy was in disarray, and despite 3 days of effort, it was still challenging to control it precisely. At this moment, he was striving to concentrate half of his spiritual energy into one palm. This won't he do? Half is too much. It might spiral out of control. Outside the confinement room, Zhou Xiao and the others sensed something amiss and began to discuss. Hey, did you feel that surge of spiritual energy? It seems like Han Fei is cultivating. Nonsense. With such concentrated spiritual energy, how could it not emit light? Wait, look. It's glowing. As they gathered outside the confinement room, an intense flash of spiritual light suddenly erupted. Bang! Zhou Xiao and others felt themselves lifted off the ground. As a violent explosion resounded throughout the school, causing many to witness Zhou Xiao and his companions being thrown into the air, only to be knocked unconscious moments later. Meanwhile, the confinement room had been blasted open, creating a hole nearly as tall as a person. Almost simultaneously, dozens of teachers rushed to the scene. When Wang Jie arrived, he quickly checked on Zhou Xiao and the others, letting out a sigh of relief, take them for treatment. However, several teachers looked gravely at the large hole in the door of the confinement room, where faint rustling noises could be heard. Soon after, they saw a disheveled Han Fei, sporting a wild hairstyle, emerging from the hole. Han Fei thought to himself that he had underestimated the power of the spiritual explosion. It was astonishing. At this moment, he had about 110 points of spiritual energy concentrated, yet it had unleashed such force. He pondered what would happen if all of it were released. The entire confinement room would likely be obliterated. Wang Jie and the others were startled. How could this fellow emerge unscathed from such power? Upon raising his head, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback, but then waved cheerfully. Hi. Long time no see. Chapter 39. Extorting the Tiger Head Gang in the office. Han Fei stood there, his wild hair framing his face, his eyes darting about. Wang Jie, with a stern expression, demanded, "Speak. Who taught you the technique of spiritual explosion?" This time, no one believed it was the skill passed down from Tang Gu to Han Fei. The teachers from Nanshao had been quite clear that Han Fei had learned it on the spot during a fight, having no prior knowledge of it. Han Fei replied, "Teacher, I was in seclusion for 3 days, pondering deeply and achieving enlightenment." Smack! Wang Jie slapped Han Fei on the head, exclaiming, "How shameless! You were confined for 3 days, and now you twist it into a tale of seclusion. Ridiculous! Achieving enlightenment? The spiritual explosion is a technique that requires practice. Can you truly claim to have grasped it suddenly?" Han Fei protested, "Teacher, I genuinely figured it out myself. I was in the confinement room all this time." Wang Jie was momentarily speechless. It was true. This kid had been locked up upon returning to school. Could it really have been his own breakthrough? However, He Mingtang, who shared the office, wore a grim expression, feeling that something was amiss. His daughter had been avoiding him for days. Could there be a connection? Wang Jie, not contemplating further, chastised sternly, "You reckless brat. Do you know why we don't teach the spiritual explosion to those below level 7? 1. They lack sufficient spiritual energy. 2. Their meridian strength is inadequate. 3. Mastering the spiritual explosion requires skill. While it is the simplest technique, have you ever seen a fisherman below level 7 use it?" Han Fei lowered his head, seething internally. "Do you enjoy hitting my head? Fine, fine. Wait until I become powerful. I will send you flying." He realized that the inadequacy of his meridian strength was the reason his arm had felt sore, as if it were being torn apart. If he could simply enhance his meridian strength, wouldn't that be the solution? Han Fei, are you ignoring my words? Dare to space out again?" Han Fei grinned maliciously. "You wait and see." Wang Jie. After leaving the office, Han Fei rushed home immediately, intent on retrieving the Gui Zhu. The essence of the Gui Dao clam was contained within a Gui Zhu, which had the power to strengthen meridians. If it proved effective, the spiritual explosion would no longer be a concern for him. Having learned from past experiences, Han Fei became cautious, fearing he might be watched. Thus, he traveled quietly along the way. At this moment, he was hiding behind a large tree, glancing around to ensure he wasn't detected. "Are you Han Fei?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind, startling Han Fei so much that his soul nearly left his body, prompting him to raise his purple bamboo staff. "Do not panic. I mean no harm." Upon focusing, Han Fei found himself facing a burly man resembling a young bull, though the man did not appear to be of a simple nature. His face bore 3 deep scars. One crossed half of his face, another went through an eye, and the third was even more terrifying, having torn his mouth open. Even now, as it healed, it looked quite fearsome. "Who are you?" The burly man forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. "I am Li Ju, the newly appointed leader of the Tiger Head Gang. A few days ago, my subordinates acted impudently and offended you, and I hope you can overlook the past. If there is anything you require, as long as the Tiger Head Gang can provide it, we will not hold back." Han Fei understood. This was an apology. It seemed the Tiger Head Gang was aware of his relationship with Tango, prompting their leader to come personally to make amends. Had this matter not come to light, the gang could have easily eliminated him. However, they missed their chance and now sought to make amends. Han Fei sighed in relief. "So it is leaderly. Since you have come personally, how could I not be accommodating? However, in recent days, Brother Gang and others have provoked me repeatedly. I hope Leaderly can restrain them. Otherwise, it would greatly harm the reputation of the Tiger Head Gang." Li Ju grinned maliciously. "Of course, you will never see them again in Tianshui Town." Han Fei's heart sank. What did he mean? Were they all dead? He had heard tales of the Tiger Head Gang's continuous misdeeds, with many who offended them being fed to the fishes. Now, he realized how ruthless Li Ju truly was. Yet, Han Fei's mind raced, nearly falling for the intimidation. If he were weak-willed, who would dare continue to provoke the Tiger Head Gang? They would likely nod submissively at Li Ju's threat and shy away from demanding reparations. Considering the matter had already been laid bare, Han Fei coldly laughed, Leader Li. Do you know that my brother left me dozens of bottles of iron fish body refining liquid? Upon my return, I found them all missing. What do you think? Leader Li? Han Fei felt the atmosphere suddenly grow eerily quiet, as if a wave of murderous intent had materialized out of thin air. Looking at Li Ju's menacing face, he wondered if this man intended to eliminate him. Han Fei remained unfazed, knowing that if Li Ju dared to act against him, not only would Tang Ge not let him off, but the teachers at the school would not be idle either. After a moment of silence, Li Ju chuckled, Of course. This is due to my poor management. I shall ensure everything is returned to you shortly. Han Fei replied, Aside from that, I am missing some middle-grade pearls and a few replenishing pills, but that is all. The air fell silent once more, leaving Li Ju himself momentarily astonished. A murderous intent welling within him. This young man, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, dared to demand the precious Tai Yu Duan Ti, let alone the life-saving Buling Dan. How audacious could he be? Meanwhile, Han Fei observed Li Ju quietly, wearing an innocent expression, truly doubting that Li Ju would dare to act against him. Li Ju gritted his teeth, proclaiming, Very well, the Hu Tuo gang will compensate. I hope you take care. Young friend. Han Fei grinned, saying, Farewell, Leader Li. No need to see me off. Moments later, Li Ju stood alone, his icy gaze fixed on the direction Han Fei had departed. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch against a nearby tree, which split apart with a resounding crack. Beside him, one of his followers expressed discontent. Leader, this fellow is too much. This is extortion. Li Ju composed himself and responded, Wealth is but an external possession. The most important thing is to survive. Tang Ge will not remain for long. Once he awakens his spirit, he will surely depart. When that time comes, I wonder how this young man will still be so arrogant. Han Fei, in high spirits, reveled in his acquisition of dozens of bottles of Tai Yu Duan Ti. The Hu Tuo gang was indeed affluent. His training of the 108 Dao Chui Ti Pian would surely yield remarkable results. Remarkably, the Hu Tuo gang's efficiency was astonishing. The items requested in the morning arrived by afternoon. Han Fei examined the delivery: 10 bottles of Tai Yu Duan Ti, 50 medium-grade pearls, and 5 Buling Dan. Damn you, Li Ju, Han Fei fumed, trembling with indignation. I said dozens of bottles of Tai Yu Duan Ti, not merely 10, and 5 measly Buling Dan. Do you think I'm begging? Little did Han Fei realize that he had unjustly accused Li Ju. Acquiring Tai Yu Duan Ti was no simple feat. What he dismissed as insignificant Buling Dan were, to others, life-saving elixirs. And 5 of them were indeed a substantial offering. Han Fei continued to grumble, Old turtle, so miserly. But alas, who told me I am so easily satisfied? I shall have to make do with this for now. If only Li Ju could hear Han Fei's complaints, he might have been tempted to silence him permanently. Within a cave, Han Fei clutched a ghostly pearl, rumored to nurture and expand meridians. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. After a moment, the effects of the ghostly pearl proved less than miraculous. Han Fei felt a cool sensation coursing through his meridians, akin to receiving and foredrip. An hour passed before he sensed a slight enhancement in his meridians, evidenced by the emergence of some unknown impurities on his skin. This is insufficient. I had expected something more potent. It seems I would need to consume 5, 6, or even 7 of these at once. Were others aware of Han Fei's current thoughts, they would surely find them outrageous. A treasure capable of strengthening meridians is exceedingly rare, yet he dared to complain about its limited efficacy. 3 days later, within a cave on a cliff of Xiankong Island in Tianshui Town, the sound of rustling echoed as a young man lay sprawled on the ground, drenched and gasping as if he had just endured an ordeal. At last, I have achieved minor success, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. This time, I should truly be invincible among peers. Han Fei glanced at his status. Owner, Han Fei level 6, medium-grade fisher, spiritual energy, 1288, 249, spiritual veins, secondary low-grade upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff main cultivation method, void fishing technique, first volume hook kiss technique, common grade divine item. He sensed a bottleneck approaching. Indeed, his spiritual energy was stuck at 249 points, making no further progress. Although he felt capable of a breakthrough, it required a substantial amount of spiritual energy. And his current consumption was alarming. Over 1,000 points was quite precarious. It appeared time to venture out to sea once more. Chapter 40. Is that not a strawberry? At the harbor. What? I cannot go to sea. Sister Xiaoqin explained, due to your recent encounters with two small fish tides and the destruction of your fishing boat. The inspection team believes you may have offended certain individuals. Therefore, you are temporarily prohibited from going to sea. Luckily, there are only 9 days left before your fishing trial. I suggest you take this time to solidify your cultivation. Han Fei inquired, have they identified the culprit? Sister Xiaoqin replied, there is no evidence. But we suspect the Hutua gang may be involved. The Hutua gang? Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He was not surprised by this revelation. The ability to sabotage fishing boats in such a covert manner near the harbor was no task for an ordinary person. Reflecting on that, the items he had extorted from Li Ju seemed trivial in comparison. Then I shall take my leave, Sister Qin, since I cannot go to sea. My source of spiritual energy is cut off, which I cannot abide. In the market, the air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, bustling with people. Suddenly, Han Fei heard someone shout, water for sale. Clean rainwater at 20 sea coins per pound. Buy quickly. Only 500 pounds available. A voice haggled, 20 sea coins? That's too steep. Didn't it just rain a few days ago? Your price is outrageous. Another chimed in, Old Qin, I'll take 10 pounds at 18 each. Old Qin chuckled, expensive? The last rain was half a month ago. This 500 pounds is freshly squeezed from my own collection. Besides, with the recent calm on the sea, it could be another half month before it rains again. This water will only become more valuable. 20 sea coins per pound, no negotiations, buy if you want it. The crowd fell silent for a moment before several began to relent. Fine, Old Qin, I'll take 20 pounds. I want 10 pounds. I'll take 50 pounds. Han Fei stared in astonishment as the entire 500 pounds of water sold out in mere minutes. He inhaled sharply. This was an astonishingly rapid profit. In just a few minutes, he had earned a medium-grade pearl. Was water truly so valuable? It made sense, given that Xiankong Island floated high above the ground, disconnected from the Earth's veins, relying solely on the ocean's evaporated water to create rain. However, it seemed that rain was infrequent here, leading to a severe scarcity of water resources. A thought crossed Han Fei's mind. After all, the ocean was an endless source of seawater. Wouldn't producing distilled water be a lucrative endeavor? Just then, he passed by a beggar. Wait a minute, this is Xiankong Island. Everyone cultivates here. How can there be a beggar? The beggar, disheveled and dirty, waved a tattered bowl. Upon noticing Han Fei, he recoiled in terror and attempted to flee. Stop! Don't move! Han Fei commanded. The beggar quickly pleaded, spare me, young master. I've already been cast out. Han Fei was taken aback. Are you Li Gang? The beggar shook his head vigorously. Just call me Xiao Gang. Han Fei pressed, you're alive? Upon hearing this, Li Gang trembled, realizing Han Fei genuinely wished for his demise. Ever since he learned that Han Fei was Tang Ji's brother, all of Li Gang's former followers had abandoned him. Li Gang had exhausted his fortune merely to survive, but had been hung by the Hutua gang for an entire 3 days. Fortunately, being a minor character in the East Market, he had enough acquaintances to avoid a grim fate. However, even so, he had been kicked out of the Hutua gang by Li Ju, leaving him severely injured and in a pitiable state. Li Gang clung to Han Fei's leg, pleading, young master, spare me. I cannot die. Xiao Hong is counting on me to support her. If I die, someone will take her away. Han Fei replied, who wishes to kill you? I am quite benevolent. Li Gang silently scoffed, benevolent? If it weren't for you, would I be reduced to this state? Han Fei asked, you were expelled from the Hutua gang? Li Gang, looking miserable, nodded, fear evident in his eyes. He knew he could not afford to offend Han Fei. An idea struck Han Fei. How about you join me? I'll treat you well. Li Gang doubted he had heard correctly. Was this young man truly not going to kill him? Surely, he was not deceiving him. What do you mean, Prepare yourself and come to my home. Coincidentally, I am in need of assistance. The opportunity is yours to seize. Although Li Gang is a rogue, he possesses a remarkable shrewdness. Is it feasible to associate with Han Fei? Certainly, as his brother is Tang Gu. When one rises, the others shall follow. How could Han Fei's future be bleak? It is evident that it will not. Yet, what do I possess that would capture Han Fei's interest? Am I to collect protection fees? Li Gang recalled how he had been robbed by Han Fei twice, and the possibility seemed quite plausible. Half an hour later, Li Gang arrived, his face pale, clearly indicating his injuries were severe, but he had cleaned himself up. When he entered, Han Fei was preoccupied with various bottles and had even pulled out a large pot from his home, his intentions unclear. Without looking up, Han Fei inquired, what remains of your strength? Li Gang trembled, about the same as a second-tier fisherman. He felt despair. Did he wish to beg for alms? Certainly not. But with the strength of a second-tier fisherman, fishing would be akin to courting death. Han Fei looked up in astonishment. Wounded? Li Gang's expression darkened. Not exactly. It's just that the restorative pills are exorbitantly priced, valued at 10 medium pearls. Han Fei scoffed. Thus, being a villain puts one at the mercy of the uncaring. As he spoke, he produced a handful of medium pearls, placing them before Li Gang. I can aid in your recovery. However, betrayal is not an option, otherwise. Your injuries will be the least of your concerns, and your Xiaohong might truly be taken from you. Li Gang was taken aback. Unable to believe that these medium pearls were intended for him, his heart warmed, and he immediately broke into tears. From now on, I, Li Gang, am yours. Should you command me to catch iron-headed fish, I shall not dare to consume spiritual fish. Han Fei waved dismissively. Enough with the titles. You shall call me master from now on. First, tell me, are there any spices for sale on our island? What spices? Han Fei replied. The kind that makes food more delectable. For instance, salt. Since arriving in this world, Han Fei had not enjoyed a proper meal. Everything he had consumed was merely seasoned with salt. Yet, what good was salt against the fishy taste of seafood? Li Gang suddenly understood. Oh, you mean spices. But spices are luxuries only the affluent can afford. Han Fei's eyes sparkled. Are there truly some? Li Gang replied. There are a few. But ordinary folk seldom indulge in them. Most spices require medium pearls to purchase. Han Fei felt somewhat disheartened. They were far too expensive. He had initially envisioned setting up a barbecue stall and selling distilled water, but with such high spice prices, he could only afford to enjoy them himself. What about alcohol? Li Gang answered. Alcohol is inexpensive. Fishhead wine is merely 30 sea coins per pound. Master, do you wish to drink? Han Fei responded. Let us first seek out the spices. To the south of the floating island, near a cliff, lay a vast plantation. Observing the lush greenery, Han Fei exclaimed. There are crops on the island? Li Gang explained. Not exactly. It is said that someone from the town initially planted spiritual herbs. Perhaps due to the poor environment on our island, the herbs could not thrive, and eventually, they all degenerated into spices. Yet even so, many believe spices are a type of spiritual herb, thus their high prices. The plantation was overseen by an elderly man, holding a wine jar, basking in the sun, seemingly oblivious to Han Fei and Li Gang's presence as they entered the plantation. Han Fei approached. Old man, we seek to buy spices. The elder opened one eye to glance at Han Fei before continuing to sunbathe, leisurely stating, you cannot afford them. Han Fei frowned. How could he not afford them? He still possessed 40 or 50 medium pearls. The elder merely raised a hand, pointing to a nearby wooden shelf. All are there, sold individually, 1 medium pearl each. Curiously, Han Fei approached, only to be left speechless at first sight. What on earth are these spices? Is that not a strawberry? He was astonished. Could plants in the universe truly resemble one another? Although this strawberry appeared the size of a fist, it was unmistakably a strawberry. Li Gang elaborated. Master, this is called Honggua. I have purchased it before. Initially, I believed it to be a spiritual fruit due to its color, but upon tasting it, it had no effect, just delicious. He smacked his lips, lamenting that a medium pearl for a single strawberry was far too extravagant, and he had no money to exchange, leaving him envious. Han Fei chuckled. It was absurd to think it could ever be a spiritual fruit. Upon closer inspection, Han Fei was utterly dumbfounded. What was displayed here? He saw figs the size of apples, fist-sized raisins, and jujubes, persimmons, peaches, and cherries, each much larger than usual. Moreover, there were numerous flowers. After searching for a while, Han Fei identified several, such as roses, crab apples, orchids, chrysanthemums, and peonies, each one a rare gem on earth. As he wandered through the extensive variety, numbering in the thousands, he recognized nearly 100 types. Wait, a potato? Han Fei's eyes lit up. He stumbled upon a potato the size of a watermelon. This alternate world had potatoes. Looking around further, he spotted radishes, yams, peanuts, red chili peppers, and garlic. Goodness, garlic! Han Fei exclaimed at the sight of a garlic clove the length of his finger, immediately envisioning garlic shrimp and swallowing his saliva. Regrettably, he discovered that everything here was sold individually. He could hardly afford anything. He felt certain that even the village chief would struggle to make a purchase. Subsequently, Han Fei continued to identify dozens of other plants he recognized. This was merely what he was familiar with. There were likely thousands more he did not know. Breathless, Han Fei approached the old man. Old man, what do you do if these spices do not sell? The elder lazily smacked his lips, took a swig from his wine jar, and after several sips, replied languidly. If they do not sell, I throw them away. The cycle of nature ensures they will grow again. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Was he truly so wasteful? The elder opened his eyes to glance at Han Fei. Do you wish to buy? Bring money. Han Fei replied, I do not have that much. The elder waved his hand. If you have no money, Begone. Do not disturb my slumber. Han Fei frowned. Returning empty-handed from a treasure trove was not his style. He could almost guarantee that this elder was no ordinary person. Otherwise, this place would have been robbed long ago, and there would be no one in sight. After a prolonged silence, Han Fei ventured, "Old man, since no one tends to this garden, how about I lend you a hand?" The elder did not even open his eyes. "Child, return when you awaken your talent and spirit beast." Han Fei squinted. "Very well." On the return journey, he turned back several times, imagining garlic clams, garlic shrimp, and drooling at the thought. Initially, he was unaware that such things existed in this world. But now that he knew, he could not afford to give up, as he would be staying in this wretched place for a long time. Li Gang, however, looked perplexed. "Master, that old man is quite arrogant. Should we not teach him a lesson? Moreover, those spiritual fruits have little to no efficacy. Even if they did, it would be negligible. Do you truly wish to assist this old man in his gardening?" Han Fei replied. "You wish to confront him? Gongzi, do you know what rogues fear the most?" "What?" Han Fei responded. "They fear misjudging others. I can assure you, if you dare to confront this old man, he could easily toss you off the floating island with one hand." "What? That cannot be. I have never heard of this elder engaging in combat." Han Fei could not be bothered to explain, instead asking, "Gongzi, what do you think is the quickest way to make money?" Li Gang replied without hesitation, "Collect protection fees." "Get lost." Han Fei walked thoughtfully, pondering the necessity of venturing out to sea. Without doing so, he could not entice the small fish tide, and consequently, he would lack the spiritual energy he needed to absorb. Although he possessed 10 vials of iron fish body refinement liquid, he hesitated to use them. What if he reached the pinnacle of level 6, and could not contain the urge to break through? He certainly did not possess an abundance of spiritual energy. As for the school, he could no longer savor the spirit fish soup. Was he to buy fish at the market? No, that would be too extravagant. How he longed to set up a barbecue stall. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei concluded that he had only one course of action left. "Gongzi, go buy some liquor." Li Gang replied, "Young master, how many pounds do you require?" Han Fei said, "Let us start with 100 pounds. Li Gang was momentarily taken aback. 100 pounds? Han Fei insisted, "Just buy it." "Yes, young master." A day later, Han Fei finally concocted a jar of strong liquor. The alcohol content on Xiankong Island was quite low, and though he was uncertain how to ferment liquor from fish heads, he believed that any liquor could eventually be refined. After a day of diligent effort, he successfully produced a jar of liquor boasting an impressive 50 degrees of alcohol content. "Gongzi, come here." Li Gang, having regained 30% of his strength, swiftly appeared before Han Fei. "Young master," Han Fei instructed, "take a sip of this liquor." Li Gang was unaware of what Han Fei had been brewing. All he knew was that the 100 pounds of liquor he had purchased was now reduced to 40 pounds. As Han Fei poured the liquor, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Li Gang's eyes to brighten. "Young master, this liquor smells delightful." Li Gang eagerly lifted the bowl and savored it, downing the entire contents in one gulp. "Ah, wow, it's on fire." Li Gang's expression turned to one of horror as he felt as though Han Fei was trying to kill him. His throat felt as if it were ablaze. Yet, strangely, there was an exhilarating thrill to it. After several deep breaths, Li Gang gasped for air, his face flushed. With a thud, Li Gang collapsed to the ground, and Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. "Hey, does that old man enjoy drinking?" In the plantation, Han Fei entered with a jug of 20 pounds of liquor, finding only an old man basking in the sun. With a flick of the lid, the intoxicating aroma filled the air. The previously lethargic old man suddenly sprang up, squinting at Han Fei. "Is that liquor?" Han Fei grinned widely. "Old sir, I brought this especially for you. Care to try?" The old man swiftly grabbed the jug, inhaling deeply, his spirit invigorated. "What fine liquor!" With that, the old man tilted his head back and took a hearty swig, leaving Han Fei astonished at his wildness. "Ha! This is exquisite liquor. Where did you acquire it?" The old man, now a stark contrast to his prior demeanor, looked at Han Fei with eager anticipation. Han Fei responded, "You need not concern yourself with its origin. In all of Tianshui village, only I possess it." The old man chuckled. "Not just Tianshui village. Such fine liquor cannot be found even in the city." Han Fei's eyes narrowed. The city? This old man was certainly not ordinary. According to He Xiaoyu, even the village chief had only ventured to the town, and it was likely that few from Tianshui village had ever visited the city. The old man's complexion flushed slightly as he took another hearty drink before speaking. "So tell me, young lad, what do you wish to exchange for this?" Han Fei replied, "I would like to trade this liquor with you for some spices." The old man nodded. "This is indeed a rare vintage, the richness unparalleled in my lifetime. Truly a treasure. In that case, I shall exchange it for 100 pounds. Han Fei was taken aback by the sudden windfall. Just yesterday, a single large strawberry had cost him a medium-grade pearl, and now he was casually acquiring 100 pounds? Fantastic. He quickly pulled out a large bag from behind him and headed towards the red chilies and garlic, eagerly filling it with the two items. The old man remarked, "Young lad, these two items are not particularly palatable. One is so spicy it feels like breathing fire, and the other has an unpleasant odor. However, the red fruit is quite delightful, sweet and sour in taste." Ignoring the old man's words, Han Fei raised his head and asked, "Old sir, do you have any ginger?" "Ginger? What is that?" It's something that grows underground, yellow when dug up." The old man understood. "You mean huangqiu? That is over there." Han Fei saw the old man pointing at potatoes and quickly shook his head. "No, it's flatter, more oblong." The old man looked surprised. "You mean mashi jian? That stuff is not tasty. It numbs the tongue when eaten." I haven't dug any up. "But how do you know about mashi jian?" Han Fei grinned. "That is for you not to worry about. Once I've prepared it, I'll bring some for you to taste." The old man squinted. "Are you planning to concoct medicine?" "I fear that may not work. These are all inferior spiritual flowers and fruits, nearly ineffective for the human body. Even if you can refine pills, the results will not be significantly better. You'll see when the time comes." Under the old man's guidance, Han Fei managed to dig up 100 pounds of ginger, chili, and garlic to take back. Before he even reached home, Han Fei shouted, "Gongzi, go rent a stall. We're going to make barbecue." Chapter 42. The world's best delicacy at the center of the marketplace. Han Fei spent 10 medium-grade pearls to rent a stall. Indicating the land's high value, a sign was erected, attracting countless onlookers. Some scoffed, "Wow, what grand claims. The world's best delicacy. Is that a joke?" Other vendors sneered. "Have you traveled the world? How can you claim to be the best?" Curious onlookers inquired, "What are you preparing here?" Han Fei stood before the barbecue grill, addressing the crowd. "Today, we officially open the world's best barbecue stall. For today only, everything is half price. And I guarantee that you will be so enamored that you'll fall in love with our stall." "A barbecue stall? What is that?" one passerby asked curiously. Han Fei replied, "No need to rush. I will prepare a few samples shortly, and everyone can taste for free. If it's not good, you owe me nothing." "Really? Young lad, can you make that call? If it's not good, we pay nothing?" Han Fei affirmed, "Of course, I stand by my word." "Gongzi, start the fire." Before them lay a long barbecue grill adorned with small white fish, large sea snails, big clams, fillets of large yellow fish, tiny octopus tentacles, and small white shrimp. Dozens of seafood delicacies displayed. Han Fei was pleased. All the seafood he handled had its spiritual energy completely drained, meaning every barbecue item was devoid of spiritual energy. As Han Fei brandished a red chili, he shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, you may not believe me, but this is a hong lei gua, a type of spiritual fruit. Do you know how much this costs? 1 medium-grade pearl." The crowd erupted in excitement. A spiritual fruit bought for just 1 medium-grade pearl was being used for snacks? Skeptics emerged a scam. Such a luxurious item could not possibly be used for food. "What would you charge?" Han Fei replied, "With this spiritual fruit, I can prepare dozens of servings. It's not expensive. As for the price, our stall guarantees fairness. Everything is written on this board." When Han Fei revealed the price list, the crowd gasped again. Some accused, "Young lad, aren't you trying to swindle us? You're charging 10 low-grade pearls per pound for small white fish. That's dozens of times the price." "Exactly. That's too greedy. You charge 20 low-grade pearls for a clam. The price has skyrocketed. Even if it's delicious, I won't buy it. It took me 10 days of hard work to buy one tiny octopus. That's too much to bear. I'll only taste the free samples and then leave. If it weren't for the name of the world's best delicacy, I wouldn't even stop to look." The crowd was filled with disparaging remarks. And Li Gang stood nearby, sweating profusely. He too had been taken aback by the price list, shocked at how exorbitant the prices were, doubting anyone would actually buy. However, Han Fei then brandished ginger and garlic, declaring, "Whether it's worth it depends on how you see it. Even a small white fish. If I add 3 types of spiritual fruits, can it still be called an ordinary small white fish? In addition to the 3 types of spiritual fruits, I have also utilized premium fish oil and a suitable amount of salt. Please do not linger and delay your departure." Someone scoffed, questioning the authenticity of these spiritual fruits. Indeed, no one has ever witnessed what a spiritual fruit truly looks like. Merely claiming it to be one does not make it so. How could a spiritual fruit be worth only a single medium-grade pearl? Han Fei asserted that whether they are genuine or not can be verified at the Southern Plantation, where all spiritual fruits are guaranteed to be authentic. However, any deceitful act will result in a tenfold compensation for a fake. Is that really so? Such bold claims suggest a certain credibility. Does this young lad truly possess such wealth? Ah, isn't that the so-called wasteful Han Fei? Someone responded, mentioning that Tang Gu and he are brothers, and he has received considerable benefits, transforming from a wastrel into a prodigy. At this moment, Han Fei had already brushed the fish oil multiple times, causing the onlookers to gasp. Is fish oil truly free? It is a precious commodity, extracted from countless fish. And its price is steep, yet Han Fei uses it so freely. The sight of fish oil dripping into the fire was enough to make the crowd wince in sympathy. Some were whispering, clearly labeling him as a spendthrift. Meanwhile, Li Gang had already crushed some chili peppers and garlic, preparing them for later use. As Han Fei spread the minced garlic over the barbecue, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The aroma was exquisite. Is this the power of the spiritual fruits? Some were shocked to hear that the spiritual fruits possess such a fragrance that it can waft through the air, making it hard for people to move. This must be genuine. At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even Han Fei himself was swallowing saliva in anticipation. When the chili paste was applied to the barbecue, the enticing scent intensified. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, it will be ready in just a few moments. The first batch is free. Please do not fight for it. If it is delicious, you may support the little shop, as everything is half price today, half price today, half price today. This is of utmost importance." 2 minutes later, Han Fei bellowed, "All right, Gongzi, prepare the next batch." The crowd surged forward, all eyes fixed on the barbecue in Han Fei's hands. He deftly sliced the skewers into hundreds of portions before calling out, "Come, come, do not rush. Everyone can have a taste. I'm here. Let me through. I'll go first. I arrived first. You should give it to me. Do not jostle. I'll help you taste it." Li Gang was somewhat taken aback. Was everyone this enthusiastic? Surely, it was merely to experience the spiritual fruits. Who would genuinely spend money on such an expensive delicacy? A young man at the front was among the first to receive a taste. He held a large clam, its meat glistening a golden hue, adorned with the 3 spiritual fruits, exuding an irresistible fragrance. As the clam meat entered his mouth, he was utterly astonished. Oh, see God! How can there be such deliciousness in this world? How could clam meat taste this extraordinary? The youth was left speechless, his limited vocabulary failing to convey his current sensation. Not only he, but everyone who received a sample was left in awe. The flavor was exquisite. The fragrant warmth and texture completely masking any hint of brininess from the clam, leaving a lingering aroma that danced upon their tongues. Delicious. So incredibly delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Oh, see God! This must be a divine flavor, appearing among us mortals. Many finished their samples, drooling at the sight of the next batch on the grill, unwilling to leave. Those who had planned to go fishing were now firmly planted in their spots, unwilling to budge. Meanwhile, the others, who hadn't yet tasted, were on tiptoes, craning their necks to catch a whiff of the tantalizing aroma. Han Fei surveyed the crowd and called out, "Please, do not crowd. Step back a bit to allow others to pass. From now on, it is no longer free. However, everything is half price. Act swiftly if you wish to purchase. I would like a pound of yellow croaker. I want 5 pounds of white fish. Bring me a small octopus. I would like a whole clam." Someone remarked to a nearby individual, "Didn't you just say you would only eat for free?" The person huffed, "One must act with integrity. How could one consume without payment? I intend to support this young lad's business." The crowd surged, everyone converging around. Li Gang was bewildered. Hadn't they just declared they wouldn't buy? What has caused such a sudden change in attitude? Li Gang felt his own mouth watering. The aroma indeed quite irresistible. Given the current situation, even if the prices skyrocketed, there were still those willing to buy. It was simply outrageous. He never imagined that someone would spend 20 low-grade pearls for a clam. Such extravagance was unparalleled. As Han Fei's barbecue continued, the entire street became unintentionally drawn toward it. As some approached the market entrance, they were greeted by the enticing fragrance. Those who were about to go fishing found themselves halted, drawn in by the delicious aroma. Zhang Han, initially lounging in his store, was leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds until a waft of fragrance invaded his senses. He immediately tossed aside the seeds, exclaiming, "What is that delightful scent? Is someone cooking something?" Even the aloof Xiao Qin, the coldest figure at the harbor, furrowed her brow, seemingly captivated by an indescribable aroma wafting from the market, causing her to swallow hard in anticipation. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and someone shouted, "Step aside. What are you all crowding for? Is the fish tax no longer a concern?" Chapter 43. Saliva-dripping Zhang Han pushed through the throng, his curiosity piqued about the source of such an alluring scent. As the crowd began to thin, he spotted the bold proclamation of the world's best delicacies and beheld Han Fei standing at the barbecue stall, diligently brushing fish oil, his expression serious. While Li Gang assisted him, still reeling from the earlier defeat, Zhang Han opened his mouth, sensing something was amiss. Why was he not fishing, but instead running a stall? Had he already given up before the fishing trial? Soon, Zhang Han's gaze fell upon the staggering price list: 10 low-grade pearls for a small white fish, and 20 low-grade pearls for a clam. Gasping, Zhang Han realized he had thought himself quite the shrewd merchant, often charging a few low-grade pearls. But now he perceived himself as a paragon of virtue compared to the exorbitant prices here. The clams were priced hundreds of times more, and there were still eager buyers. The crowd was clamoring, some even jostling for position. Little lad, give me a clam. Kid, I want 10 large shrimp. Young boss, I'll take 2 clams. Zhang Han was astonished. This was sheer profit. Han Fei noticed Zhang Han approaching and asked, Manager Zhang, what can I get for you? Today's opening is half price, a deal not to be missed. Zhang Han gasped once more. Your small white fish is 10 low-grade pearls? Han Fei replied. Today it's only 5. Zhang Han exclaimed, 5 pearls? Are you not asking too much? 5 low-grade pearls is 500 sea coins. Enough to buy dozens of small white fish. Han Fei, unperturbed, handed Zhang Han 3 large shrimp. Zhang Han, bewildered, received them. Captivated by their golden flesh and the enticing powder atop, took a bite, and was immediately astounded. Why is there such deliciousness in this world? Heaven knows what thoughts were racing through Zhang Han's mind, but at that moment, he asked, have you paid for your stall management fee? Not only Han Fei, but many others stared at Zhang Han in astonishment. In such a moment, he was still concerned with such trivialities? Shouldn't he be savoring this exquisite flavor? Han Fei chuckled softly as he tapped on his price board. Zhang Han glanced over and noticed a shrimp and a low-grade pearl listed. He nearly jumped in disbelief, wondering if he had just consumed a low-grade pearl. Zhang Han approached, exclaiming, Han Fei, why is this so expensive? Li Gang, who had always been at odds with Zhang Han, smugly retorted, what do you know? 3 types of spirit fruits are used as auxiliary materials. Do you think it's overpriced? What were you expecting? What? Zhang Han nearly dropped the shrimp in his hand, astonished that spirit fruits were being used as spices. Had Han Fei lost his mind? However, upon seeing the red chili peppers, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to follow up with a perplexed question. Surely, the spirit fruits didn't come from that old man in the plantation, did they? Zhang Han was well aware of the plantation. He had not only visited, but had also spent money there, exchanging 1 medium-grade pearl for a spirit fruit. While delicious, they were utterly useless. The spiritual energy gained from consuming them paled in comparison to that of a large yellow fish. Han Fei explained, spirit fruits are numerous. Some can aid in breakthroughs. Others assist in cultivation, and some are naturally fragrant, bringing joy to those who consume them. Zhang Han scowled. Joy? What are you talking about? Zhang, would you like anything else? Han Fei inquired. Zhang Han remained silent, snorted disdainfully, and left with his head down. His mind was racing. Ever since Tang Ge became an apprentice to the angel, Han Fei had changed, exhibiting behavior entirely different from before. Had the angel altered Han Fei as well? If that were the case, Han Fei would become someone not to be trifled with. In just one day, Han Fei had been busier than ever, handling nearly 800 seafood items. Remarkably, less than half of the various materials had been used up, and the income from the low-grade pearls had exceeded 5,000, equivalent to 50 medium-grade pearls. Li Gang was beaming with joy. He had joined the Tiger Head Gang solely to provide a better life for Xiaohong. Yet, even as a member of the gang, he had never made so much money. 50 medium-grade pearls were a sum that an ordinary person might not accumulate in decades without eating or drinking. Suddenly, Han Fei called out, Gongzi, come take over. I'm exhausted. Li Gang was taken aback that he was being asked to work. I can't possibly, he stammered. Han Fei glowered. Are you trying to kill me? Hurry up and take over. With that, Han Fei relinquished his duties and sat down to rest, watching the buckets of small white fish, large yellow fish, shrimp, and sea snails behind him. He felt a surge of spiritual energy. In just one day, he had absorbed nearly 4,000 points of spiritual energy, and combined with his reserves, it had surpassed 5,000 points. Crucially, he had not incurred a loss. He had merely spent a small sum on 100 pounds of fish head wine, amounting to only 5 or 6 medium-grade pearls. Li Gang, having observed the process multiple times, had learned that it was quite simple. Just drizzle fish oil, splash on some chili sauce, and sprinkle garlic. It was all too easy. After resting for a moment, Han Fei asked, Gongzi, what happened to your underlings? Li Gang hesitated, knowing that his subordinates had long since met their demise. They're probably fish droppings by now, he replied. Do you have any other subordinates? Han Fei pressed. None. There aren't many thugs in the village. And I can't manage the others. They belong to the gang, Li Gang lamented. What is Xiaohong doing at home? Han Fei inquired. Li Gang's expression shifted slightly. Young master, Xiao Hong is my lifeline. Bah, what are you thinking? I meant, could you call Xiao Hong over to help at our world-class barbecue stall? I'll give you 10% of the profits. Li Gang was momentarily stunned. Why you serious, young master? This was completely unexpected. After being sidelined by the Tiger Head Gang, he had contemplated retirement, fearing for his life. But he had never anticipated Han Fei would assist him, not only healing his injuries, but also offering him a share of the barbecue stall's profits. Li Gang asked again, young master, really? Do you think I would deceive you? I am above such trifling amounts, Han Fei replied. Li Gang's face lit up with joy. Even if it was just 10% of the profits, considering today's sales, that would equate to 5 medium-grade pearls. If not discounted, wouldn't that amount double? This was far more than he ever earned in the Tiger Head Gang. Han Fei occasionally passed Li Gang a fish or a skewer of shrimp, and each time it reached his hands, the fish had cooled, its spiritual energy drained. Yet Han Fei found endless delight in the process. As evening approached and they were nearing closing time, Wang Jie and He Mingtang arrived. Upon spotting Han Fei, Wang Jie's eyes flared with anger. Han Fei, what are you doing? Have you lowered yourself to the status of a lowly fisherman? With the fishing trial approaching, why aren't you focused on your cultivation and instead running a stall? Li Gang, annoyed, shot back. Wang Jie, you can't say that. My young master is quite capable. The fishing trial is trivial for him. Shut up. Wang Jie snapped, his face darkening. Han Fei, speak for yourself. Han Fei replied earnestly. Teacher, as cultivators, our foundations are weak. This is the time to solidify them. Only with sufficient wealth can we support our cultivation needs. Speak plainly, Wang Jie demanded. I feel a breakthrough coming. I need to earn some money to purchase auxiliary spiritual liquid, Han Fei explained. Huh, how much can you earn from running a stall? I heard my student had started selling things. I didn't believe it until I saw you here, Wang Jie said incredulously. Teacher, it's quite profitable. I've earned 50 medium-grade pearls already, Han Fei asserted. Shut up. Is 50 medium-grade pearls impressive? Wait a moment. How many medium-grade pearls did you say? 50. Han Fei confirmed. He Mingtang interjected. Han Fei, do you think medium-grade pearls grow on trees? 50 pearls? Suddenly, Li Gang tossed a box of low-grade pearls out. Playfully nudging it, they say my young master is impressive. This box is nearly overflowing. Wang Jie and He Mingtang were taken aback. Noticing the price tags for Han Fei's barbecue, they gasped in astonishment. Is it really that expensive? Will anyone buy it? Han Fei promptly instructed Li Gang. Gongzi, after we close, prepare some large shrimp and sea clams for Teacher Wang and Teacher He to take home. Will they pay? Li Gang asked, bewildered. Han Fei replied. Exasperated, do you think I would ask my teachers for money? Moments later, Han Fei noticed that Wang Jie and He Mingtang were nearly drooling, captivated by the rich aroma wafting from the food. When Wang Jie discovered that Han Fei had added 3 types of spirit fruits to the sea clams, he was left speechless. Are you a tycoon? However, as soon as he tasted a shrimp, he fell silent. He Mingtang exclaimed, Han Fei, prepare a few more large shrimp for me to take back for Xiaoyu. And I'd like a bit of everything as well. Suddenly, a clear and melodious female voice rang out. Chapter 44. A steady stream of voice came unexpectedly, and they turned to see Xiao Qin, the registrar from the departure port. Her real name was Jiang Qin, and she had worked at the departure port for 3 years, always arriving punctually for her shifts and leaving only after everyone else had rested. No one knew her background, nor did anyone care, as she was merely seen as a civil servant. Of course, Han Fei was unaware of this. He only knew that the girl left a good impression on him. Though her demeanor was somewhat aloof, she always offered him kind words before he set sail. Ah, Xiao Qin is here. Wait a moment. Gongzi, add more dishes. Han Fei called out. Seeing Han Fei's earnings, Wang Jie realized he could no longer reprimand the young man, so he pulled Han Fei aside. How did you end up with Li Gang? That sort of petty thug is not worth associating with. Teacher, Gongzi has been driven out by the Tiger Head Gang. He has been begging on the streets. How could I ignore him? So, I took him in, Han Fei explained. Han Fei spoke with righteous eloquence. Yet Wang Jie perceived the matter quite differently. How could his version of events be so dissimilar? Wasn't Li Gang's expulsion from the Hutua gang largely due to him? In the end, Wang Jie remarked with profound significance. Although cultivation necessitates resources, one must not become overly reliant. With only 7 days remaining until the fishing trial, I advise you to act prudently. Wang Jie and He Mingtang departed, leaving Li Gang busy packing for Jiang Qin. As she took a bite of the large shrimp, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she quickly devoured it. Turning to Han Fei, she deeply inquired, would you care to take a walk with me? Han Fei, taken aback, promptly addressed Li Gang. Gongzi, you handle the stall. Take this bag of low-grade pearls with you. prepare tomorrow's materials, and exchange them for medium-grade pearls. Li Gang, huh? I'm handling it. Han Fei. Isn't it a hassle to carry such a heavy bag of pearls? Li Gang was bewildered. How could carrying money be a burden? Jiang Qin observed everything keenly, and once they exited the market, she remarked, there are no small fish tides in the sea, right? Han Fei could not admit otherwise. Not at all. I was attacked by small fish tides twice, and even my fishing boat was damaged. Jiang Qin dismissed his words. Then you should compensate for the boat. Han Fei. Jiang Qin. Forget it. Everyone has their secrets. Just keep yours safe. However, I am curious how you managed to procure those spiritual fruits from the plantation. Han Fei, oh, I just got the old man to drink a bit. And he gave them to me. Jiang Qin responded with a non-committal hum, leaving Han Fei uncertain of her belief. Nevertheless, she shifted the topic. Glancing at Han Fei, I heard you've made no progress in cultivation for 4 years, yet recently you've been advancing rapidly, nearing the peak of level 6. What is your spiritual vein level? Han Fei was taken aback. This girl was no ordinary person, as if she could see right through him. Han Fei, level 2, low grade. Jiang Qin paused, frowning slightly. It is not wise for a child to lie. Even if one wishes to conceal their shortcomings, the choice of whom to hide from matters. Han Fei, Sister Xiaoqin, I truly am level 2 low grade. In fact, during the school assessment, I was level 1, high grade, but after a stroke of fortune, I advanced to level 2. This was not something Han Fei intended to hide, as the assessment result was known to everyone at school. However, if this girl insisted on testing him again, it would be difficult to explain. Jiang Qin suddenly turned her head. But can spiritual veins grow? Han Fei hurriedly replied, I consumed a spiritual fruit that my brother left for me. Uncertain if Jiang Qin believed him. They walked for about 10 minutes before she stated, prepare well for the fishing trial. The higher your rank, the better. Especially if you wish to continue obtaining spiritual fruits from the plantation. Han Fei, oh. After saying this, Jiang Qin continued on her way, leaving Han Fei utterly perplexed by her vague remarks. Returning home, Han Fei checked his spiritual energy value, which had exceeded 7,000 points. However, he was not in a rush to break through. He decided to accumulate more spiritual energy, as reaching a total of 10,000 points would allow him to upgrade his spiritual vein in one go. Perhaps he could soon attain level 3. The next day, at the renowned barbecue stall, Han Fei finally encountered Li Gang's long-cherished crush, Xiaohong. Li Gang. Xiaohong. This is the young master. He is no ordinary person. Han Fei displayed a demeanor of cultivated grace, nodding slightly, though it was clearly inconsistent with his 12 years of age. Internally, however, Han Fei grimaced. He had expected Xiaohong to be far more attractive. Why was Li Gang so worried about her running away? Did he think everyone was like him? Seeking a partner of similar girth? Li Gang must weigh at least 170 or 80 pounds, yet Xiaohong showed no fear of him, even making Han Fei feel that Li Gang might not stand a chance against her. It seemed that he was only bold outside but likely submissive at home. Since assigning the barbecue task to Li Gang and Xiaohong, Han Fei found himself with little to do. He settled onto a small stool behind the stall, diligently passing seafood to Li Gang, all of which ended up dead by the time they reached him. Today, the stall's revenue was half of yesterday's. As the previous day's half-price offer was more palatable for ordinary fishermen, suddenly returning to full price was indeed a challenge. Fortunately, many curious customers arrived, and each time, Li Gang would explain the situation to them. As the sun began to set, Han Fei's spiritual energy value had already surpassed 10,000. Yet he remained calm and collected, choosing to save it for later use when needed. Li Gang, young master, we are running low on spiritual fruits. At this rate, we might run out by tomorrow. Han Fei, Gongzi, pack one of each item for me. I'll go retrieve some spiritual fruits. Nearby, a vendor overheard Han Fei's intention and approached. Kid, is it easy to get spiritual fruits? Could you help an uncle get some? Han Fei smiled sincerely. Uncle, it's 1 medium-grade pearl for each fruit. Don't be misled by the booming business at my renowned barbecue stall. The profits are quite modest. I wouldn't dare procure supplies from the plantation without at least 100 medium-grade pearls. The vendor, upon hearing the figure of 100 medium-grade pearls, began to count on his fingers, ultimately deciding against it. Who could afford that? 100 medium-grade pearls equated to a single high-grade pearl. Who in Tianshui village could possess several high-grade pearls? There wasn't another extravagant person like Han Fei in the entire village. After dismissing the vendor, Han Fei took 20 pounds of strong liquor and a bundle of barbecue to the plantation. Upon arriving, Han Fei was astonished to find the old man indulging in freshly dug peanuts paired with liquor. Han Fei was speechless. Had the old man truly discovered this classic combination on his own? Peanuts and liquor, The more you drank, the better it got. Han Fei felt tempted to join in. Previously, he had often prepared copious amounts of peanuts for his sea outings. Little kid, what flavor is this? It emits such a delightful aroma. Han Fei cheerfully approached with the barbecue and liquor. Old man, I mentioned I wouldn't take anything from you for free. This is barbecue. Why not try a couple of bites? The old man glanced at the simple white fish and sea clam. Then his expression changed. You dare to pair these spiritual fruits with such coarse items? Nevertheless, the aroma is indeed enticing. I wonder how it tastes? After taking a bite of the sea clam, the old man's expression dramatically shifted, a myriad of emotions crossing his face, which amused Han Fei. What? Is this bite sangua? The old man was incredulous. How could something so notoriously unpalatable transform into a delicacy? Han Fei pointed to the garlic. It's crushed and roasted. Not bad, right? The old man consumed nearly half a sea clam before scrutinizing Han Fei. Kid, did you make this? Han Fei, there is nothing in this world without use. It's merely that people do not know how to utilize them. The old man took a swig of liquor, the sound echoing, and his gaze towards Han Fei had changed entirely. Old man, kid, you mentioned you want to help me manage the plantation? Han Fei, is that all right? Old man, sure, but you must provide the liquor and barbecue. Han Fei grinned. All right, I will come to help you manage the plantation after the fishing trial. However, I have exhausted the spiritual fruits I obtained from you a couple of days ago. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Take them, but each time, it should not exceed 100 pounds. We must maintain a steady supply. Just as Han Fei left, a woman appeared outside the house. You agreed so easily, you gluttonous old man? The old man, this kid is quite remarkable. The woman, hee. If Han Fei were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. It was none other than Jiang Qin. Chapter 45, Refining Heaven and Earthly Gang. Young Master. The fishing trial is tomorrow. Are you truly not going to cultivate? Han Fei was gently caressing a small white fish when he heard the remark and nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that it was indeed time to embark on some cultivation, Li Gang observed that Han Fei, once an obscure figure, had transformed into a public personality since he began his journey. This newfound fame had temporarily quelled the ambitions of those who previously harbored thoughts against him. Within the cave, Han Fei commenced his practice of the 108 Tao of body tempering, and despite the remarkable enhancement of his physical qualities, he found himself drenched in sweat after completing the 36 postures. Having completed the first round of the 108 postures, he felt akin to a shrimp that had been steamed. For Han Fei, breaking through to the 7th level of fisherman presented no obstacles. All he required was a sufficient amount of spiritual energy. However, if he did not advance, further practice of the 108 Tao of body tempering would not increase his spiritual energy cap. Hence, he decided it was time to ascend. At that moment, Han Fei glanced at his statistics. Master, Han Fei level 6, mid-grade fisherman, spiritual energy, 48201, 249, spiritual vein, low-grade 2nd level, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff primary technique, void fishing technique, 1st volume hook kiss technique, common grade divine quality. Upon seeing these figures, Han Fei couldn't help but smile broadly. Had it not been for the exorbitant prices at the best barbecue stall in the world, which made it difficult for the average person to afford, his spiritual energy reserves would likely have been even greater. Han Fei sat cross-legged and took a deep breath, uttering, "Break for me." In an instant, a green light emanated from him, and a substantial amount of spiritual energy seemed to manifest out of thin air, circulating around his body. This time, however, the gourd did not engage in devouring. Perhaps it deemed this ordinary spiritual energy unworthy. Han Fei felt his bones quiver, his body slightly swelling. Yet his muscles brimmed with power as an abundance of spiritual energy surged within him. With a snap, Han Fei directly ascended to the ranks of high-grade 7th-level fishermen. Nevertheless, he did not pause. While others required additional spiritual energy to nourish their bodies at this level, Han Fei was certainly not lacking in spiritual energy. The stored energy continued to flow out, constantly washing over Han Fei's bones, flesh, and organs. It was not until his meridians began to swell and heat to an unbearable point that Han Fei finally halted this session of cultivation. With a deep breath, he opened his eyes and rose. He could hear a crackling sound emanating from within as his bones trembled, and he felt unparalleled vitality coursing through him. If at the peak of level 6 he could strike Li Gang down with a single blow, now he could do so with the slightest flick of his wrist. Master, Han Fei level 7, high-grade fisherman, spiritual energy, 36008, 279, spiritual vein, low-grade 2nd level, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff primary technique, void fishing technique. First volume hook kiss technique, common grade divine quality. Seeing that his spiritual energy reserves had depleted by over 12,000 points, Han Fei couldn't help but marvel. Did others require such an immense amount of spiritual energy to break through? If so, their reserves likely didn't even amount to 200 points. Consuming 12,000 points of spiritual energy would surely reduce a person to a husk. Han Fei, however, had never considered that most individuals spent countless days and nights training to elevate their bodies from initial advancement to peak performance. While he had broken through directly to the pinnacle, preparing to face the next threshold, was it truly comparable? At this hour of the night, Han Fei contemplated whether it was necessary to upgrade his spiritual vein, considering it required merely 10,000 points of spiritual energy. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately decided against it. He was already conspicuously prominent and had only recently boasted to Jiang Qin about elevating his spiritual vein from first-level high grade to second-level low grade. If he were to advance from low grade second level to third grade, would it not attract trouble? That was a question worth pondering. However, he was finally curious to discover the nature of the refining demon realm. Han Fei opened his palm, concentrating his thoughts, and the gourd appeared within his grasp. A mere 5,000 points of spiritual energy was trivial to him at this point. Open. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the world spin, and darkness enveloped him. When light returned, he found himself in a circular space measuring 3 square meters. Beneath his feet lay damp earth, while an endless blackness surrounded him. An absolute void where nothing could be discerned. Astonished, Han Fei wondered, what is this place? Cautiously, he poked at the black boundary with his finger, only to be met with an invisible force that obstructed his path, akin to an intangible wall. A thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the refining demon realm? Was this gourd akin to the one in Journey to the West that could contain Sun Wukong? Did his gourd possess such capabilities as well? Was this not reminiscent of the legendary spatial rings? He resolved to return and test this theory with Li Gang, although he mused. What if I inadvertently turn him into nourishment? Perhaps it would be wise to first experiment with a large yellow croaker. Yet, this space felt rather confined. Could it not be larger? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed a surge of spiritual energy flowing in, causing the surrounding darkness to recede slightly, seemingly expanding the area to 4 square meters. Astonishingly, spiritual energy could indeed augment the land here. However, he decided against further expansion. What if this endeavor consumed excessive spiritual energy? Yet, how did one exit this space? Han Fei attempted to visualize his exit, and indeed, the next moment, he found himself back in his original position. Han Fei checked his statistics. His spiritual energy had dwindled to 30,008 points, indicating that he had expended a total of 6,000 points, with 5,000 used to access the refining demon realm and 1,000 for the land expansion. He attempted to bring items into this realm, and as he had anticipated, with a mere thought, he successfully transported them inside. He repeated this process several times until he had filled the refining demon realm with everything he could find. However, when he attempted to bring in a giant clam, he encountered a slight resistance. Could it be because the clam was a living creature? Yet, he ultimately managed to bring it in. Uncertain of the limits of the refining demon realm, Han Fei hesitated to test it with a person, fearing exposure. Nevertheless, the ability to bring living beings inside was already revealing. After much contemplation, Han Fei continued his exploration until dawn broke. Today marked the fishing trial, where thousands of students would participate. Han Fei felt a surge of confidence. He was now a 7th-level fisherman. If not for the fear of being perceived as overly monstrous, ascending to 8th level would be a trivial matter. At school, everyone arrived early. Some engaged in light-hearted banter, while others were palpably anxious. However, Han Fei understood that beneath the laughter, everyone was indeed nervous, using humor as a mask for their apprehension. He Xiaoyu spotted Han Fei and winked at him. Upon seeing her, Han Fei immediately sensed something different and exclaimed in surprise, "You've broken through?" He Xiaoyu replied, astonished, "You noticed?" Han Fei remarked, "I could see the radiance in your eyes. You appear quite spirited, suggesting a breakthrough." He Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, "Huh? I broke through the day after my father confined me at home. I've been solidifying my cultivation these past few days. In this trial, I'm aiming for the top 100. Han Fei encouraged, then worked diligently. He Xiaoyu inquired, "What about you? My father mentioned that your barbecue stall is the best in the world and truly delicious. Could you give me a discount?" Noticing He Xiaoyu's eagerness, Han Fei realized she had been contemplating this for some time. Han Fei replied, "Of course, I can give you any discount you desire." He Xiaoyu asked, "How about 10 sea coins for a giant clam? Is that acceptable?" Han Fei was taken aback and glared at her. Why not try buying a giant clam on the street for 10 sea coins? You may not even have enough. He Xiaoyu retorted, you said any discount would be fine. After some consideration, Han Fei decided to relent, remembering that aside from Tango, He Xiaoyu was his only friend here. He waved dismissively, fine, forget the 10C coins. If you want to eat, just take what you want for free. Take as much as you can, but don't waste any. Really? He Xiaoyu was suddenly elated, jumping up with joy. Ever since her father brought back barbecue that day, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of it, believing it to be the most exquisite flavor in the world, perhaps even surpassing that of the Hai Hongguo. Attention, everyone. At that moment, the principal bellowed at the entire assembly. Students, you should know what the fishing trial signifies. But do not feel pressured, just give it your utmost effort. Remember, your lives are of paramount importance. Let us commence. Chapter 46, the trial begins. On this day, the floating island of Tianshui village was filled with countless fishing boats, blocking out the sun. Not only students, but innumerable parents had come to send them off. Some were tearful, for the fishing trial was a life and death challenge. In the pursuit of ranking, all students, regardless of their abilities, would exert themselves to the utmost. Yet, the greater the effort, the higher the peril. Even if all the teachers from the 4 major schools of Tianshui village and the inspection teams were mobilized, and even if the law enforcers at the airport were fully deployed, casualties could not be avoided. Historically, the best record was 1 in 10 deaths, 3 in 10 injuries, and 6 in 10 survivors. This was the highest survival rate yet. On the sea, a multitude of fishing boats gathered ominously. With all the 12-year-old children of Tianshui village present, the village chief piloted a fishing boat. Calling out from the air, the rules for this assessment remain the same as before, utilizing a point system. Points will be awarded based on the level of the fish you catch, and the top 1,000 will have the chance to gain the qualification for talent awakening. However, you must remember to act within your capabilities and never push yourselves too hard. Everyone listened intently, no one displaying impatience. Outside the assessment circle, countless parents were shouting, son, your life is paramount. Heed the village chief's words. Do not overexert yourself. Someone shouted, daughter, it's all right if you do not pass the trial. There will be opportunities for natural awakening. Another voice cried out, children, if you encounter competition and cannot contend, then yield. One parent roared, be sure to be cautious of other fishing boats. Han Fei searched for Tango, but with so many boats, where could he find him? Not far away. He Xiaoyu was currently boosting her own morale. The village chief commanded, attention, everyone, the fishing time is 6 hours. Anyone rescued by inspection personnel, regardless of the reason, will be deemed to have automatically ended their trial. The assessment will commence after half a joss stick's time. The sea breeze was gentle, and the morning sun cast a golden hue over the water, while several dark dots appeared in the azure sky. As they drew closer, the crowd could see several fishing boats approaching. Someone exclaimed, oh, those are the exclusive fishing boats of the Tiger Head Gang. Li Hu has not been seen for some time. It is rumored he has been challenging to become an 8th-level fisherman. No one knows if he has succeeded. Another pointed towards another direction. Look over there. It's the Wang family's fishing boat. This year, only Wang Baiyu from the Wang family needs to participate in the trial. It is said he is a promising candidate for the armored master. Many did not know what an armored master was and appeared bewildered, yet it sounded formidable. Over there is the strongest prodigy from the Western school, the only 4th-level lower-grade spirit vein in Tianshui village this year, Xiao Wushuang. And there is Xiang Nan from the Northern District. It was heard that he successfully challenged to become an 8th-level fisherman the day before. Han Fei was speechless. What did this mean? Were we to assemble at school and then follow the large group? Yet, these individuals were allowed to arrive late, flaunting themselves? However, as this thought crossed his mind, all eyes turned to the east, where it appeared that figures were walking through the air. Those two seemed to have emerged from the sun, illuminated by its golden rays. Without a word, the crowd fell silent. The prodigy had arrived. The arrivals were none other than Tango, who had been taken away by Feng Zhe for several days. No one could claim this was unfair. A 7th-level spirit vein. Could fairness even determine this? The first place in this fishing trial was already tacitly accepted to be Tango. Who else could possibly claim that honor? Feng Zhe maintained an indifferent demeanor, waving his hand as a luxurious white fishing boat appeared on the sea, starkly contrasting with the multitude of boats before them. Feng Zhe remarked, do not take the fishing trial to heart. Regardless, the first place is undeniably yours. Yet, after this talent awakening, you should bid farewell to this small place. Tango scanned the crowd and spotted Han Fei waving. He instantly smiled and waved back. Feng Zhe narrowed his eyes, easily discerning Han Fei's strength. A 7th-level fisherman might be decent in a small place, but in the city, he would be wholly inadequate. In a city of such size, Most children began as fishing masters, and since Han Fei had not stood out before, it seemed his spirit vein talent was lacking. However, since he was Tang Ji's friend, perhaps it would be wise to forge a good relationship. At that moment, the village chief respectfully approached Feng Zhe. Angel, when shall we begin? Feng Zhe replied, did we not set a time? Let us adhere to that schedule. After surveying the surroundings, Feng Zhe stated, the top 3 in this trial shall receive a volume of gathering spirit technique. Everyone, strive hard. The sea erupted in excitement. Although many did not know what the gathering spirit technique was, it was a reward granted by an angel. Having never heard of it, it must be something extraordinary. Upon hearing Feng Zhe's words, many individuals' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Wang Baiyu appeared exhilarated. The Wang family focused on the armored master. And if he could obtain the gathering spirit technique, he might be able to dual cultivate as both an armored master and a gathering master, becoming a notable figure even in the town. Li Hu's eyes sparkled with ambition. The reason the Tiger Head Gang had been overshadowed by the Wang family was simply due to the lack of a strong figure among the 5 major professions. If he could acquire the gathering spirit technique, he might become a gathering master himself. Han Fei felt indifferent. However, he recalled the formidable armored master he had seen at the market that day. Still, no matter how strong they were, his trump card was far superior. Moreover, he could contend for the gathering spirit technique himself. The village chief beamed with delight. If the village could produce a gathering master, that would be remarkable, potentially leading Tianshui village to greater strength. The village chief, with a rosy complexion, loudly declared, attention, everyone, the assessment begins. With the village chief's commanding shout, thousands of fishing boats immediately dispersed, each selecting their fishing spots. Some were so eager that they began casting their lines without even moving their boats. Given that this was a trial, there were no instances of 8 people sharing one boat. Everyone had their own. And how many points one could earn depended entirely on their skills. Han Fei was not in a hurry but steered his boat towards Tang Ge. Similarly, Tang Ge did the same. Tang Ge laughed heartily. Han Fei, have you broken through again? Han Fei grinned back. Yes, I am advancing rapidly. This fishing trial is completely within my grasp. Tang Ge responded. That is splendid. I have something saved for you. Han Fei's expression turned serious. Do not practice that Xianti technique. I can sense a significant flaw within it. Tang Ge was taken aback. Huh? Han Fei replied. Do not question how I know, just do not practice it. Tang Ge replied. I haven't practiced it. How about you? Han Fei reassured. Rest assured. I have not practiced it either. After the fishing trial, we must meet. I have matters to discuss with you. Tang Ge agreed. All right. Now, let us quickly choose our spots and begin fishing. At that moment, Feng Zhe appeared, glancing at Han Fei before addressing Tang Ge. Do not fish together. If you accompany him, with your current strength and the commotion during fishing, he may not catch a single fish. Tang Ge awkwardly glanced at Han Fei. Han Fei said, go ahead on your own. Your goal is the Starry Sea. Work hard. Feng Zhe was taken aback. He had expected Han Fei to plead for Tang Ji's assistance, but was surprised he did not request anything. Starry Sea was indeed a fine expression. Tang Ge remarked, but you, Han Fei laughed heartily. Fear not. Do not let me catch up to you. My journey is the boundless ocean, no less than yours. With that, Han Fei deftly maneuvered his fishing boat away, quite decisively. Feng Zhe gently shook his head, recognizing the audacity of the child. Do you know what the endless sea truly is? Nevertheless, ignorance breeds courage. Given the child's mindset, there is hope for him to become a master angler in the future. Han Fei was not in a hurry to fish. He understood that this vast sea teemed with abundant resources, and one could catch fish almost anywhere. However, he preferred to keep his distance from others, primarily to prevent them from witnessing his extraordinary fishing prowess. Han Fei sailed 500 miles away, stopping only when he spotted a few fishing boats in the distance, 1,000 meters away. He leisurely retrieved his fishing rod and baited it with green lure worms. Since this fishing expedition was based on the classification of fish found in ordinary fishing grounds, Han Fei's initial target was not fish yielding less than 5 points. For instance, the small white fish was worth only 1 point, the large yellow fish 3 points, the green turtle 5 points, the knife fish 7 points, the tentacle shrimp 8 points, and the snake band 9 points. Among the notable exceptions, a large meat turtle was worth a staggering 20 points, while the exceedingly rare spirit-sucking jellyfish earned 30 points. Additionally, some juvenile iron-headed fish were valued at 12 points. Besides these ordinary fish, it was rumored that this sea area had been invaded by first-tier fishing grounds, featuring lower-attacking spirit-swallowing fish and pearl fish, both worth 15 points. However, the likelihood of catching such species was slim, serving only to increase the trial's difficulty. A slight grin appeared on Han Fei's lips as he cast his hook into the sea at a depth of 5 meters. To secure a spot among the top 3, it was prudent to begin fishing in deeper waters. Below 5 meters lay the realms of knife fish and green turtles. If one ventured deeper, snake bands could also be caught. Yet, snake bands were naturally inclined towards warmer waters and showed little interest in the green lure worms, making them less likely to bite. This time, Han Fei did not hesitate to expend spiritual energy, channeling it through the fishing rod to the fishing line and hook, allowing him to control the reactions around the hook's landing spot. Suddenly, Han Fei's expression shifted as he vigorously jerked the fishing rod back and then swiftly reeled it in. A knife fish was on the line. Simultaneously, he brandished his purple bamboo staff, and at the moment the knife fish burst forth, a glint of cold light followed. With one hand gripping the rod, he nonchalantly waved the staff. The inferior quality of the fin knife struck the cabin cover, while Han Fei brought the staff down with force, crushing the knife fish's head. He kicked it casually into the fish hold, securing 7 points. In just 1 hour, Han Fei encountered the patrolling officials 4 times. Each time he appeared diligently engaged, but as soon as they left, he relaxed. Within that hour, he had caught 13 knife fish and 8 green turtles, totaling 131 points. Just as the hour was concluding, a voice echoed from the sky. The village chief announced, "The current leader of the fishing trial has amassed 241 points, while the 10th place has 142 points. Everyone, continue your efforts." Han Fei was momentarily dumbfounded. Is the village chief joking with me? I thought my speed was impressive. How could I only have 131 points? Are those competitors beasts? Their scores are astonishingly high. Even the 10th place exceeds my tally. Meanwhile, far off, Wang Baiyu muttered, "Weaponized hook, poverty hook technique," as a long hook emerged from a box beside him, plunging into the water and surfacing a knife fish. As the knife fish's gleam flashed, Wang Baiyu calmly commanded, "Shield." A shield crafted from turtle shell material unexpectedly appeared before him. The inferior fin knife struck the shield and was instantly deflected. On another front, Li Hu scowled, who has already scored 242 points. Is it Tangu? I wonder how many points Wang Baiyu has. He must be nearing 200. Li Hu sneered coldly and commanded, "Tiger Fong, attack." A monstrous fish, measuring 3 meters in length with a fearsome head, breached the surface, expelling a juvenile iron-headed fish onto the boat. This was Li Hu's long-hidden secret. Everyone knew his father, Li Ju, possessed a tiger-headed fish, but no one was aware that he had one as well. Tangu, having accompanied Fong Zhe and broadened his horizons, was well acquainted with even third-tier fishing grounds. He had observed countless exotic fish and various attack methods. Fong Zhe imparted to him the most practical fishing techniques and fish-attracting strategies. At this moment, Tangu exhibited profound skills, seemingly casting a mysterious spell as he moved. A column of spiritual energy descended upon the sea, coaxing fish to surface, allowing him to effortlessly reel them in. Had Wang Baiyu, Li Hu, or any other instructors been present, they would surely be astonished. Was this not the gathering spirit technique? It seemed Tangu had mastered it, rendering ordinary fishing grounds akin to child's play. In contrast, others were not faring as well, with many experiencing dire misfortunes. A student from the southern school, having only earned 40 points, was overly eager and let his hook drop 6 meters down. Suddenly, a knife, a formidable blade, struck with blinding speed, leaving the patrolling official no time to react as the student met a swift demise. Meanwhile, 6 students from the northern school, wise enough to purchase a large quantity of green lure worms to create a fishing spot, inadvertently attracted 3 tentacle shrimps. Only 3 managed to escape, while the others were dragged into the depths. In the eastern school, a girl who had previously mocked Han Fei found herself in unfortunate circumstances, catching a puffer fish. Even the instructors were taken aback by the unexpected catch, resulting in 108 flying needles raining down, leaving the girl thoroughly pierced. Such incidents unfolded across numerous locations, with patrolling teachers unable to respond in time, as students were dispersed rather than concentrated. The injury rate was alarmingly high. Many students opted for knife fish. But could every student evade that blade? At least half would inevitably fall victim, as the knife was too swift, even with weapons in hand. The injury rate remained at a minimum of 30%. Another hour passed, and Han Fei's efficiency soared. Previously, 1 green lure worm had yielded 131 points. This time, he even crushed a tentacle shrimp and caught 17 knife fish and 6 green turtles, bringing his total score to an impressive 289 points. Han Fei spat in contempt. Surely, this places me among the top 10. If his spiritual energy had been lacking, how could he have caught so many? He feared that fishermen below level 7 were either consuming spirit-replenishing pills or engaging in meditation or nourishment to recover. Once again, the village chief's voice echoed through the sky. The current leader of the fishing trial has amassed 482 points, while the 10th place has 298 points. Everyone, continue your efforts. Han Fei was taken aback. Is this a mistake? Are these individuals truly students? Logically, their spiritual energy should have been depleted long ago. He had not considered that those ranked among the top were the pride of the village, who among them lacked spirit-replenishing pills. Of course, relying solely on pills was insufficient. Each possessed their unique techniques. At this moment, He Xiaoyu remained unfazed, having accumulated 212 points. Her father had provided her with 3 spirit-replenishing pills, and he had hoped her talent would secure her a place within the top 100. However, He Mingtang was unaware that Han Fei, in his quest to siphon spiritual energy, had also given He Xiaoyu 3 spirit-replenishing pills. Han Fei's expression darkened. Well, you all have forced my hand. You wish to compete with me for the gathering spirit technique, do you? You wish to vie for the position of talent awakening, do you? Come, watch me absorb. With determination, Han Fei activated the void fishing technique, and in an instant, his hands ignited. Fortunately, he was quick to react, having prepared a bucket nearby, and he promptly plunged his hand into it. Had Feng Zhe been attentively observing, he would have been astounded. Who dared to forcibly draw spiritual energy into their body under the blazing sun? Did they not fear an explosive backlash? In the next moment, the spiritual energy in this place surged slightly. Han Fei observed a school of fish surfacing and several knife fish swimming in the water. He immediately cast his line. And indeed, at the very instant, a fish was hooked. Unfortunately, it was not a knife fish, but rather a green-shelled turtle. However, Han Fei did not mind and swiftly reeled in the line, disregarding the flying rocks, and struck the turtle with a stick, rendering it unconscious. Meanwhile, as the spiritual energy surged around Han Fei, Feng Zhe furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Why did I just sense a hint of solar essence? Could it be an illusion? 2 nearby patrol officials also sensed the anomaly and hurried over. When they arrived, they were astonished to witness Han Fei jumping up to strike a mantis shrimp on the head with his stick. Shortly thereafter, less than 2 seconds after casting his line again, a cold gleam shot out of the water, and Han Fei casually swung his stick to deflect it. The 2 patrol officials were taken aback to see that there were as many as 30 knives lodged on the deck and body of Han Fei's boat. One of them boarded the vessel and, glancing around, remarked, a student from Dongshao. Oh, all knife fish, a few green-shelled turtles, and even 2 mantis shrimps. The other patrol official, who had previously come to tally scores, observed the increase in Han Fei's catch and shook his head, pulling his companion away. Let us go. He is Han Fei, the brother of Tang Ge. The other understood, realizing that only geniuses could call each other brothers, and acknowledged Han Fei's formidable strength. Han Fei, unbothered by the 2 officials, paused momentarily. It seemed that having so many knives on board might not be wise, as it could excessively expose his capabilities. Perhaps it would be better to stow the knives away. In the distance, Li Hu was taken aback, staring blankly at the large-headed tiger fish. Is there a school of fish over there? The tiger fish, unexpectedly, emitted a sound of recognition. Li Hu pondered, is someone over there? So what if there is? Let us go and seize their catch. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Baiyu was readying a spear when he suddenly felt a stir in his armor, causing him to glance into the distance. What was that? Chapter 48. The robbery cheating during the examination is indeed a delightful affair. Han Fei felt quite pleased. Having caught 10 knife fish in a mere quarter of an hour, this score was not insignificant. Even Tang Ge's score nearing 500 did not surpass it by much. Unfortunately, the previously tumultuous school of fish had dwindled considerably, and he would likely need to cheat again shortly. Just as Han Fei prepared to cast his line, he noticed a fishing boat speeding towards him from hundreds of meters away. Who is approaching? Why aren't they fishing properly, but heading this way? If someone arrives, won't I be unable to cheat? With a scowl, Han Fei halted his actions and observed the approaching vessel. As it drew closer, he recognized the young man standing at the bow. Wasn't he that the young master of the Tiger Head gang? What was he up to? Surely, his father believed he had truly offended Tang Ge. It wouldn't be bad if he came to offer me some points. When Li Hu's boat came alongside, Han Fei did not deter him, but rather greeted him with a smile. All right, I won't hold that against you. Just give me 100 or 200 points. And I won't ask for more. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. Li Hu was taken aback. He glanced down at the boat, and indeed saw knife fish swimming by, then noticed Han Fei's open fish hold, which seemed to contain quite a few knife fish. He narrowed his eyes. I'll give you a chance. If you voluntarily offer me the fish from your hold, I can grant you the opportunity to follow me. Excuse me? Han Fei replied. Are you suggesting that I should offer you my fish? Indeed. And you say that only after I offer you my fish will I have the chance to follow you? Li Hu, growing impatient, affirmed, exactly. Han Fei was speechless. Had this fellow lost his mind? His father hadn't even dared to act against him, yet he wanted to rob him? Tell me, did a tiger-head fish knock you on the head when you were a child? Li Hu was initially bewildered, but then seemed to grasp the situation, coldly retorting. You have quite the audacity. Han Fei, exasperated, replied, Scram, scram, scram. I'll count to 3, and if you don't leave, I'll smash your fish head. Li Hu glared fiercely, enraged that someone dared to refuse him, which ignited his ferocity. Do you know why the mortality rate during fishing trials is as high as 40 to 50%? Han Fei shrugged. I don't care if it's 40 or 50, are you leaving or not? Li Hu shouted angrily, you're courting death. With that, Li Hu drew 2 knives and charged at Han Fei. Given Han Fei's attitude and tone, Li Hu felt he could not let this slide and was determined to eliminate him. Han Fei swung his purple bamboo stick to block the attack. Utterly unprepared for Li Hu's audacity. Was this fellow insane? Did he not care for the Tiger Head gang? Yet, the knives came down with heavy force. Han Fei was taken aback. This was not the strength of a 7th-level fighter. Was this guy an 8th-level fisherman? But even an 8th-level fighter would still meet his demise. You brought this upon yourself. In a flash, spiritual energy surged within Han Fei, and the purple bamboo stick struck down ferociously, landing heavily on the 2 knives. Li Hu, caught off guard by Han Fei's strength, felt his arms go numb from just one blow, and his grip began to crack. Han Fei, after landing the strike, muttered, Who gave you the courage to wield 2 knives? Everyone else uses sticks, and you think using knives makes you special? As he spoke, the purple bamboo stick swept across. Li Hu felt a chill in his heart, and quickly leapt back, only to be astonished as the tail end of the stick came with a cold gleam. His first thought was that the stick was emitting a blade-like glow, but the next moment, the fabric of his shirt was instantly shredded, revealing the fishbone armor beneath. Oh, you are wearing clothes beneath. No wonder it looked odd before. Just because you have clothes, you think you're impressive? I'll smash your fish head. Li Hu retorted. You're quite good. You've angered me. Just then, a voice interrupted the confrontation. Why don't you invite Wang along to join in the sparring? As Han Fei prepared to strike again, a sound echoed from 100 meters away. Both Han Fei and Li Hu turned to see none other than Wang Baiyu, the 3rd young master of the Wang family, approaching. Wang Baiyu was also quite surprised. He had seen the scuffle from afar, and, upon getting closer, recognized Li Hu. What astonished him was not Li Hu but Han Fei, who was surprisingly holding his own against Li Hu. This fellow was quite different. Li Hu, with a cold expression, sheathed his knives and jumped back onto his boat, quickly departing. Standing at the bow, he warned, Kid, no matter who you are, pray to the sea god. I will make your end quite miserable. Han Fei shot back, Fool, if you dare come again, I'll send you to meet the sea god. Wang Baiyu was taken aback, thinking how fierce this person was. How had he not known that someone in Tianshui village could stand up to Li Hu? Han Fei, what a coincidence. How did you end up clashing with Li Hu? Han Fei, who owed Wang Baiyu a favor, shrugged and replied, That idiot came to me, demanding I offer him my fish. Do you think he is foolish? Wang Baiyu responded, You don't know? Han Fei inquired, No what? Wang Baiyu explained, The mortality rate. Han Fei queried, Isn't it due to dangers encountered while fishing? Wang Baiyu looked at Han Fei incredulously. How could that be? Even if dangers arise while fishing, they are rare. How could the mortality rate reach 40 or 50%? The real trials begin in the last 2 hours. Han Fei, astonished, asked, Oh? Why do you say that? Wang Baiyu replied with a smile. Actually, the mortality rate caused by fishing is sometimes less than 10%. The greater danger comes from the conflicts and battles among the trial participants. Han Fei exclaimed, Huh? Participants can actually engage in battle? Wang Baiyu clarified, Ideally, they shouldn't. But on the day of the fishing trial, it is permissible. For the first 3 or 4 hours, everyone focuses on fishing, and no one seeks trouble with anyone. Before the trial commences, only the results of the 1st and 10th places will be announced during the initial 2 hours, allowing participants to gauge their standings. In the 3rd hour, the score of the 100th participant will be revealed, while the most perilous 4th hour will disclose the score of the 1000th contestant. Once the score of the 1000th individual is unveiled, it becomes apparent that those lacking sufficient points will commence their scramble, resorting to plunder. Han Fei, puzzled, questioned, Why was I unaware of this? Isn't this rule rather detrimental? How could the school and parents agree to it? Wang Baiyu, contemplating, thought to himself that he too was curious about Han Fei's ignorance. Nevertheless, he explained, As practitioners, we understand that the ocean is merciless. Do you believe that danger only lurks beneath the waves? No, It is equally likely to arise from your companions or from those who intend to ambush you. Such occurrences are not uncommon in primary and secondary fishing grounds, though ordinary fishing grounds seldom warrant such fierce competition. Han Fei inhaled deeply. So, if I possess formidable strength, I need not fish. I could simply seize what I desire? Wang Baiyu responded, in theory, that is accurate. Suddenly, Han Fei lamented, oh no, I let Li Hu escape. Had I detained him, all his points would have been mine. Wang Baiyu, bewildered, observed Han Fei glance at his fish hold, which was thrashing vigorously. It seemed he had accumulated a substantial number of points. Wang Xiong, Han Fei addressed him. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely observing. By the way, what brings you here so suddenly? Wang Baiyu smiled and replied, I sensed a fluctuation in the spiritual energy here, so I was curious to investigate. I didn't expect to find you engaged in such a fierce battle with Li Hu. Wang Baiyu scrutinized Han Fei anew. While others may not have realized, he was keenly aware of Li Hu's audacity, bolstered by his formidable prowess as an 8th-level fisherman and the presence of a baby Hutu fish. Even he would need to exercise caution in facing Li Hu. Yet, it astonished him that Han Fei had the audacity to confront him directly. Meanwhile, Han Fei's thoughts wandered. Could even those at the fisherman realm sense fluctuations in spiritual energy? Does that mean I cannot cheat? Alas, if I cannot resort to trickery, how shall I proceed? Perhaps I should consider robbery? This notion was indeed appealing, simple, violent, and promising swift results. Contemplating this, Han Fei casually remarked, oh, you mentioned spiritual energy fluctuations? I am unaware. Perhaps it was due to my encounter with a school of fish? However, they seem to have dispersed, and I'm unsure where they've swum off to. I shall search nearby. Perhaps I might still find them. But enough of this. I'm off to plunder now. After parting ways with Wang Baiyu, Han Fei refrained from immediately resorting to robbery. Instead, he relocated several dozen miles away but dared not cheat again. If his suspicions were correct, Li Hu had also been drawn by the spiritual energy fluctuations, as had the two patrollers. Han Fei was certain that Feng Zhe had sensed the disturbances. Yet he was simply too lethargic to investigate. Given that he had nearly exposed himself, he resolved that the best course of action would be to fish naturally and prepare for potential robbery. By the 3rd hour, Han Fei's score soared to 480 points due to the earlier surge in spiritual energy. At this moment, the village chief announced, the current leader in the fishing trial has achieved 691 points, while the 10th place has accumulated 478 points. Everyone, keep up the good work. For the first time, Han Fei's score had breached the top 10, likely placing him in 9th position. Recognizing that the final 2 hours would witness the onset of fierce competition, he chose to focus on fishing for now. Han Fei continued to fish, and with the pressure lifted, he even took out the barbecue that Li Gang had prepared for him and began to savor it leisurely. However, Han Fei underestimated the participants in the fishing trial. Approximately half an hour into the 3rd hour, 2 fishing boats approached him rapidly. As they neared, one of the youths called out, brother, hand it over. The other vessel's occupant added, if you wish to keep your life, it would be wise to surrender all your points. Otherwise, you shall become fish food. Han Fei, still clutching a grilled shrimp, stared blankly at the youths and remarked, you really know how to play. Are you forming alliances now? One of the boys frowned, sensing Han Fei's audacity, pondering whether he was a formidable opponent. Yet, if this individual was truly powerful, why would he choose to fish alone in such a remote area? Shouldn't he be robbing others directly? The youth tentatively proposed, how about you join us and form an alliance? We can share the spoils equally. The other boy countered, why bother forming an alliance with him? We should seek out our fellow students instead. We have never encountered this person. Han Fei chuckled, indeed. There is no need for you to ally with me, for you may very well be eliminated. With that declaration, Han Fei leaped into action, striking one of the youths with a powerful blow. The boy spat out blood and collapsed, his eyes wide with terror. What have I done to deserve this? I am a peak 6th-level fisherman, he thought, bewildered by the strength of Han Fei's strike, which felt akin to colliding with an adult ironhead fish, impossible to withstand. The other boy, armed with a sturdy iron rod, rushed forward to assist, but before he could take a step, his ally fell to his knees, utterly dumbfounded. How could someone seemingly weaker overpower him so effortlessly? Han Fei languidly raised his purple bamboo staff and pointed at the boy, stating, you, be sensible and transfer all the fish from your hold to mine. I won't harm you, and perhaps you'll still have an opportunity to rob others. The boy, dismayed, thought, what is happening? We were supposed to target the weak, and yet here we are, confronting a formidable adversary. This cannot be real. I will comply. The boy was on the verge of tears, lamenting why he had approached so closely. There was no chance to escape. Han Fei, uninterested in fishing any longer, casually asked, Which school do you belong to? What is its name? The boy replied, Beishao. Song Jun. Han Fei inquired, has the robbery commenced outside? Song Jun responded, it has just begun. Some have already started to fight. Han Fei cautioned, hey, do not throw the small white fish into my hold. Place them in front of me instead. Trembling, Song Jun placed the small white fish before Han Fei, who inspected them briefly before tossing them back into the sea. Song Jun's face turned pale. Small white fish were points. What was the meaning of this? As Song Jun lifted a large yellow fish, Han Fei again called out, hey, toss the large yellow fish in front of me. Song Jun was baffled and soon witnessed the large yellow fish being tossed back into the ocean. His mind was racing. What was happening? Wasn't he the small white fish worth points? Surely the large yellow fish was worth more, at 3 points. Han Fei muttered, such a large fish, yet it offers so few points. What if my hold fills up? Shortly thereafter, Song Jun and another youth found their holds completely emptied, yielding 10 knife fish and 24 green-armored fish. Han Fei frowned. Why are there so few knife fish? What were you doing catching all those green-armored fish? They take up so much space in my hold. Never mind. Continue. I shall take my leave. Song Jun wished fervently that this plague of a person would depart quickly. He could hardly bear the disdain for even the green-armored fish, which were worth 5 points each. Leisurely, Han Fei steered his boat towards the densely populated area, standing 1 foot upon the bow of his vessel, feeling as though he needed only a cigarette, a hat, and an eye patch to complete the picture. Comfortable, he mused. No wonder Somali pirates relish in robbery. This feeling is simply splendid. The fishing trial area was not vast, only spanning 100 miles. Yet relative to the multitude of fishing boats, it was indeed considerable. At this moment, clusters of fishing boats were forming alliances at the periphery of the sea, while those who failed to ally and remained solitary became prime targets for robbery. At this moment, the inspector began to neglect his duties. The village chief sighed heavily, lamenting, the annual slaughter has commenced once more. I can only hope these youngsters will go easy on each other. Feng Zhe, however, remained unfazed, lounging lazily at the bow of the fishing boat where Tang Gu resided, stating, in this lesson, you must learn to pillage. The world above is far more ruthless than here. The might of one's fist is the ultimate truth. The distinction between hunter and prey lies solely in your choices. Look at those youths. Despite their diligent efforts in fishing, their catch swiftly reverts to others, all due to their lack of strength. As for forming alliances, it is best you refrain from such endeavors. Perhaps in realms below that of a great fisher, such alliances may hold some value, but as one's power grows, even a minor increase in rank can create an insurmountable chasm. No matter how many there are, they will all be vanquished. Tang Ji's countenance darkened. Though he was already aware of what was to come, he was still young and inexperienced. Only moments ago, he witnessed a student from a nearby fishing boat ruthlessly slaughtered, the body discarded into the sea to feed the fish. Certainly, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and he could not save others. But what about Han Fei? He desired to seek him out. Feng Zhe made no attempt to stop him, merely saying, very well, go. You must learn this crucial lesson. With that, Feng Zhe vanished, leaving only the diminutive figure of Tang Gu, solitary upon the vast ocean, with not a single fishing boat in sight for miles. Meanwhile, Han Fei found himself surrounded, for he was alone. Alarmed, he exclaimed, hey, who are you? The onlookers erupted in laughter at Han Fei's fearful demeanor. A girl among them commanded, you there? Hand over the fish from your hold, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end. Han Fei, trembling, replied, you have 4 boats. Who am I to give it to? If you wish to take it, just don't kill me. The group exchanged glances, recognizing the flaw in their alliance. Each robbery necessitated an even split. Thus, they each brandished their clubs and boarded Han Fei's boat. But as they did, he suddenly seized his Zijou staff. The speaking girl's expression shifted. Do you seek death? I always thought girls and boys should be different, yet it seems there is no distinction. Incompetence is incompetence. Do you think that merely gathering a few people makes you formidable? Who bestowed upon you such courage? A boy's face paled as he realized, oh no, his hold is filled with knife fish. Instantly, the faces of the 4 shifted, for a hold brimming with knife fish signified that this individual was extraordinarily powerful. He had amassed such a collection without sustaining a scratch, truly a prodigy. The girl shouted, fight. However, barely had she uttered the command when a staff descended from above. Reflexively, she raised her club to block, but with a resounding crack, the iron staff bent, and she collapsed to her knees on the boat, her hands bloodied and mangled. The other 3 boys lunged simultaneously, but the Zijou staff erupted with brilliance, sweeping across and sending 2 of them flying. one plunging into the sea and the other crashing back onto his own vessel. Han Fei frowned. Realizing he had exerted excessive force, he approached the edge of the boat, intending to offer assistance, only to find no one remaining on the water's surface. The last boy, terror-stricken, returned to his own boat, but before he could maneuver it, Han Fei was already standing on his deck. "I am not one for violence," Han Fei stated. "Simply transfer all the knife fish and green-shelled turtles from your hold to mine, and you may depart." In Chapter 50, The Hunted He Xiaoyu, Han Fei continued to meander joyfully, having dispatched 3 groups of fishermen in similar fashion, and now 5 of the 8 holds on his boat were filled. During this time, an inspector approached to tally the scores. Upon calculating the points, he was left astounded. 1,012 points? In just a brief hour, someone had surpassed 1,000? It was noteworthy that during the previous tally, the leader, Tang Go, had only amassed 691 points, and this individual was clearly not Tang Go, yet had effortlessly exceeded the 1,000-point mark. If such performance could be sustained, even without further effort, they would undoubtedly rank among the top few hundred. After a brief interval, the village chief's voice resonated once more. There are 2 hours remaining in this fishing trial. Currently, the leading score is 1,431 points. The 10th is at 966 points. The 100th at 552 points, and the 1,000th at 241 points. Let everyone strive onward. Following the 4th announcement, the entire maritime expanse erupted in excitement. The rate of score accumulation had become increasingly astonishing, with the top 10 now surpassing the 1,000 mark. At this juncture, those in alliances began to seek out targets, while those yet to form alliances either sought partners or retreated to the fringes of the trial area. Some, upon spotting an approaching boat, activated their distress signals and abandoned the competition. Indeed, there were quite a few such individuals. Some level 6 fishermen would find a secluded spot to fish, accumulating a few hundred points, but upon encountering others, would hastily conclude their trials. In previous years, many such instances had arisen, and surprisingly, some of these individuals still managed to rank within the top 1,000. However, unlike others, Han Fei, buoyed by his inexhaustible spiritual energy and superior rank and strength, continued to wander alone. Others, however, were not as fortunate. Wang Baiyu and Li Hu were markedly different. They had remained stationary, and numerous fishing boats willingly approached to offer all their catches. Wang Baiyu, akin to Han Fei, enjoyed greater familial connections than the Tiger Head Gang, allowing him to leisurely snack on sunflower seeds while meandering. In contrast, Li Hu, while also receiving offerings from fishing boats, primarily attracted the children of the Tiger Head Gang. He recognized that he could not solely rely on them and needed to seize opportunities himself. Unlike Han Fei, who awaited others to raid his solitary boat, Li Hu actively pursued groups of fishermen, not merely to rob but also to kill. Nearly none who encountered Li Hu survived. He Xiaoyu, in a state of panic, had just recently broken through, yet even a hero could not withstand a pack of wolves. 3 fishing boats had attempted to rob her, but they had underestimated her strength, ultimately falling to her. However, this encounter had depleted her spiritual energy, necessitating the use of a recovery pill, leaving her with only 1 remaining. At that moment, 4 fishing boats converged from all directions, and He Xiaoyu felt despair creeping in. Although she had regained some points, could she withstand this onslaught? The last recovery pill absolutely could not be used in combat. He Xiaoyu braced herself for battle, contemplating 2 strategies. 1, to defeat these 4 and seize their points, using her last pill only after its exhaustion, or 2, to flee to the outskirts, for she still possessed 1 recovery pill that might allow her to escape without being pursued. Just as the fishing boats were about to encircle her, a large, robust fish leapt from the water, followed closely by a swiftly moving fishing boat. One boat, caught off guard, was approached by Li Hu, who stepped forward with dual blades flashing. The youth on the boat barely had time to raise his club in defense when he was pierced by multiple strikes. With Li Hu's blade drawn, the boy was instantly drenched in blood. He Xiaoyu watched in shock. This was murder. Such brutal slaughter left her pale with fear. From another boat, someone shouted, "Run! It's Li Hu from the Tiger Head Gang, flee!" However, before he could finish his words, a fierce tiger-headed fish appeared behind him. Amidst the gasps of others, he turned around only to be met with darkness. More accurately, his head was gone. "Ah!" He Xiaoyu screamed, horrified at the sight of the headless corpse gushing blood. Meanwhile, Li Hu frowned and commanded, "Silence." He Xiaoyu quickly grabbed a bamboo stick, preparing to flee. Yet, with 2 other fishing boats present, she felt there might still be a chance to escape. However, Li Hu's keen eyes spotted the bamboo stick, and he knew that only someone extraordinary could wield it, so he shouted, "Tiger Head, kill her." At that moment, He Xiaoyu had already begun maneuvering the fishing boat to escape, but the speed of the boat could not match that of the tiger-headed fish. The great fish leapt from the water once more, heading straight for He Xiaoyu. As she raised the bamboo stick, a glimmer of light flickered on it. Gathering at its tip, Li Hu bellowed, "Tiger head, return." But it was too late. An explosion erupted, and the shockwave sent He Xiaoyu flying onto the deck. Blood spilling from her mouth. The tiger-headed fish seemed to have sustained some injury as well. Nevertheless, she dared not linger and hastily piloted the fishing boat to flee. For the tiger gang had become merciless killers. Wounded as it was, could she still hope to escape? Li Hu abandoned the remaining 2 individuals and charged directly at He Xiaoyu. The 2 left behind exhaled in terror, but before they could feel relieved, 5 or 6 fishing boats surrounded them from all directions. One person despaired, "Oh no, it's the tiger gang." He Xiaoyu, running for her life, was grateful that a fight had not broken out earlier. Otherwise, her spiritual energy would have been depleted, leaving her nearly dead against Li Hu. The 2 fishing boats were merely hundreds of meters apart, and as she fled, He Xiaoyu shouted, "Li Hu, do you know who my father is?" "My father is He Mingtang." Li Hu roared back, "My father is Li Ju. What can killing you do to me?" He Xiaoyu retorted, "You lunatic. If you chase me any further, I will withdraw from the trial." Li Hu replied, "By the time the patrol arrives to save you, it will be too late." He Xiaoyu felt wronged, thinking, why was she being pursued? She was already at level 7, yet still being hunted down. Moments later, her spirits lifted as she spotted a skilled person from her school. Qin Yi help. The boy named Qin Yi was merely at the pinnacle of level 6. And upon seeing He Xiaoyu being chased by Li Hu, he wasted no time in fleeing. "Are you kidding? Am I going to provoke the tiger gang?" He Xiaoyu cursed under her breath. As she ran, He Xiaoyu called for help from anyone she encountered, but the nearby fishing boats seemed to evade her like the plague. Unwilling to offend Li Hu, exhausted and out of spiritual energy, she unhesitatingly swallowed her last recovery pill, instantly replenishing her energy. At that moment, she spotted Hu Kuan, who was robbing others. Hu Kuan help. Having just broken through to level 7 the previous day, Hu Kuan had grown bold, robbing 2 fishing boats alone. Seeing He Xiaoyu in distress and calling for help, he was taken aback, wondering who would dare rob this girl. What? Li Hu? Hu Kuan's expression shifted as he decided to abandon his remaining points and hurriedly piloted his boat away. He Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears of injustice. What kind of people were these? Was Li Hu really that terrifying? Han Fei was basking in the sun, already having filled 6 of his 8 boat compartments. Feeling that his fishing boat was too small and soon would not be able to hold any more. However, he was not worried. Once his boat was full, he could simply seize someone else's. Oh, what a pity. There are so many fish, yet I can't absorb them all. No, I must apply to take some back for barbecuing. After all, they are all knife fish, and the flavor is not bad. Hey, brother, don't run away. Let's form an alliance. This was the 3rd boat Han Fei had seen slip past him, leaving him speechless. Did these people not value their spiritual energy? They were not robbing and yet fleeing so quickly. Suddenly, he noticed 2 fishing boats approaching rapidly from a distance, jolting him into action. Should he put on a show? He quickly pretended to be injured, accelerating his boat and feigning that he too was escaping. As they drew closer, he realized, wait, ISNT that He Xiaoyu? Oh, she is coming to rob me? He Xiaoyu, hundreds of meters away, raised her hand and shouted, "Run, Han Fei, run." Han Fei was perplexed. He Xiaoyu was speechless. Others were hurrying to escape, but he seemed to have collided right into her path. What should she do? Although Han Fei was formidable, he was still Li Hu. As the 2 boats neared, He Xiaoyu urgently called out, "Han Fei, hurry, Li Hu is coming." Chapter 51. The union of man and fish. Confidence stems from strength. And Han Fei was entirely unfazed. He had also noticed Li Hu pursuing them, and a smile crept onto his face. He Xiaoyu, stop panicking. Let us form an alliance and deal with him. He Xiaoyu felt tears welling up. You're going to deal with whom? He Xiaoyu, we cannot defeat him. He has a tiger-headed fish as a contracted spiritual pet, which we cannot contend with. What? What spiritual pet? Li Hu was taken aback. Not by encountering Han Fei, but by hearing his name. It seemed he had stirred up trouble. Was this the Han Fei everyone spoke of? He Xiaoyu controlled the fishing boat, ready to flee at any moment, while Han Fei stood confidently at the bow, shouting at Li Hu, "Thief! Surrender your fishing boat to me at once, or do not blame me for being impolite." Li Hu's face darkened. Han Fei, we have no grievances between us. If you protect her, I will let her go. Han Fei scoffed. Nonsense, whether you let her go or not is irrelevant. Right now, you are the fish, and I am the knife. Quickly surrender your points to me, or I will show you why corals are so red. He Xiaoyu was stunned. When did Han Fei become so domineering? The key was that Li Hu seemed to fear him. Han Fei, do not overreach. Tang Ge will not remain in Tianshui village forever. He cannot protect you for a lifetime. I don't care about that. As long as he can protect me now. Hurry up. I'll give you one last chance. If you do not wish for the Tiger Gang to be utterly destroyed, you'd best obediently surrender your points to me. He Xiaoyu finally understood. Han Fei was relying on Tang Ge to act so tyrannically. However, realizing this, she found herself no longer afraid. Indeed, did Li Hu dare to touch Han Fei? Li Hu's expression darkened. He could not afford to provoke Tang Ge, and it seemed he could not afford to provoke Han Fei either. After discreetly signaling to the sea, he took a deep breath. Han Fei, how about I give you half of my points? What do you mean, give? Those points were originally mine. Can you not speak? It's all mine. Not a single point less. Suppressing his anger, Li Hu said in a low voice, there are plenty of fish. Why don't you come and help collect them? Han Fei burst into laughter. I knew it. Did you get hit in the head by a tie-headed fish when you were young? I robbed you. And you want me to be your laborer? Just throw the fish into my hold. I'm in no hurry. I have all the time in the world. At this moment, He Xiaoyu jumped on a Han Fei's boat and whispered into his ear, be careful. He just killed several people. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Even now, he had not considered killing anyone. After all, they were all just children. And it was disheartening to think that they could perish in the sea at such a young age. To his shock, Li Hu had indeed taken lives. Li Hu secretly thought, humph, what of Han Fei? There's no one around. Tang Ge is not here. If I can kill him and He Xiaoyu here, who would know it was me? Suppressing his murderous rage, Li Hu continued to transfer points into Han Fei's hold. Han Fei kept urging him, why are you so slow? Haven't you eaten? Li Hu thought to himself, just wait a little longer, and you won't be leaving it all. He Xiaoyu gazed at Han Fei in silence. This fellow, who used to be as taciturn as a gourd, had transformed entirely since the last time he fell into the sea. He Xiaoyu inquired, Han Fei, what is your score now? Han Fei pondered for a moment and replied, I don't know. I can't keep count. I'll wait for the inspector to tally it up for me. At that moment, Li Hu suddenly interjected, Han Fei, your fish hold is completely full. Without a second thought, Han Fei responded, oh, it's full? Do you have any empty fish holds over there, He Xiaoyu? He Xiaoyu's mouth formed an O shape. How could one fill their fish hold to capacity unless they were among the top 10? Yes, I still have 4 empty fish holds, she answered. Han Fei remarked. Then if I place my fish in yours, it should count towards my score, right? He Xiaoyu replied. It should, I suppose. Han Fei then instructed Li Hu. Move them into her fish hold. Don't be lazy. Hurry up. I still need to go rob some more. Li Hu silently began transferring fish into He Xiaoyu's hold. Yet internally, he was astonished. How could her fish hold be completely full? Just a moment ago, he had opened one of the lids and found it brimming with knife fish. How did she manage that? He Xiaoyu meekly asked. How many points did you have last hour? Han Fei thought for a moment. I can't recall precisely. I believe it was over 1,000 points. Just then, the village chief's voice echoed from the sky. There is 1 hour left in this fishing trial. Everyone, keep up the effort. Han Fei exclaimed. Why hasn't the village chief announced the scores? He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Once the score of the 1,000th participant is announced, there's no need to report further. The scores in the last 2 hours tend to be chaotic, making them difficult to tally. Didn't you see the inspectors? They're not allowed to be present during this time. They're all outside. Han Fei blinked. Really? Isn't that an inspector over there? He pointed to a boat approaching nearby, which indeed had an inspector aboard. It was easy to distinguish. Inspectors were typically older, and this one appeared to be in his 30s. Suddenly, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Wait, we're surrounded. He noticed dark shapes on the horizon and looked around to see at least dozens of fishing boats converging from all directions. Ha! Han Fei, your time has come. Even if you're Tang Ge's brother, so what? He's not here right now, so what is stopping me from killing you? He Xiaoyu was taken aback and quickly urged, we need to run. Run? Han Fei's previously languid demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of ferocity. On the sea, all boats were equal. Where could they escape? Capture the leader first. Let us take you down. With that, Han Fei wielded his purple bamboo staff and suddenly struck. The staff radiating spiritual energy as it surged toward Li Hu. Li Hu sneered, do you think you're Tang Ge? Even he wouldn't intimidate me. Li Hu's own staff surged with energy, and instead of retreating, he charged fiercely at Han Fei. Stop! The voice of the inspector echoed from 1,000 meters away. But this only confirmed that something was amiss, for an inspector should not be involved in such matters. Han Fei's gaze turned icy as he unleashed his full strength, drawing upon his 279 points of spiritual energy. The higher the reserve limit, the greater the body's capacity to withstand it. With a resounding thud, to He Xiaoyu's astonishment, Li Hu was sent flying, crashing through the cabin lid and into the hold. Blood gushed from Li Hu's mouth. his body seemingly torn apart, arms feeling as if they had been broken. Li Hu was utterly shocked. How could this be? How could he, an 8th-level fisherman, be so easily defeated? Before he could react, Han Fei leaped, and Li Hu was filled with dread. If that strike hit, he would surely be gravely injured or worse. Tiger head, merge with me. Han Fei slightly turned, and a grotesque 3-meter fish shot into Li Hu's body like lightning. What the heck? Li Hu's body suddenly swelled, his features contorting, a dense aura of energy enveloping him, manifesting a phantom of a large fish. He Xiaoyu warned, be careful. This is the human-beast fusion state. His combat power will increase significantly. Han Fei squinted, then let us strike harder. I command you to stop. The inspector was hastening towards them, but Han Fei ignored his shout and raised his staff again. This time, the tail end of the purple bamboo staff shimmered with light as Han Fei unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Li Hu's eyes widened. Even with his sudden increase in strength, he had to be cautious of the explosive force of Han Fei's attack. He gathered all his energy and unleashed his own explosive force. Boom! Li Hu's boat, with 2 fish holds, was shattered by the force of the spiritual explosion. While Li Hu himself was struck, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. He could barely hold onto his staff, feeling as if his hands were broken. Han Fei was also knocked back several steps, but quickly regained his footing, the energy explosion from his purple bamboo staff surging again. Li Hu was horrified. Don't kill me. Han Fei was no fool. He knew that if he didn't take down Li Hu now, he would lose his chance. Just as the purple bamboo staff was about to strike Li Hu, a large fish seemed to burst forth from Li Hu's body. Thud! The tiger head fish appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of Li Hu, and Han Fei's staff smashed down, denting its head. Chapter 52. Killing the inspector not dead? Han Fei was astonished. He was well aware of how powerful that strike was, easily exceeding 1,000 pounds of force. With his full force, he was confident that even a 9th-level fisherman wouldn't dare to block it, yet it failed to kill the fish. You little beast. I command you to stop. Han Fei had failed to finish off Li Hu, and the inspector was now just 30 meters away. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He would not hesitate any longer. As the inspector's boat approached, he quickly leaped over. Just as the inspector leaped into the air, Han Fei propelled himself forward, unleashing another explosive force from his purple bamboo staff. Audacious, you dare. The inspector, too, had varying levels of strength, beyond the 4 major schools. Even the inspectors from the oversight and enforcement teams were mostly 9th-level fishermen or peak-level experts. In Han Fei's view, this inspector couldn't possibly be a master angler. If he were, he could have struck from 100 meters away with his fishing rod, but he didn't. This indicated that his strength was at most that of a peak fisherman, so Han Fei prepared to go all out. Boom. You're insane. The air rippled violently, sending He Xiaoyu staggering back 2 or 3 steps. With a resounding crash, both fell into the sea. Han Fei, He Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her mind blank. For a fisherman, falling into the sea was no trivial matter. Without a master angler present, it was a perilous situation. Most shocking of all was the inspector, who was utterly bewildered. Was this young man really willing to perish with him? Why did his explosive force seem to explode 4 times? Unfortunately, he had no time to ponder this. As they plunged into the sea, the inspector quickly filled himself with energy. Just as he steadied himself, he saw a flash of blue light descending upon him. Gulp! The inspector was horrified as he was struck down into the depths of the water, his breath knocked out of him. In his mind, he was astonished by the strength of this youth. But now was not the time to contemplate such things. The inspector quickly swam upwards, spotting knife fish nearby, with what looked to be the shadow of a snake in the distance. However, Han Fei was blocking him from above, grinning widely, revealing his pearly white teeth. This was Han Fei's first attempt at using the Yulong Ju. Though still unrefined, it was vastly improved compared to before. In the water, he moved like a fish, effortlessly rolling and darting about. Oh no! Seeing Han Fei approaching at breakneck speed, the inspector swung his staff, attempting to slice through the water. Yet his movements were too slow. All he saw was a blade of cold light flash past his wrist. The patrol officer lost grip of his long staff, blood gushing from his wrist, while Han Fei glanced at the swiftly approaching snake band and promptly abandoned the pursuit. Gesturing dismissively at the patrol officer, on the surface of the sea, He Xiaoyu remained fixated on the water as dozens of fishing boats rushed towards them at breakneck speed. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. Shut your mouth. Do you believe I will toss you into the sea right now? Li Hu, no, you cannot kill me. Even if I am gravely injured, you still cannot take my life. Falling into the ocean means certain death for him. Ha! Just as Li Hu finished speaking, Han Fei burst forth from the water, landing directly on the deck. You, how is this possible? How can you still be alive? He Xiaoyu was overcome with joy and tears. Han Fei, are you alright? You scared me to death. I thought you had perished. Han Fei, wielding the purple bamboo staff, calmly regarded the tranquil sea. The patrol officer fell into the water and just happened to encounter the snake band. TSK, I witnessed the snake band slither into his mouth. He Xiaoyu could vividly imagine that scene, instantly feeling nauseated. Li Hu's complexion changed drastically, growing even paler as he trembled and pointed at Han Fei. You dare to kill the patrol officer? Which of your eyes saw me kill the patrol officer? After a moment of silence, Han Fei noted the stillness of the sea, indicating that the patrol officer would not resurface, and thus relaxed as he approached Li Hu. TSK, if it weren't for the points, I would genuinely wish to eliminate you right now. With that, Han Fei raised his staff to strike, but the previously unharmed tiger-headed fish guardian rushed towards him. The explosion was anticipated. Han Fei unleashed his spiritual energy once more, sending the tiger-headed fish tumbling onto the deck. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei advanced, swinging the purple bamboo staff in a frenzy, the sheer force shattering the deck beneath, ultimately leaving the large fish severely battered. Li Hu trembled at the sight. That was a tiger-headed fish, a rare species seldom seen even in primary fishing grounds. Now, it lay before him, battered and on the brink of death. As Han Fei prepared to continue his assault, he suddenly observed the tiger-headed fish transforming into a streak of light, landing directly upon Li Hu's wrist, coalescing into the shape of a fish. Han Fei gazed at He Xiaoyu in astonishment. Is that fish remarkably resilient? How is it still alive? He Xiaoyu explained. That is the power of the contract. The tiger-headed fish is near death, but has been recalled into Li Hu's body. However, when a contracted beast is injured, the contracted partner suffers as well. Han Fei glanced at Li Hu, and indeed, the man was spitting blood. Han Fei remained speechless. How could such a large fish be contained within a body? Was it akin to my small gourd? No wonder Li Ju, the leader of the Tiger Head Gang, could dominate the primary fishing ground with such a fish. It must be nearly impossible to perish. Release my young master. How dare you lay hands on the heir of the Tiger Head Gang? You wish to court death. You are already surrounded, if you do not wish to perish. Release my young master immediately. Han Fei surveyed the numerous fishing boats encircling them, lifted the severely injured Li Hu with one hand, and addressed the onlookers. Quickly surrender your points to me, or I shall incapacitate him. Presumptuous. You dare threaten the points of the Tiger Head Gang? A cry erupted as Li Hu's hand was brutally twisted, eliciting a horrific scream. Han Fei retorted, was my message unclear, or is it your hearing that is lacking? Li Hu, why are you all frozen? Give it to him, and be sure to fill that boat as well. Han Fei pointed at He Xiaoyu's fishing boat. Turning to her, after all, we are classmates. I will protect you. He Xiaoyu stood astounded, her mind racing. Was Han Fei not being excessively ruthless? Nevertheless, Han Fei exhibited remarkable prowess. The level 8 fisherman Li Hu was left battered, the fake patrol officer was grievously wounded, and over a dozen fishing boats were robbed in one fell swoop. Was this truly the Han Fei she knew? Han Fei retained 2 boats, both filled to capacity with points. Once the fish holds of the fishing boats were completely emptied, Han Fei languidly tapped Li Hu's face. Withdraw from the competition. Li Hu's expression shifted. To withdraw now, with merely over half an hour remaining. Was he to be deprived of participating in the talent awakening? Crack. Han Fei struck Li Hu's leg with his staff, grinning through gritted teeth. Do I need to repeat myself? Terror filled Li Hu's eyes as he recognized Han Fei was not as the rumors suggested. He was indeed a ruthless individual. If he refused, he might very well end up feeding the fish in the sea. Gritting his teeth, Li Hu conceded, I withdraw. When the true patrol officer arrived and beheld the pitiable state of Li Hu, he was taken aback. Was this still the fierce and domineering heir of the Tiger Head Gang? As he departed, Li Hu shot Han Fei a venomous glare. Han Fei remarked, what are you staring at? Keep it up and I will pluck your eyes out. Return home and inform your father that you wasted 10 of my spirit-replenishing pills. Let him handle it. Li Hu's eyes burned with rage, blood trickling from his lips, yet he held back. Failing to eliminate Han Fei would spell disaster if Han Fei brought Tang Gu to deal with the Tiger Head Gang. Once Li Hu was dragged away, He Xiaoyu inquired, why not eliminate him? Han Fei, weary, replied, as long as he is alive, I am not concerned about his father acting out of desperation. Meanwhile, Tang Gu and Wang Baiyu encountered one another. Surrender your points to me, and I shall spare your life. Wang Baiyu was drenched in sweat. Why? In this vast fishing ground, must I encounter such a formidable presence? Tang Gu, I am a friend of Han Fei. He owes me a favor. Tang Gu frowned. Speak. If I find you are deceiving me. Last time, Han Fei was set up and drifted at sea for 5 days and nights. It was I who found and rescued him. Say that again. Tang Ji's fury ignited as he pointed his golden staff at Wang Baiyu. Wang Baiyu defended. This is known by everyone at Likong Port. I do not know the details, but Likong Port has already intervened in the investigation. Han Fei must have some understanding of the situation. Tang Ge lowered his staff. So, Han Fei indeed owes you a favor. However, if I let you go, that favor will no longer exist. That is only natural. Chapter 53. Can you show some respect? As the final half hour approached, chaos ensued among all participants. Those with ample points sought to amass even more, striving for a favorable position during the talent awakening. Those with just enough points hoped to secure a spot in the top 100, while those lacking sufficient points were mostly those who had been robbed, unwilling to concede and preparing to reclaim their losses. However, with less than half an hour remaining in the fishing trial, only the strong dared to remain. Those who had been robbed could hardly expect any favorable outcomes. Crucially, the alliances formed at the beginning of the trial began to crumble. Initially, the fishing boats were tied together, but as some inadvertently betrayed their allies, others openly sought to seize points, and some, who had previously concealed their strength, suddenly unleashed their prowess, slaying other members of the alliance and hoarding all the points for themselves. Consequently, the number of withdrawals increased, particularly among those whose alliances had disbanded but who still possessed substantial points. Many opted to conclude their trials right then and there. Of course, another scenario unfolded where alliances grew ever larger, led by a particular individual, with some even amassing dozens of fishing boats. Typically, such individuals were exceptional talents who promised various benefits to others. A prime example was from the West Campus, Xiao Wushuang, who possessed a level 4 inferior spiritual vein. This undoubtedly marked him as a rising star. Thus, many sought to ally with him, eager to contribute their points and assist in seizing more. On Han Fei's side, the two of them occupied 4 fishing boats, completely filled with points, a sight that would incite envy in anyone who beheld it. If individuals from the East Campus spotted Han Fei with He Xiaoyu, they would promptly retreat. Yet, Xiao Wushuang was not from the East Campus. He hailed from the West and was unfamiliar with Han Fei. Although Xiao Wushuang was aware that Han Fei and He Xiaoyu could be formidable, he believed that no matter how strong they were merely at level 8, while he himself was at level 8, and furthermore, he had over 10 subordinates with him. Surely, these two would be easy targets for point acquisition. Since beginning her association with Han Fei, He Xiaoyu has felt a sense of ease, convinced that securing a place among the top 100 is no longer a challenge. At present, she is munching on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, He Xiaoyu exclaims, "A fleet is approaching." Han Fei replies, "I see it. What a massive shipment." He Xiaoyu reacts with confusion. Han Fei chuckles and hands her a healing pill, saying, "You handle the minor threats. I will tackle the strongest." Upon hearing this, He Xiaoyu leaps up. There are over a dozen minor threats, while only one is the strongest. Han Fei responds, "He Xiaoyu, you are already a level 7 fisherman. Can't you bear a little pressure?" He Xiaoyu pouts. "Even a dozen level 5 fishermen could exhaust a level 7 fisherman, especially since I'm newly promoted to level 7. I lack your innate strength. How can I fight?" Han Fei, exasperated, sighs. "All right, let's split the responsibilities evenly, shall we?" He Xiaoyu insists, "You can take the strongest one." Han Fei admonishes, "He Xiaoyu, you won't become strong with that mindset." He Xiaoyu retorts, "I don't need to be strong. I just want to become a grand fisher. My father is desperate for me to achieve that because he knows he never will. Once I become a grand fisher, I will be free." Han Fei shakes his head in dismay. "He Xiaoyu, your thoughts are perilous." He Xiaoyu declares, "I don't care. You are stronger than me now, capable of defeating even the inspectors. Your strength has surely reached that of a level 9 fisherman." She gazes skyward, recalling that just a month ago, Han Fei was merely a level 2 fisherman. In such a short span, he has gained the strength to confront a level 9 fisherman. If Tang Gu is a prodigy, could Han Fei also be considered one? Han Fei proposes, "How about we tackle them one by one?" He Xiaoyu counters, "How can we do that? They will surely attack together. Perhaps we should end the trial. I think you've done enough to secure a top 10 position." Han Fei, irritated, replies, "I am already in the top 10. Why not aim for the top 3? There are no rewards for positions beyond the top 3. He Xiaoyu argues, "Actually, there are rewards. Traditionally, the top 10 can choose a combat skill." Han Fei dismisses, "What good combat skills could our village possibly offer? I would rather strive for the top 3. He Xiaoyu, on the brink of exasperation, thinks about how she is anxious for battle while he remains so nonchalant. Standing at the bow of the ship, Xiao Wushuang watches with arms crossed, observing the unfolding events. As the ship draws nearer, He curiously inquires of Han Fei. Why are you not fleeing? Han Fei responds, we lack sufficient manpower to operate the ship. Otherwise, we would have left by now. Xiao Wushuang questions, have you been robbed before? Han Fei, suddenly irked, retorts, could you be a bit more respectful? Xiao Wushuang looks puzzled. Han Fei continues, release your hands from behind your back when speaking. It conveys a lack of respect. He Xiaoyu, nearly in tears, urges, Han Fei, they are right in front of us. You should act now. Stop rambling. Xiao Wushuang commands, surrender your points, and I shall spare your lives. Han Fei quips, have you even achieved a top 3 ranking yet? Xiao Wushuang is taken aback. Feeling frustrated, he wonders why it seems impossible to communicate with Han Fei. Can we not converse properly? Must you be so erratic? Xiao Wushuang, maintaining his composure, admits, I am still a bit short. Han Fei's eyes light up. Then give me your points, and I shall be set. Xiao Wushuang's expression darkens. It seems you are unwilling to comply? Han Fei insists, I will. Xiao Wushuang breathes a sigh of relief, hoping for a conflict-free resolution, as he has observed the ship's deck bearing signs of intense combat, indicating that Han Fei's strength is formidable. However, in the next moment, Han Fei exclaims, I'll give you a hammer. Before Xiao Wushuang can comprehend, Han Fei leaps into action, his purple bamboo staff radiating energy. The energy explosion catches Xiao Wushuang off guard. This is a technique only accessible to level 7 fishermen and above. What astonishes him further is that the intensity of the energy exceeds his own. In a panic, Xiao Wushuang attempts to block the attack, but in his arrogance, he had not grasped his staff. He pushes off the ground, trying to retreat. Meanwhile, for level 6 fishermen react quickly, raising their staffs to counter, but with a resounding crash, all 4 collapse, 2 of them losing consciousness and convulsing. Everyone on Xiao Wushuang's side is stunned, unaware of the formidable opponent they face. Before they can retaliate, Han Fei lands deftly on Xiao Wushuang's ship, propelling himself toward him. At that moment, Xiao Wushuang is filled with dread. He has just grasped his staff, yet Han Fei is already in midair, leaving him with no choice but to raise his staff in defense. Xiao Wushuang's body crashes through the cabin, landing in the fish hold, leaving a mist of blood in the air. Han Fei, calmly standing at the edge of the fish hold, remarks, I told you not to act arrogantly. One must be polite and treat others equally. Who gave you the audacity to speak with your hands behind your back in the face of an enemy? A roar emanates from within the hold, followed by a burst of energy as Xiao Wushuang lunges back at Han Fei. The rapid exchange continues, and Xiao Wushuang is sent crashing back into the fish hold once more. Han Fei scolds, what are you yelling about? You can't even stabilize yourself before unleashing an energy explosion? Is that how your teacher instructed you? Nearby, other youths who had intended to join the fray pause, with some discreetly attempting to retreat to their own vessels. Han Fei raises his staff, pointing at one of them. You there, if you dare take another step, I will break your legs and toss you into the sea. The young man, pale with fear, refrains from running, terrified of Xiao Wushuang. A level 4 with an inferior spiritual vein and a level 8 fisherman, who was taken down with just 2 strikes. What kind of person is Han Fei? Ignoring their thoughts, Han Fei calls out to He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu, collect the points. At that moment, He Xiaoyu is bewildered. She had braced herself for an arduous battle. Yet before she could even board the enemy ship, the conflict has concluded. Who are you? She asks, seeing Xiao Wushuang, bloodied and clutching the fish hold. Han Fei, with a serious expression, responds, I am the one you cannot defeat. Chapter 54. The master of storytelling Xiao Wushuang's trial has abruptly ended. The reasons are clear. He is currently devoid of strength, and his 6 level 6 fishermen were dispatched with a single blow. Relying on the remaining level 5 fishermen to engage in robbery would only invite further theft. At this moment, Han Fei stands on the deck, expressing his frustration to He Xiaoyu. We cannot possibly leave with so many fishing boats. He Xiaoyu replies, with all these fishing boats present, no one will dare to rob you. They are likely terrified. Han Fei inquires, do you think we are now in first place? He Xiaoyu responds, you may be in first place, but I suspect I am ranked around 100. This realization frustrates He Xiaoyu. She did not even have the chance to engage in battle before it ended, making it awkward for her to ask Han Fei to share some boats. Han Fei reassures her, that cannot be. I suspect I have amassed many points. If I give you 1 point, you can take 2 boats, allowing you to secure a top 100 position. He Xiaoyu's eyes light up. Is that your promise? Instantly, her mood brightens as she prepares to select boats, gasping in excitement. Han Fei encourages, take the green-shelled fish. The large yellow fish is yours for the taking. Just don't take too many knife fish. As the day approaches dusk, the immense sun appears to hang over the sea, as if one could take a step forward and walk right into it. Han Fei sits on the deck, gazing at the sun, muttering, "No wine, no smoke." What is smoke? He Xiaoyu has finished selecting her boats and is confident she will secure a top 100 position. As for the top 3, that is not something she aspires to, as she lacks the capability to pursue it. Han Fei remarks, "Have you noticed how beautiful this world is?" He Xiaoyu responds, "Is it beautiful? My father remarked that the ocean is truly beautiful, boasting countless colors that I can hardly imagine. I genuinely long to witness it." Han Fei cast a sidelong glance at her and said, "What a lack of ambition. With such a radiant sun overhead, have you never taken a moment to appreciate it? What is there to admire about the sun?" She retorted. Han Fei chuckled. "Have you never pondered why the sun is so immense? Does that not strike you as miraculous? What holds such a grand celestial body in its orbit, preventing it from colliding with us?" He Xiaoyu stared at Han Fei as if he were a fool. "Of course, it's the sea god. The sea god captured the brightest star from the darkness, and thus, we have the sun." Han Fei replied, "Huh? Why doesn't he ascend to the heavens then? Do not speak ill of the sea god. It is he who created the ocean, who bestowed upon us light, and who fashioned all the beauty in the world." Han Fei asked, "He Xiaoyu, have you ever seen a rainbow?" She responded. Han Fei immediately seized a water bottle and instructed her, "Watch closely and gaze at the sky." He then took a hearty drink from the bottle and began to spray water into the air. Puff, puff, puff. He Xiaoyu watched Han Fei in astonishment, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. He seemed to have lost his mind. Surely, he wouldn't revert to his former self from a month ago, would he? Suddenly, He Xiaoyu gasped in shock, rubbing her eyes vigorously, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Oh my!" Han Fei exclaimed, "Silence! What are you shouting about?" He Xiaoyu tugged at Han Fei, pointing to the mist in the air, the 7-colored divine light. "It can lead to the sea goddess realm." Han Fei retorted, "Be quiet. Your ignorance is truly alarming." He waved his hand in the air until the rainbow was no longer visible, then explained, "That is called a rainbow. It is formed when sunlight refracts and reflects off tiny droplets of water in the air, creating a spectrum of colors. But, of course, you wouldn't understand. Regardless, it is called a rainbow." He Xiaoyu gazed at Han Fei with bright eyes. "No, it is the 7-colored divine light." Han Fei, you can actually create the 7-colored divine light. You must confess, did you encounter the sea god a month ago? Han Fei replied, "What nonsense." He Xiaoyu was about to argue further when Han Fei suddenly interrupted. "Look, a fishing boat approaches." The fishing trial was nearing its end, and all the fishing boats passing by were eager to flee at the sight of Han Fei and his companions. However, a few boats headed directly for them. Both Han Fei and He Xiaoyu were curious about who possessed such audacity to venture into the fray. "Get ready to snatch it," Han Fei instructed. Hom. He Xiaoyu agreed enthusiastically. As the boats drew nearer, Han Fei spotted Tengu, who, upon seeing Han Fei, was equally astonished. He Xiaoyu leaped up, waving her arms. "Tengu, over here." As Tengu approached, he looked at the group of fishing boats, dumbfounded. "Han Fei, what on earth is happening?" Han Fei replied, "Oh, we just took them." Tang Ji's expression was one of disbelief. "You took them? I was gone for just over 20 days. And you expect me to believe you managed to seize so many boats during the fishing trial?" He Xiaoyu pouted. "Isn't it because of the treasures you left behind?" "Tengu, how many good things did you leave him? In just a month, he has already slain a patrol officer." "Did I leave behind many things?" "What? Slain a patrol officer? Who did?" Han Fei wished he could shove He Xiaoyu's big mouth into the fish hold. They had only just reunited, and she had revealed everything. Han Fei pulled Tengu closer, whispering, "Don't be surprised. Aside from what you left, I had other opportunities. While you were away, I was ambushed and spent 5 days and nights at sea, only to encounter an old man with a white beard who insisted on teaching me a technique. I refused. Yet he insisted." Han Fei's words were laden with information, but Tengu bypassed the notion of opportunity and asked fiercely, "Who plotted to harm you?" Han Fei chuckled. "It's a trivial matter. To me, they are mere trifles. Just don't let it slip. I tell everyone that you left me with many treasures. Which is why I advanced so quickly." Tengu nodded. "Right, we must not draw too much attention. However, slaying a patrol officer is a significant matter. Why did you?" "It was likely a traitor from the Tiger Head gang embedded within the patrol. Their cultivation level was not high, and I took advantage of their unpreparedness to drag them into the sea, after which I was bitten by a snake. So, I cannot claim credit for the kill." Tengu gasped. "You fell into the sea? Were you injured?" Han Fei reassured him. "I'm fine now." Tang Ji's face darkened. "The Tiger Head gang has some nerve. Rest assured, once we return, I will ensure they pay for this." Han Fei remained indifferent. "Leave this matter to me. By the way, will you be home tonight? If so, I shall teach you that combat technique." In the mist, Fong Zhe shook his head. pondering what formidable figures could possibly be encountered in a small place like Tianshui village. However, this young man had indeed advanced from a level 2 fisherman to a level 7 fisherman, which did suggest an extraordinary encounter. Yet, such occurrences were not uncommon. There were tales of individuals who had made the leap from fisherman to stealth angler in a single bound, an experience beyond description. Han Fei began to drift off, saying, "Let me tell you, this combat technique is called 108 techniques of body tempering." "What did you say?" Startled, Feng Zhe caused the three of them to jump. He Xiaoyu was bewildered, at a loss for words. "Oh my Lord Angel!" Han Fei managed to maintain a semblance of composure, feigning surprise as he respectfully said, "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Angel." Feng Zhe nodded solemnly, asking, "What did you just say that technique was called?" Han Fei replied, "The 108 techniques of body tempering." Feng Zhe pressed further, "Please elaborate on your encounter with that old man." Han Fei concocted a fanciful tale. "That night, I was practicing, feeling on the verge of a breakthrough, yet sensing I was missing something. Suddenly, the old man appeared before me, telling me my bones were too weak. And he pressed on my forehead, and then I learned it." Feng Zhe exclaimed, "A divine impartation. An elite body tempering technique. You encountered a master-level expert, boy. Your luck is indeed beyond measure." Han Fei asked innocently, "How strong is a master-level expert? Are they more powerful than Lord Angel?" Feng Zhe scoffed, "At your level, it is better not to know. You only need to understand that a master is the pinnacle of power in the endless sea." "By the way, you mentioned a fragment? Is this technique incomplete?" Han Fei replied, "Indeed, it consists of only 108 postures, making it quite challenging to practice, yet the results are exceptional." Feng Zhe affirmed, "That is natural. Tengu, with your talent, we must stay in Tianshui village a few more days. You must learn this 108 techniques of body tempering." Tengu queried, "If the master imparted this technique to Han Fei, would it be appropriate for me to learn it hastily?" Feng Zhe assured him, "No worries. The master only taught him the most fundamental methods of body tempering, indicating it was a casual gift. If he had received the complete technique, even if given to you and me, we could not accept it." Afterward, Feng Zhe scrutinized Han Fei, pondering why a master would guide an ordinary fisherman. Could there be some untapped potential within this lad? Chapter 55. Can I take this fish? He Xiaoyu listened as if captivated by a story, her expression betraying the astonishment of having uncovered a grand secret. Feng Zhe had not intended to descend, yet since he had appeared, he deemed it appropriate to offer a modest greeting to these junior figures. With a flick of his wrist, he casually produced 2 sea red fruits, saying, "Well, since we have met, let these 2 low-grade spiritual fruits serve as a small opportunity." He Xiaoyu stood frozen, accepting the fruits, overwhelmed. These were sea red fruits, a delicacy reserved for the village chief, and an angel had casually tossed them to her. Han Fei momentarily paused, lowering his head, and, with a calculated gaze, inhaled deeply. "Lord Angel, may I humbly ask for a small favor?" Han Fei had not laid his hands on the Haihongguo, which left Feng Zhe in astonishment. How could an ordinary villager resist the allure of the Haihongguo? Even though it is the most rudimentary spirit fruit, it should have been beyond their capacity to withstand. Even Tengu, upon first encountering the Haihongguo, was rendered speechless in shock. Feng Zhe inquired, "Oh, what is it that you desire? Although you share a brotherly bond with Tengu, I shall not grant you the 108 Dao Chui Ti Kinpian without recompense." Han Fei replied, "Might the esteemed angel grant me a fishing boat? The common fishing boats are truly not sturdy and become utterly useless after enduring combat. I fear I may be here for an extended period, hence a quality fishing boat would serve me far better than a spirit fruit." Feng Zhe chuckled and said, "Indeed, you are quite clever. Do you understand that a well-crafted fishing boat is significantly more valuable than a mere spirit fruit?" Han Fei feigned surprise. Feng Zhe raised his hand and said, "Very well, I shall bestow upon you a fishing boat." With a casual wave of his hand, a white fishing boat materialized upon the surface of the sea, its streamlined design and appearance far surpassing the 8-person fishing boat currently in use. However, Han Fei was more intrigued by the method of the boat's appearance. "Is this what is referred to as Jizi Qingquan? I wonder if it parallels the way I refine the heavens and earth." Feng Zhe stated, "All right, your trial is nearing its conclusion. Off you go." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Shortly after Feng Zhe's departure, the village chief's voice echoed through the sky. "I hereby announce the conclusion of the fishing trial. All participants must remain in place and refrain from any movement. I will be overseeing from the sky, and should I detect any unusual activity, scores will be rendered void." All inspectors were deployed, and parents began to enter, albeit only slightly, to observe the results. After a brief period, an inspector arrived, and upon seeing him, Han Fei recognized him as teacher Zhou Ding from the South Campus. Last time, he had been escorted out of the South Campus by this very teacher. Zhou Ding was momentarily stunned upon seeing the numerous fishing boats, pondering if these were the prodigies of that institution. However, upon spotting Han Fei and He Xiaoyu, he exclaimed, "It's you too?" Han Fei responded. Han Fei pays his respects to teacher Zhou. He Xiaoyu echoed. He Xiaoyu pays her respects to teacher Zhou. Tengu added. Tengu pays his respects to teacher Zhou. Zhou Ding remarked, "You are Tengu?" Upon seeing Tengu, he was no longer surprised at the number of fishing boats present, as this was the disciple of an angel, should he desire. There would be no one daring to obstruct him in claiming them all. Out of the thousands of fishing boats that had entered the competition, fewer than 3,000 had survived to this moment. These 3,000 fishing boats gathered, each brimming with fish catches, leading all staff at the Liquang port to be mobilized for counting. Scores were announced periodically. Zhou Chang, total score 481 points. Ding Dayu, total score 389 points. Su Erling, total score 501 points. Whenever someone surpassed 500 points, it elicited cheers. For it was believed that such a score would secure a place among the top 1,000. Suddenly, a staff member exclaimed, Wang Baiyu, total score 4,982 points. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Many fishermen were astonished, for he was merely a hair's breadth away from 5,000 points. A parent exclaimed, "Is there even a need to speculate? He is undoubtedly the second place." Another parent remarked enviously, "I have heard that the top 3 will be rewarded with the Angel's Grand Prize, which includes the Gathering Spirit technique. It must be a formidable combat skill." A parent scoffed, "What do you know? The Gathering Spirit technique is not merely a combat skill. It is a revered profession. In our town, those who learn the Gathering Spirit technique are called Gathering Masters." Some parents even lamented, "One should aspire to give birth to a Wang Baiyu." Han Fei, Tengu, and He Xiaoyu awaited the tally of their scores. Tengu was the first to be called, and upon seeing the multitude of fishing boats, the staff member was momentarily speechless. "Are all these yours?" Tengu pointed out. That one, and that one. In total 5 boats, all mine." A collective sigh of relief was heard, as many had feared that all the boats belonged to Tengu. Soon after, another staff member exclaimed, "Tengu. Total score 5,882 points." Parents gushed in admiration, truly deserving of being the angel's disciple, effortlessly surpassing Wang Baiyu by nearly 1,000 points. Someone shook his head. Not merely 1,000 points. Had Wang Baiyu not had other hands assisting him, how could he have achieved such a high score nearing 5,000? Parents viewed this merely as a topic of conversation, while teachers engaged in competition among themselves. Wang Jie, as Tang Ji's mentor, beamed with pride, knowing his student had secured the first place. No one considered that the angel would intervene, for such a trivial matter was hardly worthy of their attention. Should the angel choose to act, even scores of 50,000 would be a trivial feat. Meanwhile, He Xiaoyu was also summoned for her score. He Mingtang had been closely observing, and upon seeing He Xiaoyu return alongside Tang Gu and Han Fei, he sensed that things were going well. Noticing the 3 boats behind He Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but smile. However, before He Xiaoyu could weigh her scores, a staff member called out, "Hu Kuan, 1,299 points." Hu Kuan's heart raced. These 6 hours had been perilous for him, and even with his strength having broken through to level 7, he had narrowly escaped encirclement multiple times. Upon hearing this score, he realized he might have a chance at the top 100. Unexpectedly, just as he finished, he saw He Xiaoyu. The sight of the 3 boats behind her changed his expression dramatically. How had Li Hu failed to capture her? Moments later, the staff member, astonished, announced, "He Xiaoyu. Total score 3,012 points." He Mingtang couldn't contain his laughter, overwhelmed with excitement. Nearby, a teacher complimented, "Old He, you have a wonderful daughter. He Laosher. Your daughter, the great fishing master, has bright prospects. He Laosher, my son may not have a high score, but he possesses noble bearing and demeanor. Perhaps consider him?" At that moment, He Mingtang was too elated to heed such comments, thinking to himself that the fellow's son resembled a large yellow fish, and he dared to speak of noble bearing while seeking his precious daughter. At this moment, parents observed He Xiaoyu's appearance and began to praise her beauty. Some even discreetly noted it down, preparing for their sons to pursue her. Hu Kuan was stupefied. 3,012 points was a blatant slap to his face. He had anticipated that Li Hu would capture He Xiaoyu. Yet how had she managed to score 3,012 points? Could it be that He Xiaoyu was superior to him? After He Xiaoyu concluded, Hu Kuan found himself faced with Han Fei, and his composure faltered as he beheld the multitude of fishing boats behind Han Fei. Finally, Han Fei's turn arrived for the tally. The staff member inquired, "Han Fei, is it?" Which of these boats belongs to you? Han Fei replied, all of these are mine. The staff member stared incredulously. Wait, did you just say all of these are yours? Han Fei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, all of them. The staff member, unable to believe it, circled the boats before returning to ask, are you certain they are all yours? Han Fei retorted, with so many teachers present, would I dare deceive you? Han Fei possessed a total of 21 boats, which would leave anyone skeptical. During the tally, one staff member opened the hatch of a particular boat and was immediately taken aback. It was entirely filled with knife fish, not a single green-shelled turtle in sight. The staff member was utterly flabbergasted, thinking, are you joking with me? Only Han Fei knew that 4 of the boats primarily contained knife fish, yet even so, that was still quite an impressive haul. Moments later, when Han Fei's score was announced, a staff member gasped audibly. Everyone turned to look at the staff member, who stuttered. Han Fei, total score 13,208 points. Chapter 56. First place silence engulfed the venue. Initially, everyone was engaged in lively conversation, but upon the revelation of the scores, silence enveloped the crowd. The teachers and staff were left astonished, the principal was taken aback, and even the village chief found himself at a loss, as did Wang Jie, Han Fei's instructor. The only one smiling amidst the tension was Tang Gu, while Han Fei appeared to be slightly bewildered, creating an awkward atmosphere. It was inconceivable. He must have cheated. At that moment, Hu Kuan, filled with agitation, was utterly stunned by the figure displayed. Even if he were to multiply his own score by 10, it would not approach this astonishing number. The only explanation he could conceive was that Han Fei had resorted to dishonesty. Otherwise, how could such a high score be attained? Han Fei squinted at him, remarking, young man, one must take responsibility for their words. Then the village chief interjected, youngster, you indeed need to substantiate your claims. Do you possess any evidence to prove that classmate Han Fei cheated? Of course, Hu Kuan had no evidence to present. But suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. It must be Tang Gu. Han Fei and Tang Gu are close friends. Tang Gu must have transferred his points to Han Fei. How else could he have accumulated such a high score? At this moment, Tang Gu stepped forward, saying, Hu Kuan, do not twist the facts. I did not bestow a single point upon Han Fei. All those points were earned by his own merit. Hu Kuan retorted, you are speaking nonsense. Just a month ago, he was a level 2 fisherman. In the span of merely 1 month. You expect me to believe he could amass over 10,000 points in the fishing trial? Do you truly believe that? The village chief and others turned their gazes toward Han Fei, pondering the situation. Just a month prior, he had been a level 2 fisherman. Yet now he seemed to possess the prowess of at least a level 7 fisherman. However, Han Fei remained unfazed, responding to Hu Kuan, everyone has their own opportunities. I have faced life and death multiple times, and it is only natural to gain some fortune. As for you, with your narrow-mindedness, even with over 1,000 points, you would not rank in the top 10. What is your intention in trying to undermine me? Are you envious of my success, perhaps even harboring resentment? At that moment, a parent shouted, young man, why not share how you acquired those points? Indeed, it would be no trouble to explain, right? How many competitors did it take to gather such an impressive score? A multitude of voices erupted, some genuinely curious, while others simply relished the spectacle. The village chief chastised. Silence. Parents, please refrain from speaking. The trial statistics have yet to conclude. Finally, the commotion subsided, and the village chief, casting a hesitant glance at Han Fei, said, so, Han Fei, would you care to explain? I assure you, no one will trouble you. Han Fei replied, O esteemed village chief, can I take your assurance as a guarantee? The village chief's face flushed. What did he mean by take? Of course, it is a guarantee. You may speak freely. No one will cause you any trouble. Han Fei continued, the truth is, I had no intention of competing. I merely wished to be a quiet and handsome figure. However, many came to vie for my points, including Li Hu, Xiao Wushuang, and several others I did not recognize. And so, I casually seized their opportunities. At this moment, Han Fei finally revealed his fangs. In a mere village, those who were regarded as paragons by ordinary folk were nothing but trifles in the eyes of the powerful. If he could not even measure up to the village's elite, how could he hope to ascend further? Thus, he deemed it time to showcase his strength. What? You took Li Hu's points? Ah, I saw Xiao Wushuang return injured. Could it be he was defeated by you? This was hard to believe. Li Hu was an adept level 8 fisherman. How could Xiao Wushuang, with a mere level 4 inferior spiritual vein, possibly contend with him? The crowd buzzed with disbelief. And Hu Kuan continued to scold. How could you have outperformed Li Hu and Xiao Wushuang, both level 8 fishers? Han Fei looked at him with a pitiful gaze and replied, is that so strange? Because they simply could not defeat me. Or would you prefer that they stand and declare it themselves? Unfortunately, neither Li Hu nor Xiao Wushuang could make an appearance at that moment. Li Ju, mingling among the parents, clenched his fists in anger, barely containing his rage. His son had nearly been incapacitated, yet he could not express his fury. Instead, he felt compelled to thank Han Fei for sparing his life. Moreover, he had to find a way to compensate Han Fei so that he would not pursue the matter regarding the patrolling envoy. Xiao Wushuang, who prided himself on his abilities, felt humiliated to have been bested by an obscure individual, aside from Tang Ge, who was considered the strongest in Tianshui village. But the outcome was indeed disparaging. Han Fei then addressed the staff. Can my points be confirmed? The staff glanced at the village chief, who nodded in affirmation. Classmate Han Fei's total score is 13,208 points, and it is accurate. Should anyone dispute this, they may inquire at any time, but please do not disrupt the ongoing tally of the other students. Surprisingly, Han Fei showed no intention of departing and quietly asked the staff, "Excuse me, may I take my fish with me?" The staff was taken aback. "We provide a recycling service. Otherwise, managing these dozens of boats would be quite a challenge." Han Fei responded confidently, "I can manage it myself." The staff replied, "The score tally will be concluded swiftly. It will be completed before the sun sets." The village chief stood atop a fishing boat, suspended in the air, holding a list. "I hereby announce the results of this fishing trial. First place, Han Fei, total score 13,208 points. Second place, Tang Ge, total score 5,882 points. Third place, Wang Baiyu, total score 4,982 points. Fourth place, Xiang Nan, total score 4,356 points. Seventh place, He Xiaoyu, total score 3,012 points. 10th place, Chen Qing, total score 2,222 points. After the top 10, the scores began to plummet, with the 11th place at 1,800 points and the 100th place at 1,120 points. Hu Kuan managed to secure the 86th position, which was quite commendable, yet it paled in comparison to the top 10. Ultimately, the result revealed that the student in the 1000th position had a score of 496 points. While some celebrated, others were disheartened. Those who made it into the top 1,000 were elated, but the village chief's subsequent words left many in deep contemplation. Dear students, I trust you have recognized the harsh reality of the fishing trial. It is a microcosm of the real world. Such incidents occur daily in level 1 and 2 fishing grounds. Many students fell silent, and the parents began to grow quiet as well. In fact, from the outset, many parents had been silent, as they had not located their children. The village chief proclaimed, "Are you aware of the casualty figures from this fishing trial? According to the patrolling envoy statistics, there were 13,564 students participating, yet only 10,321 returned. A staggering 3,243 students, nearly 2.5%, have perished in these waters." Everyone was moved, including Han Fei himself, who acknowledged the losses. From the empty fishing boats he had seized, it was evident that many had been lost. He recalled He Xiaoyu's mention of Li Hu's murderous actions, and those who had initially formed alliances were the primary contributors to the students' downfall. The village chief continued, "Reality is indeed brutal. The total number of boats that participated in the fishing trial was 2,982. According to the final statistics, the initial fishing trial resulted in 5,000 injuries, with some suffering permanent disabilities. I share this information not to instill fear, but to make you acutely aware that this is a treacherous sea. If you wish to avoid being forsaken, if you wish to survive, you must strive with all your might, as long as you are alive. There is hope for a future." Upon hearing these statistics, Han Fei fell into silence. This was merely a fishing trial in a village. And yet the casualty rate was so alarmingly high. What then of the town? The city? He first recognized the harshness of this world, or more precisely, the brutality of cultivation. Among hundreds of ordinary people, how many could become fishermen? And among hundreds of fishermen, how many could ascend to the rank of master fishermen? How many master fishermen would it take to yield a mere angler from He Xiaoyu's lips, and to aspire to be a subaquatic angler like Feng Zhe? How many corpses must one tread upon? Han Fei glanced towards the parents on the periphery. At that moment, no one wore a smile. Some were weeping, while others offered comfort. Han Fei took a deep breath. This was a struggle for survival, a battle against fate, against humanity. Chapter 57. Casting fish for fun. When Han Fei returned to Shinkong Island, the first thing he did was ask Li Gang to prepare a barbecue. That evening, in the Eastern Market, thousands of people gathered around the stall renowned for the best barbecue in the world. Li Gang was drenched in sweat, grilling away while shouting, "Don't rush. For the next 3 days, everything is half price." He was so busy he hardly had time to drink water. yet his face radiated joy. This was life. Back when he was a thug in the Hota gang, collecting protection fees had earned him nothing but disdain. Now, however, his grilled delicacies were in high demand, with many eagerly tossing money into his hands. At the market, Li Gang and his wife were bustling about, while Han Fei, Tang Ge, and He Xiaoyu were enjoying barbecue at the cliff's edge. The trio was troubled, pondering what to do with the output of dozens of fishing boats, which could significantly impact the seafood market. Every year after the fishing trial, the prices at the Xiankong Island market would plummet, and this year was no exception. He Xiaoyu's 3 fishing boats had been taken by He Mingtang for disposal, while Tang Ge had directly given his 5 boats to Han Fei. This left Han Fei with 26 boats, but after sorting out the ones still available, only 15 remained. Even after giving Li Gang 3 boats, he still found himself with 12 boats without a place to store them. Tang Ge, savoring a garlic shrimp, exclaimed, "Delicious. If we turn all the fish into barbecue, we could earn quite a bit." Han Fei replied, "That's too many. The combined weight of our fish must exceed 10,000 jin, possibly even hundreds of thousands." He Xiaoyu noted, "In this weather, live fish can only last a day. Otherwise, they spoil and stink." Tang Ge asked, "Then shall we sell them?" After a moment of contemplation, Han Fei slowly suggested, "We take from the sea, we should return to the sea. Why not throw them back?" "Throw them back?" Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu stared at Han Fei as if he were mad. Hadn't they just endured hardship? Han Fei continued, "Look at our barbecue stall. At this rate, we'll use up a boat of fish tonight, and perhaps another tomorrow at most." Noticing their bewildered expressions, he added, "Awareness. We humans ceaselessly draw resources from the sea. One day, those resources will run out. Rather than let them rot, shouldn't we return them to the sea? At least that preserves their remaining value. Do we really wish to deprive them?" Tang Ge retorted, "Then why insist on bringing these fish back? Why not sell them to the harbor?" Han Fei took a bite of a large shrimp and said, "The sea is too lonely. I merely wish to take them for a tour in the sky." Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu exchanged confused glances. Without waiting for their thoughts, Han Fei leaped onto one of the fishing boats. Indeed, he had rented these boats from the harbor, planning to return them after use. Now, they were docked nearby his home. He Xiaoyu nudged Tang Ge and whispered, "Have you noticed? Although his strength has rapidly improved, sometimes his reasoning seems a bit off." Tang Ge frowned. "It's your reasoning that's off. How could someone who has grown so swiftly and garnered the attention of a revered master have any issues?" He Xiaoyu huffed. "That's precisely it. Ever since he was pulled from the water last time, I feel like he has changed." Tang Ge pondered. Could this truly be Han Fei's nature? Suddenly, He Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Do you think Han Fei could be a transformed fish? They say in distant, unknowable lands, there are fish that can turn into humans." Tang Ge scoffed, looking at He Xiaoyu with disbelief. "I assure you, my brother is perfectly fine. It's your mind that seems a bit unhinged." At that moment, Han Fei had already begun tossing fish back into the sea. With each throw, a smile of pure happiness graced his face, leaving Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu utterly bewildered. He Xiaoyu offered, "I'll help you throw them." "Stay back," Han Fei shouted. "Girls shouldn't do such labor. Sit down and enjoy the barbecue." Tang Ge chuckled, "Let me assist you." "You two stay back." Han Fei's eyes twinkled. "Fine. Wait a moment. This fish tossing isn't urgent. I'll teach you both the 108 techniques of body refinement." He Xiaoyu pouted, "Oh, then I'll head back." "Why would you go back?" Han Fei replied, "Let us learn together." "Huh." He Xiaoyu stared at Han Fei in shock. "Really? Can I really learn?" Han Fei waved his hand generously. "I haven't made many friends these past years. Aside from Tang Ge, you're one of them. Would I forget you when I have good fortune?" Climbing up the cliff, Han Fei murmured to himself, "I want to tell you that I'm teaching you to prevent you from coming to toss my fish." He Xiaoyu was thrilled. According to the celestial Feng Zhe, this was a legendary technique reserved for revered masters. As for what a revered master was, it was simply something immensely powerful. Tang Ge also felt similarly. He once thought Han Fei would sink into despair, even believing Han Fei was in grave danger during the fishing trial. Yet now, he was actually imparting combat techniques. Han Fei instructed, "You two stand properly and mimic my movements closely, striving for precision." "Understood," replied Tang Ge. "No problem," He Xiaoyu affirmed. However, upon attempting the first movement, which involved leaning back with one hand on the ground and the other grabbing a foot, Han Fei effortlessly completed it, while Tang Ge turned crimson, thinking, "This movement is quite challenging." He Xiaoyu simply collapsed onto the ground. "Hey, He Xiaoyu, can you manage? A girl's body should be more flexible than a boy's. Why are you lying on the ground?" Han Fei chided. "It's too hard," He Xiaoyu protested. "Do you still wish to learn?" Han Fei asked. He Xiaoyu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes. 1, 2, 3. Han Fei taught a total of 18 movements. By the 8th movement, both Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu were drenched in sweat, and by the 18th, they were nearly collapsed on the ground. Han Fei wondered. Although he had found his own training arduous, he managed to complete 36 movements, which marked a small cycle. Could it be that I'm not teaching well? In the sky, Feng Zhe observed the scene, nodding in approval. Truly, this was a supreme technique. Each movement engaged all the muscles of the human body. With consistent practice, one might accomplish feats that others could scarcely achieve. He contemplated whether he should also learn a bit. However, he dismissed the thought. It was fine for a few juniors to learn, but if he were to learn Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu looked as if they had been fished out of water, soaked in sweat and panting heavily. As they slowly caught their breath, Tang Ge suddenly felt something. Hey, I think my spiritual energy limit has increased. Really? He Xiaoyu exclaimed. Wow, it's true. Just as they were about to share this good news with Han Fei, they found he had already vanished. Peering over the cliff, they saw Han Fei happily tossing fish into the sea, humming away with an uncontainable smile. Upon noticing their heads peeking out, Han Fei admonished, Is this where you stop? We'll practice until tomorrow morning. There's no pause. What? He Xiaoyu's face turned pale, having just completed those 18 movements. She felt as if the world was crumbling around her. Now being told to practice until tomorrow morning? Was this madness? Tang Ge could not help but twitch his lips, uncertain whether he possessed the ability to continue training. Suddenly, Han Fei slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Tang Ge, I have some iron fish body refining liquid. I forgot to mention it to you all. Use it sparingly, and then the training won't feel so arduous. I practiced for 3 days and nights straight. At once, Tang Ge was jolted, staring in astonishment at Han Fei. That recently attempted move, which was exceedingly difficult, was a formidable challenge to complete. Han Fei trained for 3 days and nights. Moreover, Han Fei was not merely practicing those 18 movements. The entire set comprised a staggering 108 postures. Instantly, Tang Ge's voice emerged from his throat. He Xiaoyu, let's practice. As Han Fei tossed the fish, Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu were immersed in their training. Meanwhile, on the way to Han Fei's home, He Ming Tang approached with a fierce demeanor. With a grim expression, he thought, Yes, you aided my daughter during the fishing trial, but that does not grant you the right to whisk her away. Look at her now. She has learned to stay out all night. Just as He Ming Tang was nearing Han Fei's residence, a figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him. Upon focusing, he found himself dumbfounded, exclaiming, Heavens, it's a celestial being. Feng Zhe inquired, Who are you and why have you come here? He Ming Tang quickly responded, reporting to the celestial being, I am here to find my daughter. Tomorrow marks the day of her talent awakening, and she has yet to return home. Feng Zhe replied indifferently, Is it the girl named He Xiaoyu? He Ming Tang nodded repeatedly, confirming that He Xiaoyu was indeed at Han Fei's residence. Feng Zhe waved his hand, Return. He Xiaoyu has received an opportunity and is currently cultivating a powerful martial technique. She will certainly attend the talent awakening tomorrow. A powerful martial technique. Yes, the commoner takes his leave. He Ming Tang was astonished. A powerful martial technique mentioned by a celestial being? His daughter must be extraordinary. Instantly, his anger dissipated, and he walked away with a smile. Chapter 58. Talent Awakening. Han Fei had spent the entire night tossing fish, and his hands were somewhat sore. However, upon glancing at his data, a broad smile spread across his face. Master, Han Fei level 7, Superior Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 38112, 279, Spirit Vein, Secondary Superior, Upgradable, Weapon, Purple Bamboo Stick, Main Cultivation Technique, Void Fishing Technique, First Volume Hook Kiss Technique, Common Grade Divine. During the fishing trial, he had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Whether in fishing or combat, he spared no expense. This resulted in his spiritual energy dwindling to less than 27,000 points after the trial. Yet now he had swiftly regained 10,000. With less than an hour until dawn, Han Fei pondered whether he should elevate his spirit vein level. If the talent awakening truly correlated with one's innate potential, then the spirit vein level must be of paramount importance. Though he knew Feng Zhe was certainly nearby, what if he failed to notice him? After much contemplation, Han Fei decided to give it a try. He dared to gamble, believing that Feng Zhe's status was not as elevated as people imagined. Tianshui village was merely a small hamlet, with towns and cities above it. If Feng Zhe were to preside over the talent awakening here, did it not imply that other villages and towns had similar powerful figures in charge? Even if Feng Zhe discovered something amiss, he could concoct a story to deceive him. At the very least, he had Tang Ge as a shield. The other party might not act against him. With this thought in mind, Han Fei climbed the cliff, only to find Feng Zhe seated atop his roof. casually holding a barbecue skewer and a bottle of strong liquor. Upon seeing Han Fei, he remarked, "This delicacy is quite delightful. I never expected the lowest grade spiritual fruit to be so exquisite. And this wine, how was it brewed? Do share the method with me when the time comes." Han Fei's initial resolve to elevate his spirit vein level evaporated. How could he contemplate that with Fong Zhe standing right before him? The Lian Yao who must remain concealed at all costs. Han Fei promptly replied, "Since the celestial being enjoys it, I shall return and provide you with the barbecue method as well." Fong Zhe nodded slightly and waved his hand, causing an ancient jade pendant to hover before Han Fei. "I shall not take advantage of you, little one. Originally, I promised to bestow the spirit gathering technique to the top 3 in this fishing trial. However, since you secured first place and contributed the 108 body refinement fragments, I gift you this spirit book, which contains various methods for practicing as a spirit gatherer. The results will depend on your own efforts." Han Fei was taken aback. Transforming the spirit gathering technique into methods for cultivating a spirit gatherer? Was it akin to the path of a formidable figure like the Wang family's armor master? "Thank you, esteemed celestial being." Fong Zhe paid no further attention to Han Fei, who naturally made his way to Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu. The two were no longer merely sweaty. They appeared to be enveloped in smoke from their cultivation, and Han Fei was unsure what Fong Zhe had given them. Yet he could surmise the nature of it, as a tempting aroma wafted from their vicinity, likely indicating they had just consumed a spiritual fruit like the Hai Honghua. Han Fei joined the training, but had no intention of asking Fong Zhe for spiritual fruits. In his view, trading spiritual fruits for fishing boats was exceedingly worthwhile. As dawn broke, the sun rose, painting the sky crimson. Each time Han Fei beheld such a scene, he felt the world was truly wondrous and surreal. With a crack, He Xiaoyu, maintaining a peculiar posture, heard a series of pops from within her body, as if breaking through a certain barrier, and an abundance of unknown substances emerged from her. Washing the marrow? Han Fei recognized immediately. Was he not experiencing something similar? His own upgrade of the cultivation technique had yielded superior results, covering his entire body in a sticky substance. He Xiaoyu had only consumed a single spiritual fruit. Her effects were likely inferior to his. Am I at level 8? With a thud, He Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. After a night of practicing those 18 movements, the strain was overwhelming for a girl unaccustomed to such hardship. In contrast, Tang Ge slowly rose after completing the final movement. Refreshing, he grinned. I feel that my spiritual energy limit has increased by at least 30 points, and that's just from these 18 movements. This 108 body refinement fragment is remarkably powerful. Han Fei was left speechless. You increased by how much? 30 points. Aren't you the same? Han Fei was at a loss for words. He did not wish to engage with Tang Ge. Was this what they referred to as a genius with a level 7 spirit vein? He had completed all 108 postures and barely increased by a mere 10 points. Sure enough, He Xiaoyu expressed her envy. So much? Why do I feel like I only gained about 10 points? Han Fei scowled. I gained even less. Ha. Fong Zhe appeared, laughing heartily. This is the power of spirit veins. Level 7 superior spirit veins are incomparable to lower level ones. Indeed, once you master all 108 postures, Tang Ge, you may very well become invincible among your peers. It was evident that Fong Zhe was in high spirits. Han Fei speculated that after returning to the city, Fong Zhe could boast proudly to those sent along with him. On the floating island, where is the most sacred location? It must certainly be at the very center of the island, a place where even the village chief lacks the privilege to reside. Regardless of how lowly a floating island may be, the central area commands respect from all. This was Han Fei's first visit to the center of the floating island in Tianshui village. A stone statue stood tall, depicting a woman with one hand raised, clutching a fishing rod. Before the statue lay numerous offerings, seemingly placed only recently. Daughter, He Ming Tang had long awaited there. Upon seeing He Xiaoyu alongside Han Fei and Tang Ge, he sighed in relief. He Ming Tang scrutinized He Xiaoyu closely, astonished. Daughter, have you broken through to level 8 fisher? He Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly. Father, please don't ask so much. He Ming Tang replied. Yes. I want to ask. Just know it for yourself, and please don't tell your father. He Ming Tang couldn't help but beam with delight. Realizing that mingling with Han Fei and others had its advantages, he believed that even Han Fei was merely an incidental beneficiary. It must be that the esteemed angel deemed their camaraderie with Tang Ge commendable, thus bestowing upon them that formidable combat technique. He Ming Tang urged, all right. The three of you should swiftly enter and pay homage to the sea god, then promptly join the team. You will be among the first to commence the awakening of your innate talents, so do not be lax. Han Fei was taken aback. Isn't the sea god male? He Mingtong's expression darkened. Do not utter such nonsense. During the rites, you are forbidden from speaking such absurdities. Han Fei murmured, in our corner. The sea god is a bearded figure wielding a trident, far more impressive than this image. Holding a fishing rod diminishes the stature. The ritual for the sea god had no particular rules. Han Fei, along with scholars He Xiaoyu and Tangu, took out their fishing rods, bowed their heads against them. Murmuring quietly, likely in prayer. Once they had honored the sea god, the trio proceeded to the inner center, behind the statue of the sea god. They arrived at a pit approximately 200 meters in diameter, with a flat bottom adorned with intricate patterns, resembling an opulent swimming pool. Surrounding this grand basin were rows of steps, akin to those outside a stadium, now filled with a throng of spectators. Every year, many gathered to witness the event. Some came to cheer for their children, while others simply sought the excitement. At this moment, Han Fei and his companions were positioned behind the sea god statue, where steps led directly to the pool. Han Fei spotted Wang Baiyu, Xiang Nan, Chen Qing, and a few others he did not recognize, yet they all exchanged nods. After all, entering the top 10 circle implied that these youths were extraordinary, the finest among the 600,000 inhabitants of the floating island. Even before the awakening of their talents commenced, names of the top 10 were already being called out. Tangu, 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 Wang Baiyu, Wang Baiyu, Wang Baiyu, Xiang Nan, Xiang Nan, Xiang Nan. The cheers surged like waves, each one more fervent than the last. Naturally, as a dark horse, Han Fei received little acclaim, as few knew him, and there was no recognition of his prowess. In contrast, Tangu had already become a paragon of Tianshui village. Even He Xiaoyu garnered some applause. Among them, the loudest cheers were for Tangu, Wang Baiyu, and Xiang Nan. Suddenly, a thunderous shout momentarily stilled the atmosphere. As all eyes turned to the source of the call for Han Fei, they beheld Xiao Wushuang, a figure who undoubtedly belonged in the top 10, now suspended with his arms dangling over the audience. This fellow, seemingly oblivious to the other spectators, shouted Han Fei's name again. The scene turned peculiar, with only Xiao Wushuang calling out Han Fei's name twice. Good job. Suddenly, another voice erupted, and everyone turned to see Han Fei waving at the audience. All were bewildered. Nearby, He Xiaoyu, Wang Baiyu, and others looked dumbfounded. Aren't we embarrassing ourselves? Xiao Wushuang clenched his fists, aware that everyone underestimated Han Fei. He had personally experienced a force that simply should not belong to a student of the fishing trial. It was explosively terrifying. Han Fei remarked, see, the eyes of the masses are discerning. He Xiaoyu replied, perhaps they are just blind. Why is no one calling my name? Han Fei responded, they are preparing to introduce their sons to you discreetly. Calling your name now would inadvertently create competition. Bah, you are the worst. Tangu added, being called out is rather unfortunate. I don't even know them. Han Fei asserted, this indicates your popularity. You are a role model. Tangu countered, I believe you could also become a role model. He Xiaoyu chimed in, I could serve as a role model for girls. There is only one girl among the top 10. Wang Baiyu, listening to their conversation, felt helpless. Aren't you all nervous? This is the awakening of talents, which concerns the entire future. Wang Baiyu advised, Han Fei, Tangu, remember to walk towards the center later. It will be beneficial. Han Fei inquired, what is that large hole in the center for? Wang Baiyu explained, that is where the awakening liquid will be released. Han Fei nearly choked, displaying an expression of disbelief. Isn't that a bit excessive? Such a vast pool would suffice for thousands. Wang Baiyu clarified, it is diluted awakening liquid. Have you not seen previous talent awakenings? Han Fei quickly responded, of course I have, but I have never experienced it. My goodness, how splendid it would be to bathe here every day. After a brief moment, all 1,000 students had taken their positions. The village chief stepped forward, commanding attention. Everyone, quiet down. This year's talent awakening is about to commence. With rules as per previous years, the top 10 will enter the pool first, followed by the top 100 half an hour later, and the remainder will follow after another hour. Once awakened, all talent soul beasts must exit the pool immediately. Lingering is not permitted. Holding a list, the village chief called out, now, let the top participants of this fishing trial enter the pool. Han Fei, Tangu, Wang Baiyu, He Xiaoyu, Jia Tong, Li Yuan, and Chen Qing. Excitement coursed through the crowd as they descended the steps, making those behind them envious. This was the privilege of the top few. The best talents enjoyed the finest resources, followed by the top 100, and then the rest, whose talents were not significantly different, could enter together. At this moment, the pool contained no so-called awakening liquid, and Han Fei and his companions did not linger, making their way towards the center. They settled about 10 meters from the great hole, spreading out to sit. He Xiaoyu and Tang Ge took their places on either side of Han Fei, approximately 5 to 6 meters apart. He Xiaoyu asked, Han Fei, what do you think my talent soul beast will be? I am so excited. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Since arriving in this world, he had only seen teacher Wang Jie's large crab. Li Hui's creature did not count as a talent soul beast. Thus, he replied, perhaps a crab. How hideous. I refuse to be a crab. Soul beasts need not be common to fishing grounds. Many individuals possess soul beasts that are unheard of, and some even awaken corals. Wait, corals count as beasts? He Xiaoyu replied, I'm not sure. They probably don't, but those who awaken corals seem to have particularly strong defenses. Yet, I don't really know. I'm just eagerly anticipating. Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu, speechless. He felt that merely having a true talent soul beast was already commendable. There was no room for picky preferences. However, curiosity lingered within him, akin to opening a treasure chest, where the treasures were marine creatures. And the selection process was entirely random. Wang Baiyu remarked, most people's talent soul beasts are familiar to us. However, the extraordinary soul beasts are indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a column of water erupted. Tang Ge urged, stay calm and focused, do not be distracted. The water surged rapidly, soon covering the 200-meter pool with a thin layer. Moments later, a greenish liquid gushed from the great hole, instantly tinting the entire pool of vibrant grass green. Soon, the water reached their chins. Tang Ge instructed, hold your breath. Han Fei inhaled deeply, and before long, the pool water submerged his head, leaving the group seemingly frozen at the bottom. Han Fei took a moment to glance at Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu, only to find them with their eyes tightly shut, as were the others. Thus, Han Fei closed his eyes as well. In that instant, he felt himself entering a wondrous state, as if submerged in a vast ocean, gentle waves caressing his body, and his mind drifting in serenity. If one were to encapsulate this feeling, it would be akin to the sensation of being caressed by exceptionally warm hands, an indescribable comfort. In the recesses of the mind, there exists a realm shrouded in darkness, surrounded by what appears to be countless twinkling stars, as if these celestial bodies are fervently rushing into one's very being. Time becomes an abstract concept, and as the luminous particles fade, Han Fei finds himself ensconced within a labyrinthine conduit, his essence akin to a beam of light traversing until he beholds a vast expanse of ocean. Though he cannot discern what lies within this sea, he perceives its crystal-clear waters. However, a translucent membrane seems to separate him from the depths, rendering him unable to penetrate it. Suddenly, a small gourd materializes before him, and Han Fei is taken aback, questioning its omnipresence. Why are you here too? Is my talent awakening drawing you to the commotion? Yet, the lianyao who pays him no mind, slowly revolving on its own accord. At that moment, Han Fei feels an influx of fish congregating towards the gourd. However, these fish too cannot breach the membrane, leading to a continuous exchange of fish, all futilely attempting to impact the barrier of the external world. Time drags on, and a brief interval passes. Suddenly, the water stirs, accompanied by an exclamation. It has appeared. The first successful awakening belongs to Chunqing. With a splash, Chunqing's body quivers, and a fish, resembling a sword in length, manifests beside him, swimming in circles around him. Some sigh, recognizing it as a swordfish, the most aggressive species in the first-tier fishing grounds, albeit somewhat common. Others retort, what do you know? Even if it is common, it is still from the first-tier fishing grounds. Most awakenings yield only ordinary fish. The village chief glances at the swordfish and shakes his head slightly. It is too commonplace. Many in the town have swordfish as their spirit beasts, lacking any surprise. Shortly thereafter, another stir beneath the water reveals Li Yuanyuan, whose side is graced by a large meat turtle. The crowd erupts in excitement. A large meat turtle. We have a large meat turtle in this session. Li Yuanyuan's father rises in exhilaration, for a large meat turtle signifies extraordinary defensive capabilities, with such a spirit beast. His son need not fear falling into the ordinary or first-tier fishing grounds. The village chief nods approvingly, recognizing Li Yuanyuan as a worthy candidate for future cultivation. Soon after, Jia Tong's awakening yields a large blue crab, reminiscent of Master Wang Jie's prized catch. Unfortunately, Jia Tong's crab lacks the quality of Wang Jie's green jade crab, which is exclusive to the first-tier fishing grounds, a clear distinction between the two. Nevertheless, the audience remains unfazed, with some enviously remarking, a crab. Versatile in both offense and defense, quite commendable indeed. At this moment, He Mingtang is the most anxious, as individuals who endure longer typically awaken more formidable spirit beasts. With 3 individuals having already manifested theirs, he wonders about his daughter's fate. Unexpectedly, the sixth participant, Zhang Chong from the southern school, stirs first, unveiling an iron-headed fish. He Mingtang is elated, convinced that his daughter must possess superior talent, hence the longer wait. The iron-headed fish also incites considerable cheer, despite the daily criticisms. It boasts formidable defenses, rivaling even that of a large meat turtle. The fifth participant unveils a swordfish, while the fourth, Xiang Nan, reveals the first anomalous fish, albeit a common one, the pufferfish. This indicates that Xiang Nan will possess considerable offensive capabilities, as few in the town can awaken a pufferfish. Suddenly, another disturbance arises from He Xiaoyu's side. He Mingtang becomes animated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Wang Jie advises, do not be overly excited. Xiaoyu has persevered until now, so her spirit beast will surely be superior to those before her. He Mingtang nods in agreement, convinced of this certainty. With a loud call, the village chief declares, an anomalous fish. An anomalous fish. The audience rises collectively, gazing at the tricolored fish, red, black, and white, exclaiming in astonishment. We have never seen such a fish. How beautiful! He Mingtang, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, exclaims, an anomaly. We have produced an anomalous spirit beast in the He family. The village chief shares in the excitement. It has been decades since an anomalous spirit beast appeared in the village, a fact he cannot even recall. If Han Fei were to observe this scene with open eyes, he would undoubtedly lament the lack of knowledge among the crowd, unable to recognize even a clownfish. Many gazes turn skyward, as if to ascertain whether Feng Zhe is aware of the significance of this fish. As anticipated, Feng Zhe hovers in the air, observing the clownfish beside He Xiaoyu. This is a Honkai fish, also known as an anemone fish, renowned for its territoriality and aggression, feeding exclusively on various sea anemones. It is quite rare. Albeit its growth potential is limited, should it evolve into a haiku fish, this child would undoubtedly be qualified to enter the city. A chorus of astonishment erupts from the crowd. Many are left agog, realizing the fish's elevated status, feeding on anemones, and even qualifying for city entry. Around He Mingtang, a throng of teachers gathers. Congratulations, Teacher He. You have a remarkable daughter. He Mingtang humbly responds. Oh, it was merely luck. I have a relative in town. Would you consider? He Mingtang chuckles. Haha, she is still young. As a multitude of well-wishers congratulate He Mingtang, those who previously awakened their spirit beasts gaze enviously at He Xiaoyu. At this moment, He Xiaoyu slowly opens her eyes, discovering a fish before her, its front half red, its rear half black, adorned with a white mark, curiously gazing at her. Her eyes nearly squinting with delight, she exclaims, wow, so cute and beautiful. Are you my spirit beast? Swim around for me to see. The clownfish, seemingly possessed of sentience, swiftly swims around her in a joyous circle, eliciting her boundless happiness. The village chief clears his throat. Those who have already awakened their spirit beasts, please step forward. At this, He Xiaoyu recalls the spectators and, following her father's instructions, concentrates her thoughts, causing the clownfish to dart into her brow, disappearing from view. She glances toward the depths, noticing that Han Fei and Tang Gu remain submerged, presumably enduring longer than herself, likely to awaken even greater spirit beasts. Oh, I don't think I've asked about my fish. I must hurry to inquire. As half an hour nears completion, only Han Fei, Tang Gu, and Wang Baiyu remain submerged. At this moment, Wang Baiyu can no longer contain himself, and an unusual movement occurs beneath the water, revealing a large turtle with a prominent, elevated shell. This is the Jinjia turtle? Some are taken aback, for any turtle is a formidable entity. If the large meat turtle represents the pinnacle of first-tier fishing grounds, then the Jinjia turtle embodies near invincibility in both first and second-tier fishing grounds. The reason for its near-legendary status stems from a local myth. It is said that another exceedingly rare turtle exists in the first-tier fishing grounds, known as the Tuosher turtle. As the name suggests, the Tuosher turtle bears a stone upon its back, rumored to be inscribed with a combat technique, though none have ever encountered one. Thus, the Jinjia turtle remains the closest to invincibility. At this moment, the patriarch of the Wang family observes, and upon seeing the Jinjia turtle, nods slightly. Good lad. Indeed worthy of the Wang lineage. If this Jinjia turtle can evolve further, it may become a Xuanjia turtle, at which point, our family shall produce another formidable armorer. Upon awakening, Wang Baiyu gazes at the Jinjia turtle, feeling a tinge of disappointment, but still pats its shell. He instinctively glances underwater, realizing that Han Fei and Tang Gu have yet to awaken. Half a shurchin had already passed, and the green hue of the pool had faded slightly. The village chief continued to call out, the first 100 participants enter the pool. With a splash, it resembled a crowd rushing into a bathhouse. As many people hurried to enter the water, fearing they would absorb less of the Qi Ling liquid than others. However, at that moment, the spectators were not focused on these individuals, but were instead engaged in animated discussions about Tang Ge and Han Fei. Some wore peculiar expressions. This Han Fei seems to possess some strength. Otherwise, how could he remain at the bottom of the pool for so long? Others questioned, could this be a genius capable of rivaling Tang Ge? Some shook their heads. Impossible. I heard that Han Fei only has a first-grade, upper-grade spirit vein. Perhaps he just lingered a bit longer, nothing more. Suddenly, the center of the pool erupted into a frenzy, as a burst of red flames ascended. Fangze, who had been resting with his eyes closed, instantly appeared behind the statue of the sea god, his gaze fervent. With a thud, a slender creature, approximately half a meter long, soared into the air. This being was entirely crimson, engulfed in an ethereal red flame, with a white line running from its head to its tail. Remarkably, it possessed alternating red and white bony wings on its back, and to their astonishment, it also had a pair of large pincers. Everyone was left in a daze, including the village chief, who was bewildered. What is this? He Xiaoyu gaped. And all the students awaiting their turn to enter the pool also stared in astonishment. This anomaly was truly extraordinary. The spectators erupted in excitement, chanting Tang Ge, Tang Ge, Tang Ge. This scene was so incredible, it was unheard of to witness flames burning in the water. Upon regaining consciousness, Tang Ge instinctively glanced at Han Fei, only to find him still asleep, while the area around him was completely deserted. He then smiled and surfaced from the water. The first thing Tang Ge saw upon emerging was a shrimp. This shrimp looked remarkably peculiar, and it was on fire. Upon noticing Tang Ge had awakened, Fangze's voice resonated throughout the venue. If my speculation is correct, this creature is the legendary Bai Long Yuling Xia, said to have pincers as strong as divine iron. Unfortunately, I have never seen one. Merely theorizing. You need not take it to heart. Fangze felt that his journey here was exceedingly worthwhile. He was almost certain that Tang Ge would soon rise in the city, and as Tang Ji's guide, his own status would inevitably elevate as well. Tang Ge murmured, Bai Long Yuling Xia, but it's clearly red, seeing you engulfed in flames. Shall I call you Xiaohua? The Bai Long Yuling Xia swiftly climbed onto Tang Ji's head, raising its pincers and clutching at the air. Amidst the envious cheers and shouts of the crowd, Tang Ge ascended the shore. Fangze exclaimed, wonderful. You are highly likely to have acquired a legendary shrimp-type soul beast. Although Tang Ge was exhilarated, he turned his gaze back to the pool. Fangze added, your little brother, having stayed for so long, should not be lacking. Just wait. Everyone eagerly anticipated Han Fei, but moments later, the hundreds of students who entered afterward began awakening their soul beasts, only to find them disappointingly mediocre. The principal occasionally shouted, Chen Fei, awaken your knife fish soul beast. Qian Yu, awaken your green-shelled turtle soul beast. Sun Luoluo, awaken your knife fish soul beast. Han Fei felt somewhat bored as he observed the various marine creatures on the other side of the membrane, changing in succession. Initially, various marine creatures approached to investigate, but as time passed, fewer appeared, and those that did became increasingly ferocious. He even witnessed a large fish with jagged teeth effortlessly crush a vibrant green crab before being pierced by an eel. Was it due to my spirit vein level being insufficient? Han Fei became fixated on this thought, sensing the currents around him. He Xiaoyu and Tang Ge seemed to have finished. Wasn't it said that the longer one remained underwater, the greater the potential? Gord, upgrade my spirit vein, will you? The Lian Yao who paid him no mind, continuing its self-absorbed spinning. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived a flash of white before his eyes, through the membrane. He could vaguely see a small fish, whether gray, white, or black, he could not tell. Such a small thing. Where are the great lobsters, the giant crabs, and the massive turtles? I hope it doesn't get swallowed whole. Yet, at the moment the small fish appeared, the gourd began to spin frantically, as if the transparent membrane was about to shatter, with the small fish pressing against it. Outside, a whirlpool suddenly formed around Han Fei. Someone gasped, it's about to appear. Chapter 61. The twin yin-yang swallowing spirit fish. The crowd buzzed with excitement. All eyes filled with expectation for what kind of gifted soul beast this top participant in the fishing trial would summon. Some speculated, it has to be an anomaly. After all, there was such a commotion when it awakened. Others nodded. Indeed, what do you think Han Fei will summon? Some guessed, I doubt it will surpass Tang Ge. Others countered, not necessarily. He has remained underwater longer than Tang Ge. At this moment, Han Fei felt a surge of excitement, sensing that the membrane was about to rupture. Did this mean his gifted soul beast was that small fish? Suddenly, The membrane burst, and he felt a surge of spiritual light enter his mind. To his astonishment, it seemed not just one light, but two. Outside, a pure white small fish abruptly appeared beside Han Fei, circling around him. Swallowing fish. What? Just a swallowing fish? Han Fei thought incredulously. You must be joking. I expected an anomaly. It couldn't be. After such a commotion, only a swallowing fish emerged? The audience began to murmur, confusion spreading among them. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, wait. This swallowing fish has whiskers on its face, a tail, and fins, with longer whiskers than ordinary ones. It seems much more exquisite. Someone with keen eyes pointed at the small white fish's head. Look, this swallowing fish has a black dot on its forehead. The crowd immediately turned to look, and indeed, there was a round black dot on the fish's head. But what did that prove? It was still just a swallowing fish. Some shook their heads. That's perfectly normal. Once I caught a swallowing fish with red fins, and it was still just a swallowing fish. Others agreed. Right. I once caught a swallowing fish with a long black tail. It only indicates a slight mutation. Its essence remains that of a swallowing fish. The village chief glanced over, somewhat disappointed, but he turned to Feng Zhe, hoping for an explanation. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu also looked expectantly at Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe shook his head. This swallowing fish may have undergone slight mutation, but it is not extraordinary. Ordinary individuals may not comprehend this. But even the least remarkable anomaly would surpass their mundane soul beasts significantly. This will require him to explore gradually. Tang Gu inquired, not bad? Feng Zhe replied, it cannot be considered good, but it is not as poor as it seems. Upon hearing Feng Zhe's words, some felt disheartened, while others' eyes lit up. And some remained skeptical, though many envied Han Fei, particularly those who had failed to make the top 1,000. Someone scoffed, what use is a swallowing fish? In terms of practicality, it's inferior to the green-shelled turtle. At least the green-shelled turtle is sturdy, while the swallowing fish is merely good for soup. Someone attempted to clarify. Actually, it's not bad. After all, it is still an anomaly. At least its spiritual energy is higher than that of other fish, right? Another scoffed. Give me a break. Other than its slightly elevated spiritual energy, it's only good for making soup. In a first-level fishing ground. The best catch is a swallowing fish. Otherwise, how could our 4 major schools have so much swallowing fish soup? Han Fei opened his eyes, surfacing, and immediately spotted a beautiful long-whiskered, long-tailed white fish with a black round dot on its forehead. Beside the white fish, there was also a long-whiskered, long-tailed black fish, adorned with a white dot on its forehead. A series of data appeared before him. Talents and soul beasts. Name, dual-born yin-yang spirit-eating fish. Introduction. This is a descendant of the ancient mystical yin-yang sky-eating fish, existing as a pair of black and white fish. The white fish is gentle, while the black fish is ferocious. They share a symbiotic existence. If one survives, the other cannot perish. Level 0, quality mysterious, stored spiritual energy, 100 points, diet, omnivorous. Capable of consuming all things. Remarks. The black fish is invisible and can only be perceived by its master or those possessing the yin-yang divine eyes bestowed by nature. Han Fei gazed blankly, pondering what peculiar fish he had awakened. The name dual-born yin-yang sky-eating fish sounded impressive. Yet what did mystical truly entail? Come forth. Stop lingering. It is merely a spirit-eating fish. What are you staring at? Even if you see something spectacular, it remains just a spirit-eating fish. It's a waste of time to be so excited over something so ordinary. The audience erupted in discontent, but Han Fei merely chuckled, thinking, you foolish bunch. You have no idea what remarkable fish I have truly summoned. Nevertheless, he decided against revealing too much, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. As he observed the black fish swirling with the little white fish, his smile broadened. Indeed, no one could see you. With a thought, 2 streams of spiritual light entered his brow. Once Han Fei emerged from the water, Tang Gu, looking serious, patted him on the shoulder and said, it's all right. At least it's an exotic spirit-eating fish. Moreover, it is said that each cultivator can form contracts with various fish species. For instance, the tigerhead fish from the tigerhead gang is one such case. We shall sign a powerful demon fish in the future. He Xiaoyu added, Han Fei, don't pay attention to those people. They merely make a ruckus. Perhaps your spirit-eating fish possesses unknown benefits. At this moment, Wang Jie approached Han Fei, exclaiming, indeed. Actually, you can be considered an exotic fish yourself. Although we often consume spirit-eating fish soup, not many can awaken a spirit-eating fish soul beast. Just then, the village chief called out, Wu Lei, awaken the spirit-eating fish soul beast. Wang Jie exclaimed in surprise. Han Fei frowned, feeling the sting of embarrassment. Feng Zhe also appeared disappointed. He had anticipated that this individual, enlightened by a revered level stronghold, would summon a formidable exotic soul beast. The outcome was indeed disappointing. The crowd's spirits were low, yet Han Fei remarked cheerfully, "What of the spirit-eating fish? Even if it is a spirit-eating fish, mine is the mightiest of its kind in the boundless sea." Nearby, a few youths who had yet to enter the pool rolled their eyes, muttering, "Yeah, right. The strongest spirit-eating fish in the boundless sea? Why don't you just fly up to the heavens?" Han Fei turned to Tengu, asking, "What did you summon?" Tengu hesitated, reluctant to discourage Han Fei, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. However, Xiaoyu, in her naive enthusiasm, blurted out, "An exotic fish. The legendary white dragon feather spirit shrimp that even Lord Angel has never seen." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Legendary?" Tengu replied, "It requires a robust self to match. Cultivation cannot solely rely on the soul beast." Han Fei understood that Tengu seemed unwilling to dampen his spirits, so he turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "What about you? Did you summon a giant crab?" Xiaoyu puffed up with indignation, saying, "What giant crab? I wouldn't summon a giant crab. Look, my little red one is beautiful." As she spoke, a flash appeared on her brow, and the clownfish manifested in midair, swimming around her. Han Fei exclaimed, "Clownfish?" Smack. Xiaoyu promptly slapped him, retorting, "Poo poo poo. It's not a clownfish. It should be called little beauty fish." Han Fei thought, "You call it a clownfish. Yet what I see is different." Data materialized before him. Talents and soul beasts. Name, red sparrow fish. Introduction, a rare fish species with a strong territorial instinct and combat capabilities. It feeds on various sea anemones and can digest all sorts of toxins. Level 0. Quality, rare, stored spiritual energy, 100 points. Diet, sea anemones. Remarks, if it evolves into black sparrow fish, it will become a peculiar fish species. Han Fei reflected on the carnivorous sea anemones he had encountered underwater, astonished that this fish fed on them. It was indeed formidable. Xiaoyu declared, "Yes? And its name sounds lovely too, red sparrow." Han Fei inquired, "Did you all summon exotic fish? How many of you did?" Xiaoyu replied, "Just me and Tengu." "Oh, Wang Baiyu summoned a large turtle. Your spirit-eating fish should be of the same caliber as that turtle." Han Fei knew that Xiaoyu was attempting to comfort herself. How could the spirit-eating fish possibly compare to a large turtle? Even a giant meat turtle would far surpass a spirit-eating fish in strength. As the remaining individuals entered the pool, the speed of awakening their talent soul beasts increased dramatically. Nearly all achieving this within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, yet none summoned exotic fish. The best among them awakened a serpent. As the last 900 entered the pool, the water quickly became diluted, and these individuals awakened even faster, completing the process within half the time it took to burn incense. The best among them summoned a mutated tentacle shrimp. When only a few dozen remained in the pool, the green awakening liquid was completely consumed. Some of these individuals were reduced to tears, lamenting, "I've worked so hard to enter the top 1,000, and now this?" Of course, Han Fei and the others were oblivious to this scene, as they had already departed, returning home to cultivate 108 methods of body refinement. Chapter 62. My goal is the boundless sea. The small dwelling of Han Fei's family had become an absolute no-go zone. Even the village chief could not enter within 1,000 meters. 7 days later, as the sun began to set, in Han Fei's courtyard, Tengu was panting heavily. Propped up on his knees, drenched in sweat, Tengu, drenched in perspiration, laughed heartily. "I have finally completed all 108 poses in one go." At this moment, Xiaoyu was still on her 96th pose, her hair matted with sweat, yet she persistently inquired, "Tengu, how much has your spiritual energy limit increased?" Tengu felt for a moment, "I'm not sure of the exact increase, but it seems I'm stuck at 299 points and can't advance." Xiaoyu gasped in surprise. 299 points is so high. Does a level 9 fisherman have such a high spiritual energy capacity? I think I'm only at 199. But I feel like I can increase it. Once I finish all 108 poses, I will. Han Fei, how much do you have? Han Fei glanced at his own data. Owner, Han Fei level 7, upper tier fisherman, spiritual energy, 42892, 299, spiritual vein, level 2 lower tier, upgradable, talent soul beast, dual-born yin-yang spirit-eating fish weapon, purple bamboo staff, main cultivation method, void fishing technique, first volume, hook kissing technique, ordinary, gray divine product. Han Fei pondered, feeling that 299 points appeared to be a threshold. Yet, Tengu was already a level 9 fisherman. How could he only have a spiritual energy limit of 299 points? Outwardly, Han Fei grinned. What a coincidence. I'm also at 199 points. He Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. I'm about to surpass you. Over the past few days, Han Fei had refrained from cultivating and upgrading his spiritual vein, instead practicing the 108 methods of body refinement with Tang Ge and the others. In truth, he had long reached the 299 points limit, knowing that without a breakthrough, he could not increase further. However, the commotion caused by his breakthrough would be considerable, and he naturally could not let Feng Zhe, an outsider, witness it. Thus, he repeated the 108 poses over and over. In addition to this, he would visit the plantation and the barbecue stall. However, each time he returned with barbecue, a large portion of it found its way into Feng Zhe's stomach. This guy refused to lower himself to buy food from a barbecue stall and would give Han Fei a look each time, leaving him to run errands. If anyone could visit Han Fei's small dwelling during these days, it was only Li Gang, who arrived each time with trepidation. He was a small-time hoodlum, and upon encountering an angel, a figure so exalted, he nearly lost control of himself. Fortunately, Feng Zhe was aware that this fellow was merely there to deliver materials for distilled spirits. Otherwise, he might have dispatched him with a single blow. At this moment, Feng Zhe marveled at the sight before him. A level 9 fisherman with a maximum spiritual energy of 299 points. How many in the city could achieve such a feat? This was before reaching the pinnacle. What would happen once he did? Surely, he would surpass 300. It seemed that only those of the fishing master realm could attain such heights. He pondered his own limits as a level 9 fisherman. Was it 239 or 249 points? Yet now, merely by practicing a fragment of a top-tier combat technique, even the likes of He Xiaoyu and Han Fei had reached 199 points. Truly remarkable. If Feng Zhe were to discover that Han Fei's current spiritual energy limit was also 299 points, he would be utterly astonished, regardless of Han Fei's mediocre aptitude. He would surely bring him back to the city. Descending from the rooftop, Feng Zhe glanced at Tang Ge and remarked, "The time is nearly upon us. You may enjoy your freedom tonight." Upon hearing this, Tang Ge fell silent. Was it really time to depart? He Xiaoyu's eyes reddened at the thought of parting. She had just found a good friend, and now they were to be separated? Han Fei clapped Tang Ge on the shoulder and said, "Tonight, I'll have Li Gang halt his renowned barbecue stall and prepare a feast just for us. And there will be drinks," Tang Ge added. "Plenty," Han Fei replied. Both of them grinned broadly. True brothers need not speak much to understand one another. That evening, Li Gang hurried over to Han Fei, his eyes darting nervously. Careful not to walk too quickly. His wife, Xiao Hong, curiously surveyed the surroundings, seemingly intrigued by the humble dwelling of this young master, Han Fei. "Xiao Hong, don't stare. We must not offend the angel," Li Gang cautioned. "Oh, I want tea," she replied. Han Fei then said, "Don't worry, Gongzi. The angel is not present. Tonight, you're in charge of the barbecue. Make sure to prepare a generous amount." Upon hearing that Feng Zhe was absent, Li Gang visibly relaxed, his face brightening. "Understood, young master." As the night wore on, they indulged in drinks and grilled skewers. Tang Ge remarked, "I once inquired of Feng Zhe, and he mentioned that even from above, one can descend. When I grow stronger, I will be able to do so." "No worries," Han Fei replied. "Even if you cannot come down, I can always come up to drink and enjoy the skewers with you." Tang Ge chuckled. "I am certain you will succeed. Others may believe you rely on me, but I know that is not the case. In just a month, you have the potential to break through to a level 7 fisherman. Your talent is extraordinary." He Xiaoyu glanced skeptically at Han Fei, opting to remain silent as she continued to grill skewers. Han Fei suddenly questioned, "Do the people in the city not need to fish in the sea? If they do not fish, how can they grow stronger?" "They do, but it seems there are teleportation arrays that allow them to appear directly at sea," Tang Ge explained. "Moreover, they say the lowest teleportation point brings one to a level 2 fishing ground. That simplifies things. Perhaps I can reach a level 2 fishing ground soon." Han Fei mused. Tang Ge shook his head. "I have heard there are many level 2 fishing grounds in the city." Han Fei nodded in understanding, recognizing the vast number of villages and towns encompassed within a city, making the existence of numerous level 2 fishing grounds quite reasonable. Thus, the two friends drank and feasted until they felt ill. Han Fei's face turned crimson as he drunkenly boasted, "You go ahead. My ascent is merely a matter of time. My ambition is the endless ocean, for as a gold digger, there is no place in this world I fear to tread." "He is intoxicated," He Xiaoyu remarked. "This liquor is quite strong," Tang Ge added, rising to bow to He Xiaoyu. "He Xiaoyu, Han Fei has no friends. You may be his only one. Please take care of him." "He will bully me," she protested. "He will not," Tang Ge assured her with a smile. "Very well then. In light of his teaching me the 108 techniques of body tempering, I shall look after him," she conceded. "I will take my leave now." "Leaving already?" He Xiaoyu queried. "Indeed. Tang Gu replied, departing without leaving a trace behind. Such is the nature of gatherings. He believed they would meet again. Han Fei lay sprawled on the ground, mumbling. My goal is the endless ocean, and there are treasures beyond measure. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Head gang, Li Ju wore an exceedingly grim expression, his heart filled with dread. Li, who had been severely injured by Han Fei, and Tiger Head Fish was gravely wounded, barely clinging to life thanks to the resilient spirit fish. He was furious and yearned to eliminate Han Fei, yet he dared not act while Tang Gu and Fong Zhe remained. Li Ju, come forth, a voice commanded. Li Ju trembled. Had they arrived? He forced a bitter smile. He had known this day would come since Li Hu had attempted to rob Han Fei. No matter how formidable Li Ju was, in Fong Zhe's eyes, he was but an insignificant insect, an insect that could be crushed with a mere finger. Outside the Tiger Head gang, Li Ju greeted, I have met young Master Tang Gu. Tang Gu did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. There is no need for pretense. I know the kind of person you are. You are furious and wish to harm my brother. I would never dare, Li Ju replied. Tang Gu chuckled coldly. I had intended to slay you outright, but upon witnessing Han Fei today, I reconsidered. You, Li Ju, are only worthy to serve as a stepping stone for my brother. Li Ju remained silent, but the whiteness of his knuckles betrayed the fury within him. Tang Gu continued with a smirk. Regardless of your anger, your family has repeatedly targeted my brother. While the death penalty can be avoided, your punishment shall be severe. I grant you one chance, self-harm, to the extent that you cannot recover for half a year. Li Ju's eyes narrowed. Was Tang Gu truly planning to leave him alive as a stepping stone for Han Fei? But did Han Fei deserve such an honor? Blood trickled from Li Ju's mouth as he bit his lip. Almost without hesitation he uttered, Thank you, young Master Tang Gu, for sparing my life. In an instant, Li Ju's body erupted, his limbs bursting forth in a shower of blood. Tang Gu glanced at Fong Zhe, who stood silently beside him, observing the scene with indifference. Tang Gu looked back at Fong Zhe, who nodded, indicating that Li Ju had complied. As they departed, Fong Zhe inquired, Are you certain Han Fei can truly rise above that stepping stone? Absolutely. He is no longer the Han Fei of the past. I am certain of this. The former Han Fei would not have succeeded, but the current Han Fei certainly will. The next day, when Tang Gu awoke, he found that he had already left. Xiaoyu was still consuming barbecue, and upon noticing Han Fei stirring, she exclaimed, Awake? Time for breakfast? Han Fei replied, Xiaoyu, have you been eating all night? I just started, she insisted, gesturing toward the mountain of skewers before her. Han Fei chuckled, Am I withholding food from you or something? Hurry home. Ganzi still has to set up his stall. Pouting, Xiaoyu replied, Tang Gu asked me to look after you from now on, to ensure you aren't harmed. Skeptical. Han Fei retorted, You looking after me? How can you protect me from those I cannot defeat? I can have Han Kei help. The angel said she is powerful. Xiaoyu countered. No matter how powerful, she is still at level 0. You should hurry and ask your father to help level her up. What will you do if she gets defeated by a common fish? Impossible. Spirit beasts cannot be killed by ordinary fish. Only special means can slay spirit beasts. Even if they die, there is a chance to summon them back from the Soul Sea. The Soul Sea? Ah, yes. It's an invisible ocean where all spirit beasts are said to dwell. Han Fei thought to himself that there were many intricacies involved, but he quickly urged her. Go home, go home. Otherwise, your father will think I've kidnapped you. And then what will I do when he comes looking for me? Xiaoyu, If you want to go, then go. I'll have my father take me to level up my Han Kei. I'm here to pick you up. Suddenly, He Mingtang's voice floated over from a distance. Observing his daughter's remarkable transformation, He Mingtang, with a radiant smile, said, Xiaoyu, let us return home. Your talented soul beast has just begun. Being an exotic fish, it requires careful handling. Xiaoyu, Father, should we let Han Fei accompany us back? No. Both He Mingtang and Han Fei replied in unison. Cough, cough. He Mingtang reassured. Rest assured, last night the Hutu gang assisted Li Ju, who was severely injured. His wounds are so grave that he won't be able to engage in intense combat for at least 6 months. People have already begun to restore order in the East Market, and the development of the Hutu gang has been curtailed. It may take several months for Li Ju to recover. Han Fei, Li Ju is gravely injured? He Mingtang cast a deep glance at Han Fei. What could have caused Li Ju's severe injuries other than the fear that Tang Gu had of Li Ju taking action against Han Fei before departing? Yet, everyone remained puzzled as to why Tang Gu did not kill Li Ju. Logically, even if Tang Gu annihilated the entire Hutu gang, no one from Tianshui village would dare to speak out. Han Fei chuckled. That is even better. Xiaoyu, hurry back home. The Hutu gang is now insignificant. And I must also head to the plantation to apprentice. You cannot always follow me. He Xiaoyu. Humph, then I shall leave. By the next time you see me, my Han Ke will surely have become formidable. With that, He Xiaoyu departed, and Han Fei exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, they are gone. Outside the house, with a thought, Han Fei summoned the Shuangxing Yinyang Tunling Yu, two small fish intertwining and flopping. The white one remained still, staring blankly at Han Fei, while the black one dove directly to the bottom of the water tank. With a snap, to Han Fei's astonishment, a large clam at the bottom of the tank was pierced through its shell. The black one burrowed inside, and within moments, an empty clam shell emerged. Remarkably, the little creature still seemed unsatisfied and went on to pierce another large clam. Goodness, the black one is ferocious. Han Fei, little Bai from now on. I shall call you that. Little He is too fierce. Let us not play with him. Little did he expect that just as he finished speaking, the black tunling Yu leaped out of the water, spraying water at Han Fei. Han Fei was momentarily stunned. Oh dear, I was merely joking. Is it really necessary? Han Fei, I'm playing with you. Is that not acceptable? You may be small in size, but your temper is quite large. Han Fei considered that the clams might not provide sufficient nutrition and pondered whether he should fish for something more substantial at sea for these little creatures. However, he decided against it. The recent suppression of his breakthrough had proven rather painful, so he would focus on that first. Han Fei entered a cave and sat cross-legged. Yet, the first thing he did was not to choose to break through, but to upgrade his spiritual vein. After nearly half a month of deliberation, those who could sense a problem with their spiritual veins should have long since vanished, allowing him to upgrade without worry. Upgrading. With a single thought from Han Fei, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from him. He felt his bones tingle, sometimes akin to the sensation of needles pricking. At the same time, impurities began to seep from his skin, and moments later, he felt his bones stiffen slightly, yet grow stronger. At this moment, Han Fei silently feared that had he chosen to upgrade in front of Feng Zhe, such a pronounced cleansing of his marrow would surely have been detected, leaving him unable to provide any explanation. Approximately half an hour later, the spiritual energy at the surface settled, and impurities ceased to seep forth. Han Fei then examined his status. Master, Han Fei level 7, Superior Fisherman, Spiritual Energy, 32892, 309, Spiritual Vein, Secondary Mid-Grade, Upgradable, Talented Soul Beast, Shuangxing Yinyang Tunling Yu Weapon, Purple Bamboo Staff Primary Cultivation Method, Void Fishing Technique, First Volume, Hook Kissing Technique, Common Grade Divine Quality. Han Fei couldn't help but smirk. It consumed a total of 10,000 points of spiritual energy, and the spiritual vein only upgraded from secondary low grade to secondary mid-grade. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his body's spiritual energy capacity had increased by 10 points. This was merely from upgrading the spiritual vein, not yet accounting for the strengthening results of 108 paths of body refinement. Further upgrades? Han Fei opened the upgrade option for the spiritual vein again, discovering that it still required 10,000 points of spiritual energy. He immediately understood that this so-called upgrade was not a significant realm upgrade, but rather a minor realm upgrade. This made sense. If 10,000 points could elevate him to a tertiary spiritual vein, then upgrading to a level 7 spiritual vein would likely not take much time. Indeed, there were limitations, otherwise it would be too extraordinary. Upgrading. Han Fei unhesitatingly chose to upgrade again, experiencing the same sensations, the same consumption, and the same delightful feeling. Half an hour later, Master, Han Fei level 7, Superior Fisherman, Spiritual Energy, 22892, 319, Spiritual Vein, Secondary Upper Grade, Upgradable, Talented Soul Beast, Shuangxing Yinyang Tunling Yu Weapon, Purple Bamboo Staff Primary Cultivation Method, Void Fishing Technique, First Volume, Hook Kissing Technique, Common Grade Divine Quality. Further upgrades? Han Fei continued to explore but frowned, for this time it required 20,000 points of spiritual energy. If he upgraded now, wouldn't his spiritual energy be completely depleted? However, after considering it, Han Fei chose not to upgrade immediately, as he still needed to break through. Once he opted for a spiritual vein upgrade, there wouldn't be enough spiritual energy left for the breakthrough. Yet, he did not choose to break through immediately either, after all. With the spiritual vein upgraded to secondary upper grade, did that not imply that his spiritual energy capacity had also increased? Thus, he began practicing 108 paths of body refinement. 3 hours later, Han Fei was drenched in sweat, realizing that his spiritual energy capacity had indeed transformed to 326 points, indicating that it could indeed be further enhanced. Han Fei was overjoyed. It was said that only those of fisherman rank could possess a spiritual energy reserve exceeding 300 points. 2 days later, Han Fei emerged from his retreat. Gazing at the mere 8,200 points of spiritual energy remaining, he felt a twinge of distress. This was far too taxing on his spiritual energy. Merely breaking through to an 8th-level fisherman had consumed over 10,000 points. How would he manage the 9th level? What about breaking through to a fisherman master? And the enhancement of his spiritual vein? Han Fei felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, realizing he might need to return to the barbecue stall to help out. Yet, he wasn't entirely disappointed, for in just one night, he had accomplished what others might take months or even years to achieve. Furthermore, his spiritual energy limit had already risen to 359 points. Others would need to gradually cultivate after breaking through to attract spiritual energy and strengthen their bodies, while he had directly advanced to the peak of level 8. Although over 10,000 points of spiritual energy seemed excessive, it had laid a solid foundation for him. Now, he merely needed to accumulate spiritual energy steadily, solidify his cultivation, and wait until he had enough to continue breaking through. Han Fei contemplated for a moment that he had promised the old man to assist him, and delaying any longer would constitute a breach of agreement, especially since several days had passed since his talent awakening. With that thought, Han Fei picked up a jar of wine and headed to the plantation. Chapter 64. 5 Major Professions. Old man, I have brought you wine. So you have come. No need to yell, young lad. Don't you know it's rather impolite to wake an old man from his slumber? Han Fei feigned ignorance to the old man's words and retorted, if you were truly asleep, I wouldn't call you. After all, I hurried over to help you with this garden post-talent awakening. The old man naturally grabbed the wine jar, opened it, took a whiff, and then twirled his beard, seizing a roasted fish to eat. The old man, Han lad, I heard you topped the fishing trial? Ah. The old man continued, I also heard you received the spirit gathering technique from an angel. Although your talent awakening was not great, you managed to summon a tumbling you, which is only good for making soup. Han Fei, who has been telling you these things while you sleep all day? The old man, that fat fellow. Han Fei understood clearly. It was Li Gang who had previously brought wine and barbecued delicacies to the elder. However, Han Fei shook his head and proclaimed, I am the foremost tumbling you of the endless sea, a fish with lofty ideals and aspirations. The elder nearly choked, his frustration morphing into a sardonic smile. A tumbling you is a tumbling you. What makes it the foremost of the endless sea? Can it ascend to the heavens? Han Fei shrugged, I shall not debate this with you. One day, when I shine brilliantly, I will vindicate the duality of the tumbling you. After taking a few sips of wine, the elder set down the wine jar and remarked, you initially claimed you would assist me in tending to the garden, but you were barely qualified. However, since you have acquired the gathering spirit technique, I suppose you have met the minimum requirement. Henceforth, this vast 1,000-acre garden is entrusted to you. Plowing, weeding, sowing, watering, and gathering spirit, these are your tasks. Han Fei was taken aback, staring blankly at the sprawling garden. Elder, may I inquire who tended to the plowing, weeding, sowing, watering, and gathering spirit before my arrival? And what exactly is gathering spirit? The elder scoffed, they were allowed to grow wild before. When I was thirsty, I would pluck a few red fruits to gather spirit. The fields require fertilization. Spiritual energy serves as nourishment. We cannot rely on the gathering spirit technique alone. Do you expect the spiritual energy to burrow into the ground on its own? Han Fei protested. So, you let them run rampant before I came. And now it all falls to me? The elder tilted his head. What, do you object? Han Fei felt an urge to hurl a fish at the elder's head. I have never endured such hardship. How can you expect me to do this now? Nevertheless, he relented. Of course, I have no objections, but elder, I do not yet know the gathering spirit technique. The elder replied, if you don't know, then learn. What do you think the angels bestowed the gathering spirit technique upon you for? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. The elder spoke with audacity and displayed a lack of reverence when mentioning angels, confirming Han Fei's suspicions that this elder was formidable. Han Fei inquired, Elder, I cannot address you as elder every day. What is your surname? It would help me address you appropriately. The elder retorted, get lost. You are merely a handyman. Why should you care about the name of your employer? Fine, from now on, I shall address you as Yi, as you are the master. And your word is law. Turning around, Han Fei gazed upon the expansive planting ground and nearly fainted. Forget it, farming seems too tedious. I shall first learn the gathering spirit technique. The elder enjoyed his wine and barbecued food, occasionally munching on peanuts, reveling in his joy. Han Fei could only find a spot to sit, and began perusing the cultivation methods for the gathering spirit technique left by Feng Zhe. Upon his first glance, Han Fei was captivated, for the introduction was not about the gathering spirit technique, but rather the 5 primary professions on the floating island. These 5 professions are essential for becoming a formidable individual, and nearly every aspiring great fisher must commence their studies in these fields. In the town, many fisher-level students had already begun their research on the 5 professions. Firstly, the 5 professions are gathering spirit master, who can ceaselessly draw spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. In battle, the prowess of one's gathering spirit master determines the control over the battlefield. A gathering spirit master not only gathers spirit, but can also set up formations, continuously supplying their comrades with spiritual energy, thus holding a crucial position. The battle spirit master is a frontline combat profession, possessing the highest direct combat capability compared to the other 4 professions, characterized by fierce output and superior weaponry, making it a coveted profession. The manipulator is a challenging profession to master. Individuals in this category typically do not possess ordinary spirit beasts, but rather spirit plants. They manipulate spirit plants and can even materialize biological forms with spiritual energy, possessing combat capabilities. The hunter possesses formidable mental strength and explosive power. This profession is difficult to cultivate. They are the kings of the assassination realm, focusing solely on the most potent explosive techniques, and few can withstand their initial onslaught. The armored master is a profession heavily reliant on equipment, requiring various offensive and defensive weapons. Within a team, they are responsible for supplying gear. Most importantly, the armored master possesses the strongest physique and defense among the 5 professions, and they are typically the wealthiest. Each armored master is a master of body refinement. With a sharp intake of breath, Han Fei realized these were indeed the 5 primary professions. Each appeared to possess remarkable strength. He recalled the armored master from the Wang family and Wang Baiyu during the fishing trial. They were equipped with a box. Was that box for storing weapons? Indeed. During the scuffle, he witnessed 2 flashes of cold light as 2 swords emerged. In Tianshui village, where everyone wielded sticks, using swords marked 1 as exceptional, indicating great strength. Regrettably, the jade slip given to Han Fei by Fong Zhe merely provided a rudimentary introduction without a detailed analysis of each profession's strengths and weaknesses, nor did it indicate which was superior. Han Fei continued to read, finding the subsequent section dedicated to the cultivation methods for the gathering spirit master. To become a gathering spirit master, one must possess a high level of control over spiritual energy. First, one must be able to freely manipulate and utilize the spiritual energy within their body before attempting to draw upon external spiritual energy. Of course, this does not imply that a gathering spirit master can endlessly siphon spiritual energy from the cosmos. If that were the case, the other 4 professions would be rendered irrelevant. Spiritual energy is not solely theirs. Could one expect to ascend to the status of a sea deity? Every use of the gathering spirit technique comes at a cost. The gathering spirit master's physical stamina, mental strength, and personal spiritual energy are all consumed. Naturally, since gathering spirit masters can draw energy from the heavens and earth, the spiritual energy expended is often overlooked. In essence, gathering spirit masters are not omnipotent. They have limits. If their overall consumption exceeds their capacity, they must rest, rendering them most vulnerable and susceptible to being defeated swiftly. Moreover, gathering spirit masters possess skills beyond merely gathering spirit. They can also summon rain, invoke fierce winds, and it is said that powerful gathering spirit masters can summon the thunder of the 9 heavens. However, as a novice, Han Fei could not contemplate such advanced techniques. He could only focus on mastering the most basic gathering of spirit. According to the Jade Slip, everyone can sense the points of spiritual energy within their bodies, which can be controlled. Han Fei's first task was to separate these points of spiritual energy, preventing them from coalescing within him, thereby improving the efficiency of their use. As he delved into his cultivation, Han Fei began his practice. The spiritual energy clusters were not difficult to locate. They congregated at the dantian. Han Fei perceived a shimmering mass of spiritual energy and attempted to manipulate it. Upon doing so, dozens of points emerged, causing him to race about with this newfound energy. The elder observed Han Fei, seeing a mass of energy flowing from his forehead to his chest, then to his arms, and finally to his legs. This child cannot be taught. Could you not instruct them to pause and carefully extract a bit more? Let the remaining spiritual energy return on its own. Although Han Fei had his eyes closed, his ears remained alert, and his first reaction was, "What is this? The spiritual energy can return on its own?" Swiftly, Han Fei commanded the energy to halt, and indeed, as he did, the energy attempted to retreat. Seizing the moment, Han Fei grasped a portion, significantly reducing the mass. He cautiously commanded it to pause again and allow the remainder to return, gradually managing to split off a small cluster of 4 or 5 points of spiritual energy. dripping with sweat. However, in a moment of carelessness, perhaps due to insufficient pulling force, he lost his grip on the energy, which began to retreat, prompting Han Fei to chase after it. By the time he caught up, the 4 or 5 points of energy had merged back into a singular mass within the dantian. Unbeknownst to him, the old man outside was sipping his drink while observing, occasionally nodding in approval. Chapter 65, The Upgrade of the Soul Beast. Under the starry night, the plantation was filled with the sounds of rustling leaves, and Han Fei was diligently drawing upon the spiritual energy within himself. He had gradually mastered the technique, achieving success 5 or 6 times out of 10, and his speed had increased exponentially compared to his initial attempts. The old man could see that this lad was deeply engrossed, entirely undistracted by the external world, truly a natural-born spirit-gathering master. How could one expect him to manage such a large plantation alone? If Han Fei were fully awake at that moment, he would have noticed that a familiar figure stood beside the old man, the registrar from the airport, Jiang Qin. The old man remarked, "He came here on his own to lend a hand. I did not summon him." Jiang Qin replied, "Perhaps he possesses some talent for spirit gathering. But does he have an aptitude for alchemy?" The old man countered, "We cannot interpret it that way. This lad has excellent control. Typically, those with good control skills do not fare poorly in alchemy or artifact crafting. Of course, we must give him a chance to see how long it takes him to familiarize himself with the myriad useless spiritual fruits of this elementary plantation. I never thought he could become an alchemist. We shall see what fate holds for him. If he succeeds, he could manage tens of thousands of acres of plantation in the town with myriad types of spiritual fruits. Who knows what he might accomplish?" Jiang Qin fell silent for a moment. "I believe he can become a battle soul master. Surviving multiple minor fish tides indicates he possesses certain combat abilities. During this fishing trial, he severely injured Li Hu and Xia Wushuang using a low-level spiritual vein, which supports my assertion." The old man scoffed. "Nonsense. What does killing have to do with anything? Can 10 battle soul masters rival a single spirit-gathering master?" Jiang Qin remained quiet for a moment and replied, "Whatever. I am merely puzzled as to why he is advancing so rapidly. If it is not a mistake in the spiritual vein test, then he must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity." The old man mused. "He excels in body refinement techniques, far surpassing his peers, even better than the town's prodigies," suggesting that his fortune lies in the realm of body refinement. In the morning, the old man was still asleep, when suddenly there was a cacophony of sounds. "Shut up, you rascal!" Han Fei exclaimed joyfully. "Grandfather, I succeeded. Look." After stabilizing his body for about 7 or 8 seconds, a wisp of spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, which he found rather boastful. The old man rolled his eyes. "Give it a rest. It took you an entire night merely to break down spiritual energy, and now you still require so long? Do you know how to write the characters for embarrassment?" Han Fei replied weakly. "Grandfather, how long should it typically take?" The old man, with a dark expression, said, "When you can achieve it in a breath's time, then you can barely be considered a spirit-gathering master. A true spirit-gathering master can summon energy at will, without regard to breath." Han Fei tilted his head. "Grandfather, isn't this just a matter of practice? With enough skill, it will suffice." The old man retorted, "Then you should practice first." Han Fei scratched his head, wondering if being a spirit-gathering master was truly so difficult. Instantly, he felt the challenge of breaking down spiritual energy points seemed daunting. He decided to follow the old man's guidance for now. 3 days later, Han Fei exclaimed, "Grandfather, I did it. Ha ha, I am a genius." As he raised his hand, a wisp of spiritual energy appeared unsteadily at his fingertips. The old man, unimpressed, said, "If you want to call me grandfather, then do so. If you prefer old man, then stick to that. Don't keep switching. And what kind of genius are you? It's just a simple breakdown of spiritual energy. And it took you so long to reach a passing standard. Have you not noticed that I've finished my drink? Hurry and fetch me more wine." As Han Fei walked outside, he muttered, "Why so fierce? Although it took a while, I succeeded." Little did he know, shortly after he left, the old man hurriedly took a sip of wine to calm his nerves, astonished by the lad's remarkable talent for spirit gathering. Just how long had it taken him to break down spiritual energy points in his youth? Perhaps half a year? At the renowned barbecue stand, Li Gang and his wife had fully transformed into barbecue moguls, maintaining a bustling business. Despite many customers having satisfied their cravings, their interest had significantly waned. Yet they still sold about half of their initial volume daily. Upon seeing Han Fei approaching to help, Li Gang quickly said, "Oh, young master, we can handle this ourselves. This is not suitable work for you." Han Fei replied, "Do not interfere. I am here to feed the fish." Li Gang was perplexed. Watching as Han Fei subtly summoned the Shuangxing Yinyang tumbling fish, although he could only see the white fish. Young master, does the tumbling fish eat these fish? Isn't it supposed to consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Li Gang questioned. Han Fei suddenly remembered. Oh right. The tumbling fish feeds on spiritual energy. What am I doing feeding them fish? He then summoned dozens of points of spiritual energy at his fingertips and offered them to the fish, which eagerly devoured them. Indeed, they consumed spiritual energy with great enthusiasm, but he was uncertain how much to feed them in a day. Xiaohei, come and eat. However, Han Fei discovered that Xiaohei did not consume his spiritual energy. Instead, it dove into the pile of fish, and soon a fish bone appeared in the bucket. Xiaohei doesn't eat spiritual energy, but only Xiaobai does? Han Fei pondered. When reviewing the data, he expected to see 2 entries for the 2 fish. Yet there was only one. Did this mean their energies were interconnected? If one was satisfied, the other would not be hungry? With this thought, Han Fei quickly pulled Xiaohei from the bucket and continuously supplied spiritual energy to Xiaobai. 100 points, 200 points, 500 points, 800 points. Han Fei's expression darkened. Are you a pig? Spiritual energy is not free. In just a few minutes, I fed you 800 points of spiritual energy, you glutton. Suddenly, when Xiaobai consumed 1,000 points of spiritual energy, it stopped eating, and a faint glow shimmered across its surface, as if it had grown a tad larger. Nearly unrecognizable. Han Fei quickly checked the data. Talent Soul Beast. Name, Shuangxing Yinyang Tunling Fish. Description. This is a descendant of the ancient mysterious Yinyang Tuntian fish. The black and white fish exist in symbiosis. The white fish is gentle, while the black fish is ferocious. Their spiritual bodies coexist, as long as one survives. The other cannot perish. Level 1 Quality Mysterious, Stored Spiritual Energy, 1,000 points. Food. Omnivorous. Can consume anything. Note. The black fish is invisible. It can only be seen by the owner, and one must possess the yin-yang divine eye birthed by heaven and earth to perceive it. Wow. Li Gang peeked from the barbecue stand. Young master, what happened? Han Fei replied, oh, it's nothing, you carry on. Han Fei felt somewhat speechless. He spent 1,000 points of spiritual energy to level up by 1 level, and the storage capacity jumped directly to 1,000 points. Was this reasonable? As a human, he struggled to reach a limit of 326 points of spiritual energy through hard work, and compared to this level 1 fish, he felt utterly diminished. Though astonished, Han Fei still took Xiaobai out, ceased feeding its spiritual energy, and tossed Xiaohei back into the bucket. Xiaohei immediately began swimming inside, completely ignoring the larger yellow fish and the like. Oh, is this being satisfied? Han Fei realized that the two were indeed interconnected. When one fish was full, the other was not hungry. Han Fei was elated, although he had yet to explore the other abilities of these 2 fish. Just considering the difficulty of leveling up and the capacity for storing spiritual energy filled him with joy. After a while, Han Fei recovered the lost 1,000 points of spiritual energy and headed to the plantation with barbecue and wine in hand. Grandfather, do you think I can now go and familiarize myself with those spiritual fruits? The old man replied, what's the rush? You haven't even learned to crawl yet. And you wish to run? Can you absorb the stray spiritual energy from the outside world? Try absorbing one. Han Fei had ulterior motives. He truly desired to plant this thing in his refining space. Why? In the pursuit of ease and harvesting fruit in the future, thereby eliminating the need for the laborious toil within the plantation. He had already taken steps. He cast garlic, chili peppers, ginger, and other seasonings into the ground, yet regrettably, they had not yet sprouted, and uncertainty lingered regarding their potential to do so. After receiving a scolding from the elder, Han Fei could only persist in his experiments with a forlorn expression. Chapter 66. The birth of a prodigy. The first step in mastering the manipulation of the spiritual energy within his body took Han Fei 4 days, during which he felt merely adequate in his self-assessment. This time, he endeavored to attract the drifting points of spiritual energy from the universe, a task of considerable difficulty, marking his initiation into the art of gathering spiritual energy. The jade slip began to reveal its significance. It stated that the world was saturated with an immense volume of spiritual energy, invisible to the naked eye, yet constantly drifting around us. The role of a spiritual gatherer is to seize and control this energy. Initially, Han Fei believed this process resembled the practice of the void fishing technique, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. However, upon attempting it, he realized it was an entirely different matter. The objective of the technique was to absorb spiritual energy into one's body for nourishment and enhancement. In contrast, The art of gathering spiritual energy permitted the gatherer to transfer the seized energy into another's body, signifying a substantial difference in essence. To capture these points of spiritual energy, the first step is to perceive them. Hence, the entry point for all spiritual gatherers is the ability to see these energy points. Consequently, every spiritual gatherer must cultivate a technique concerning their vision, commonly referred to as eye techniques. The eye technique of spiritual gatherers is universally applicable, with none stronger than the others, as its sole function is to clarify the visibility of spiritual energy points. Thus, when Han Fei read about the eye techniques, a symbol indicating the upgrade of his technique appeared in the system. Spiritual light eye, incomplete, upgradable, true sight eye, remarks, an ancient universal eye technique for spiritual gatherers, long since incomplete due to the passage of endless years, requiring the expenditure of 10,000 points of spiritual energy to restore. At that moment, Han Fei felt despair. It was merely a minor technique intended to discern spiritual energy points, yet the cost of restoration was a staggering 10,000 points. Although it might be a one-time expenditure lacking growth potential, it was still exorbitant. His total spiritual energy amounted to only 8,200 points. Before long, Han Fei felt compelled to leave. "Old man, I need to take a 2-day leave." "What? You've barely settled in." "I suddenly remembered an urgent matter that I must attend to. I promised to bring you some fine wine and barbecue upon my return." With that, Han Fei hastily departed. He discovered that even before he became a fishing master, spiritual energy was being consumed at an alarming rate, and he was quickly running out. Even a minor supporting eye technique demanded 10,000 points of spiritual energy. What would it be like once he became a fishing master? Li Gang was busy grilling, with Xiao Hong occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow, presenting a charming image of a couple. Ever since Li Gang distanced himself from the underworld, he had transformed entirely, embodying the essence of a devoted family man. Upon lifting his head, Li Gang noticed Han Fei had returned. "Young master, what brings you back? Were you chased out?" "Huh? Me chased out? I can come and go from the plantation as I please. I simply felt a bit bored and decided to spend a couple of days at the barbecue stall." "Isn't it boring just handing out fish at the barbecue stall?" Silence. Han Fei was exasperated. Why was this young man so obstinate? He pondered over the idea of venturing to the sea for a few more fishing expeditions. But the thought of the hassle deterred him. After all, it was far quicker to serve fish at the barbecue stall. Although times had changed, gathering over 10,000 points of spiritual energy in 2 days was still feasible. In no time, 2 days passed in a flash. Han Fei grew weary of the fishy odor and resolved that once he found a simpler method to acquire spiritual energy, he would never serve fish again. Wang Jie and he Mingtang visited the barbecue stall nightly, incessantly inquiring about his cultivation progress. Han Fei, the village chief, is arranging opportunities for the graduates. You must not be complacent. Spending all your time here grilling fish won't lead to success. Have you given up on yourself? Now, Han Fei felt trepidation upon seeing He Mingtang and Wang Jie. Their incessant chatter was overwhelming. He preferred the elder's company, where conversation revolved solely around drinking and barbecuing, and mutual indifference was the norm. Upon accumulating 20,000 points of spiritual energy, Han Fei promptly upgraded to True Sight Eye. True Sight Eye, exquisite, upgradable. True Sight Eye. Remarks, an ancient universal eye technique for spiritual gatherers, capable of effortlessly detecting the drifting points of spiritual energy in the world. The introduction was succinct, and Han Fei learned it with remarkable ease, even saving on learning costs. By merely applying the method of the True Sight Eye, he concentrated the spiritual energy in his eyes. Thus, when Han Fei first employed the True Sight Eye, he perceived the world as a myriad of tiny, darting points. In the plantation, the elder was asleep. "Old man, I brought you wine and barbecue. It's on the table." Following this brief exchange, neither party acknowledged the other. One began to drink and eat, while the other sat down to capture the points of spiritual energy. As soon as the True Sight Eye was activated, the elder sprayed his drink. Han Fei turned back, frowning at him, observing his astonished expression, seemingly blaming him for interrupting his cultivation. The elder's mind was in turmoil. Had he truly witnessed a miracle? How could it be that within just 2 days, Han Fei had returned, having mastered the spiritual light eye? The elder reminisced about his own journey to attain the same technique, which had taken him half a year. Yet this young lad accomplished it in merely 2 days. Was he truly endowed with a low-grade spiritual vein, or was it a facade? He watched as Han Fei extended his hand to grasp the points of spiritual energy in the air, nearly laughing aloud. He pondered whether to commend the boy's cleverness or lament his foolishness. Could spiritual energy truly be captured in such a manner? However, he maintained his composure, allowing the young prodigy to explore on his own. After several attempts, Han Fei also felt somewhat foolish. The points of spiritual energy darted about, and even if he managed to grasp them, they dissipated upon release, akin to attempting to catch air. Continuing to study the jade slip, he discovered that spiritual energy required guidance, necessitating the mobilization of the energy within his body to attract the drifting points of energy from the external world. Consequently, Han Fei concentrated the energy within his body to his fingertips, initiating a connection with the wandering points of energy. Indeed, this time he achieved a noticeable result. Several points of spiritual energy reached his fingertips, albeit in insufficient quantity, only 5 or 6 points. After numerous attempts, this number remained stagnant, prompting Han Fei to contemplate. The jade slip indicated that gathering spiritual energy also consumed energy. However, his focus on consolidating the energy at his fingertips did not seem to deplete his reserves. Then, Han Fei decided to project the energy from his fingertips, allowing it to envelop them. Instantly, numerous points of spiritual energy converged upon him, totaling around 50 or 60 points. At this moment, Han Fei was entrenched in a contemplative state. As an individual from another world, possessing a sharp intellect was essential. He considered whether the 50 or 60 points would suffice for delivering energy to another's body. For a fisherman, it might be adequate, but for those beyond that realm, it would evidently fall short. What then should he do? Han Fei's first instinct was to enhance the output of energy from within. Yet he soon realized that this would significantly deplete his reserves. What to do? What to do? Han Fei was now entirely immersed in deep thought, oblivious to any external sensations. Unbeknownst to him, the elder was left dumbfounded. There had been no indication of such rapid learning. As the night descended unbeknownst to the heavens, Jiang Qin found herself here, observing Han Fei seated nearby, his finger raised in the air, its tip shimmering brightly, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. "Grandfather, has he mastered it already?" she inquired. The old man replied, "How would I know? He is still self-studying, completely absorbed in it." Jiang Qin took a deep breath and asked, "How many days has it been?" The old man retorted, "Can't you do the math? It has been 6 days. To be exact." Jiang Qin mused. Indeed, he might be a genius among the spirit-gathering masters. No sooner had she spoken than they witnessed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from Han Fei's fingertip, which neither she nor the old man could confirm originated from within him. Little did they know, Han Fei's heart was brimming with joy as he realized that by exchanging the spiritual energy within his body with the energy from the outside world, flowing in and out, he could amplify his own output while also increasing the influx of energy. At that moment, his fingertip had gathered nearly 200 points of spiritual energy. What is the next step? He pondered. Yes, sending this energy into another's body. Chapter 67. Digging deep regarding how to transmit spiritual energy into another's body, Han Fei contemplated briefly before devising a solution. As a fisherman, I can transmit energy through the fishing line, causing it to stretch and the hook to move. This should be quite simple considering my extensive practice with the hooking technique. With that realization, Han Fei stood up, looked at the old man, and with a flick of his finger, a greenish thread surged into the old man's body. Oh! He suddenly noticed another person nearby. Unbeknownst to him, an idea sparked in his mind. What if he wanted to send energy into multiple bodies simultaneously? Thus, he raised his free left hand, and in an instant, a thread of light shot into Jiang Qin's body. Bang! The wine jar in the old man's hands fell to the ground, and Jiang Qin's eyes widened. Her previously stern expression now transformed into one of curious delight. Suddenly, the flow of energy ceased, and Han Fei erupted into laughter, pointing at the old man. "Grandfather, did you see that? I told you I am a genius. I succeeded. I succeeded." Han Fei eagerly awaited praise from the old man, but, after a prolonged silence, finally noticed the presence of another person beside him. "Oh, Sister Qin." Jiang Qin nodded slightly. "Han Fei, how did you accomplish that just now?" Han Fei replied, "What do you mean?" Jiang Qin clarified, "I mean the last step. When you directed the energy into our bodies." Han Fei explained, "It's just like fishing. When fishing, you simply cast the line out, right?" The old man interjected, while Jiang Qin remarked after a pause, "Indeed, he is a genius, without a doubt." The old man swallowed hard. "Back in my day, I learned all of this in a single day. You took 6 days and still have the audacity to laugh." Han Fei rolled his eyes, while Jiang Qin thought to herself, "I won't expose you. Let you boast." "Hey, Sister Qin, what are you doing here?" Han Fei asked. Jiang Qin smiled rarely. "Because my home is here." "What?" Han Fei exclaimed in shock, clutching his chest and pointing at the old man. You old man, Are you courting young girls? Smack. A large shrimp hit Han Fei in the face as the old man scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my granddaughter. Seeing Jiang Qin's face turn dark, Han Fei quickly scurried away. Oh. I was wrong. I'm going to find a place to sleep. The old man retorted. Sleep? Have you ever seen a practitioner sleep? Han Fei replied. Then I will go into seclusion. Get lost, you little fisherman, as if you could go into seclusion. Once Han Fei vanished from sight, Jiang Qin laughed. Grandfather, you seem to get along well with that boy. The old man huffed. Get along? Look at our ages. If it weren't for the decent wine and barbecue he prepared, I would have thrown him out long ago. Jiang Qin laughed. Then you shouldn't keep him. Give him to me. I believe he might have talent in the path of the battle spirit master. The old man retorted. You must be joking. You want a natural spirit gathering master to become a battle spirit master? Are you foolish or am I? No way. This is absolutely impossible. Jiang Qin chuckled. Well, you should be cautious. The village chief is already arranging for some students to go to town for study. Han Fei has offended the Tiger Head Gang. And now Tang Ge has left the Tiger Head Gang for Han Fei to use as a sharpening stone. However, the village chief might not think so. He could believe Han Fei is merely relying on Tang Ge. Therefore, you need to act quickly, or else he will end up in town. The old man waved his hand. Understood. The following day, as the old man rose from his slumber, he was taken aback to find Han Fei squatting beside him. Cough, cough. Little fish, are you trying to scare me to death? Don't you know you shouldn't frighten someone just waking up? Han Fei replied. Did you not say that practitioners do not sleep? The old man retorted. You dare to talk back? Stand there. Before long, the old man emerged from the house, casually tossing a jade slip to Han Fei. Here, take this. You have half a month to memorize everything in here. Han Fei, unsure of the contents of the jade slip, turned pale upon looking at it. What the heck? There are hundreds of thousands of plants in here. You expect me to memorize this in half a month? I could spend a lifetime on this. Seeing Han Fei's expression, the old man beamed with delight. Hee. Do you know how long it took me to memorize this back in the day? 10 days, not a moment more. I'm giving you half a month. Which is generous. At that moment, Jiang Qin stepped out, preparing to go to work. Upon hearing the old man's words, she rolled her eyes and walked away. She recalled how someone had given her that same book, claiming she had 3 years to memorize it, while he boasted that he had done it in a year. Yet, here he was, completing it in 10 days. With a grandfather like that, she was utterly exasperated. Han Fei felt on the verge of madness, contemplating whether he should escape now. Previously, he had claimed he would come here to help, but that was merely a ruse. He had long suspected this old man was extraordinary, intending to seize some opportunities, yet now he was being forced to labor for them. Have I not spent a lifetime reading books in my previous life that could equal this? Observing Han Fei squatting in a corner with the jade slip, the old man felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Aren't you a genius? Then prove it. In the corner, Han Fei, devoid of hope, opened the jade slip, only to be met with a wave of confusion. Comprehensive Guide to Spirit Plants. Incomplete. Upgradable. Complete collection of endless ocean spirit plants. Note. A comprehensive guide to spirit plants passed down from ancient times. Now incomplete due to the passage of endless years. Completing it requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, this can be upgraded too? He chuckled. Only 1,000 points of spiritual energy? Well, that makes sense. It's not a cultivation technique or anything, so it shouldn't require excessive energy. Coughing, he thought. I must not appear too astonished. The old man memorized it in 10 days, so perhaps I could do it in half a day? Shaking his head, Han Fei concluded. No, half a day is too unrealistic. How about 1 day? Yes, a day is long enough. Otherwise, where would I go to idly pass the time? The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Qin left home as usual. The old man lay in bed, and Han Fei squatted beside him. Upon waking, the old man angrily shouted, Little fish, I told you not to scare me. Have you developed a habit of scaring people? Han Fei declared, Old man, I've memorized it. What? What do you mean you've memorized it? You mean Comprehensive Guide to Spirit Plants. Jiang Qin, just stepping out the door, turned back in shock, her face bewildered. Can such a thing really be memorized? Are you a monster? The old man grumbled. Don't you dare deceive me. It has only been a day. Han Fei insisted. That can't be. I have an excellent memory. The old man felt a surge of irritation, nearly slapping him. I told you to use your memory, not to be stubborn. I said 10 days. You just had to insist on 1 day? You could have taken 9 days. On the surface, the old man wore a serious expression and said, Let me test your knowledge. He inquired about the Sanjuan Ziyihua. Han Fei, with utmost seriousness, replied. The Sanjuan Ziyihua is an alluring spirit plant that thrives at the ocean's depths. typically cohabiting with the San Zhuangzi. Any fish attempting to pilfer, it will be promptly devoured by the San Zhuangzi. Furthermore, the San Zhuangzi can extract essence from the brain of the San Zhuangzi, making it a valuable ingredient in alchemy. When used, it can attract external spiritual energy into the body, thereby enhancing a fishing master's success rate by 30% during their ascension to a grandmaster. Jiang Qin's face was etched with astonishment, while the old man remained undeterred. Now, tell me about the Qian Xiaogua. Han Fei continued. The Qian Xiaogua typically grows within the sea anemone clusters of second-tier fishing grounds. The excess undigestible substances excreted by the sea anemones accumulate over time, giving rise to this fruit. However, it is highly toxic. Even the slightest contact can prove fatal for an ordinary person. Yet, when consumed alongside the Shanhugua, its toxicity can be neutralized. Those who employ toxic substances often use this fruit to cultivate an immunity to poisons. The old man posed 7 or 8 questions in succession, and Han Fei answered each with remarkable fluency and speed, leaving both him and Jiang Qin feeling despondent. They wondered why this young man had not been taken to the city, and how the foolish Feng Zhe failed to recognize his uniqueness. As Jiang Qin departed, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the old man was not inclined to continue teaching. He felt that further instruction might overwhelm him, leading to an unflattering demise. Thus, he instructed Han Fei with 3 words: dig the ground. Chapter 68. Confronting the village chief. At that moment, Han Fei's expression turned genuinely green. While he could have cheated on a written exam, how could he possibly cheat when tasked with digging? However, the act of digging was not merely about excavation. Han Fei first needed to clear the weeds from the 1,000-acre plantation. This laborious task consumed 3 full days, even for a cultivator. He then spent an additional 3 days turning over the tillable land. Days later, Han Fei asked, "Old man, am I to start planting now?" The old man replied, "Not yet. Since you are familiar with the Lingji de Quan, first, you must prune the spirit plants in the garden." "What?" Han Fei exclaimed. "Old man, you cannot take advantage of me like this. Is pruning the spirit plants also a form of training?" "Of course," the old man asserted. "You need to directly experience the natural beauty of the spirit plants. This will foster a positive mindset for planting." Han Fei replied with a chuckle. "I cannot say whether the beauty is captivating, but my mood is anything but delightful. I have sacrificed so much time for this planting, only for you to ask me to prune the flowers and grasses instead?" 10 days after mastering the gathering spirit technique, Han Fei finally began his planting. The specific crops were not of utmost importance. Rather, he was eager to observe the effects of the gathering spirit technique on the growth of the spirit plants. He planted a patch of roses, a plot of garlic, and a section of strawberries to conduct preliminary experiments. Although he had sought to find wheat or rice here, he ultimately had to abandon that idea. Han Fei had become quite adept at utilizing the gathering spirit technique, channeling the ambient spiritual energy into the soil. However, the challenge lay in covering the land with the technique effectively. The old man offered no hints. So Han Fei's first thought was to send a mass of spiritual energy into the earth, resulting in an explosive release that left a crater in the ground. Yet, this time, the old man did not laugh. In fact, Han Fei's logic was sound and remarkably precise, showcasing his innate talent. Han Fei also noticed that although a crater had formed, some untouched areas began to sprout spirit plants. Eureka! If the energy explosion emanated from a central point without any blind spots, controlling that point to expand laterally could yield better results. After several attempts and creating numerous craters, Han Fei began to grasp that farming could indeed enhance his control over spiritual energy, proving to be a form of training. One day, just as Han Fei was on the verge of a breakthrough with the energy explosions, the village chief unexpectedly arrived at the plantation's edge. Upon entering, the chief spotted the old man drinking and barbecuing, sniffed the air, and ignored him completely. Instead, he called out to Han Fei, "Han Fei, come here," covered in dirt. Han Fei rushed over. "Village chief, you summoned me?" He pondered how the chief, being the head of Tianshui village, would not have recognized him were it not for the fishing trial. Why was he seeking him out now? The chief explained, "Han Fei, we are currently selecting exceptional students from the village to attend a higher-level school in the town. Although you will only be an auditor at first, this is a rare opportunity. I have reserved a spot for you, so quickly gather your belongings and get ready to depart." "What?" Han Fei scratched his head and glanced back at the unfinished land, contemplating, what can an auditor possibly learn? The chief smiled. "The school in the town is vastly different from our villages. It is a place for elites. You will only need to audit for 3 years to learn about the 5 major professions, perhaps even gain entry into one." "Do you know what the 5 major professions are?" "Allow me to explain." Han Fei, bewildered, sent a pulse of spiritual energy into the chief's body and asked, "Is it really like this, Chief?" The chief stammered, "Gathering spirit master?" Han Fei responded earnestly, "Chief, if I can only learn about the 5 major professions after 3 years of auditing in the town, then I would rather not go. Recently, I have found great interest in farming and intend to continue my studies here in Tianshui village. One day, when I reach the town, I will astonish them with my extraordinary skills." The chief was taken aback. "Further study? You mean farming?" At this moment, the old man erupted, tossing a large shrimp at the chief's face. "What is wrong with farming? Do you look down upon it?" The chief, darkening his expression, retorted, "You have gone too far. Old Jiang, the opportunity to go to the town is something many young people covet. Given Han Fei's talent as a gathering spirit master, how can you allow him to remain here to farm? What good can these spirit fruits do, aside from grilling?" The old man, now equally irate, countered, "Do you belittle the cultivation of spirit fruits? Zhao Dada, you know nothing. The path of spirit fruit cultivation provides lifelong benefits. Are you suggesting he should spend 3 years as an auditor in the town? Have you lost your mind?" The chief shot back, "You are the one talking nonsense. Where are the spirit fruits you have grown? If it weren't for the need for research on spirit fruits on every floating island, I would have leveled your plantation by now." The old man threw a small white fish back at him. "You think you can destroy my plantation? Why don't you reach for the sky? Let me see you level a piece of land." The chief replied defiantly, "I will destroy it. And I am not afraid of you." Han Fei, standing by, found himself unable to interject as the 2 old men began to squabble fiercely. The situation escalated rapidly. And suddenly, the chief shouted, his muscles bulging as he lunged at the old man with a powerful punch. Han Fei was taken aback, realizing they were about to fight. What happened to the notion of kindness and peaceful coexistence? This was the village chief, after all. The old man, undeterred, shot a mocking glance at the chief, then reached out and conjured a water-shaped shield to block the attack. With a resounding crash, the water shield shattered, soaking both old men. But that was not all. The chief's fists flew like dragons, signaling an impending battle. Meanwhile, the old man remained still, drawing forth a vast amount of moisture from the air, which transformed into chains and a long whip. Han Fei stood there, dumbfounded, marveling at the old man's formidable prowess. He is simply too handsome, able to effortlessly pluck anything from the air, dazzling his titanium alloy fish eyes. Han Fei squatted on the ground nearby, observing the exchange between the two. The village chief exclaimed, "Old Jiang, do you truly believe I cannot defeat you?" A surge of spiritual energy materialized around his fist, and as the village chief unleashed it, Han Fei felt a chilling sensation coursing through his body, a manifestation of an incredibly terrifying power. Old Jiang, with a dismissive smile, replied, "Are you really trying to play with spiritual energy? You must still be half asleep." He then reached out and effortlessly shattered the swirling energy, dispersing it into individual motes. Moments later, the village chief was flung out of the plantation with a swift motion. Old Jiang pointed at him and scolded, "Zhao Dado, do you think you can uproot my plantation? If you dare to enter my grounds again, I will strike you every time I see you." The village chief retorted, "You stubborn farmer, you are utterly unreasonable. Han Fei, the reason I sent you to the town is for your own good. Since you have already begun your journey as a gathering spirit master, you need not attend as an observer. Furthermore, although Li Ju is somewhat incapacitated, he can still recover ahead of schedule if you manage it well." Han Fei awkwardly raised his hand and waved, pondering, "Li Ju? Has it only been half a month? And he already shows signs of recovery?" Initially, he believed he had ample time. However, after the village chief's reminder, he realized he could not afford to invest all his time and efforts solely in the land. Old Jiang's earlier display of prowess, grasping water from the void, manipulating weapons with ease, was it a technique employed by gathering spirit masters? If so, it was indeed formidable, and he was eager to explore this skill. Old Jiang turned to Han Fei, his expression fluctuating, and remarked irritably, "Are you wavering?" Han Fei shook his head, "Not at all. But I must take a few days off." The elder inquired, "Oh, what for?" Han Fei replied, "I feel a breakthrough approaching. I am preparing to advance." Coughing. Old Jiang was speechless. "Haven't you just had a breakthrough? Do you think this is as simple as eating or drinking?" Chapter 69. He Xiaoyu is leaving too. In the Tiger Head Gang, the father said, "I have heard that Han Fei is currently doing menial work in the Tianshui village plantation." Huh, a short-sighted individual. Now that Tango has left, I wonder when he will return. "Father, if we do not eliminate him now, if he goes to the town in the future, we will have no chance." Li Hu's face was filled with resentment. His strength had been reduced significantly, barely recovering to 70 or 80%. Complete restoration would take at least several months, all thanks to Han Fei. How could he not be enraged? Li Ju also harbored grudges. Fu Tangji's words had caused his strength to plummet by over 50%. Now, with various spiritual herbs aiding his recovery daily, he was just managing to stabilize his injuries. Li Ju scoffed. Tango wants to use my tiger head gang as a sharpening stone for Han Fei, but he fails to see what Han Fei is capable of. A waste with the awakened spirit beast, the swallowing fish, dares to regard me as a mere tool? Li Ju's thoughts shifted. Endure for a few more days. Recently, our tiger head gang has suffered severe injuries, leading to oppression from the Wang family. If it were not for the restrictions against killing on Xiankong Island, I fear I would have already fallen victim to their schemes. Therefore, until my injuries are healed, I cannot leave Xiankong Island, and the task of eliminating Han Fei will fall upon you. Liu responded, I understand, father. I will wait a few more days. Once I recover, I will seize the opportunity to strike, and with the strength of the tiger head gang, I will surely slay Han Fei at sea. At the best barbecue stand in the world, Han Fei returned once more. Li Gang asked, Young master, are you bored again? Han Fei replied, Can I not come if I am not bored? Li Gang grinned, Of course you can. Li Gang and Xiao Hong had privately speculated about Han Fei's frequent visits to drop off fish, suggesting that he harbored some indescribable sentiment towards them. Han Fei released the twin yin-yang swallowing fish. It was time for the little creatures to begin their evolution. However, before Han Fei could start feeding them, he noticed Xiao by expelling a wisp of spiritual energy. He quickly directed it to his fingertips. To his surprise, upon contact, Han Fei felt a jolt of energy. What pure spiritual energy! He felt invigorated, as this small mass contained only about 500 units. Han Fei initially feared that something was wrong with the two little fish. But upon inspection, he discovered their unique ability. Spirit beast, name, twin yin-yang swallowing fish, description. This is a descendant of the ancient mysterious yin-yang swallowing fish. The black and white fish coexists. The white fish is gentle, while the black fish is ferocious. Their spiritual bodies are symbiotic. If one survives, the other cannot die. Level 1 quality mysterious, stored spiritual energy, 0 points, diet. Omnivorous, capable of consuming anything. Note, the black fish is invisible. Only the owner or one with the divine yin-yang I can perceive it. What? The stored 1,000 points of spiritual energy have vanished? Han Fei trembled slightly. Had these two little creatures refined the energy? And how was the refined energy? Naturally, it was beneficial. To put it simply, if the concentration of oxygen within a bearable range increases, it is advantageous. In the era of the great explosion of life, mosquitoes could grow as large as a fist, and everything in the sea, on land, or in plants were colossal beings. In layman's terms, if Han Fei continuously ingested such high-purity spiritual energy, it would aid in widening his meridians, strengthening his bones and flesh, and enhancing his combat power. The higher the purity, the stronger the combat ability. How wonderful! Han Fei was overjoyed. Li Gang and Xiao Hong exchanged glances, sensing that their young master might be somewhat peculiar, sometimes astute, yet at other times quite foolish. Han Fei fed Xiao by another 1,000 points of spiritual energy, but upon finding no breakthrough, he increased it by 500 points, only to realize that Xiao Bai had stopped eating, indicating it was full. Thus, Han Fei began to absorb spiritual energy himself, but he felt it was too slow and contemplated other methods to accumulate energy. Zhangzi, young master, what is it? Han Fei declared, advertise. This barbecue stand will be half price for 3 days. Li Gang responded, another discount? Han Fei insisted, a discount is a discount. This is business. You wouldn't understand. Indeed, shortly after the advertisement was released, the number of customers purchasing barbecue surged almost twofold. 3 days later, Han Fei had amassed a total of 200 points of spiritual energy. Combined with his original energy, he now possessed 806 points, enough to upgrade his spiritual energy. In the cave, he prepared for the upgrade. With a swift motion, 20,000 points of spiritual energy were deducted, yet Han Fei felt no sorrow. Rather, he was filled with joy. No wonder this time the spiritual vein upgrade required 20,000 points. It had advanced to a low-grade level 3 spiritual vein, crossing a significant boundary. However, Han Fei's expression turned grim as he discovered that upgrading a spiritual vein now required a staggering 100,000 points. He felt an impulse to curse. 100,000 for a mere level increase? Did that mean it would take 400,000 points to elevate a level 3 spiritual vein to a level 4? Too slow. Even with the barbecue stand offering half price every day, it would take 40 to 50 days. Han Fei contemplated whether he could persuade old Jiang to open more barbecue stands on Xiankong Island. But then he realized the flaw. He, Han Fei, was stretched too thin, limited to one spot, so the daily energy gain would remain unchanged. Never mind, for now. He would focus on raising his energy limit. Han Fei was currently a peak level 8 fisherman, although he could break through to level 9 at any moment. He understood the importance of solidifying his foundation. 5 days passed, and Han Fei lay on the ground like a dead dog. Although he had become familiar with the 108 body refinement residual chapters, every session still left him exhausted. Were it not for its remarkable effects, he would have nearly given up on the endeavor. Han Fei glanced at his data. Master, Han Fei level 8, Superior Fisher, Spirit Energy, 19203, 379, Spirit Vein, Low Grade Level 3, Upgradable, Talented Soul Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Eating Fish Weapon, Purple Bamboo Staff Major Skill, Void Fishing Technique, Part 1 Hook Kiss Technique, Ordinary Grade Divine Quality. Han Fei was quite satisfied with these statistics. After a comprehensive period of cultivation, he felt immensely powerful. If he were to encounter Li Hu again, it would likely be a matter of a single strike. Typically, an 8th level fisherman would possess only around 160 base spirit energy upon entering the 8th level. Even after rigorous honing, it would barely exceed 200 points. He was already several times stronger than the average 8th level cultivator. Since he had taken such a long leave, he might as well venture out to sea. Ultimately, with less than 20,000 points of spirit energy, Han Fei hesitated to use them. He increasingly realized that spirit energy was a precious resource. He had already expended over 10,000 points during his breakthrough to the 8th level, and should he aim to advance to the 9th level, it would likely require no less than 20,000 points. At the barbecue stall, Han Fei, Gongzi, continued delivering the wine and barbecue from the old man's place. I will be going out to sea for a few days. Li Gang, a few days? Young master, the sea can be quite perilous. Han Fei, rest assured. I am well aware. Li Gang, oh, by the way, young master, He Xiaoyu came looking for you a couple of days ago. I told her you were cultivating. She said she would like to see you once you finish. Han Fei was taken aback. He Xiaoyu had gone with her father to upgrade her soul beast. And she was back so soon? Han Fei always believed that upgrading a soul beast was no simple task. It seemed she had made some progress. All right, I understand. At He Xiaoyu's home, just as Han Fei arrived at her doorstep, he happened to encounter He Mingtang preparing to leave. Upon seeing Han Fei, He Mingtang's expression was indifferent. Han Fei, I heard you rejected the village chief? Young man, you must learn to seize opportunities. The town is not a place for ordinary individuals. Moreover, I have heard that Li Hu has recovered and seems to have broken through. Do take care. Han Fei smiled broadly. Rest assured, teacher He, I am well aware. He Mingtang, as long as you know, that's good. Xiaoyu has just completed her training. You may go in to find her. Han Fei, teacher He, take care. He Mingtang turned back after a couple of steps. Do not let my daughter engage in foolishness, understood? No roughhousing. Off you go. Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. Did he really have eyes for a 12-year-old girl? Surely, he was not that shameless. Upon entering, a middle-aged woman, upon seeing Han Fei, immediately responded, You must be Han Fei? Yes, auntie. Come, I just made dinner. Xiaoyu is eating right now. You should join us. When Han Fei saw He Xiaoyu, the girl had her mouth full of oil, as she was holding onto a skewer. Han Fei, eating skewers daily. Aren't you worried about the grease? I heard too much oil can make you gain weight. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Not at all, as long as I don't eat too much. Han Fei gazed at the dozen skewers on the table. You call this not too much? He Xiaoyu, be quiet. I'm telling you, I'm going to the town. Are you coming? Chapter 70. The irritable Xiao He Han Fei, going as an auditor? Han Fei scoffed. In any case, I am living freely in Tianshui village. Life is stress-free, and my strength is steadily improving. I feel I am on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of my life. You want me to go to the town to be a student? Not a chance. He Xiaoyu, no. I can directly enroll. Han Fei, what happened to being an auditor? How come I go as an auditor, and you get to enroll directly? That old con artist, the village chief, thankfully. I didn't fall for his tricks. Han Fei, then you go ahead. By the time I reach the town, perhaps you will truly be able to cover for me. He Xiaoyu chuckled. Why don't we go together? I heard the town selects the most outstanding talents from all the villages during enrollment. Generally, only those with a superior grade level 2 spirit vein qualify, but there are exceptions. Your innate strength qualifies you. Han Fei, not going. He Xiaoyu, but you could learn something. Do you know about the 5 major professions? Han Fei thought to himself, here it comes again. He replied, have you forgotten the gathering spirit technique that Fangze gave me? I can cultivate as well. Perhaps in the end, what you learn in the town 1 TB is effective as my self-study. He Xiaoyu, keep dreaming. It is said that the town's most talented individuals take years to master. Never mind that. Let me tell you, Li Hu has recovered and broken through. Han Fei, I already know. Your father informed me. However, it doesn't matter. Li Hu is merely a salted fish. Once he has fallen, he will never rise again. He xiao you. But the Tiger Head Gang has many experts. And your soul beast lacks combat power. Once those individuals fuse with their soul beasts, you will find it difficult to contend with them. Han Fei, fuse with a soul beast? He xiao you. You haven't started cultivating your soul beast yet, have you? Han Fei, is there really a need to rush on this? He xiao you urged. Of course it's urgent. After the talent awakens, nearly everyone's strength will surge. The stronger the soul beast, the more powerful you will become upon fusion. Han Fei pondered. So after fusion, my cultivation speed will greatly increase? Isn't the spirit-eating fish fond of devouring spirits? Han Fei chuckled. When are you planning to go to the town? He xiao you. Who are you calling a girl? I'm older than you. Han Fei, how are you older than me? He xiao you. I am older in every aspect. It's quite nice in Tianshui village. At least I want to encounter so many prodigies. Your strength is no longer weak. Perhaps when you become a fishing master, we might meet in the level 1 fishing grounds. Han Fei, the town and the village share the same level 1 fishing grounds? He xiao you yes. All the villages use the same level 1 fishing grounds. At that moment, He xiao yu's mother brought over fish soup. Han Fei tasted it. Aside from being very fresh, it had no unique flavor. He mother, young man, you must work hard. Once you become a fishing master, then you can be friends with Xiao Yu, and her father will not oppose it. Han Fei coughed. Auntie, I must take my leave. He mother, yes, there's no rush. Cultivation is important. Xiao Yu will be leaving for the town in 2 days, accompanied by the village chief, Han Fei. Regarding what her father said about you, you can actually go too. Han Fei, Auntie, everyone has their own aspirations. I still have a pile of matters to attend to in Tianshui village. I will definitely go, just not now. After leaving He Xiao Yu's home, Han Fei headed straight back. The white fishing boat gifted by Feng Zhe was still tied at the edge of the cliff by his home. Han Fei leaped onto it, heading straight for the sea. At the Tiger Head Gang, not long after Han Fei departed, Li Hu frowned. The young master, Han Fei, has gone out to sea. Li Hu hesitated. Out to sea at night? He contemplated for a moment. Let Wolf Uncle go. On a moonless night, a mere fisherman dares to venture out. It is simply courting death. Yes, I shall take my leave. TSK. The boats used by city folk are indeed different. They are swift and stable. Having my own boat without needing to rent one from the empty port is far superior to any spirit fruit. Upon reaching the sea, Han Fei reflected. The spirit-eating fish is a fish from the level 1 fishing grounds. Releasing it into an ordinary fishing ground should pose no threat to them, right? He Xiao Yu mentioned that killing a soul beast requires very special creatures or soul beasts. As his thoughts raced, Xiao He and Xiao Bai appeared. Not needing any direction from Han Fei, Xiao He immediately dove into the ocean. Han Fei, Xiao He, why the rush? Come back. Yet, his calls were in vain. Xiao Bai also dove into the water with a splash, and the two little fish frolicked, leaping above the surface and diving below. Han Fei held his head, feeling that while others raised battle pets, he was merely keeping two adorable companions. Suddenly, Han Fei's expression shifted as he saw a knife fish leap from the water, heading straight for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, be careful. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. In a flash, Xiao Bai darted through the sea, leaving a trail of shimmering white light, and in the blink of an eye, swam behind the knife fish, seemingly intrigued by this large creature. In contrast, Xiao He was far less curious, thinking to himself, with such a form, you dare to feast upon Xiao Bai? Allow me to devour you first. Thus, Han Fei witnessed a stunning sight as Xiao He surged forward, circling the knife fish multiple times, until it was reduced to a mere pile of bones. Incredible. Is that truly a knife fish? You, a mere first-level fish, have effortlessly turned it into a skeletal remains. Is this truly acceptable? The cold light in the water flickered as the inferior fin knife fell into the depths. Just as Han Fei contemplated retrieving the knife, Xiao He lunged again, gnawing at the blade. Han Fei's mouth fell open in astonishment. What was he witnessing? A knife was being devoured by Xiao He. Xiao He, come here. Xiao He leaped from the water, circling Han Fei in the air, and Han Fei realized that this creature was unharmed. It was a knife, not fish meat. How could it be consumed so casually without causing discomfort? However, Xiao He seemed oblivious to Han Fei's concerns, or perhaps he understood but simply did not care. As he leaped back into the water, being his soul beast, Han Fei felt a connection, sensing that Xiao He was still eating. What was he consuming? Uncertain. Yet Han Fei noticed an increase in his spiritual energy. Is my spiritual energy directly increasing? Although modest, it is indeed rising. As the moon ascended in the sky, Han Fei deemed it time to call back Xiao He and Xiao Bai, permitting them only to linger nearby. He then sat cross-legged, activating his cultivation technique. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, and wherever the moonlight fell, it seemed to be teeming with abundant spiritual essence. While Han Fei was cultivating, the surface of the sea became agitated, and numerous fish began to surface, occasionally leaping about. As usual, at the moment the spiritual energy descended, there was no frenzy among the fish. Even the most ruthless of serpentine fish refrained from violence, as if in a pilgrimage, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Even Xiao He, who had previously been restless, became serene, hovering alongside Han Fei, slowly circling. The contrasting black and white dots on their heads shimmered as if they were inhaling and exhaling. However, as Han Fei continued to cultivate, he sensed that the amount of spiritual energy he was absorbing seemed to diminish compared to before. Opening his eyes, he noticed the gourd was shimmering, with Xiao He and Xiao Bai absorbing energy, as well as the fish in the sea. A bitter smile crossed Han Fei's face as he realized that all the spiritual energy he had summoned was being consumed by them. Nevertheless, he thought, regardless, I am the one who grows stronger. After more than an hour, the surface of the water began to stir. Fish started to leap, with a small white fish nearly crashing onto Han Fei's boat. Yet, the moment the small white fish leapt aboard, Xiao He dashed out, biting it a few times before tossing it back into the sea. Gradually, more fish began to leap, mostly large yellow fish and small white fish, while the knife fish showed no intention of jumping onto the boat. Perhaps due to Xiao He's volatile temperament, he seemed to understand that his master was cultivating. Thus, any creature daring to approach the deck was swiftly dispatched. As Xiao He continued to bite, a sudden flash of brilliance enveloped both Xiao He and Xiao Bai, signifying their advancement. Abruptly, Han Fei felt a jolt from Xiao Bai's collision with his body. Turning to look, he noticed the shadow of a boat flickering in the distance. Was someone else on the sea? Were they approaching me? Chapter 71. The battle with the fishing master. Han Fei's brows knitted tightly as his first reaction was to suspect he was being followed. However, he did not cease his cultivation. Halting my training now would surely incite chaos upon the sea. It was precisely for this reason that he had requested this exquisite fishing boat from Fangzhe. Yet there were always those who wished to disrupt his peace. Li Lang, one of the earliest followers of Li Ju within the Tiger Head gang, possessed considerable strength and was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-tier fishing master level, ranking among the top 5 experts in the gang. When he received this task, he scoffed, even assuring Li Hu that he would undoubtedly take Han Fei's head within 2 hours. He felt that being dispatched to deal with someone at the fishing level was somewhat insulting. Yet he also knew how severely his leader and the young master had suffered at Han Fei's hands, so he was determined to eliminate him swiftly and achieve merit. At this moment, Li Lang was merely 500 meters away from Han Fei's fishing boat, and it appeared that Han Fei was still in the midst of his training, unaware of his presence. The spiritual energy here seems denser than elsewhere. Has that boy stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter? As Li Lang approached within 300 meters of Han Fei, he heard a splashing sound beneath the boat and leaned over to see numerous large yellow fish and small white fish colliding with the vessel. A school of fish? This boy is fortunate to have found a school of fish at night. However, as he closed in to within 100 meters of Han Fei's white fishing boat, he sensed something was amiss. No, this is not a school of fish. The spiritual energy is abnormally rich here. This lad must have acquired a rare treasure. No wonder he dares to venture out at night. But soon, that treasure would belong to me. The bounty can be handed over to the young master, but the treasure... Just as Li Lang was about to close in on Han Fei, he had already drawn his fishing rod, preparing to ensnare Han Fei's white fishing boat and prevent his escape. Yet before he could cast his hook, he saw the white fishing boat barreling toward him. Damn it, you're asking for death. Li Lang certainly did not believe that his fishing boat could surpass the one bestowed upon Han Fei by Fangzhe. If they collided, his vessel would undoubtedly sustain damage. Roar, my boat is damaged, but yours will not be. Do you really think you can kill me this way? Utterly delusional. Li Lang retracted his fishing rod, slinging it behind him, and brandished a long stick in his hand. This was a sturdy iron rod crafted from an iron tree found on the seabed, comparable to the bamboo stick wielded by He Xiaoyu, or Han Fei's own purple bamboo staff before he refined it. Just as Li Lang prepared to leap onto Han Fei's boat, he suddenly beheld a tumultuous scene. The sea was in upheaval, with hundreds and thousands of fish leaping about. He spotted serpentine fish, dozens of knife fish, green-armored turtles, and even 2 tentacled shrimp. Li Lang's expression changed dramatically. Damn it, is this a small fish tide? A fishing master is formidable, but that is relative. While he may be strong in one-on-one encounters, here, no single fish could threaten him, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. As the fish surged and leaped, Han Fei had already retreated into the fish hold the moment he saw the fish jumping, leaving only the inertia of the boat's collision. Bang! The bow of Li Lang's boat was knocked askew, splinters flying. At this moment, as the fish tide descended upon them, they could not locate Han Fei, but they found Li Lang, a living target standing there, and they swarmed toward him. In that instant, Li Lang could hardly care about Han Fei. Immediately brandishing his stick to attack, Han Fei slightly opened the fish hold to observe. This man is surprisingly strong. Could he be a fishing master? Han Fei witnessed Li Lang effortlessly shatter a green-armored turtle with a single swing of his hand, sending debris flying along with it. 5 or 6 large fish shot forth, unleashing inferior fin knives. Yet Li Lang easily deflected them, while also delivering a heavy blow to 2 of them with his stick. Humph! Li Lang grunted, having been struck by a knife fish that had lost its blade. Ordinarily, this would not have posed a threat, but unbeknownst to him, a tentacled shrimp had crept up behind him, its antennae snapping against his back. Die! Li Lang's long stick shimmered with energy as he struck down, crushing the shrimp's head. Incredible! A fishing master, still capable of maintaining awareness in such chaotic circumstances. But how many can you handle? Li Lang found himself truly beleaguered. If the only attackers were knife fish and tentacled shrimp, he would be confident in dispatching them with ease. However, the critical issue was the hundreds and thousands of small white fish and large yellow fish charging at him. These creatures were inconsequential in terms of harm. They could not kill him by simply colliding. Yet their presence severely obstructed his vision, with small white fish and large yellow fish everywhere. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the tentacled shrimp to strike him. Li Lang roared in fury. Han Fei, you insidious little rascal. Possessing a treasure that can conjure small fish tides. Do you have any idea how many people would pursue you if I managed to escape? Try to run. The boat is wrecked, you iron-headed fish. You coward, hiding in the fish hold. With a long pole swirling in his hand, he struck with ferocity, sending small white fish, large yellow fish, and green-shelled turtles flying. Suddenly, a knife whizzed past, grazing Li Lang's chest, causing blood to pour forth. By the time he dashed from his boat to Han Fei's vessel, he had already been struck by 4 knives, and a tentacled shrimp had lashed out at his back, leaving him with a fiery pain. Additionally, his face was swollen from a collision with a green-shelled turtle. Xiao He, bite him. As Li Lang stepped onto the fishing boat, Han Fei immediately commanded Xiao He to attack. Li Lang felt a surge of frustration as something gnawed at his calf, tearing away a chunk of flesh. He attempted to locate the source of the bite, but all he could see were small white and large yellow fish. Thinking it was mere coincidence, he took a step forward only to feel a bite on his forearm, another piece of flesh ripped away. What is that? Li Lang quickly summoned his spiritual energy. And at that moment, Han Fei's thoughts shifted, causing Xiao He to return swiftly. Han Fei smirked. I've been waiting for this moment. The fish hold on the fishing boat was suddenly breached, and Han Fei swung his purple bamboo staff towards Li Lang with force. The staff shimmering with spiritual light as he shouted, "Explode." A massive shockwave erupted between them, sending hundreds of fish flying. Li Lang was knocked back 3 steps. His arms numbed and his heart shaken. Something was amiss. Wasn't Han Fei's strength supposed to be that of a 7th-level fisherman? You must be joking. This was clearly the power of a novice fishing master. As Li Lang regained his footing, Han Fei struck again with his staff. Li Lang felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, his blood surging, as the spiritual energy within him finally burst forth. After taking 2 direct hits of spiritual energy explosion, he could no longer withstand it. Han Fei sneered, "Want to kill me? I'll wear you down." Unexpectedly, despite his injuries, Li Lang clung to his fishing rod and struck Han Fei with great speed, sending him flying into a passing green-shelled turtle. Fortunately, the situation wasn't dire, as Han Fei quickly replenished his spiritual energy. With a grin, he said, "Brother, come and kill me." Li Lang's gaze turned fierce as he hastily retrieved a replenishing pill to swallow. However, just as the pill touched his lips, he felt 2 sharp bites on his abdomen. A large chunk of flesh torn away. Damn it, what is that? Li Lang quickly summoned his spiritual energy again and tightened his clothing around his stomach. Terrified of that mysterious creature, completely unaware of what was biting him. Just as he finished tending to himself, he saw Han Fei's mocking grin. The staff glowing with spiritual energy once more, clearly preparing for another explosion. Fusion. Just as Han Fei's staff was about to strike Li Lang, he heard Li Lang roar. As if a radiant shadow enveloped him. Han Fei felt his strike connect with Li Lang, but simultaneously felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if something had pierced through. Li Lang spat blood, having fused with his spirit beast, yet even against such a monstrous fisherman like Han Fei. He felt half his body go numb, his shoulder crushed. Han Fei was forced back and quickly glanced at his left shoulder, only to find it a bloody mess as if pierced by a sharp blade. Meanwhile, Li Lang appeared to have grown stronger. Fool! Do you know my spirit beast is a swordfish, the most aggressive fish in a first-level fishing ground? I will slaughter you. Chapter 72. The desire for slaughter. Han Fei's eyes flickered as he swiftly leapt backward, sweeping his staff to knock a subpar fin knife away, then seized the swordfish and hurled it at Li Lang. The swordfish was torn to shreds by Li Lang, but in that instant, his palm was pierced by a small dagger. He turned to find it was merely a tiny knife crafted from low-quality fin knives during Han Fei's initial attempts at forging. At the time, he had mocked its size, deeming it ineffective, but now it seemed he might explore the realm of concealed weapons further. Li Lang was startled. This kid had an array of tricks. First, he didn't know what was biting him, and now this tiny knife. Just as Li Lang was taken aback, he noticed Han Fei reaching out as if to throw something else, and instinctively thought it was that small knife again. However, the next moment, he realized nothing had been thrown. Explosion. Another burst of spiritual energy erupted, and Li Lang raised his staff to block, astonished and furious. Did this guy truly have boundless spiritual energy? Wasn't it said that after consuming the tumbling fish soup, one could rapidly convert energy? Damn it. There's no tumbling fish soup here for him to drink. Where is he getting all this energy? As hundreds of fish were once again sent flying, a tentacled shrimp, halfway onto the boat, was knocked back into the water. Han Fei felt a sharp stab in his body, this time in his right hand, and quickly retreated, looking at his hand to find a long cut. Xiao He, bite him. Han Fei gritted his teeth and once more shattered Li Lang's spiritual energy. I refuse to believe you can maintain your energy indefinitely. Sure enough, the next second, Li Lang felt a bite on the back of his neck. Another chunk of flesh taken away. Li Lang was on the verge of madness. What on earth was that? Every time his spiritual energy waned, he was bitten. He had had enough. Thus, he was forced to summon his energy once more, knowing that if he failed to take down Han Fei this time, he would likely meet his own demise. At that moment, on the surface of the sea, the white fishing boat showcased two figures enveloped in a faint glow battling fiercely, the sounds of clashing ringing out. Han Fei was being pushed back, not due to a lack of strength, but because this opponent seemed to emit sword energy, leaving him with multiple cuts. With a crash, Han Fei was sent flying into the railing, blood spewing from his mouth. Good. You think you're the only one who can fuse? Do you really think I can't? Han Fei was furious. He understood that the Tiger Head gang wanted him dead, and he was aware they had fishing masters among them. He had never expected the gang would dare to send a fishing master out to sea at night to kill him. The night sea was regarded as a terrifying place, one that even fishing masters feared to enter, yet here they were. Moreover, this individual was formidable. If Han Fei's guess was correct, he had likely been a novice fishing master before fusing with a swordfish and had temporarily become a mid-level fishing master. Xiao He fuse. Though Han Fei could exhaust his opponent with spiritual explosions, in such close quarters, his own energy could not withstand the opponent's sword energy, risking his own severe injury. Hence, although Han Fei had never attempted fusion with a spirit beast before, he had no choice but to do so now. Even if Xiao He and Xiao Bai were still at a low level and could not significantly enhance his strength, at least they would provide some boost. In the next moment, Han Fei saw black and white swirling before him, merging into his body like a Tai Chi diagram. With a roar, upon fusing with his spirit beast, Li Lang instinctively took a step back. What did he see? Han Fei's eyes had transformed. One was now pure white in the darkness, indicating that Han Fei possessed one black and one white eye. Li Lang had never witnessed such an eerie sight, feeling a twinge of fear. Wasn't he, this guy, a spirit beast, just a tumbling fish? You dare tell me this is a tumbling fish? At this moment, Han Fei felt a significant surge in strength, likely surpassing the power of a 9th-level fisherman. While this might not be impressive compared to a fishing master, Han Fei had become exceedingly calm, with an insatiable thirst for blood surging within him. Seeing Li Lang ignited an impulse to devour him. Moreover, his perception of time had altered. The opponent seemed to move slower. Li Lang understood that if he did not eliminate Han Fei now, he might lose his chance forever. Without hesitation, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him to his iron tree staff, a master-level practitioner unleashing a spiritual explosion. He believed Han Fei could not possibly withstand it. However, to his astonishment, Han Fei refrained from employing a spiritual explosion this time. Just as the iron tree staff was about to strike Han Fei, he suddenly twisted his body in an unusual manner, evading the attack in an instant. Li Lang felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if all his strength was draining away, and his fusion body gradually dissipated, causing his power to plummet. Looking down, he saw a dagger protruding from his chest. In that moment, Han Fei displayed no emotion, appearing exceedingly calm as he observed Li Lang, who was gasping for breath on the ground. A sudden bloodthirsty impulse surged within him, an urge to sink his teeth into Li Lang's neck. This thought was utterly insane. Han Fei even opened his mouth to bite. No, Xiaohei, shut your mouth. To suppress this desire, Han Fei forcefully struck the dagger in Li Lang's chest, ending his life. Li Lang was dead, and he died in sheer terror, his eyes reflecting horror as if he sensed Han Fei intended to devour him. With Li Lang's demise, that craving diminished instantly. Nevertheless, Han Fei did not release the fusion. Instead, he wielded the purple bamboo staff to strike at the fish attempting to board the ship. The tentacled shrimp that had been hurled away earlier had just climbed aboard when a staff came crashing down, smashing its head askew. After a considerable time, as the deck became littered with corpses, Han Fei's expression finally revealed signs of struggle. Released the fusion. Bang! Han Fei sat down heavily on the deck, gasping for breath, while two small fish, one black and one white, joyfully swirled around him in midair. This was terrifying. Xiaohei, what on earth are you? Han Fei realized this was the work of Xiaohei, who from the very beginning had shown disinterest in absorbing spiritual energy, opting instead to bite fish, and had managed to kill a knife fish despite being only level 1. Now, having fused with him, he felt an explosive surge of murderous desire, craving to consume human flesh. Could he endure this? This was a matter of principle. Such boundaries should not be crossed, whether against foes or others. Han Fei lay on the ground, panting heavily, recalling the exhilarating moment he considered killing Li Lang. He was in an extreme state of euphoria, yearning for more slaughter, wanting to savor that thrill. However, this situation was undoubtedly wrong. Han Fei resolved that he would not entertain the notion of fusion again unless he faced a life-or-death crisis. He felt as if he had gone mad, like a lunatic caught in a frenzy, overly stimulated, even though he was aware of the perilous situation. After catching his breath, Han Fei kicked the already deceased Li Lang, rummaging through his belongings, but found nothing of value, only a staff. Upon inspection, he noticed the staff appeared to be of good quality, and when it clashed with his purple bamboo staff, it held up well, suggesting it was of a similar caliber. Casually tossing Li Lang's corpse into the sea, Han Fei thoroughly cleaned the ship, absorbing all the spiritual energy available, which totaled over 22,000 points. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to break through immediately. If another expert like Li Lang appeared, he feared he might not prevail. If two came, he would undoubtedly perish. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, stay close to me. Observing the two small fish joyfully circling him, Han Fei chuckled bitterly, realizing these two troublemakers nearly drove their master insane. Breakthrough. Han Fei's spiritual energy surged wildly, his momentum escalating steadily. Crack. In just a brief moment, he had broken through his previous boundary. Of course, he was still far from the pinnacle of level 9, so the spiritual energy continued to flow. After more than an hour, Han Fei finally opened his eyes. Phew. It was indeed due to his low level and insufficient power before. However, breaking through a boundary had increased his strength by a significant margin. Han Fei rose, noticing that his wounds had begun to scab over. Though not as rapid as his previous recovery, it was still quite swift. He was unsure if this was a result of advancing in rank or another reason. He glanced at his data once more. Master, Han Fei level 9, high-quality fisher, spiritual energy, 1023, 399, spiritual veins. Low-grade level 3, upgradable, talent soul beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish weapon, purple bamboo staff, main cultivation technique, void fishing technique, first volume hook kiss technique, common grade divine quality. Chapter 73. Fish leap into the sea seeing that his spiritual energy had dwindled to 1023 points. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially worried it would be insufficient, but it appeared to be adequate. However, it was clear that the energy required for each level up was increasing, and he was certain that for his next ascent to the pinnacle of Fisher, 20,000 points would not suffice, potentially requiring 30,000 or even 40,000 points. He felt conflicted, pondering whether to continue practicing his techniques to absorb spiritual energy or to cultivate the 108 methods of body refinement. Although he had just broken through to level 9, he sensed that the increase in his spiritual energy limit was somewhat limited, suggesting he had encountered a minor bottleneck that necessitated the cultivation of 108 methods of body refinement to facilitate his breakthrough. Never mind. The Tiger Head Gang would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. Having too little spiritual energy would not suffice. Meanwhile, at the Tiger Head Gang, young master, Li Lang has been gone for 3 hours. Li Hu waved his hand dismissively. It's possible he hasn't found Han Fei. Even an ordinary fishing ground is vast, spanning thousands of miles, making it difficult to locate a single person. Issue orders for all peak practitioners below the fishing master level to enter the ordinary fishing ground tomorrow and patrol the white fishing boats. Yes, young master. Li Hu sneered. Han Fei. Oh, Han Fei, are you foolish? You requested a white fishing boat from the angels. That is undoubtedly the brightest star in the night sky. It's almost impossible not to find you. The next morning, as dawn broke, the moment Han Fei ceased his training, the sea surface erupted violently. Even at level 9, Han Fei remained hidden in the fish hold. After all, even a fishing master like Li Lang had been left in a desperate state. He feared he would not fare any better if he ventured out. After a short while, Han Fei tossed a fish corpse that had absorbed spiritual energy into the sea and frowned at his spiritual energy, which stood at only 4,620 points. This is unacceptable. Too little, not even reaching 5,000 points. If he encountered another expert like Li Lang, he would need to expend at least 2,000 points to defeat him. If 2 such individuals came, would he not be left without the means to defend himself? Xiao He, go eat in the sea. I don't care how you do it. But you must reach level 3 today. Upon hearing this, Xiao He immediately dove into the water. At this moment, Han Fei found himself at the edge of the ordinary fishing ground, some 800 miles away. This area was sparsely populated, and now that he was a level 9 fisherman, he had changed drastically from his former self. If he ventured into the depths of the sea this time, could he attempt to gain more spiritual energy? Suddenly, Han Fei was startled by his audacious thought. A fisherman contemplating diving into the depths for spiritual energy? If other fishing masters knew, they would likely slap him dead. Desperate times call for desperate measures. In the past, as an ordinary person, he had dared to frolic with sharks in shallow waters without a diving suit. Why had he become so timid now? Resolutely, Han Fei leaped into the sea with a splash. As he entered, he activated the swimming dragon technique, only to find Xiao He gnawing on a snake and Xiao by swimming around in circles. Han Fei thought, are they this bold? You're only level 2. It seemed they noticed Han Fei's arrival, as Xiao Bai swiftly swam over, seemingly asking why he was there. Xiao He also swam over sheepishly, wondering if he was to be caught for not eating. Yet Han Fei, with his right hand gripping the purple bamboo staff, a knife fish dagger at his waist, and a refined iron fishing rod slung over his back, swam directly toward the ocean depths. A knife fish approached, curious about the large creature that bore no blade. However, before it could come closer, it felt a sharp bite. It struggled, gasping for breath, attempting to identify the assailant, but after several frantic spins, it found nothing. Soon, its tail was severed, followed by its belly. Han Fei was tempted to click his tongue in disbelief. An unseen creature biting you incessantly. How terrifying is that? Much like Li Lang, covered in blood yet unable to discern his attacker. As Han Fei delved deeper, schools of fish swam towards him, circling around him repeatedly. Little He, despite its prowess, could only consume so many fish at once. However, when the fish in the school noticed their companions inexplicably turning into skulls, they fled in panic. This time, the dangers Han Fei faced upon entering the sea were less intense than before. Although the occasional sea snake drifted by, Han Fei had grown unafraid. Yet, killing a fish always attracted more, which proved troublesome, as he barely had time to absorb any spiritual energy before needing to escape. At the ocean floor, Han Fei saw no coral reefs, only a grayish expanse of mud and some protruding stones. As an experienced fisherman, he understood that beneath this soil lay untold horrors. Damn, why did I have to encounter such a cursed place? Without coral reefs, where would the opportunities arise? At this moment, Han Fei hovered 5 or 6 meters above the mud, his body agile like a swimming fish, with Little He and Little Bai safeguarding him. In the distance, 2 sea snakes swam rapidly towards him, and Han Fei's eyes brightened. This was it. In the icy waters, Han Fei became a source of warmth, quickly attracting the attention of the tropical creatures. Simultaneously, some large blue crabs began to emerge from beneath the stones. With a swift movement, Han Fei evaded a charging sea snake, his body twisting in an uncanny manner, drawing forth his knife fish dagger in an instant, severing the snake with precision. Meanwhile, Little He was engaged in a fierce struggle with another sea snake, thrashing about as it twisted, oblivious to the source of its torment. Before the snake could escape, it was swiftly bitten in half by Little He, its body falling limply. With the demise of the 2 sea snakes, the soil stirred, and it seemed as if hundreds of sticks suddenly sprang forth, startling Han Fei. What the hell? Sea snakes. Name, green-scaled sea snake. Level 7, quality, ordinary, spiritual energy, 21 points, consumption effect. Long-term consumption of snake blood can replenish one's energy and enhance physical constitution. Collectible green-scaled snake gallbladder, absorbable. Han Fei quickly floated upward, his scalp tingling at the sight of the sea snake's tails embedded in the soil, ready to spring forth at any moment should prey approach. Did I just stumble into a snake den? Han Fei scowled, feeling at a loss. They wouldn't come out. And he didn't dare to descend. Just then, he saw a little hay dart forward, and moments later, a sea snake had been bitten in two. Of course. How could he have forgotten this? The sea snakes were oblivious to little hay, who could easily slip into their lairs to feast. Thus, Han Fei continued to hover above, occasionally hunting a sea snake and discarding its drained energy to the ocean floor, leading to an increasingly chaotic scene as the sea snakes diminished in number. Even the large blue crabs beneath the stones rushed over to feast on the remnants of the sea snakes. Soon, the stench of blood thickened in the water. Han Fei observed starfish spiraling towards him like darts, while hermit crabs, resembling those bearing snail shells, emerged from the mud from all directions. The sea snakes seemed agitated, feeling threatened by the shellfish that had suddenly begun to attack them. Thus, a brutal melee ensued, with more sea snakes appearing in the distance, alongside green-shelled turtles, knife fish, and juvenile iron-headed fish. In an instant, the area was filled with flashing blades, and Han Fei noticed the gourd on his wrist glowing, seemingly absorbing spiritual energy. Not just the gourd. Little Bai swirled through the water like a spirit, inhaling the energy from the bloody scene. Oh, can I absorb energy from 20 meters away? Han Fei swam to a nearby stone, allowing the gourd to gradually gather energy while fending off the occasional attacking sea snake, which were no match for him. The battle was fierce, with debris strewn across the area, and Han Fei occasionally glimpsed little hay darting through the depths. Suddenly, Han Fei's expression shifted. The Ling Ji de Quan indicated that the congregating ground of sea snakes, particularly the green-scaled sea snakes, would yield snake fruits. These snake fruits were spiritual fruits. Featured in the Ling Ji de Quan, snake fruit, a low-level spiritual fruit, emerges from the long stationary snake dens, nourished by the combined saliva of the sea snakes. Consuming it provides a small amount of spiritual energy and heals internal injuries. Its most significant value lies in alchemy, as the snake pills derived from snake fruits possess strong restorative properties and abundant spiritual energy. Little Bai, as Little Bai swam closer, inhaling and exhaling energy, Han Fei pointed to the ground, focusing his thoughts. Little Bai, go find a dark green fruit. If you find it, bring it to me. But don't eat it yourself. Little Bai zipped away, vanishing into the soil in an instant. Chapter 74. Marching water locusts. Little Bai returned after a brief period, clutching a cluster of snake fruits, clearly delighted and unable to contain its joy, having discovered such benefits from studying the Ling Ji de Quan. In his hand, Han Fei held the green-scaled snake fruit, and a series of data appeared. Name, green-scaled snake fruit. Description, grown within green-scaled sea snakes, nourished by the community over time. This fruit increases the spiritual energy of the snake den, with average effects. Level, low-level spiritual fruit. Quality, poor. Spiritual energy, 500 points. Effect, direct consumption yields a slight increase in spiritual energy, beneficial for fishermen, but ineffective for those above the fishing master level. The cluster of snake fruits contains 7 or 8 pieces, each the size of a thumb. Yet the Ling Ji de Quan described them as fist-sized. Could it be that these sea snakes are simply too low-level? Indeed, this was merely an ordinary fishing ground. How could it yield such treasures? Otherwise, wouldn't fishing masters flock to ordinary fishing grounds for hunting? Han Fei consumed them one by one, dismissing the notion of alchemy. Not to mention he lacked the skill, he had no time for such pursuits. After about half an hour, the violence in the area showed no signs of abating. The sea snakes had been eradicated, leaving crabs to roam freely, some fighting over the remains of the sea snakes, clashing fiercely. Iron-headed fish charged at the crabs, breaking their shells to feast on the crabs' yellow innards. Sea snakes were utterly ineffective here, as Han Fei observed one swimming in, only to be swiftly dissected by a swarm of crab pincers, consumed in moments. In that half hour, Han Fei absorbed nearly 5,000 points of spiritual energy. Such was the ocean floor, where danger and opportunity coexisted. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a sharp pain in his leg. Instinctively, he slapped at it, looking down to find his hand smeared in blood. What the hell? Name, marching water locust. Level 1, quality, ordinary, spiritual energy, 1 point. Description, a marine mollusk that can serve as bait. Water locusts move in swarms during reproduction, requiring substantial food, thus often marching through territories, leaving desolation in their wake. In waters of level 3 fishing grounds or below, they are invincible. Han Fei's expression changed dramatically as he grasped a water locust the length of a finger, the slippery creature slipping from his grasp. He managed to slap it dead, leaving a pool of blood and a mess of slime. What the hell? Han Fei suddenly felt a tremor in his heart and quickly turned around, only to be met with a spine-chilling sight. Dozens of leeches were drifting downstream. Behind them loomed a massive swarm of black water locusts. Han Fei was nearly paralyzed with fear. If there were hundreds or thousands of them, the fish along the way would likely devour him in moments. The marching water locusts advanced in vast swathes, leaving chaos in their wake. Run! Xiao Hei Xiao Bai run! Ignoring the battling fish, Han Fei propelled himself forward like a rocket, not daring to stop even for a moment. Even a skilled angler would be reduced to a mere husk if surrounded by these marauding water locusts. Utilizing the Yulong Ju technique, Han Fei swiftly made his escape, while Xiao Hei, despite being by his side, occasionally paused to consume a water locust. You glutton, can't you see the danger? Even if you're invisible, those ravenous locusts will feast on you regardless. Hurry up and move. When Han Fei turned back again, the previously chaotic scene of crabs, knife fish, and ironhead fish had vanished, completely consumed by the advancing water locusts. How did it happen so quickly? Han Fei quickened his pace, channeling his energy to swim faster towards the ocean's surface. With a splash, he leaped out of the water and was dismayed to find his white fishing boat seemingly a kilometer away. He quickly dove back into the water, heading towards the boat. However, as soon as he submerged, he caught sight of a massive swarm of water locusts just a few hundred meters away. At that moment, Han Fei was stunned. Was his fishing boat on the other side of this horde? Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Without the boat, how could he compete against the water locusts in a swimming race? Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved that he still possessed the Yulong Ju technique, which would give him an edge over the locusts in the water. He swam furiously in the opposite direction of his boat. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he ventured 800 miles offshore? If he were in a crowded area, he could easily board another's vessel. But now he was being pursued by a horde of weak insects. Of course, Han Fei was not the only one fleeing. Around him, knife fish darted across the surface, while small white fish and large yellow fish lagged far behind. He even spotted a large meat turtle surfacing, also in flight, though it seemed to slow down. Retracting its head into its shell, Han Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Did it think hiding in its shell would save it? Soon, it would be nothing but a shell. At this point, no fish dared to attack Han Fei. Survival took precedence over feeding, and even fish understood this principle. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, a fleet of fishing boats was slowly approaching. Li Hu's expression darkened. How could Han Fei possibly defeat Uncle Wolf? It must be that Tengu had left him some means of escape. One of Li Hu's subordinates said, "Young master, Li Wolf's boat is in tatters. It seems it encountered a small fish tide. Perhaps it wasn't Han Fei after all. Foolish. Can a mere small fish tide defeat a fishing master? Moreover, Uncle Wolf, fused with the swordfish, possesses the strength of a mid-tier fishing master. What could a common fishing grounds monsters do to him?" Li Hu seethed with anger. Fishing masters were incredibly rare, as evidenced by the 5 in Tian Shui village. Now, they had lost one. Suddenly, a member of the Tiger Head Gang shouted, "Young master, we seem to have encountered a school of fish." Someone peered ahead and excitedly pointed towards the distant ocean surface. For fishermen, encountering a school of fish was a blessing. Nearly every fisherman hoped to find fish daily. Li Hu paused, contemplating whether proximity to the border brought good fortune. Yet he shook his head, reminding himself, "Do not forget our purpose, to find Han Fei and eliminate him. If Uncle Wolf is dead, Han Fei cannot possibly remain unharmed. Otherwise, he would have returned to the village long ago." Before long, Li Hu's fleet met the fish school, which primarily floated near the surface, swimming rapidly without a hint of stopping. One observer remarked, "Hey, don't you find this school of fish strange? They don't seem to belong to the same species." Another pointed at the water. "What is that? A peculiar large fish is leaping in the water. It resembles a swordfish. Strange. How could a swordfish appear in a common fishing ground?" Suddenly, someone shouted, "Not good. This isn't a feeding frenzy. The fish are fleeing from something." Before the warning could finish, another voice cried out, "Look, that isn't a swordfish. That is a person." The crowd was stunned. Was someone swimming in the ocean, attempting to fly to the heavens? Following the gaze of the Tiger Head Gang member, they indeed saw a figure, one that swam faster than many fish. As they turned their attention to what lay behind the person, they were greeted by a dark mass of unknown entities. Suddenly, Someone shouted, "Run, young master, run." It's a horde of marching water locusts. In an instant, chaos erupted among the fleet. Fear consumed everyone. How could a common fishing ground harbor marching water locusts? These creatures were typically only found in Tier 1 fishing grounds, with a slight chance of encountering them, while they were more prevalent in Tier 2 grounds. Li Hu, too, felt panic rising. He no longer cared about Han Fei's whereabouts and urgently called out, "Everyone, run." Han Fei initially thought he could not outrun the marching water locusts. As human stamina was limited, and they were not actual fish, infinite swimming was impossible. But at that moment, he glimpsed hope and saw his fishing boat. Summoning all his strength and energy, his speed surged. Before the fleet could begin their escape, Han Fei snagged the boat's rear railing with his fishing hook, propelling himself across the surface while shouting to the crew, "Run. The marching water locusts are coming." The members of the Tiger Head gang, who were just about to flee, froze in shock, including Li Hu, who turned back to see that this was no stranger. It was unmistakably Han Fei. Han Fei was equally stunned. Li Hu? In an instant, he realized that this fleet was likely here to kill him. How amusing, enemies meet at last. With a thud, Han Fei landed on one of the fishing boats, and before Li Hu could utter a word, he swung his staff at one of the Tiger Head gang's adept members. The 9th-level fisherman reacted swiftly, quickly blocking Han Fei's strike, contemplating that he might swiftly eliminate this person to gain favor with the young master. Yet upon contact, he felt an immense force strike him, the staff bending as if it had shattered his insides. Ignoring everything else, Han Fei seized the man and hurled him into the sea. "No, young master, save me." Li Hu shouted, "Kill him. Get rid of him." As Li Hu yelled at his men, he frantically maneuvered the fishing boat, preparing for takeoff. There were more than one person on this boat. 3 others were already charging at Han Fei, seeking death. Chapter 75. Escape from Death. Han Fei unleashed a burst of energy. But this fundamental technique was well known among the crowd. The moment he executed his technique, the 3 9th-level fishermen simultaneously shouted and unleashed their own energy blasts. Damn it! Han Fei was knocked out of the range of the boat, while the 3 men were sent flying. The collision of energy blasts generated a fierce wind. In midair, with less than 100 meters behind him, the marching water locusts were already closing in. If he fell into the water, he would soon be reduced to a husk. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei executed the go-when technique, latching onto Li Hu's boat as it ascended, yanking it towards him and hurtling toward Li Hu's vessel. "Young master, be careful. Protect the young master." On Li Hu's boat, more than 5 protectors, all 9th-level fishermen, stood ready. As Han Fei approached, he saw the 5 men blocking the bow of the boat. Han Fei was not intimidated by these 5 individuals, for they lacked the prowess of a skilled fisherman. In open combat, he was confident he could defeat them, being a level 9 himself, and a level 9 capable of vanquishing skilled fishermen. However, being airborne left him without leverage, and should the 5 unleash their spiritual energy as they had earlier, he would inevitably plummet into the sea. "Li Hu, you little brat, if I survive, I shall have your head," Han Fei bellowed, retracting his fishing rod and casting his line towards a fishing boat with the fewest occupants below. Indeed, while the number was scant, there were still 3 individuals aboard, one of whom was maneuvering the vessel. "Han Fei, you are doomed, though you may not perish at my hands. I shall take great pleasure in watching you drained dry by the marching water locusts." Li Hu taunted, laughter echoing in the air. Han Fei remained silent, as 2 fishing boats that had not yet ascended were already swarming with marching water locusts. The purple bamboo staff in his hand shimmered with spiritual light. The energy blast primed and ready. "Xiao He, bite him." The 2 individuals preparing to intercept Han Fei were left bewildered. Who was Xiao He? Suddenly, one felt a sharp bite on his thigh, assuming it was a water locust boarding the vessel, and hastily looked down. He was met with a smirk from Han Fei, who swiftly launched a flying knife. Before the man could raise his head, the spiritual explosion detonated, sending both assailants hurtling backwards, blood spilling profusely. One with a knife embedded in his eye. "Huh, you should not have allowed me aboard," he exclaimed. The one controlling the fishing boat panicked. Was this truly the waste that the young master had spoken of? A waste that could incapacitate 2 level 9 fishermen with a single strike? A waste that could unleash such ferocious energy blasts? With another wild swing, one of the level 9 fishermen was sent flying, crashing into the sea. "Save me," he cried. But before he could finish, the water locusts swarmed over him, draining him of life in an instant. The other man, severely injured, had both arms shattered. Han Fei effortlessly dispatched him into the sea, not even glancing back. The only remaining fisherman's expression shifted dramatically. "Dare you approach, and I shall steer this boat into the sea," he threatened. Han Fei felt a surge of irritation, wishing to silence the man. Yet, he maintained his composure. I need not kill you. Why not use your fishing rod to reach another boat? The man's face darkened as he glanced around, realizing that only 5 boats had managed to ascend, with Li Hu's vessel soaring highest and furthest. The other 3 boats were 100 meters away. Should he mishandle his fishing rod, he would plunge into the water. He hesitated, then declared, even if I escape, I am still doomed. The Hutua gang will not spare me. Rather than perish alone, I might as well die alongside you. Perhaps they will treat my family kindly. Han Fei responded coldly. Are you foolish? If you die, do you truly believe Li Ju will show mercy to your family? Should you perish, your wife will be taken by another. Your children raised by strangers, and a stepfather may very well abuse them. Regardless, you intend to kill me, so what choice do I have? The man roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Who says I will certainly kill you? Do you know Li Gang? The one who failed to kill me twice? I offered him a chance to join me, and now he runs the finest barbecue stall at Li Kong Port, earning riches daily, an opportunity that will soon make him wealthy. If I could take him in, why not you? The man paused, visibly torn, as he recognized Li Gang's name and recalled his current prosperity. A flicker of desire igniting within him. Han Fei seized the moment. Let me tell you, Li Ju is gravely injured, his strength diminished by half. Li Hu is a mere waste. I could easily eliminate him. Just a month and a half ago, I was a mere level 2 fisherman. Yet now I slay level 9 fishermen as effortlessly as one would butcher a large yellow croaker. Soon, I shall obliterate the Hutua gang. If you do not align with me now, your fate is sealed. Will you not choose wisely? Meanwhile, Li Hu's boat hovered several hundred meters away, shouting something indistinctly. The wind carrying his voice, urging the man to kill Han Fei. Han Fei chuckled. Look at your young master. He would rather see you dead than come for me himself. Why? Because he fears me. Should I board his vessel, he is as good as dead. What will you choose? The man's expression reflected intense internal conflict as he gazed at the dark mass of water locusts below. Finally, he inhaled deeply and asked Han Fei, can you guarantee you won't kill me? Han Fei replied, I assure you. Can you trust that? You have no choice. Yet I am not a murderer. Had I been, I would have slain Li Hu during the fishing trial. How could he now pursue me? The man posed one last question. Did you kill Li Lang, the fisherman? Li Lang, the one who came to kill me last night. Yes, I killed him. Fine. I shall comply. The marching water locusts will soon pass, but with your young master Li Hu and his 13 level 9 experts, how can we survive? Han Fei directed. Fly that way. My fishing boat is over there. Once aboard, none shall pursue us. Understood. The man immediately maneuvered the boat towards Han Fei's white vessel, not daring to pause. At that moment, he had betrayed the Hutua gang, with only the option of clinging to Han Fei's side. To be capable of slaying a fisherman was a terrifying potential, yet he was still merely a level 9 fisherman. The middle-aged man recalled Li Hu's words prior to his arrival, claiming Han Fei was but a level 7 fisherman. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap Li Hu for his foolishness, completely unaware of the formidable enemy he had made. What is your name? Han Fei inquired. Li Qing. At your service, the middle-aged man replied. Do not refer to yourself as my subordinate. I shall not treat you as such. Once this matter is resolved, you may join Li Gang at the finest barbecue stall, and I shall grant you a share of the profits. Is that so? Li Qing appeared incredulous. A share of the profits? He understood well how wealthy Li Gang had become, earning as much as 10 mid-grade pearls in a single day, a figure many in the Hutua gang envied, declaring him a phoenix risen from the ashes. Yet, Li Qing's expression shifted as he exclaimed, this is not good. They are pursuing us. Han Fei chuckled. No need for concern. Even if they pursue, they are all level 9 fishermen. Who can catch him? In mere moments, Han Fei spotted his white fishing boat. The marching water locusts had passed, but a layer of locusts still covered the white boat. Charge forward. Without the locust army, these few insects are inconsequential. Li Qing nodded in agreement. The two leapt onto the white fishing boat, and with a surge of spiritual energy, Han Fei dispersed a swarm of locusts, swiftly maneuvering the vessel away. Behind them, Li Hu's furious shouts echoed. Li Qing, you seek death. You dare betray the Hutua gang? I shall kill you and your entire family. Seeing Li Qing's troubled expression, Han Fei smiled. He can only shout empty threats. Alternatively, we could leave them here. What do you think? Chapter 76. The misfortune of Li Hu. Li Qing gasped in alarm. How can we do that? With Li Hu and his 14 men. Even if you possess the strength to slay fishermen, should you be restrained, the outcome would be uncertain. Indeed, there are many of them. We shall take them one by one. I doubt you comprehend the quality of my fishing boat, Han Fei remarked. Is that so? A manic glint flashed in Han Fei's eyes as the white fishing boat ascended, veering directly towards one of the other vessels for a collision. Li Qing was horrified. What manner of madness was this? You cannot collide boats. Be prepared to take over the boat at a moment's notice. Should they dare leap onto my vessel, I shall teach them the true meaning of coral's vibrant hue, Han Fei declared. Li Hu and his companions were relentlessly pursuing for fishing boats. Witnessing the white boat gradually distance itself, almost ready to abandon the chase. Who could have anticipated that the white boat would suddenly turn and charge directly towards them? On one of the boats, someone exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. It's coming straight at us." The three men believed Han Fei had lost his mind. If the hull collided and the keel broke, they would be left adrift at sea. However, they quickly realized that this was not just any shabby fishing boat from Tianshui village. This was a legendary vessel, designed for the unknown realms beyond the level 3 fishing grounds. Was it even conceivable that their boats could be compared to it? Before they could ponder further, they saw the white boat soar towards them like a great bird. Bang! Han Fei shouted, "Li Qing, take the helm." Li Qing immediately seized control of the white boat. Fully aware that there was no turning back, the moment he had fled with Han Fei, he had betrayed the Hutu gang. They would not let him go. Fortunately, the white boat was indeed ferocious, crashing into the opposing vessel with such force that it created a massive hole in its hull, misaligning the keel. "This is bad. Go kill that kid." The operator of the other boat, along with his companions, leaped towards Han Fei's boat. However, Han Fei sneered, "How did you treat me just now? Now you wish to board my vessel? Get off. Fly. Dive from 100 meters like a spectacular acrobat." With a loud explosion, spiritual energy surged, and the two men were uncontrollably hurled towards the sea. Witnessing this scene, Li Hu seethed with rage and shouted to the other two boats, "Let us strike together and see how he handles 3 vessels alone." Han Fei turned swiftly. "Li Qing, find any boat and crash into it." In truth, Li Qing was already maneuvering towards the furthest boat, knowing that they were at a disadvantage. The 3 individuals on that distant boat panicked. They were the farthest away and slower than the white boat. A collision would surely spell doom. "Can you escape?" Han Fei retorted. 100 meters away, Li Hu bellowed, "Descend, let's confront him together at sea." Han Fei's eyes turned cold as he instructed Li Qing, "Eliminate these 3 first." Bang! The 2 boats collided again, this time with precise intent, crashing directly into the control area and leaving a large hole in the bow, rendering that boat uncontrollable and causing it to plummet. At this moment, the operator of that vessel abandoned all hope, and the 3 men charged towards Han Fei's boat with their clubs. Xiaohei bite one. One of them suddenly found a chunk of flesh missing from his neck, his body momentarily suspended in midair before plummeting towards the sea. The other 2 were horrified, but before they could react, they were met with a burst of spiritual energy and sent flying into the water. Unfortunately, by this time, Li Hu and another boat had already descended, joining forces as they pursued the fallen. Han Fei lamented, "What a pity. If only we were faster. We could have taken out another boat." Li Qing felt a chill run down his spine. "You want to take out more? We came with over a dozen boats and 50 men to chase you. And now how many are left? With only 8 of us left. The elite forces of the Hutu gang are nearly decimated. Is that not enough for you?" Just then, someone surfaced from the water. What the hell? He actually swam back up. Han Fei was speechless. This person was extraordinarily lucky to have resurfaced after falling into the sea. But considering the abundance of fish in the waters at this moment, particularly after the passing of the marching water locusts, it was not entirely surprising. Yet even as this individual clambered aboard, Han Fei noticed that he was covered with water locusts, nearly drained of vitality. After the marching water locusts had passed, remnants were still present, and in these waters, countless locusts floated. It was a stroke of fortune for anyone who fell not to be completely drained. "What shall we do now?" Li Qing asked. "Follow them. Do not give them a chance to escape. If they scatter, we will charge at them," Han Fei commanded. Li Qing fell silent, realizing that Han Fei was resolute about eliminating Li Hu. However, he too harbored such intentions. If Li Hu returned, his own fate would be dire. Unlike Li Gang, who was expelled from the Hutu gang, he had betrayed them, a vastly different nature of defection. "Young master, what should we do? Our fishing boats cannot withstand the impact of that white vessel. If we separate now, we risk being picked off one by one." Li Hu's face darkened. "What if we all ascend together and fly back to the village?" Someone analyzed. "Young master, this is unwise. I suspect Han Fei has reached peak 9th level strength. If he truly charges at us and then departs, we won't all be able to board his boat in time. We may lose half of our 10 men. Li Hu ordered, "Let us head to the central fishing grounds, where there are more people, and seek out the patrol officer." Han Fei stood at the bow of his boat, unhurried, gazing at the sun above, contemplating whether attracting spiritual energy would incinerate him. That fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. Enduring such pain would likely turn him into a barbecue in mere seconds. Xiaohei, do you see those two boats? Go bite them. Take down one at a time. Han Fei secretly chuckled. Even the skilled fisherman Li Lang could not withstand Xiaohei's sharp teeth. How could a few ninth-level fishermen hope to do so? Xiaohei swiftly darted out, and soon, cries of alarm erupted from Li Hu's side. Initially, there was one scream, but it quickly multiplied. Han Fei stood at the bow, coldly smirking. If you have the ability, fill your bodies with spiritual energy. If not, prepare to be devoured. Sure enough, before long, Han Fei noticed that some on the other side had managed to fill their bodies with spiritual energy. It began with one, then two, until all were infused. Even Li Hu, who had not activated his spiritual energy, lost several chunks of flesh. Li Qing watched in trepidation, bewildered by Han Fei's mysterious method that allowed him to attack those hundreds of meters away, compelling them to waste their spiritual energy. He realized he had uncovered Han Fei's secret, and now could not afford to utter a word. Otherwise, he risked being silenced. Li Hu roared from the bow, Han Fei, what sorcery is this? How can it be so malicious? Han Fei replied, want to know? Come and beg me. In less than half an hour, those on the other side began to run low on spiritual energy and could no longer maintain their infused states, leading to anguished cries. What is biting me? Why can't I see it? One man waved his club wildly, but in the next moment, a chunk of flesh was bitten from his wrist. An hour later, two men were brutally bitten to death by Xiaohei, one being the individual who had resurfaced after falling, and the other the only 8th-level fisherman that Li Hu had brought along. Han Fei remarked nonchalantly, 7 remain. If 2 more perish, you won't be going back. Li Qing, listening to Han Fei's musing, dared not utter a word, fearing that Han Fei might change his mind and turn on him. Moments later, Li Qing stammered, Han Fei, my spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Li Qing felt helpless. Under normal circumstances, he could control a fishing boat for an extended period. But this was no ordinary vessel. It consumed energy rapidly. To his surprise, Han Fei casually waved his hand, sending a stream of spiritual energy into him. And in an instant, Li Qing felt his energy rapidly replenishing. Li Qing was stunned. What on earth is this? A gathering spirit master? Han Fei replied. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Li Qing quickly lowered his head. Yes, I will keep my lips sealed and will not disclose it to anyone. Not even my wife and children. Chapter 77. A battle that earned fame. The time since the conclusion of the fishing trial has been brief. Yet he has already learned so much. At this moment, Li Qing felt an overwhelming urge to slap those who deemed Han Fei a worthless individual. If this was indeed a waste, what would that make a true genius? In this instant, he was immensely grateful for having betrayed the Hutu gang. Otherwise, he feared he would now be lying in the depths of the sea, feeding the water locusts. Han Fei remained unfazed, smiling at Li Hu and stating, the fishing trial is meant to reveal the cruelty of the ocean, is it not? Li Qing, puzzled by Han Fei's words, sensed a vague terror. At this juncture, the fishing boats had approached the central fishing grounds, with several boats appearing in the distance, and occasionally, a boat would soar across the sky. Han Fei remarked, perhaps soaring into the sky offers a glimmer of hope. What would it matter if it leads me to the central region? Nearby, on Li Hu's 2 boats, the spiritual energy of a person flickered out, yet Li Hu remained brimming with vitality, likely having consumed numerous replenishing pills. Li Qing, collide with them. Li Qing protested, no. Wait. Han Fei insisted, killing is not a spectacle for others to behold. Charge ahead. Without uttering a word, Li Hu maneuvered the fishing boat, propelling it forward with great force. As Han Fei prepared to act, Li Hu suddenly shouted, abandon the boat. Han Fei, wielding his purple bamboo staff, smirked coldly. What a fool. If abandoning the boat were effective, why have we waited so long? Li Hu and 7 others crowded onto a single boat. Yet some began to swing their staffs, attempting to strike at the unseen force that was tearing at them. At this moment, aside from Li Hu, the other 6 were covered in blood. Li Hu's expression hardened. Prepare for battle. Just as the boat collided, Han Fei let out a strange cry, leaping forward, his purple bamboo staff shimmering with spiritual energy, ready to unleash a devastating attack. 3 individuals sheltered Li Hu, while the others disregarded the invisible assailants, raising their staffs to retaliate. However, only one among them unleashed a spiritual explosion, as the others had exhausted their energy. Han Fei crouched low, one hand gripping the railing, evading the attack with an unusual posture. He then executed a sweeping strike, accompanied by a deafening blast, sending one adversary plummeting into the sea. With a thought, Xiaohe dove into the water, ensuring that once submerged, there would be no return. Han Fei leaped and delivered a powerful blow, shattering another's iron staff and striking their head, causing blood to flow profusely as they toppled backward. Advance. Charge. Li Hu commanded, panic evident in his eyes. He could not fathom how Han Fei had become so formidable. Although Han Fei had shown strength during the fishing trial, he had never been invincible. Li Hu had managed to withstand 3 of Han Fei's spiritual explosions. But now, with 2 strikes, 3 opponents had fallen. The terror was palpable. In that moment, Li Hu had no doubt that Li Lang had been slain by Han Fei. This individual was truly terrifying, harboring a great secret. Just as Han Fei prepared to dispatch the remaining foe, he noticed Li Qing approaching with a staff, exclaiming, "Young Master Han Fei, allow me to handle this one." Li Qing felt compelled to pledge his allegiance at that moment, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Han Fei, a mere 12-year-old boy. No matter how mature he appeared, how could he evoke such feelings? He feared that if he did not intervene, he too might meet a grim fate. Li Hu, enraged, shouted, "Li Qing, you traitor!" Li Qing retorted, "Humph. The Hutu gang has long been tyrannical. I have desired to betray them for ages." The 3 individuals flanking Li Hu clenched their teeth and attacked, but Han Fei unleashed another explosion, their defenses crumbling. After 3 strikes, one was brutally killed, while another leaped from the boat, seeking refuge on the nearest vessel. Yet, having swum less than 30 meters, they were dragged beneath the waves by an unknown force. The final one, arms hanging limp, had already succumbed, blood flowing uncontrollably from their mouth. "I do not wish to die," they cried out. But Li Hu shoved them into the sea, shouting, "Who to?" Han Fei scoffed, "Oh, your wretched fish has come back to life?" With no escape left, Li Hu roared as he charged at Han Fei. "Han Fei, the Hutu gang will not rest until one of us is dead." Han Fei stepped forward, swinging his staff with force, sending Li Hu flying, shattering his spiritual energy. With a leisurely demeanor, Han Fei shook his head and chuckled. "Haven't we already been in a fight to the death? TSK, I thought your strength would have increased significantly after your advancement. Yet you are weaker than those I faced earlier. They were at least pinnacle level 9, while you, a fledgling at level 9, cannot even summon the power of your contracted spirit fish. What do you intend to use to kill me?" As Li Hu staggered to his feet, Han Fei struck again, shattering the deck beneath him. "I heard the Hutu gang is notorious for their misdeeds." Bang. "I heard you, Li Hu, are a ruthless killer." Bang. "I heard you once had someone sabotage my fishing boat, leaving me adrift for 5 days and nights." Bang. "I heard you even sought to kill me." Bang. At this moment, Li Qing had just dispatched the gravely injured former comrade, and, witnessing Han Fei's relentless strikes, felt his eyelids twitch and his heart race with every blow. He had not used a spiritual explosion. After 7 or 8 strikes, a large fish erupted from Li Hu's body, lunging at Han Fei. This seemed to be Li Hu's last resort. Bang, bang, bang. The Hutu fish crashed through the deck, now barely clinging to life. Han Fei scoffed. "A mere fish dares to bite me? It is hardly even an animal, and yet it seeks to harm me?" Li Hu, blood bubbling from his mouth, struggled but could no longer even sit upright. "Han Fei, cease this at once." In the distance, a fishing boat approached rapidly, 300 meters away. Han Fei immediately recognized his teacher, Wang Jie, the patrol officer of the ordinary fishing grounds. With a smile, Han Fei waved at Wang Jie, not lowering his gaze, and simply remarked, "In your next life, be reborn as a fish. Do not come back as a human." Following his words, Han Fei thrust the end of his staff into Li Hu's chest, piercing through completely, leaving Li Qing drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. Moments later, Wang Jie arrived, first surveying the blood-soaked boat, then glancing at Li Hu, whose eyes were wide in death. He inhaled sharply, shaken. Earlier that morning, he had received reports of dozens of Hutu gang boats heading to the ordinary fishing grounds. At that moment, Wang Jie had sensed trouble and sought out Li Gang, who had mentioned that Han Fei was at He Xiaoyu's home. Wang Jie then rushed to her residence, only to learn from He Mu that Han Fei had gone out to sea. Realizing the impending disaster, he had felt a sense of dread. Yet now, witnessing this bloody scene, he could not help but be astonished. He had not come seeking out trouble, but had been informed that a fierce battle was underway. Upon arrival, he was met with this grisly spectacle. "You," Han Fei smiled and said, "Teacher, this is merely how things are at sea, battling the ocean, contending with fish, and clashing with men. By chance, I have emerged victorious. In theory, killing in the ordinary fishing grounds was protected. However, since the Hutu gang had initiated the pursuit, Han Fei's actions were justified, particularly since he was Wang Jie's student. Wang Jie said nothing and took Han Fei back to Xiankong Island. As they departed, Wang Jie uttered a single command: do not venture into the sea for 3 months. On that day, Tianshui village was shaken. It was said that Han Fei, the victor of the fishing trial, had slain Li Ju's son from the Hutu gang on the spot, piercing his chest with a single blow. Reports circulated of heavy casualties within the Hutu gang as they pursued Han Fei. It was said that Li Ju had publicly spat blood, his eyes streaming with tears of blood. Rumors also suggested that upon Han Fei's return, he declared war on Li Ju. When the Wang family, the old adversaries of the Hutu gang, heard this news, the elder of the Wang family reportedly laughed heartily and praised Han Fei, declaring his victory in the fishing trial to be well-deserved. Wang Baiyu, as the first individual of the 3rd generation of the Wang family, offered a wry smile upon hearing the news. It seemed he had come to a realization. Was Han Fei truly where he was today solely due to Tang Guo's generosity? The entire Tianshui village buzzed with gossip about Han Fei, yet he himself remained indifferent, for He Xiaoyu was departing. Chapter 78. You are fit to be a chef. He Xiaoyu's mother wept like a sorrowful figure, reluctant to let her daughter venture far. He Mingtang felt equally despondent. Having devoted all his efforts to nurturing his daughter, who had blossomed into such an exceptional individual, he could hardly bear to see her leave his side. He Xiaoyu herself was in tears, clinging to her mother and refusing to board the fishing boat. The village chief cleared his throat. Xiaoyu, going to the town is not the same as going to the city. You will return every year. He Mingtang urged, go ahead. Remember, you are my daughter, He Mingtang. You possess a unique spirit beast. Even in the town, you will be the best. He Xiaoyu vowed, Father, I will study diligently and strive to become a great fishing master as soon as possible. At that moment, Han Fei stepped forward. He Xiaoyu, I've heard that the people in town start off quite high and are quite formidable. I estimate that while you cultivate your staff technique, you will also practice other skills. This knife was left to me by Tang Guo. Keep it on you. If anyone bullies you, just use it. He Mingtang shot Han Fei a fierce glare. Is my daughter the kind of person who would just stab someone? Ah. This knife. The village chief's eyes brightened as he took the knife to examine it. He then casually drew out He Mingtang's knife fish dagger. And when the 2 blades clashed, the dagger snapped in 2 instantly. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The village chief exclaimed, is this an ordinary weapon? Moreover, it appears to be of at least medium quality or even superior among ordinary weapons. He Xiaoyu's eyes widened as well. An ordinary weapon? I've only heard of them, never used one. Han Fei waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing special, just a knife. Knives are meant for cutting. I'm not one to stab people, so it doesn't suit me to carry it. Everyone chuckled. You don't stab people? You've already killed the young master of the Tiger Head Gang. He Xiaoyu joyfully accepted the treasured knife, feeling its cold blade. What is this knife called? Han Fei replied, it's just a knife. What name could it have? If you want to name it, feel free. He Xiaoyu pondered and declared, this knife is black and white, with a chilling blade that captivates. How about calling it the black and white knife? The others rolled their eyes in unison aboard the same fishing boat. The name you've given is no different from not naming it at all. Han Fei shrugged. As long as you like it, call it whatever you wish. He Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Han Fei. When I return from the town, I will look out for you. Han Fei replied, you might not believe this, but I could take down an iron-headed fish with a single punch. Do I really need your protection? Keep boasting. He Xiaoyu retorted. The village chief interjected. All right, time is of the essence. Han Fei, are you truly not coming with us? Han Fei declined. No, Grandpa Village Chief. I have a multitude of matters awaiting my attention. The village chief felt an urge to kick the lad, thinking, you speak as if you are the village chief, with so many matters to handle. Who do you think you are? As the fishing boat ascended, everyone waved goodbye. It was only after the boat disappeared into the clouds that He Mingtang remarked, Han Fei, about that knife. Han Fei replied, Teacher it's just a knife. Tang Ge didn't leave me just one. He Mingtang clarified, this knife was not left by Tang Ge, but rather forged by Han Fei himself using Li Lang's iron tree staff and nearly 50 knife fish daggers from the fishing trial. Its quality exceeds that of mere ordinary weapons. It is indeed of the finest grade. In the plantation, Han Fei entered with barbecued food and strong liquor. Old man, I'm back. The elder lifted his eyelids slightly. You little rascal, you finally remembered to return. If you hadn't this land would have gone to waste. Han Fei retorted, did you not sprinkle any spiritual energy on the land? The elder dismissed him. When one grows old, one should enjoy life. Why toil in the fields? Han Fei was taken aback, thinking, so your fatigue means I should not be tired? He had been utterly exhausted these past few days. Han Fei tossed the liquor onto the table and walked into the fields, sitting on the ground. Where did I leave off last time? I believe it was infusing the land with spiritual energy on a large scale. He began to experiment, channeling spiritual energy into the earth. The elder casually grabbed a garlic shrimp, chewing thoughtfully. Is this lad really taking down a group of elites from the Tiger Head gang, all by himself? Has this lad reached pinnacle level 9? The elder's lips twitched as he pondered if today's youth were truly this extraordinary. The town had no shortage of 12-year-old level 9 fishermen, and even a 12-year-old fishing master existed, but there was no 12-year-old who could defeat a fishing master. A month later, Han Fei and Elder Jiang stood before a large vat covered with thick fish skin. The elder inquired, "Are you certain it was successful?" Han Fei replied confidently, "Absolutely, but if it is successful, the vat must be exposed to sunlight for a while after opening." The elder asked, "What is this called again? Vinegar? Is vinegar something tasty?" Han Fei explained, "Eating it alone is certainly not delightful, but how many of the spiritual fruits in this garden are enjoyable when eaten alone?" The elder nodded. In the realm of culinary arts, Han Fei seemed to possess a natural talent, leaving the elder without any authority to comment. Han Fei then produced the knife fish dagger and punctured a hole in the fish skin. Instantly, a sour and tangy aroma wafted from the vat. The elder scrunched his nose in distaste. "That smells awful," Han Fei replied. "Often, the most unpleasant scents yield the most delectable flavors." The elder conceded. "Let us try this semi-finished product first. It might be half as delicious. Shall we give it a go?" Han Fei proposed. "Let us do it," the elder agreed. Ever since Han Fei had taken over the plantation, Jiang Qin had begun taking her rest periods. At that moment, she returned from outside and saw the two of them gathered around a large vat. "What are you two doing?" Jiang Qin asked. Han Fei and the elder replied in unison, "It's a secret." Jiang Qin chuckled. Ever since Han Fei learned to disseminate spiritual energy in the soil, he had begun to dabble in various oddities, primarily focusing on culinary creations. Initially, the elder had been dismissive, but after sampling Han Fei's unconventional dishes, he began to collaborate with him, claiming it was a significant joy in life. Having never experienced delicious food before, he was surprised to find himself indulging in culinary delights in his old age. Half an hour later, the three of them gathered around the table, where a large plate of cold seaweed salad and a generous serving of drunken shrimp awaited, alongside 3 large sweet potatoes. Both the elder and Jiang Qin were fond of roasted sweet potatoes. Previously, they had consumed them raw, but they discovered that roasting made them even more delectable. However, the 2 dishes before them now made them hesitant to dig in. The elder questioned, "Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Isn't this seaweed? Can seaweed be eaten? And these little white shrimp are still alive and wriggling." Han Fei retorted, "Is grass not edible? Bugs eat grass too." The elder replied, "Those are bugs. Are we bugs?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Bugs may be insignificant before humans, but in the grand scheme of nature, are not humans also as insignificant as dust? Bugs can eat grass, and so can humans. Moreover, these little white shrimp must be alive to have texture. Once they die, they lose their appeal." Han Fei spoke nonchalantly, yet neither Elder Jiang nor Jiang Qin moved their chopsticks. Han Fei cast a disdainful glance at them, deliciously picking up a live white shrimp and popping it into his mouth. He swiftly spat out the shell, while the translucent shrimp meat vanished into his belly. Elder Jiang and Jiang Qin exchanged glances. The elder's lips twitched as he observed Han Fei's enjoyment. Eventually, he picked up a shrimp and tentatively tasted it. As soon as it touched his tongue, his eyes lit up, and he quickly followed suit, spitting out the shell. "This is vinegar?" the elder asked. "How does it taste?" Han Fei inquired. "Excellent. This is simple and quick to make, and one vat can last quite a while. Quite impressive." Jiang Qin frowned, suspecting that this elder and youth were conspiring to deceive her. However, after sampling Han Fei's culinary skills a few times, she found them quite impressive. So she finally picked up her chopsticks. When the delicate shrimp was anesthetized, the sensation of its smoothness and the lively dance of life upon the tongue, coupled with the rich aroma of wine and the tangy yet palatable sauce, made her squint with pleasure. Jiang Qin inquired about the seaweed, to which Han Fei responded with a smile, inviting her to taste. With the enticing drunken shrimp before her, Jiang Qin offered no objections and eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Half an hour later, a plate of cold dishes accompanied by the drunken shrimp had mostly vanished into the stomachs of Jiang Laotu and Jiang Qin, while the roasted sweet potatoes remained untouched. Moments later, the old man lounged languidly in his chair, savoring the roasted sweet potato with great satisfaction. He remarked, "Han, I believe if you choose not to be a spirit-gathering master in the future, you would certainly excel as a chef." Han Fei replied, "I have no interest in cooking for a large crowd. My culinary endeavors are primarily for my own enjoyment." Suddenly, Han Fei noticed Jiang Qin signaling to him, seemingly urging him to follow her deeper into the garden. Jiang Qin, what is it? Han Fei asked, sensing her secretive demeanor. Jiang Qin maintained her cool composure and earnestly asked, do you wish to learn combat techniques? Han Fei, of course, yearned to learn. He had recognized the inadequacy of his current combat skills since returning from the sea a month prior. His repertoire was painfully limited, relying solely on striking with a stick or channeling spiritual energy. At times, he felt that Xiao He was more capable than he, as Xiao He could actually bite. Absolutely. Will you teach me, Jiang Qin? He replied eagerly. I can teach you, Jiang Qin stated, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Asked Han Fei. It is of no use to tell you now, but you must make a commitment that when you become a formidable spirit warrior, you will return to the village once. Han Fei regarded Jiang Qin's serious expression and inquired, how strong is considered formidable? At the very least, stronger than Feng Zhe. She replied. Han Fei scratched his head in confusion, but Jiang Qin, Feng Zhe is the legendary angler. How strong would one need to be to surpass him? Jiang Qin responded, if you cannot surpass him, then this matter is moot. It would be as though I taught you in vain, and you need not fulfill any promise. Han Fei had long found the pair of grandfather and granddaughter peculiar. The old man was clearly powerful. He had sensed this during their confrontation with the village chief, where the chief had exerted all his strength, yet the old man merely flicked his finger, sending the chief flying. It was evident that Jiang Qin also possessed considerable strength. Han Fei continued, then, shall I give it a try? Jiang Qin looked at him gravely. You must consider this carefully. I know you possess the talent of a spirit-gathering master, and even when you reach Feng Zhe's level, spirit-gathering masters remain highly sought after. However, they are not the primary combatants. While they can manipulate the spiritual energy of the world, their skills are often varied, and it is rare for anyone to achieve great success. So, Han Fei inquired. Spirit warriors possess unparalleled direct combat capabilities and wield superior weaponry. The most exceptional spirit warriors can combine the extraordinary defensive abilities of a weapon master with the explosive power of a hunter. So, do you wish to become a spirit warrior? Han Fei was taken aback. Not long ago, he had no idea what a spirit-gathering master even was. He had once gazed enviously at the Wang family's weapon master at the market, thinking them impressive. Now, he was not only a spirit-gathering master, but had the potential to become a spirit warrior. Feeling suddenly parched, he swallowed and asked, why choose me? Jiang Qin replied, you possess a certain fortune. Logically, you should have perished at sea during your numerous misfortunes, yet you survived. Moreover, you continue to grow stronger, culminating in your defeat of the angler. Han Fei's heart trembled, you know? Jiang Qin shook her head, though I did not witness that battle. I am aware that once the angler set out to sea, he never returned. He must have perished. Han Fei asked, Jiang Qin, is it truly not because of my high talent? She smiled enigmatically. Do you have talent? Han Fei felt somewhat belittled, but if belittlement was to be his fate, so be it. The prospect of becoming a spirit warrior excited him. Surely he could learn combat techniques. He could not continue brandishing a stick forever. Jiang Qin continued. Your grandfather opposes your training as a spirit warrior for a reason. Few can master two professions, and even fewer are exceptionally strong in both. Are you willing to take on this risk? Han Fei nodded eagerly. Yes, I am willing. He could not deny his desire. During battles, he felt his half-hearted abilities as a spirit-gathering master were utterly useless. Unlike the old man, who could manipulate energy, Han Fei could only strike with a stick. If he could become a spirit warrior, he could wield swords and throw concealed weapons. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Do you know why spirit warriors are nearly invincible in close combat? Han Fei shook his head. It is because of their strong physiques, superior weapons, and diverse combat techniques. This is also why I have taken an interest in you. You possess innate strength that is uncommon. I do not know what chance you have encountered, but it likely explains your rapid advancement and robust physique. Jiang Qin added, since you have made your choice, come to the village's library tomorrow to find me. The village indeed had a library, though it was often overlooked, rumored to lack high-level combat techniques. After the angling trial, Han Fei could enter the library at any time to select combat techniques, but having forgotten about this after learning spirit-gathering techniques, he now stood before the dilapidated building, reflecting on its worth. What do you think? Do you look down upon it? Jiang Qin asked. Not at all. I merely find our village's library charmingly antiquated. Han Fei replied with a chuckle. Jiang Qin calmly remarked, you are not the only one who looks down upon it. Many do, believing that nothing of value can reside within this decrepit building. But who said that combat techniques must be of the highest grade? Han Fei tilted his head. Is it not? Jiang Qin shook her head. The higher the grade of a combat technique, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Conversely, lower-grade techniques are simpler to practice. For a spirit warrior, effective and practical techniques are the best. Even the most basic techniques can be useful in a fight, no? Han Fei smacked his lips. While Jiang Qin's reasoning seemed sound, who truly desired subpar combat techniques. Moreover, once in his possession, would they really be mere low-grade techniques? Not necessarily. He had his own refiner's cauldron. Go inside. Choose the combat techniques that interest you, Jiang Qin instructed. How many can I take? Han Fei asked. Take as many as you wish. Even if you bring them out, I may not allow you to learn them, Jiang Qin replied. The library was overseen by an elderly man, akin to a janitor. Han Fei cast a glance, speculating whether this old man might be a figure akin to a monk. However, the old man appeared far too ordinary, resembling someone who could pass at any moment. Han Fei shook his head, dismissing such notions. Upon entering the library, he found it just as he expected, dilapidated, with creaky wooden floors. The bookshelves seemed ready to collapse, and cobwebs filled the corners. How was it that such a place could still have a caretaker? The village library had only one floor, lacking the multi-tiered structure of legends. As Han Fei approached, he noticed some books bore fingerprints, indicating that people had indeed visited, though dust had accumulated so thickly that a single touch left a mark. His eyes scanned the titles: Staff Techniques, Fist Techniques Compendium, Angling Techniques Explained, Iron Fist Skill, Iron Fish Staff, and Fish Slicing Blade, a collection of books that sparked little desire to read. Han Fei smirked. This was the state of the village library, and he feared the town's library would be no better. Han Fei, undeterred by the filth, diligently searched through the collection, glancing at the titles of each book. If a name caught his fancy, he would extract it and toss it aside before continuing his selection. Qi Dao Zhan, he mused, appreciating the title. So he decided to keep it. Wu Ji Gun, he remarked, noting its impressive name, thus he retained it. Xiao Zhong Dao, he thought, sounding like a concealed weapon. Hence it was saved. Feng Xing Gun, he pondered, perhaps it could be of use, so he held on to it. Gan Dou Shu meant for fishing? Could it possibly surpass my Ko Wen Shu? Away with it. After more than half an hour, under Jiang Qin's astonished gaze, Han Fei emerged carrying dozens of books, their height reaching from his belly to his chin. Jiang Qin, speechless, asked, will you be able to read all of these? Han Fei replied, I'm not just choosing for myself, I've picked a few that I believe are quite promising. Jiang Qin responded, let me see the ones you selected. Han Fei then revealed 3 books from the bottom, titled Ing Feng Zhan Lang Ju, Zui Chong Wu Di Gun, and Yi Jian Chuan Hai Shu. Jiang Qin, her expression darkening, carelessly tossed the 3 books to the ground, exclaiming, so your method of selecting combat techniques is merely based on appealing names? You chose the ones that sounded nice. Han Fei exclaimed, surely, the person capable of crafting such titles must possess great ambition. Is that not true? Jiang Qin retorted. The author of Yi Jian Chuan Hai Shu was indeed impressive. After completing this book, he took a sword to a common fishing ground and perished alongside a knife fish. Han Fei was taken aback. Jiang Qin continued. As for the creator of Ing Feng Zhan Lang Ju, he penned this work upon reaching the fishing master realm, claiming he could walk on waves, only to be pierced by a swordfish at a first-tier fishing ground. Han Fei was bewildered. Cautiously, he inquired, and what about this Zui Chong Wu Di Gun? Jiang Qin replied, well, he ended up striking himself to death. Han Fei was left utterly confounded.